has to thank them for invaluable services, and who is sufficiently rich in gratitude not to feel poor at the contemplation of all that the spiritual men of Christianity have done for Europe hitherto. But when they had given comfort to the sufferers, courage to the oppressed and despairing, a staff and support to the helpless, and when they had allured from society into convents and spiritual penitentiaries the broken-hearted and distracted, what else had they to do in order to work systematically in that fashion, and with a good conscience, for the preservation of all the sick and suffering, which means, in deed and in truth, to work for the deterioration of the European race. To reverse all estimates of value, that is what they had to do. And to shatter the strong, to spoil great hopes, to cast suspicion on the delight in beauty, to break down everything autonomous, manly, conquering, and imperious, all instincts which are natural to the highest and most successful type of man, into uncertainty, distress of conscience, and self-destruction, forsooth, to invert all love of the earthly and of supremacy over the earth, into hatred of the earth and earthly things. That is the task the Church imposed on itself, and was obliged to impose, until, according to its standard of value, unworldliness, unsensuousness, and higher man fused into one sentiment. If one could observe the strangely painful, equally coarse and refined comedy of European Christianity with the derisive and impartial eye of an Epicurean god, I should think one would never cease marveling and laughing. Does it not actually seem that some single will has ruled over Europe for 18 centuries in order to make a sublime abortion of man? He, however, who, with opposite requirements and with some divine hammer in his hand, could approach this almost voluntary degeneration and stunting of mankind, as exemplified in the European Christian, would he not have to cry aloud with rage, pity, and horror, "Oh, you bunglers, presumptuous pitiful bunglers, what have you done? Was that a work for your hands? How you have hacked and botched my finest stone! What have you presumed to do?" I should say that Christianity has hitherto been the most portentous of presumptions. Men, not great enough, nor hard enough, to be entitled as artists to take part in fashioning man, men, not sufficiently strong and far-sighted to allow, with sublime self-constraint, the obvious law of the thousand-fold failures and perishings to prevail, men, not sufficiently noble to see the radically different grades of rank and intervals of rank that separate man from man. Such men, with their equality before God, have hitherto swayed the destiny of Europe, until at last a dwarfed, almost ludicrous species has been produced, a gregarious animal, something obliging, sickly, mediocre, the European of the present day. Chapter 4. Apophthegms and Interludes. 63. He who is a thorough teacher takes things seriously and even himself only in relation to his pupils. 64. Knowledge for its own sake, that is the last snare laid by morality, we are thereby completely entangled in morals once more. 65. The charm of knowledge would be small, were it not so much shame has to be overcome on the way to it. 65a. We are most dishonorable towards our God, he is not permitted to sin. 66. The tendency of a person to allow himself to be degraded, robbed, deceived, and exploited might be the diffidence of a god among men. 67. Love to one only is a barbarity, for it is exercised at the expense of all others. Love to God also. 68. I did that, says my memory. I could not have done that, says my pride, and remains inexorable. Eventually the memory yields. 69. One has regarded life carelessly, if one has failed to see the hand that kills with leniency. 70. If a man has character, he has also his typical experience, which always recurs. 71. The sage as astronomer, so long as thou feelest the stars as an above thee, thou lackest the eye of the discerning one. 72. It is not the strength, but the duration of great sentiments that makes great men. 73. He who attains his ideal, precisely thereby surpasses it. 73a. Many a peacock hides his tail from every eye and calls it his pride. 74. A man of genius is unbearable, unless he possess at least two things besides, gratitude and purity. 75 The degree and nature of a man's sensuality extends to the highest altitudes of his spirit. 76 Under peaceful conditions the militant man attacks himself. 77 With his principles a man seeks either to dominate, or justify, or honor, or reproach, or conceal his habits. Two men with the same principles probably seek fundamentally different ends therewith. 78 He who despises himself, nevertheless esteems himself thereby, as a despiser. 79 A soul which knows that it is loved, but does not itself love, betrays its sediment, its dregs come up. 80 A thing that is explained ceases to concern us. What did the God mean who gave the advice, know thyself? Did it perhaps imply cease to be concerned about thyself, become objective? And Socrates, and the scientific man? 81 It is terrible to die of thirst at sea. Is it necessary that you should so salt your truth that it will no longer quench thirst? 82 Sympathy for all would be harshness and tyranny for thee, my good neighbor. 83 Instinct When the house is on fire one forgets even the dinner, yes, but one recovers it from among the ashes. 84 Woman learns how to hate in proportion as she forgets how to charm. 85 The same emotions are in man and woman, but in different tempo. On that account man and woman never cease to misunderstand each other. 86 In the background of all their personal vanity, women themselves have still their impersonal scorn for woman. 87 Fettered heart, free spirit When one firmly fetters one's heart and keeps it prisoner, one can allow one's spirit many liberties. I said this once before, but people do not believe it when I say so, unless they know it already. 88 One begins to distrust very clever persons when they become embarrassed. 89 Dreadful experiences raise the question whether he who experiences them is not something dreadful also. 90 Heavy, melancholy men turn lighter, and come temporarily to their surface, precisely by that which makes others heavy by hatred and love. 91 So cold, so icy, that one burns one's finger at the touch of him. Every hand that lays hold of him shrinks back, and for that very reason many think him red hot. 92 Who has not, at one time or another sacrificed himself for the sake of his good name. 93 In affability there is no hatred of men, but precisely on that account a great deal too much contempt of men. 94 The maturity of man, that means, to have reacquired the seriousness that one had as a child at play. 95 To be ashamed of one's immorality is a step on the ladder at the end of which one is ashamed also of one's morality. 96 One should part from life as Ulysses parted from Nausicaa, blessing it rather than in love with it. 97 What? A great man? I always see merely the play actor of his own ideal. 98 When one trains one's conscience, it kisses one while it bites. 99 The disappointed one speaks, I listened for the echo and I heard only praise. 100 We all feign to ourselves that we are simpler than we are, we thus relax ourselves away from our fellows. 101 A discerning one might easily regard himself at present as the animalization of God. 102 Discovering reciprocal love should really disenchant the lover with regard to the beloved. What? She is modest enough to love even you? Or stupid enough? Or dash. 103 The danger in happiness. Everything now turns out best for me, I now love every fate who would like to be my fate. 104 Not their love of humanity, but the impotence of their love, prevents the Christians of today burning us. 105 The Pia Fraus is still more repugnant to the taste of the free spirit than the impia Fraus. Hence the profound lack of judgment, in comparison with the Church, characteristic of the type free spirit as its non-freedom. 106 By means of music the very passions enjoy themselves. 107 A sign of strong character, when once the resolution has been taken, to shut the ear even to the best counter-arguments. Occasionally, therefore, a will to stupidity. 108 There is no such thing as moral phenomena, but only a moral interpretation of phenomena. 109 The criminal is often enough not equal to his deed, he extenuates and maligns it. 110 The advocates of a criminal are seldom artists enough to turn the beautiful terribleness of the deed to the advantage of the doer. 111 Our vanity is most difficult to wound just when our pride has been wounded. 112 To him who feels himself preordained to contemplation and not to belief, all believers are too noisy and obtrusive, he guards against them. 113 You want to prepossess him in your favor? Then you must be embarrassed before him. 114 The immense expectation with regard to sexual love, and the coyness in this expectation, spoils all the perspectives of women at the outset. 115 Where there is neither love nor hatred in the game, woman's play is mediocre. 116 The great epochs of our life are at the points when we gain courage to rebaptize our badness as the best in us. 117 The will to overcome an emotion, is ultimately only the will of another, or of several other, emotions. 118 There is an innocence of admiration, it is possessed by him to whom it has not yet occurred that he himself may be admired some day. 119 Our loathing of dirt may be so great as to prevent our cleaning ourselves, justifying ourselves. 120 Sensuality often forces the growth of love too much, so that its root remains weak, and is easily torn up. 121 It is a curious thing that God learned Greek when he wished to turn author and that he did not learn it better. 122 To rejoice on account of praise is in many cases merely politeness of heart and the very opposite of vanity of spirit. 123 Even concubinage has been corrupted by marriage. 124 He who exults at the stake, does not triumph over pain, but because of the fact that he does not feel pain where he expected it. A parable. 125 When we have to change an opinion about anyone, we charge heavily to his account the inconvenience he thereby causes us. 126 A nation is a detour of nature to arrive at 6 or 7 great men, yes, and then to get round them. 127 In the eyes of all true women, science is hostile to the sense of shame. They feel as if one wished to peep under their skin with it, or worse still, under their dress and finery. 128 The more abstract the truth you wish to teach, the more must you allure the senses to it. 129 The devil has the most extensive perspectives for God, on that account he keeps so far away from him, the devil, in effect, as the oldest friend of knowledge. 130 What a person is begins to betray itself when his talent decreases, when he ceases to show what he can do. Talent is also an adornment is also a concealment. 131 The sexes deceive themselves about each other, the reason is that in reality they honor and love only themselves. Thus man wishes woman to be peaceable, but in fact woman is essentially unpeaceable, like the cat, however well she may have assumed the peaceable demeanor. 132 One is punished best for one's virtues. 133 He who cannot find the way to his ideal, lives more frivolously and shamelessly than the man without an ideal. 134 From the senses originate all trustworthiness, all good conscience, all evidence of truth. 135 Pharisaism is not a deterioration of the good man, a considerable part of it is rather an essential condition of being good. 136 The one seeks an accoucheur for his thoughts, the other seeks someone whom he can assist, a good conversation thus originates. 137 In intercourse with scholars and artists one readily makes mistakes of opposite kinds. In a remarkable scholar one not infrequently finds a mediocre man, and often, even in a mediocre artist, one finds a very remarkable man. 138 We do the same when awake as when dreaming, we only invent and imagine him with whom we have intercourse and forget it immediately. 139 In revenge and in love woman is more barbarous than man. 140 Advice as a riddle: if the band is not to break, bite it first, secure to make. 141 The belly is the reason why man does not so readily take himself for a god. 142 The chastest utterance I ever heard, dans le véritable amour c'est l'âme qui enveloppe le corps. 143 Our vanity would like what we do best to pass precisely for what is most difficult to us concerning the origin of many systems of morals. 144 When a woman has scholarly inclinations there is generally something wrong with her sexual nature. Barrenness itself conduces to a certain virility of taste. Man, indeed, if I may say so, is the barren animal. 145 Comparing man and woman generally, one may say that woman would not have the genius for adornment, if she had not the instinct for the secondary role. 146 He who fights with monsters should be careful lest he thereby become a monster. And if thou gaze long into an abyss, the abyss will also gaze into thee. 147 From old Florentine novels moreover, from life, Buona Famina e Mala Famina Vuol Bastone Sacchetti, November 86. 148 To seduce their neighbor to a favorable opinion, and afterwards to believe implicitly in this opinion of their neighbor who can do this conjuring trick so well as women? 149 That which an age considers evil is usually an unseasonable echo of what was formerly considered good, the atavism of an old ideal. 150 Around the hero everything becomes a tragedy, around the demigod everything becomes a satyr play, and around God everything becomes what? Perhaps a world? 151 It is not enough to possess a talent, one must also have your permission to possess it, my friends. 152 Where there is the tree of knowledge, there is always paradise, so say the most ancient and the most modern serpents. 153 What is done out of love always takes place beyond good and evil. 154 Objection, evasion, joyous distrust, and love of irony are signs of health, everything absolute belongs to pathology. 155 The sense of the tragic increases and declines with sensuousness. 156 Insanity in individuals is something rare, but in groups, parties, nations, and epochs it is the rule. 157 The thought of suicide is a great consolation, by means of it one gets successfully through many a bad night. 158 Not only our reason, but also our conscience, truckles to our strongest impulse, the tyrant in us. 159 One must repay good and ill, but why just to the person who did us good or ill? 161 No longer loves one's knowledge sufficiently after one has communicated it. 161 Poets act shamelessly towards their experiences, they exploit them. 162 Our fellow creature is not our neighbor, but our neighbor's neighbor: so thinks every nation. 163 Love brings to light the noble and hidden qualities of a lover, his rare and exceptional traits, it is thus liable to be deceptive as to his normal character. 164 Jesus said to his Jews, the law was for servants, love God as I love him, as his son. What have we sons of God to do with morals? 165 Inside of every party a shepherd has always need of a bellwether, or he has himself to be a wether occasionally. 166 One may indeed lie with the mouth, but with the accompanying grimace one nevertheless tells the truth. 167 To vigorous men intimacy is a matter of shame and something precious. 168 Christianity gave Eros poison to drink, he did not die of it, certainly, but degenerated to vice. 169 To talk much about oneself may also be a means of concealing oneself. 170 In praise there is more obtrusiveness than in blame. 171 Pity has an almost ludicrous effect on a man of knowledge, like tender hands on a cyclops. 172 One occasionally embraces someone or other, out of love to mankind, but this is what one must never confess to the individual. 173 One does not hate as long as one disesteems, but only when one esteems equal or superior. 174 Utilitarians 2. Love the utile only as a vehicle for your inclinations 2. Really find the noise of its wheels insupportable. 175 One loves ultimately one's desires, not the thing desired. 176 The vanity of others is only counter to our taste when it is counter to our vanity. 177 With regard to what truthfulness is, perhaps nobody has ever been sufficiently truthful. 178 One does not believe in the follies of clever men, what a forfeiture of the rights of man. 179 The consequences of our actions seize us by the forelock, very indifferent to the fact that we have meanwhile reformed. 180 There is an innocence in lying which is the sign of good faith in a cause. 181 It is inhuman to bless when one is being cursed. 182 The familiarity of superiors embitters one, because it may not be returned. 183 I am affected, not because you have deceived me, but because I can no longer believe in you. 184 There is a haughtiness of kindness which has the appearance of wickedness. 185 I dislike him. Why, I am not a match for him. Did anyone ever answer so? Chapter V The Natural History of Morals. 186 The moral sentiment in Europe at present is perhaps as subtle, belated, diverse, sensitive, and refined, as the science of morals belonging thereto is recent, initial, awkward, and coarse-fingered, an interesting contrast, which sometimes becomes incarnate and obvious in the very person of a moralist. Indeed, the expression, science of morals is, in respect to what is designated thereby, far too presumptuous and counter to good taste, which is always a foretaste of more modest expressions. One ought to avow with the utmost fairness what is still necessary here for a long time, what is alone proper for the present, namely, the collection of material, the comprehensive survey and classification of an immense domain of delicate sentiments of worth, and distinctions of worth, which live, grow, propagate, and perish, and perhaps attempts to give a clear idea of the recurring and more common forms of these living crystallizations as preparation for a theory of types of morality. To be sure, people have not hitherto been so modest. All the philosophers, with a pedantic and ridiculous seriousness, demanded of themselves something very much higher, more pretentious, and ceremonious. When they concerned themselves with morality as a science, they wanted to give a basic to morality, and every philosopher hitherto has believed that he has given it a basis. Morality itself, however, has been regarded as something given. How far from their awkward pride was the seemingly insignificant problem left in dust and decay of a description of forms of morality, notwithstanding that the finest hands and senses could hardly be fine enough for it. It was precisely owing to moral philosophers knowing the moral facts imperfectly, in an arbitrary epitome, or an accidental abridgment perhaps, as the morality of their environment, their position, their church, their zeitgeist, their climate and zone. It was precisely because they were badly instructed with regard to nations, eras, and past ages, and were by no means eager to know about these matters, that they did not even come in sight of the real problems of morals, problems which only disclose themselves by a comparison of many kinds of morality. In every science of morals hitherto, strange as it may sound, the problem of morality itself has been omitted. There has been no suspicion that there was anything problematic there. That which philosophers called giving a basis to morality, and endeavored to realize, has, when seen in a right light, proved merely a learned form of good faith in prevailing morality, a new means of its expression, consequently just a matter of fact within the sphere of a definite morality, yet, in its ultimate motive, a sort of denial that it is lawful for this morality to be called in question, and in any case the reverse of the testing, analyzing, doubting, and vivisecting of this very faith. Here, for instance, with what innocence almost worthy of honor Schopenhauer represents his own task, and draw your conclusions concerning the scientificness of a science whose latest master still talks in the strain of children and old wives. The principle, he says, footnote, pages 54 to 55 of Schopenhauer's Basis of Morality, translated by Arthur B. Bullock, M.A. The axiom about the purport of which all moralists are practically agreed, neminem lade, immo omnes quantum postjuva, is really the proposition which all moral teachers strive to establish, the real basis of ethics which has been sought, like the philosopher's stone, for centuries. The Difficulty of establishing the proposition referred to may indeed be great. It is well known that Schopenhauer also was unsuccessful in his efforts, and whoever has thoroughly realized how absurdly false and sentimental this proposition is, in a world whose essence is will to power, may be reminded that Schopenhauer, although a pessimist, actually played the flute, daily after dinner. One may read about the matter in his biography. A question, by the way: a pessimist, a repudiator of God and of the world, who makes a halt at morality, who assents to morality, and plays the flute to late neminem morals, what? Is that really a pessimist? 187. Apart from the value of such assertions, as there is a categorical imperative in us, one can always ask, what does such an assertion indicate about him who makes it? There are systems of morals which are meant to justify their author in the eyes of other people. Other systems of morals are meant to tranquilize him, and make him self-satisfied. With other systems he wants to crucify and humble himself, with others he wishes to take revenge, with others to conceal himself, with others to glorify himself and give superiority and distinction. This system of morals helps its author to forget. That system makes him, or something of him, forgotten. Many a moralist would like to exercise power and creative arbitrariness over mankind. Many another, perhaps, Kant especially, gives us to understand by his morals that what is estimable in me, is that I know how to obey, and with you it shall not be otherwise than with me. In short, systems of morals are only a sign language of the emotions. 188. In contrast to laissez-aller, every system of morals is a sort of tyranny against nature and also against reason. That is, however, no objection, unless one should again decree by some system of morals, that all kinds of tyranny and unreasonableness are unlawful. What is essential and invaluable in every system of morals, is that it is a long constraint. In order to understand Stoicism, or Port Royal, or Puritanism, one should remember the constraint under which every language has attained to strength and freedom, the metrical constraint, the tyranny of rhyme and rhythm. How much trouble have the poets and orators of every nation given themselves, not excepting some of the prose writers of today, in whose ear dwells an inexorable conscientiousness for the sake of a folly, as utilitarian bunglers say, and thereby deem themselves wise from submission to arbitrary laws, as the anarchists say, and thereby fancy themselves free, even free-spirited. The singular fact remains, however, that everything of the nature of freedom, elegance, boldness, dance, and masterly certainty, which exists or has existed, whether it be in thought itself, or in administration, or in speaking and persuading, in art just as in conduct, has only developed by means of the tyranny of such arbitrary law. And in all seriousness, it is not at all improbable that precisely this is nature and natural and not laissez-aller. Every artist knows how different from the state of letting himself go is his most natural condition, the free arranging, locating, disposing, and constructing in the moments of inspiration, and how strictly and delicately he then obeys 1,000 laws, which, by their very rigidness and precision, defy all formulation by means of ideas. The essential thing in heaven and in earth is, apparently, that there should be long obedience in the same direction. There thereby results, and has always resulted in the long run, something which has made life worth living, for instance, virtue, art, music, dancing, reason, spirituality, anything whatever that is transfiguring, refined, foolish, or divine. The long bondage of the spirit, the distrustful constraint in the communicability of ideas, the discipline which the thinker imposed on himself to think in accordance with the rules of a church or a court, or conformable to Aristotelian premises, the persistent spiritual will to interpret everything that happened according to a Christian scheme, and in every occurrence to rediscover and justify the Christian God. All this violence, arbitrariness, severity, dreadfulness, and unreasonableness has proved itself the disciplinary means whereby the European spirit has attained its strength, its remorseless curiosity and subtle mobility. Granted also that much irrecoverable strength and spirit had to be stifled, suffocated, and spoiled in the process. That for centuries European thinkers only thought in order to prove something. Nowadays, on the contrary, we are suspicious of every thinker who wishes to prove something that it was always settled beforehand what was to be the result of their strictest thinking, as it was perhaps in the Asiatic astrology of former times, or as it is still at the present day in the innocent, Christian moral explanation of immediate personal events for the glory of God, or for the good of the soul. This tyranny, this arbitrariness, this severe and magnificent stupidity, has educated the spirit. Slavery, both in the coarser and the finer sense, is apparently an indispensable means even of spiritual education and discipline. One may look at every system of morals in this light. It is nature therein which teaches to hate the laissez-aller, the too great freedom, and implants the need for limited horizons. For immediate duties it teaches the narrowing of perspectives, and thus, in a certain sense, that stupidity is a condition of life and development. Thou must obey someone, and for a long time, otherwise thou wilt come to grief, and lose all respect for thyself. This seems to me to be the moral imperative of nature, which is certainly neither categorical, as old Kant wished, nor does it address itself to the individual, but to nations, races, ages, and ranks, above all, however, to the animal man generally, to mankind. 189 Industrious races find it a great hardship to be idle. It was a master stroke of English instinct to hallow and beloom Sunday to such an extent that the Englishman unconsciously hankers for his week and workday again as a kind of cleverly devised, cleverly intercalated fast, such as is also frequently found in the ancient world. Many kinds of fasts are necessary, and wherever powerful influences and habits prevail, legislators have to see that intercalary days are appointed, on which such impulses are fettered, and learn to hunger anew. Viewed from a higher standpoint, whole generations and epochs, when they show themselves infected with any moral fanaticism, seem like those intercalated periods of restraint and fasting, during which an impulse learns to humble and submit itself at the same time also to purify and sharpen itself. Certain philosophical sects likewise admit of a similar interpretation. Here also is a hint for the explanation of the paradox, why it was precisely in the most Christian period of European history, and in general only under the pressure of Christian sentiments, that the sexual impulse sublimated into love. 190 There is something in the morality of Plato which does not really belong to Plato, but which only appears in his philosophy, one might say, in spite of him, namely, Socratism, for which he himself was too noble. No one desires to injure himself, hence all evil is done unwittingly. The evil man inflicts injury on himself. He would not do so, however, if he knew that evil is evil. The evil man, therefore, is only evil through error. If one free him from error, one will necessarily make him good. This mode of reasoning savors of the populace, who perceive only the unpleasant consequences of evil-doing, and practically judge that it is stupid to do wrong, while they accept good as identical with useful and pleasant, without further thought. As regards every system of utilitarianism, one may at once assume that it has the same origin, and follow the scent. One will seldom err. Plato did all he could to interpret something refined and noble into the tenets of his teacher, and above all to interpret himself into them. He, the most daring of all interpreters, who lifted the entire Socrates out of the street, as a popular theme and song, to exhibit him in endless and impossible modifications, namely, in all his own disguises and multiplicities. In jest, and in Homeric language as well, what is the Platonic Socrates, if not Greek words inserted here? 191 The old theological problem of faith and knowledge, or more plainly, of instinct and reason. The question whether, in respect to the valuation of things, instinct deserves more authority than rationality, which wants to appreciate and act according to motives, according to a why, that is to say, in conformity to purpose and utility. It is always the old moral problem that first appeared in the person of Socrates, and had divided men's minds long before Christianity. Socrates himself, following, of course, the taste of his talent, that of a surpassing dialectician, took first the side of reason, and, in fact, what did he do all his life but laugh at the awkward incapacity of the noble Athenians, who were men of instinct, like all noble men, and could never give satisfactory answers concerning the motives of their actions. In the end, however, though silently and secretly, he laughed also at himself. With his finer conscience and introspection, he found in himself the same difficulty and incapacity. But why, he said to himself, should one on that account separate oneself from the instincts? One must set them right, and the reason also. One must follow the instincts, but at the same time persuade the reason to support them with good arguments. This was the real falseness of that great and mysterious ironist. He brought his conscience up to the point that he was satisfied with a kind of self-outwitting. In fact, he perceived the irrationality in the moral judgment Plato, more innocent in such matters, and without the craftiness of the plebeian, wished to prove to himself, at the expenditure of all his strength, the greatest strength a philosopher had ever expended, that reason and instinct lead spontaneously to one goal, to the good, to God. And since Plato, all theologians and philosophers have followed the same path, which means that in matters of morality, instinct has hitherto triumphed. Unless one should make an exception in the case of Descartes, the father of rationalism, who recognized only the authority of reason, but reason is only a tool, and Descartes was superficial. 192. Whoever has followed the history of a single science, finds in its development a clue to the understanding of the oldest and commonest processes of all knowledge and cognizance. There, as here, the premature hypotheses, the fictions, the good stupid will to belief, and the lack of distrust and patience are first developed. Our senses learn late, and never learn completely, to be subtle, reliable, and cautious organs of knowledge. Our eyes find it easier on a given occasion to produce a picture already often produced, than to seize upon the divergence and novelty of an impression. The latter requires more force, more morality. It is difficult and painful for the ear to listen to anything new. We hear strange music badly. When we hear another language spoken, we involuntarily attempt to form the sounds into words with which we are more familiar and conversant. It was thus, for example, that the Germans modified the spoken word Arqueballista into Armbrust. Our senses are also hostile and averse to the new, and generally, even in the simplest processes of sensation, the emotions dominate, such as fear, love, hatred, and the passive emotion of indolence. As little as a reader nowadays reads all the single words of a page, he rather takes about 5 out of every 20 words at random, and guesses the probably appropriate sense to them. Just as little do we see a tree correctly and completely in respect to its leaves, branches, color, and shape. We find it so much easier to fancy the chance of a tree. Even in the midst of the most remarkable experiences, we still do just the same. We fabricate the greater part of the experience, and can hardly be made to contemplate any event, except as inventors thereof. All this goes to prove that from our fundamental nature and from remote ages we have been accustomed to lying. Or, to express it more politely and hypocritically, in short, more pleasantly, one is much more of an artist than one is aware of in an animated conversation. I often see the face of the person with whom I am speaking so clearly and sharply defined before me, according to the thought he expresses, or which I believe to be evoked in his mind, that the degree of distinctness far exceeds the strength of my visual faculty. The delicacy of the play of the muscles and of the expression of the eyes must therefore be imagined by me. Probably the person put on quite a different expression, or none at all. 193. Quid loose foot, tenebris agit, but also contrariwise. What we experience in dreams, provided we experience it often, pertains at last just as much to the general belongings of our soul as anything actually experienced. By virtue thereof we are richer or poorer, we have a requirement more or less, and finally, in broad daylight, and even in the brightest moments of our waking life, we are ruled to some extent by the nature of our dreams. Supposing that someone has often flown in his dreams, and that at last, as soon as he dreams, he is conscious of the power and art of flying as his privilege and his peculiarly enviable happiness, such a person, who believes that on the slightest impulse, he can actualize all sorts of curves and angles, who knows the sensation of a certain divine levity, an upwards without effort or constraint, a downwards without descending or lowering without trouble, how could the man with such dream? Experiences and dream habits fail to find happiness differently colored and defined, even in his waking hours. How could he fail to long differently for happiness? Flight, such as is described by poets, must, when compared with his own flying, be far too earthly, muscular, violent, far too troublesome for him. 194 The difference among men does not manifest itself only in the difference of their lists of desirable things in their regarding different good things as worth striving for, and being disagreed as to the greater or less value, the order of rank, of the commonly recognized desirable things. It manifests itself much more in what they regard as actually having and possessing a desirable thing. As regards a woman, for instance, the control over her body and her sexual gratification serves as an amply sufficient sign of ownership and possession to the more modest man. Another with a more suspicious and ambitious thirst for possession, sees the questionableness, the mere apparentness of such ownership, and wishes to have finer tests in order to know especially whether the woman not only gives herself to him, but also gives up for his sake what she has or would like to have. Only then does he look upon her as possessed. A third, however, has not even here got to the limit of his distrust and his desire for possession. He asks himself whether the woman, when she gives up everything for him, does not perhaps do so for a phantom of him. He wishes first to be thoroughly, indeed, profoundly well known, in order to be loved at all. He ventures to let himself be found out. Only then does he feel the beloved one fully in his possession, when she no longer deceives herself about him, when she loves him just as much for the sake of his devilry and concealed insatiability, as for his goodness, patience, and spirituality. One man would like to possess a nation, and he finds all the higher arts of Cagliostro and Catalina suitable for his purpose. Another, with a more refined thirst for possession, says to himself, one may not deceive where one desires to possess. He is irritated and impatient at the idea that a mask of him should rule in the hearts of the people. I must, therefore, make myself known, and first of all learn to know myself. Among helpful and charitable people, one almost always finds the awkward craftiness which first gets up suitably him who has to be helped, as though, for instance, he should merit help, seek just their help, and would show himself deeply grateful, attached, and subservient to them for all help. With these conceits, they take control of the needy as a property, just as in general they are charitable and helpful out of a desire for property. One finds them jealous when they are crossed or forestalled in their charity. Parents involuntarily make something like themselves out of their children. They call that education. No mother doubts at the bottom of her heart that the child she has born is thereby her property. No father hesitates about his right to his own ideas and notions of worth. Indeed, in former times fathers deemed it right to use their discretion concerning the life or death of the newly born. And like the father, so also do the teacher, the class, the priest, and the prince still see in every new individual an unobjectionable opportunity for a new possession. The consequences. 195 The Jews, a people born for slavery, as Tacitus and the whole ancient world say of them, the chosen people among the nations, as they themselves say and believe. The Jews performed the miracle of the inversion of valuations, by means of which life on earth obtained a new and dangerous charm for a couple of millenniums. Their prophets fused into one the expressions rich, godless, wicked, violent, sensual, and for the first time coined the word world as a term of reproach. In this inversion of valuations the significance of the Jewish people is to be found. It is with them that the slave insurrection in morals commences. 196 It is to be inferred that there are countless dark bodies near the sun such as we shall never see. Among ourselves, this is an allegory, and the psychologist of morals reads the whole star writing merely as an allegorical and symbolic language in which much may be unexpressed. 197 The beast of prey and the man of prey are fundamentally misunderstood. Nature is misunderstood, so long as one seeks a morbidness in the constitution of these healthiest of all tropical monsters and growths, or even an innate hell in them, as almost all moralists have done hitherto. Does it not seem that there is a hatred of the virgin forest and of the tropics among moralists? And that the tropical man must be discredited at all costs, whether as disease and deterioration of mankind, or as his own hell and self-torture. And why? In favor of the temperate zones. In favor of the temperate men? The moral? The mediocre, this for the chapter, Morals as Timidity. 198 All the systems of morals which address themselves with a view to their happiness, as it is called, what else are they but suggestions for behavior adapted to the degree of danger from themselves in which the individuals live, recipes for their passions, their good and bad propensities, insofar as such have the will to power and would like to play the master, small and great expediencies and elaborations, permeated with the musty odor of old family medicines and old wife wisdom, all of them grotesque and absurd in their form because they address themselves to all, because they generalize where generalization is not authorized, all of them speaking unconditionally, and taking themselves unconditionally, all of them flavored not merely with 1 grain of salt, but rather endurable only, and sometimes even seductive, when they are overspiced and begin to smell dangerously. Especially of the other world. That is all of little value when estimated intellectually, and is far from being science, much less wisdom, but, repeated once more, and 3 times repeated, it is expediency, 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 mixed with stupidity, 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 whether it be the indifference and statuesque coldness towards the heated folly of the emotions, which the Stoics advised and fostered, or the no more laughing and no more weeping of Spinoza, the destruction of the emotions by their analysis and vivisection, which he recommended so naively, or the lowering of the emotions to an innocent mean at which they may be satisfied, the Aristotelianism of morals, or even morality as the enjoyment of the emotions in a voluntary attenuation and spiritualization by the symbolism of art, perhaps as music, or as love of God, and of mankind for God's sake, for in religion the passions are once more enfranchised, provided that, or, finally, even the complacent and wanton surrender to the emotions. As has been taught by Hafiz and Goethe, the bold letting go of the reins, the spiritual and corporeal licentia morum in the exceptional cases of wise old codgers and drunkards, with whom it no longer has much danger. This. Also for the chapter, Morals as Timidity. 199 Inasmuch as in all ages, as long as mankind has existed, there have also been human herds, and always a great number who obey in proportion to the small number who command in view, therefore, of the fact that obedience has been most practiced and fostered among mankind hitherto, one may reasonably suppose that, generally speaking, the need thereof is now innate in every one, as a kind of formal conscience which gives the command thou shalt unconditionally do something, unconditionally refrain from something, in short, thou shalt. This need tries to satisfy itself and to fill its form with a content, according to its strength, impatience, and eagerness. It at once seizes as an omnivorous appetite with little selection, and accepts whatever is shouted into its ear by all sorts of commanders, parents, teachers, laws, class prejudices, or public opinion. The extraordinary limitation of human development, the hesitation, protractedness, frequent retrogression, and turning thereof, is attributable to the fact that the herd instinct of obedience is transmitted best, and at the cost of the art of command. If one imagine this instinct increasing to its greatest extent, commanders and independent individuals will finally be lacking altogether, or they will suffer inwardly from a bad conscience, and will have to impose a deception on themselves in the first place in order to be able to command, just as if they also were only obeying. This condition of things actually exists in Europe at present. I call it the moral hypocrisy of the commanding class. They know no other way of protecting themselves from their bad conscience than by playing the role of executors of older and higher orders, or they even justify themselves by maxims from the current opinions of the herd, as first servants of their people, or instruments of the public weal. On the other hand, the gregarious European man nowadays assumes an air as if he were the only kind of man that is allowable. He glorifies his qualities, such as public spirit, kindness, deference, industry, temperance, modesty, indulgence, sympathy, by virtue of which he is gentle, endurable, and useful to the herd, as the peculiarly human virtues. In cases, however, where it is believed that the leader and bellwether cannot be dispensed with, attempt after attempt is made nowadays to replace commanders by the summing together of clever gregarious men. All representative constitutions, for example, are of this origin. In spite of all, what a blessing, what a deliverance from a weight becoming unendurable, is the appearance of an absolute ruler for these gregarious Europeans. Of this fact, the effect of the appearance of Napoleon was the last great proof. The history of the influence of Napoleon is almost the history of the higher happiness to which the entire century has attained in its worthiest individuals and periods. 200. The man of an age of dissolution which mixes the races with one another, who has the inheritance of a diversified descent in his body, that is to say, contrary, and often not only contrary, instincts and standards of value, which struggle with one another and are seldom at peace. Such a man of late culture and broken lights, will, on an average, be a weak man. His fundamental desire is that the war which is in him should come to an end. Happiness appears to him in the character of a soothing medicine and mode of thought. It is above all things the happiness of repose, of undisturbedness, of repletion, of final unity. It is the Sabbath of Sabbaths, to use the expression of the holy rhetorician, Saint Augustine, who was himself such a man. Should, however, the contrariety and conflict in such natures operate as an additional incentive and stimulus to life, and if, on the other hand, in addition to their powerful and irreconcilable instincts, they have also inherited and indoctrinated into them a proper mastery and subtlety for carrying on the conflict with themselves, there then arise those marvelously incomprehensible and inexplicable beings, those enigmatical men, predestined for conquering and circumventing others, the finest examples of which are Alcibiades and Caesar, and among artists, perhaps Leonardo da Vinci. They appear precisely in the same periods when that weaker type, with its longing for repose, comes to the front. The two types are complementary to each other, and spring from the same causes. 201. As long as the utility which determines moral estimates is only gregarious utility, as long as the preservation of the community is only kept in view, and the immoral is sought precisely and exclusively in what seems dangerous to the maintenance of the community, there can be no morality of love to one's neighbor. Granted even that there is already a little constant exercise of consideration, sympathy, fairness, gentleness, and mutual assistance, granted that even in this condition of society all those instincts are already active which are latterly distinguished by honorable names as virtues, and eventually almost coincide with the conception morality, in that period they do not as yet belong to the domain of moral valuations, they are still ultramoral. A sympathetic action, for instance, is neither called good nor bad, moral nor immoral, in the best period of the Romans, and should it be praised, a sort of resentful disdain is compatible with this praise, even at the best. Directly the sympathetic action is compared with one which contributes to the welfare of the whole, to the residential publica. After all, love to our neighbor is always a secondary matter, partly conventional and arbitrarily manifested in relation to our fear of our neighbor. After the fabric of society seems on the whole established and secured against external dangers, it is this fear of our neighbor which again creates new perspectives of moral valuation. Certain strong and dangerous instincts, such as the love of enterprise, foolhardiness, revengefulness, astuteness, rapacity, and love of power, which up till then had not only to be honored from the point of view of general utility under other names, of course, than those here given, but had to be fostered and cultivated, are now felt in their dangerousness to be doubly strong when the outlets for them are lacking and are gradually branded as immoral and given over to calumny. The contrary instincts and inclinations now attain to moral honor, the gregarious instinct gradually draws its conclusions. How much or how little dangerousness to the community or to equality is contained in an opinion, a condition, an emotion, a disposition, or an endowment, that is now the moral perspective. Here again fear is the mother of morals. It is by the loftiest and strongest instincts, when they break out passionately and carry the individual far above and beyond the average, and the low level of the gregarious conscience, that the self-reliance of the community is destroyed, its belief in itself, its backbone, as it were, breaks, consequently these very instincts will be most branded and defamed. The lofty independent spirituality, the will to stand alone, and even the cogent reason, are felt to be dangers. Everything that elevates the individual above the herd, and is a source of fear to the neighbor, is henceforth called evil. The tolerant, unassuming, self-adapting, self-equalizing disposition, the mediocrity of desires, attains to moral distinction and honor. Finally, under very peaceful circumstances, there is always less opportunity and necessity for training the feelings to severity and rigor, and now every form of severity, even injustice, begins to disturb the conscience. A lofty and rigorous nobleness and self-responsibility almost offends, and awakens distrust. The lamb, and still more the sheep, wins respect. There is a point of diseased mellowness and effeminacy in the history of society, at which society itself takes the part of him who injures it, the part of the criminal, and does so, in fact, seriously and honestly. To punish, appears to it to be somehow unfair. It is certain that the idea of punishment and the obligation to punish are then painful and alarming to people. Is it not sufficient if the criminal be rendered harmless? Why should we still punish? Punishment itself is terrible. With these questions gregarious morality, the morality of fear, draws its ultimate conclusion. If one could at all do away with danger, the cause of fear, one would have done away with this morality at the same time. It would no longer be necessary, it would not consider itself any longer necessary. Whoever examines the conscience of the present-day European, will always elicit the same imperative from its thousand moral folds and hidden recesses, the imperative of the timidity of the herd. We wish that some time or other there may be nothing more to fear. Some time or other the will and the way thereto is nowadays called progress all over Europe. 202 Let us at once say again what we have already said 100 times, for people's ears nowadays are unwilling to hear such truths are truths. We know well enough how offensive it sounds when any one plainly, and without metaphor, counts man among the animals, but it will be accounted to us almost a crime, that it is precisely in respect to men of modern ideas that we have constantly applied the terms herd instincts, and such like expressions. What avail is it? We cannot do otherwise, for it is precisely here that our new insight is. We have found that in all the principal moral judgments, Europe has become unanimous, including likewise the countries where European influence prevails. In Europe people evidently know what Socrates thought he did not know, and what the famous serpent of old once promised to teach. They know today what is good and evil. It must then sound hard and be distasteful to the ear, when we always insist that that which here thinks it knows, that which here glorifies itself with praise and blame, and calls itself good, is the instinct of the herding human animal, the instinct which has come and is ever coming more and more to the front, to preponderance and supremacy over other instincts, according to the increasing physiological approximation and resemblance of which it is the symptom. Morality in Europe at present is herding animal morality, and therefore, as we understand the matter, only one kind of human morality, beside which, before which, and after which many other moralities, and above all higher moralities, are or should be possible. Against such a possibility, against such a should be, however, this morality defends itself with all its strength. It says obstinately and inexorably, I am morality itself and nothing else is morality. Indeed, with the help of a religion which has humored and flattered the sublimest desires of the herding animal, things have reached such a point that we always find a more visible expression of this morality even in political and social arrangements. The democratic movement is the inheritance of the Christian movement. That its tempo, however, is much too slow and sleepy for the more impatient ones, for those who are sick and distracted by the herding instinct, is indicated by the increasingly furious howling, and always less disguised teeth gnashing of the anarchist dogs, who are now roving through the highways of European culture. Apparently in opposition to the peacefully industrious democrats and revolution ideologues, and still more so to the awkward philosophosters and fraternity visionaries who call themselves socialists and want a free society, those are really at one with them all in their thorough and instinctive hostility to every form of society other than that of the autonomous herd, at one in their tenacious opposition to every special claim, every special right and privilege, at one in their distrust of punitive justice, but equally at one in their religion of sympathy, in their compassion for all that feels, lives, and suffers, altogether at one in the cry and impatience of their sympathy, in their deadly hatred of suffering generally, in their almost feminine incapacity for witnessing it or allowing it, at one in their involuntary bellowing and heart softening, under the spell of which Europe seems to be threatened with a new Buddhism, at one in their belief in the morality of mutual sympathy. As though it were morality in itself, the climax, the attained climax of mankind, the sole hope of the future, the consolation of the present, the great discharge from all the obligations of the past, altogether at one in their belief in the community as the deliverer, in the herd, and therefore in themselves. 203 We, who hold a different belief, we, who regard the democratic movement, not only as a degenerating form of political organization, but as equivalent to a degenerating, a waning type of man, as involving his mediocrising and depreciation, where have we to fix our hopes? In new philosophers there is no other alternative, in minds strong and original enough to initiate opposite estimates of value, to transvalue and invert eternal valuations, in forerunners, in men of the future, who in the present shall fix the constraints and fasten the knots which will compel millenniums to take new paths. To teach man the future of humanity as his will, as depending on human will, and to make preparation for vast hazardous enterprises and collective attempts in rearing and educating, in order thereby to put an end to the frightful rule of folly and chance which has hitherto gone by the name of history. For that purpose a new type of philosopher and commander will some time or other be needed, at the very idea of which everything that has existed in the way of occult, terrible, and benevolent beings might look pale and dwarfed. The image of such leaders hovers before our eyes. Is it lawful for me to say it aloud, ye free spirits? The conditions which one would partly have to create and partly utilize for their genesis, the presumptive methods and tests by virtue of which a soul should grow up to such an elevation and power as to feel a constraint to these tasks, a transvaluation of values, under the new pressure and hammer of which a conscience should be steeled and a heart transformed into brass, so as to bear the weight of such responsibility, and on the other hand the necessity for such leaders, the dreadful danger that they might be lacking, or miscarry and degenerate. These are our real anxieties and glooms, ye know it well, ye free spirits. These are the heavy distant thoughts and storms which sweep across the heaven of our life. There are few pains so grievous as to have seen, divined, or experienced how an exceptional man has missed his way and deteriorated, but he who has the rare eye for the universal danger of man himself deteriorating, he who like us has recognized the extraordinary fortuitousness which has hitherto played its game in respect to the future of mankind, a game in which neither the hand, nor even a finger of God has participated, he who divines the fate that is hidden under the idiotic unwariness and blind confidence of modern ideas, and still more under the whole of Christo-European morality, suffers from an anguish with which no other is to be compared. He sees at a glance all that could still be made out of man through a favorable accumulation and augmentation of human powers and arrangements. He knows with all the knowledge of his conviction how unexhausted man still is for the greatest possibilities, and how often in the past the type man has stood in presence of mysterious decisions and new paths. He knows still better from his painfulest recollections on what wretched obstacles promising developments of the highest rank have hitherto usually gone to pieces, broken down, sunk, and become contemptible. The universal degeneracy of mankind to the level of the man of the future as idealized by the socialistic fools and shallow pates, this degeneracy and dwarfing of man to an absolutely gregarious animal, this brutalizing of man into a pygmy with equal rights and claims, is undoubtedly possible. He who has thought out this possibility to its ultimate conclusion knows another loathing unknown to the rest of mankind, and perhaps also a new mission. Chapter 6. We Scholars. 204. At the risk that moralizing may also reveal itself here as that which it has always been, namely, resolutely montre ses plaise, according to Balzac, I would venture to protest against an improper and injurious alteration of rank, which quite unnoticed, and as if with the best conscience, threatens nowadays to establish itself in the relations of science and philosophy. I mean to say that one must have the right out of one's own experience, as it seems to me, always implies unfortunate experience, to treat of such an important question of rank, so as not to speak of color like the blind, or against science like women and artists. The declaration of independence of the scientific man, his emancipation from philosophy, is one of the subtler after-effects of democratic organization and disorganization. The self-glorification and self-conceitedness of the learned man is now everywhere in full bloom, and in its best springtime, which does not mean to imply that in this case self-praise smells sweet. Here also the instinct of the populace cries, freedom from all masters, and after science has, with the happiest results, resisted theology, whose handmaid it had been too long, it now proposes in its wantonness and indiscretion to lay down laws for philosophy, and in its turn to play the master. What am I saying? To play the philosopher on its own account. My memory, the memory of a scientific man, if you please, teems with the naivete of insolence which I have heard about philosophy and philosophers from young naturalists and old physicians. On one occasion it was the specialist and the Jack Horner who instinctively stood on the defensive against all synthetic tasks and capabilities. At another time it was the industrious worker who had got a scent of odium and refined luxuriousness in the internal economy of the philosopher, and felt himself aggrieved and belittled thereby. On another occasion it was the color blindness of the utilitarian, who sees nothing in philosophy but a series of refuted systems, and an extravagant expenditure which does nobody any good. At another time the fear of disguised mysticism and of the boundary adjustment of knowledge became conspicuous. At another time the disregard of individual philosophers, which had involuntarily extended to disregard of philosophy generally. In fine, I found most frequently, behind the proud disdain of philosophy in young scholars, the evil after effect of some particular philosopher, to whom on the whole obedience had been forsworn, without, however, the spell of his scornful estimates of other philosophers having been got rid of, the result being a general ill will to all philosophy. On the whole, speaking generally, it may just have been the humanness, all too humanness of the modern philosophers themselves, in short, their contemptibleness, which has injured most radically the reverence for philosophy and opened the doors to the instinct of the populace. Let it but be acknowledged to what an extent our modern world diverges from the whole style of the world of Heraclitus, Plato, Empedocles, and whatever else all the royal and magnificent anchorites of the spirit were called, and with what justice an honest man of science may feel himself of a better family and origin, in view of such representatives of philosophy, who, owing to the fashion of the present day, are just as much aloft as they are down below in Germany, for instance, the two lions of Berlin, the anarchist Eugen Düring and the amalgamist Eduard von Hartmann. It is especially the side of those hodgepodge philosophers, who call themselves realists, or positivists, which is calculated to implant a dangerous distrust in the soul of a young and ambitious scholar. Those philosophers, at the best, are themselves but scholars and specialists, that is very evident. All of them are persons who have been vanquished and brought back again under the dominion of science, who at one time or another claimed more from themselves, without having a right to the more and its responsibility, and who now, creditably, rancorously, and vindictively, represent in word and deed, disbelief in the master task and supremacy of philosophy. After all, how could it be otherwise? Science flourishes nowadays and has the good conscience clearly visible on its countenance, while that to which the entire modern philosophy has gradually sunk, the remnant of philosophy of the present day, excites distrust and displeasure, if not scorn and pity. Philosophy reduced to a theory of knowledge, no more in fact than a diffident science of epochs and doctrine of forbearance, a philosophy that never even gets beyond the threshold, and rigorously denies itself the right to enter that. Is philosophy in its last throes, an end, an agony, something that awakens pity? How could such a philosophy rule? 205. The dangers that beset the evolution of the philosopher are, in fact, so manifold nowadays, that one might doubt whether this fruit could still come to maturity. The extent and towering structure of the sciences have increased enormously, and therewith also the probability that the philosopher will grow tired even as a learner, or will attach himself somewhere and specialize so that he will no longer attain to his elevation, that is to say, to his superspection, his circumspection, and his despection. Or he gets aloft too late, when the best of his maturity and strength is past, or when he is impaired, coarsened, and deteriorated, so that his view, his general estimate of things, is no longer of much importance. It is perhaps just the refinement of his intellectual conscience that makes him hesitate and linger on the way. He dreads the temptation to become a dilettante, a milpede, a mil antenna. He knows too well that as a discerner, one who has lost his self-respect no longer commands, no longer leads, unless he should aspire to become a great play actor, a philosophical Cagliostro and spiritual rat-catcher, in short, a misleader. This is in the last instance a question of taste, if it has not really been a question of conscience. To double once more the philosopher's difficulties, there is also the fact that he demands from himself a verdict, a yea or nay, not concerning science, but concerning life and the worth of life. He learns unwillingly to believe that it is his right and even his duty to obtain this verdict, and he has to seek his way to the right and the belief only through the most extensive experiences, often hesitating, doubting, and dumbfounded. In fact, the philosopher has long been mistaken and confused by the multitude, either with the scientific man and ideal scholar, or with the religiously elevated, desensualized, desecularized visionary and God-intoxicated man, and even yet when one hears anybody praised, because he lives wisely, or as a philosopher, it hardly means anything more than prudently and apart. Wisdom, that seems to the populace to be a kind of flight, a means and artifice for withdrawing successfully from a bad game, but the genuine philosopher does it not seem so to us, my friends, lives unphilosophically and unwisely, above all, imprudently, and feels the obligation and burden of 100 attempts and temptations of life. He risks himself constantly, he plays this bad game. 206 In relation to the genius, that is to say, a being who either engenders or produces, both words understood in their fullest sense, the man of learning, the scientific average man, has always something of the old maid about him, for, like her, he is not conversant with the two principal functions of man. To both, of course, to the scholar and to the old maid, one concedes respectability, as if by way of indemnification. In these cases one emphasizes the respectability, and yet, in the compulsion of this concession, one has the same admixture of vexation. Let us examine more closely, what is the scientific man? Firstly, a commonplace type of man, with commonplace virtues, that is to say, a non-ruling, non-authoritative, and non-self-sufficient type of man. He possesses industry, patient adaptableness to rank and file, equability and moderation in capacity and requirement. He has the instinct for people like himself, and for that which they require, for instance, the portion of independence and green meadow without which there is no rest from labor, the claim to honor and consideration, the sunshine of a good name, the perpetual ratification of his value and usefulness, with which the inward distrust which lies at the bottom of the heart of all dependent men and gregarious animals, has again and again to be overcome. The learned man, as is appropriate, has also maladies and faults of an ignoble kind. He is full of petty envy, and has a lynx eye for the weak points in those natures to whose elevations he cannot attain. He is confiding, yet only as one who lets himself go, but does not flow, and precisely before the man of the great current he stands all the colder and more reserved. His eye is then like a smooth and irresponsive lake, which is no longer moved by rapture or sympathy. The worst and most dangerous thing of which a scholar is capable results from the instinct of mediocrity of his type, from the Jesuitism of mediocrity, which labors instinctively for the destruction of the exceptional man, and endeavors to break, or still better, to relax every bent bow. To relax, of course, with consideration, and naturally with an indulgent hand; to relax with confiding sympathy. That is the real art of Jesuitism, which has always understood how to introduce itself as the religion of sympathy. 207 However gratefully one may welcome the objective spirit and who has not been sick to death of all subjectivity and its confounded ipsissimosity, in the end, however, one must learn caution even with regard to one's gratitude, and put a stop to the exaggeration with which the unselfing and depersonalizing of the spirit has recently been celebrated, as if it were the goal in itself, as if it were salvation and glorification, as is especially accustomed to happen in the pessimist school, which has also in its turn good reasons for paying the highest honors to disinterested knowledge, the objective man, who no longer curses and scolds like the pessimist, the ideal man of learning in whom the scientific instinct blossoms forth fully after 1,000 complete and partial failures, is assuredly one of the most costly instruments that exist, but his place is in the hand of one who is more powerful. He is only an instrument, we may say. He is a mirror, he is no purpose in himself. The objective man is in truth a mirror accustomed to prostration before everything that wants to be known, with such desires only as knowing or reflecting implies. He waits until something comes, and then expands himself sensitively, so that even the light footsteps and gliding past of spiritual beings may not be lost on his surface and film whatever personality he still possesses seems to him accidental, arbitrary, or still oftener, disturbing. So much has he come to regard himself as the passage and reflection of outside forms and events. He calls up the recollection of himself with an effort, and not infrequently wrongly. He readily confounds himself with other persons, he makes mistakes with regard to his own needs, and here only is he unrefined and negligent. Perhaps he is troubled about the health, or the pettiness and confined atmosphere of wife and friend, or the lack of companions and society. Indeed, he sets himself to reflect on his suffering, but in vain. His thoughts already rove away to the more general case, and tomorrow he knows as little as he knew yesterday how to help himself. He does not now take himself seriously and devote time to himself. He is serene, not from lack of trouble, but from lack of capacity for grasping and dealing with his trouble. The habitual complaisance with respect to all objects and experiences, the radiant and impartial hospitality with which he receives everything that comes his way, his habit of inconsiderate good nature, of dangerous indifference as to yea and nay, alas! There are enough of cases in which he has to atone for these virtues of his, and as man generally, he becomes far too easily the caput mortuum of such virtues. Should one wish love or hatred from him, I mean love and hatred as God, woman, and animal understand them, he will do what he can, and furnish what he can. But one must not be surprised if it should not be much, if he should show himself just at this point to be false, fragile, questionable, and deteriorated. His love is constrained, his hatred is artificial, and rather un tour de force, a slight ostentation and exaggeration. He is only genuine so far as he can be objective, only in his serene totality is he still nature and natural. His mirroring and eternally self-polishing soul no longer knows how to affirm, no longer how to deny. He does not command, neither does he destroy. Gene meprise presque rien, he says, with Leibniz, let us not overlook nor undervalue the presque. Neither is he a model man, he does not go in advance of anyone, nor after, either. He places himself generally too far off to have any reason for espousing the cause of either good or evil. If he has been so long confounded with the philosopher, with the Caesarean trainer and dictator of civilization, he has had far too much honor, and what is more essential in him has been overlooked. He is an instrument, something of a slave, though certainly the sublimest sort of slave, but nothing in himself presque rien. The objective man is an instrument, a costly, easily injured, easily tarnished measuring instrument and mirroring apparatus, which is to be taken care of and respected, but he is no goal, not outgoing nor upgoing, no complementary man in whom the rest of existence justifies itself, no termination and still less a commencement, an engendering, or primary cause, nothing hardy, powerful, self-centered, that wants to be master, but rather only a soft, inflated, delicate, movable potter's form, that must wait for some kind of content and frame to shape itself thereto, for the most part a man without frame and content, a selfless man. Consequently, also, nothing for women, in parenthesis. 208 When a philosopher nowadays makes known that he is not a skeptic, I hope that has been gathered from the foregoing description of the objective spirit, people all hear it impatiently, they regard him on that account with some apprehension, they would like to ask so many questions, indeed among timid hearers, of whom there are now so many, he is henceforth said to be dangerous. With his repudiation of skepticism, it seems to them as if they heard some evil threatening sound in the distance, as if a new kind of explosive were being tried somewhere, a dynamite of the spirit, perhaps a newly discovered Russian nihilin, a pessimism boni voluntatis, that not only denies, means denial, but dreadful thought, practices denial. Against this kind of goodwill, a will to the veritable, actual negation of life, there is, as is generally acknowledged nowadays, no better soporific and sedative than skepticism, the mild, pleasing, lulling poppy of skepticism, and Hamlet himself is now prescribed by the doctors of the day as an antidote to the spirit, and its underground noises. Are not our ears already full of bad sounds, say the skeptics, as lovers of repose, and almost as a kind of safety police, this subterranean neigh is terrible. Be still, ye pessimistic moles. The skeptic, in effect, that delicate creature, is far too easily frightened, his conscience is schooled so as to start at every nay, and even at that sharp, decided yeah, and feels something like a bite thereby. Yeah and nay, they seem to him opposed to morality, he loves, on the contrary, to make a festival to his virtue by a noble aloofness, while perhaps he says with Montaigne, what do I know? Or with Socrates, I know that I know nothing. Or, here I do not trust myself, no door is open to me. Or, even if the door were open, why should I enter immediately? Or, what is the use of any hasty hypotheses? It might quite well be in good taste to make no hypotheses at all. Are you absolutely obliged to straighten at once what is crooked? To stuff every hole with some kind of oakum? Is there not time enough for that? Has not the time leisure? Oh, ye demons, can ye not at all wait? The uncertain also has its charms, the Sphinx, too, is a Circe, and Circe, too, was a philosopher. Thus does a skeptic console himself, and in truth he needs some consolation. For skepticism is the most spiritual expression of a certain many-sided physiological temperament, which in ordinary language is called nervous debility and sickliness. It arises whenever races or classes which have been long separated, decisively and suddenly blend with one another. In the new generation, which has inherited as it were different standards and valuations in its blood, everything is disquiet, derangement, doubt, and tentativeness, the best powers operate restrictively, the very virtues prevent each other growing and becoming strong, equilibrium, ballast, and perpendicular stability are lacking in body and soul. That, however, which is most diseased and degenerated in such nondescripts is the will, they are no longer familiar with independence of decision, or the courageous feeling of pleasure in willing. They are doubtful of the freedom of the will. Even in their dreams are present-day Europe, the scene of a senseless, precipitate attempt at a radical blending of classes, and consequently of races, is therefore skeptical in all its heights and depths, sometimes exhibiting the mobile skepticism which springs impatiently and wantonly from branch to branch, sometimes with gloomy aspect, like a cloud overcharged with interrogative signs, and often sick unto death of its will. Paralysis of will, where do we not find this cripple sitting nowadays? And yet how bedecked, oftentimes how seductively ornamented. There are the finest gala dresses and disguises for this disease, and that, for instance, most of what places itself nowadays in the showcases as objectiveness, the scientific spirit, l'art pour l'art, and pure voluntary knowledge, is only decked out skepticism and paralysis of will. I am ready to answer for this diagnosis of the European disease. The disease of the will is diffused unequally over Europe, it is worst and most varied where civilization has longest prevailed, it decreases. According as the barbarian still or again asserts his claims under the loose drapery of Western culture, it is therefore in the France of today, as can be readily disclosed and comprehended, that the will is most infirm, and France, which has always had a masterly aptitude for converting even the portentous crises of its spirit into something charming and seductive, now manifests emphatically its intellectual ascendancy over Europe. By being the school and exhibition of all the charms of skepticism, the power to will and to persist, moreover, in a resolution, is already somewhat stronger in Germany, and again in the north of Germany it is stronger than in central Germany. It is considerably stronger in England, Spain, and Corsica, associated with phlegm in the former and with hard skulls in the latter, not to mention Italy, which is too young yet to know what it wants, and must first show whether it can exercise will, but it is strongest and most surprising of all in that immense Middle Empire where Europe as it were flows back to Asia, namely, in Russia. There the power to will has been long stored up and accumulated. There the will, uncertain whether to be negative or affirmative, waits threateningly to be discharged. Perhaps not only Indian wars and complications in Asia would be necessary to free Europe from its greatest danger, but also internal subversion, the shattering of the empire into small states, and above all the introduction of parliamentary imbecility, together with the obligation of everyone to read his newspaper at breakfast. I do not say this as one who desires it. In my heart I should rather prefer the contrary. I mean such an increase in the threatening attitude of Russia, that Europe would have to make up its mind to become equally threatening, namely, to acquire one will, by means of a new caste, to rule over the continent, a persistent, dreadful will of its own, that can set its aims thousands of years ahead, so that the long spun out comedy of its petty statism, and its dynastic as well as its democratic many-willedness, might finally be brought to a close. The time for petty politics is past. The next century will bring the struggle for the dominion of the world, the compulsion to great politics. 209. As to how far the new warlike age on which we Europeans have evidently entered may perhaps favor the growth of another and stronger kind of skepticism, I should like to express myself preliminarily merely by a parable, which the lovers of German history will already understand. That unscrupulous enthusiast for big, handsome grenadiers, the problematic, crazy father of Frederick the Great, had on one point the very knack and lucky grasp of the genius. He knew what was then lacking in Germany, the want of which was 100 times more alarming and serious than any lack of culture and social form. His ill will to the young Frederick resulted from the anxiety of a profound instinct. Men were lacking, and he suspected, to his bitterest regret, that his own son was not man enough. There, however, he deceived himself, but who would not have deceived himself in his place? He saw his son lapse to atheism, to the esprit, to the pleasant frivolity of clever Frenchmen. He saw in the background the great bloodsucker, the spider skepticism. He suspected the incurable wretchedness of a heart no longer hard enough either for evil or good, and of a broken will that no longer commands, is no longer able to command. Meanwhile, however, there grew up in his son that new kind of harder and more dangerous skepticism. Who knows to what extent it was encouraged just by his father's hatred and the icy melancholy of a will condemned to solitude, the skepticism of daring manliness, which is closely related to the genius for war and conquest, and made its first entrance into Germany in the person of the great Frederick. This skepticism despises and nevertheless grasps, it undermines and takes possession. It does not believe, but it does not thereby lose itself. It gives the spirit a dangerous liberty, but it keeps strict guard over the heart. It is the German form of skepticism, which, as a continued Frederikianism, risen to the highest spirituality, has kept Europe for a considerable time under the dominion of the German spirit and its critical and historical distrust, owing to the insuperably strong and tough masculine character of the great German philologists and historical critics. A new conception of the German spirit gradually established itself in spite of all romanticism in music and philosophy, in which the leaning towards masculine skepticism was decidedly prominent, whether, for instance, as fearlessness of gaze, as courage and sternness of the dissecting hand, or as resolute will to dangerous voyages of discovery, to spiritualized North Pole expeditions under barren and dangerous skies. There may be good grounds for it when warm-blooded and superficial humanitarians cross themselves before the spirit, cet esprit fataliste, ironique, Mephistophelique, as Michelet calls it, not without a shudder. But if one would realize how characteristic is the sphere of the man in the German spirit which awakened Europe out of its dogmatic slumber, let us call to mind the former conception which had to be overcome by this new one, and that it is not so very long ago that a masculinized woman could dare, with unbridled presumption, to recommend the Germans to the interest of Europe as gentle, good-hearted, weak-willed, and poetical fools. Finally, let us only understand profoundly enough Napoleon's astonishment when he saw Goethe. It reveals what had been regarded for centuries as the German spirit. Voilà un homme. That was as much as to say, but this is a man. And I only expected to see a German. 210. Supposing, then, that in the picture of the philosophers of the future, some trait suggests the question whether they must not perhaps be skeptics in the last mentioned sense, something in them would only be designated thereby and not they themselves. With equal right they might call themselves critics, and assuredly they will be men of experiments. By the name with which I ventured to baptize them, I have already expressly emphasized their attempting, and their love of attempting is this because, as critics in body and soul, they will love to make use of experiments in a new, and perhaps wider and more dangerous sense. In their passion for knowledge, will they have to go further in daring and painful attempts than the sensitive and pampered taste of a democratic century can approve of? There is no doubt these coming ones will be least able to dispense with the serious and not unscrupulous qualities which distinguish the critic from the skeptic. I mean the certainty as to standards of worth, the conscious employment of a unity of method, the wary courage, the standing alone, and the capacity for self-responsibility. Indeed, they will avow among themselves a delight in denial and dissection, and a certain considerate cruelty, which knows how to handle the knife surely and deftly. Even when the heart bleeds they will be sterner than humane people may desire. They will not deal with the truth in order that it may please them, or elevate and inspire them. They will rather have little faith in truth, bringing with it such revels for the feelings. They will smile, those rigorous spirits, when any one says in their presence that thought elevates me, why should it not be true, or that work enchants me, why should it not be beautiful, or that artist enlarges me, why should he not be great? Perhaps they will not only have a smile, but a genuine disgust for all that is thus rapturous, idealistic, feminine, and hermaphroditic, and if any one could look into their inmost hearts, he would not easily find therein the intention to reconcile Christian sentiments with antique taste, or even with modern parliamentarism. Critical discipline, and every habit that conduces to purity and rigor in intellectual matters, will not only be demanded from themselves by these philosophers of the future, they may even make a display thereof as their special adornment. Nevertheless they will not want to be called critics on that account. It will seem to them no small indignity to philosophy to have it decreed, as is so welcome nowadays, that philosophy itself is criticism and critical science and nothing else whatever. Though this estimate of philosophy may enjoy the approval of all the positivists of France and Germany, our new philosophers will say, notwithstanding, that critics are instruments of the philosopher, and just on that account, as instruments, they are far from being philosophers themselves. Even the great Chinaman of Königsberg was only a great critic. 211. I insist upon it that people finally cease confounding philosophical workers, and in general scientific men, with philosophers. That precisely here one should strictly give each his own, and not give those far too much, these far too little. It may be necessary for the education of the real philosopher that he himself should have once stood upon all those steps upon which his servants, the scientific workers of philosophy, remain standing, and must remain standing. He himself must perhaps have been critic, and dogmatist, and historian, and besides, poet, and collector, and traveler, and riddle reader, and moralist, and seer, and free spirit, and almost everything, in order to traverse the whole range of human values and estimations, and that he may be able with a variety of eyes and consciences to look from a height to any distance, from a depth up to any height, from a nook into any expanse. But all these are only preliminary conditions for his task. This task itself demands something else. It requires him to create values. The philosophical workers, after the excellent pattern of Kant and Hegel, have to fix and formalize some great existing body of valuations, that is to say, former determinations of value, creations of value, which have become prevalent, and are for a time called truths, whether in the domain of the logical, the political, or the artistic. It is for these investigators to make whatever has happened and been esteemed hitherto conspicuous, conceivable, intelligible, and manageable, to shorten everything long, even time itself, and to subjugate the entire past, an immense and wonderful task, in the carrying out of which all refined pride, all tenacious will, can surely find satisfaction. The real philosophers, however, are commanders and lawgivers. They say, "Thus shall it be." They determine first the whither and the why of mankind, and thereby set aside the previous labor of all philosophical workers, and all subjugators of the past. They grasp at the future with a creative hand, and whatever is and was, becomes for them thereby a means, an instrument, and a hammer. Their knowing is creating, their creating is a law-giving, their will to truth is will to power. Are there at present such philosophers? Have there ever been such philosophers? Must there not be such philosophers some day? 212. It is always more obvious to me that the philosopher, as a man indispensable for the morrow and the day after the morrow, has ever found himself, and has been obliged to find himself, in contradiction to the day in which he lives. His enemy has always been the ideal of his day. Hitherto all those extraordinary furtherers of humanity whom one calls philosophers, who rarely regarded themselves as lovers of wisdom, but rather as disagreeable fools and dangerous interrogators, have found their mission, their hard, involuntary, imperative mission, in being the bad conscience of their age. In putting the vivisector's knife to the breast of the very virtues of their age, they have betrayed their own secret. It has been for the sake of a new greatness of man, a new untrodden path to his aggrandizement. They have always disclosed how much hypocrisy, indolence, self-indulgence, and self-neglect, how much falsehood was concealed under the most venerated types of contemporary morality, how much virtue was outlived. They have always said, "We must remove hence to where you are least at home in the face of a world of modern ideas, which would like to confine every one in a corner, in a specialty." A philosopher, if there could be philosophers nowadays, would be compelled to place the greatness of man, the conception of greatness, precisely in his comprehensiveness and multifariousness, in his all-roundness. He would even determine worth and rank according to the amount and variety of that which a man could bear and take upon himself, according to the extent to which a man could stretch his responsibility. Nowadays the taste and virtue of the age weaken and attenuate the will. Nothing is so adapted to the spirit of the age as weakness of will. Consequently, in the ideal of the philosopher, strength of will, sternness, and capacity for prolonged resolution, must specially be included in the conception of greatness, with as good a right as the opposite doctrine, with its ideal of a silly, renouncing, humble, selfless humanity, was suited to an opposite age such as the 16th century, which suffered from its accumulated energy of will, and from the wildest torrents and floods of selfishness in the time of Socrates, among men only of worn-out instincts, old conservative Athenians who let themselves go for the sake of happiness, as they said, for the sake of pleasure, as their conduct indicated, and who had continually on their lips the old pompous words to which they had long forfeited the right by the life they led. Irony was perhaps necessary for greatness of soul. The wicked Socratic assurance of the old physician and plebeian, who cut ruthlessly into his own flesh, as into the flesh and heart of the noble, with a look that said plainly enough, "Do not dissemble before me. Here we are equal." At present, on the contrary, when throughout Europe the herding animal alone attains to honors, and dispenses honors, when equality of right can too readily be transformed into equality in wrong, I mean to say into general war against everything rare, strange, and privileged, against the higher man, the higher soul, the higher duty, the higher responsibility, the creative plenipotence and lordliness. At present it belongs to the conception of greatness to be noble, to wish to be apart, to be capable of being different, to stand alone, to have to live by personal initiative, and the philosopher will betray something of his own ideal when he asserts he shall be the greatest who can be the most solitary, the most concealed, the most divergent, the man beyond good and evil, the master of his virtues, and of superabundance of will, precisely this shall be called greatness, as diversified as can be entire, as ample as can be full. And to ask once more the question, is greatness possible nowadays? 213 It is difficult to learn what a philosopher is, because it cannot be taught, one must know it by experience or one should have the pride not to know it. The fact that at present people all talk of things of which they cannot have any experience, is true more especially and unfortunately as concerns the philosopher and philosophical matters. The very few know them, are permitted to know them, and all popular ideas about them are false. Thus, for instance, the truly philosophical combination of a bold, exuberant spirituality which runs at presto pace, and a dialectic rigor and necessity which makes no false step, is unknown to most thinkers and scholars from their own experience, and therefore, should anyone speak of it in their presence, it is incredible to them. They conceive of every necessity as troublesome, as a painful compulsory obedience and state of constraint. Thinking itself is regarded by them as something slow and hesitating, almost as a trouble, and often enough as worthy of the sweat of the noble, but not at all as something easy and divine, closely related to dancing and exuberance. To think and to take a matter seriously, arduously, that is one and the same thing to them, such only has been their experience. Artists have here perhaps a finer intuition, they who know only too well that precisely when they no longer do anything arbitrarily, and everything of necessity, their feeling of freedom, of subtlety, of power, of creatively fixing, disposing, and shaping, reaches its climax. In short, that necessity and freedom of will are then the same thing with them. There is, in fine, a gradation of rank in psychical states, to which the gradation of rank in the problems corresponds, and the highest problems repel ruthlessly every one who ventures too near them, without being predestined for their solution by the loftiness and power of his spirituality. Of what use is it for nimble, everyday intellects, or clumsy, honest mechanics and empiricists to press, in their plebeian ambition, close to such problems, and as it were into this holy of holies, as so often happens nowadays? But coarse feet must never tread upon such carpets. This is provided for in the primary law of things. The doors remain closed to those intruders, though they may dash and break their heads thereon. People have always to be born to a high station, or, more definitely, they have to be bred for it. A person has only a right to philosophy, taking the word in its higher significance, in virtue of his descent. The ancestors, the blood, decide here also. Many generations must have prepared the way for the coming of the philosopher. Each of his virtues must have been separately acquired, nurtured, transmitted, and embodied, not only the bold, easy, delicate course and current of his thoughts, but above all the readiness for great responsibilities, the majesty of ruling glance and contemplating look, the feeling of separation from the multitude with their duties and virtues, the kindly patronage and defense of whatever is misunderstood and calumniated, be it God or devil, the delight and practice of supreme justice, the art of commanding, the amplitude of will, the lingering eye which rarely admires, rarely looks up, rarely loves. Chapter 7. Our virtues. 214 Our virtues. It is probable that we, too, have still our virtues, although naturally they are not those sincere and massive virtues on account of which we hold our grandfathers in esteem and also at a little distance from us. We Europeans of the day after tomorrow, we firstlings of the 20th century, with all our dangerous curiosity, our multifariousness and art of disguising, our mellow and seemingly sweetened cruelty in sense and spirit, we shall presumably, if we must have virtues, have those only which have come to agreement with our most secret and heartfelt inclinations, with our most ardent requirements. Well, then, let us look for them in our labyrinths, where, as we know, so many things lose themselves. So many things get quite lost. And is there anything finer than to search for one's own virtues? Is it not almost to believe in one's own virtues? But this believing in one's own virtues, is it not practically the same as what was formerly called one's good conscience, that long, respectable pigtail of an idea, which our grandfathers used to hang behind their heads, and often enough also behind their understandings. It seems, therefore, that however little we may imagine ourselves to be old-fashioned and grandfatherly respectable in other respects, in one thing we are nevertheless the worthy grandchildren of our grandfathers, we last Europeans with good consciences, we also still wear their pigtail. If you only knew how soon, so very soon it will be different. 215 As in the stellar firmament there are sometimes two suns which determine the path of one planet, and in certain cases suns of different colors shine around a single planet, now with red light, now with green, and then simultaneously illumine and flood it with motley colors, so we modern men, owing to the complicated mechanism of our firmament, are determined by different moralities, our actions shine alternately in different colors, and are seldom unequivocal, and there are often cases also, in which our actions are motley colored. 216 To love one's enemies. I think that has been well learned. It takes place thousands of times at present on a large and small scale. Indeed, at times the higher and sublimer thing takes place. We learn to despise when we love, and precisely when we love best, all of it, however, unconsciously, without noise, without ostentation, with the shame and secrecy of goodness, which forbids the utterance of the pompous word and the formula of virtue. Morality as attitude is opposed to our taste nowadays. This is also an advance, as it was an advance in our fathers that religion as an attitude finally became opposed to their taste, including the enmity and Voltairean bitterness against religion. It is the music in our conscience, the dance in our spirit, to which Puritan litanies, moral sermons, and goody-goodness won't chime. 217 Let us be careful in dealing with those who attach great importance to being credited with moral tact and subtlety in moral discernment. They never forgive us if they have once made a mistake before us. They inevitably become our instinctive calumniators and detractors, even when they still remain our friends. Blessed are the forgetful, for they get the better even of their blunders. 218 The psychologists of France, and where else are there still psychologists nowadays, have never yet exhausted their bitter and manifold enjoyment of the bêtise bourgeoise, just as though, in short, they betray something thereby. Flaubert, for instance, the honest citizen of Rouen, neither saw, heard, nor tasted anything else in the end. It was his mode of self-torment and refined cruelty. As this is growing wearisome, I would now recommend for a change something else for a pleasure, namely, the unconscious astuteness with which good, fat, honest mediocrity always behaves towards loftier spirits and the tasks they have to perform, the subtle, barbed, Jesuitical astuteness, which is 1,000 times subtler than the taste and understanding of the middle class in its best moments, subtler even than the understanding of its victims, a repeated proof that instinct is the most intelligent of all kinds of intelligence which have hitherto been discovered. In short, you psychologists, study the philosophy of the rule in its struggle with the exception. There you have a spectacle fit for gods and godlike Molly Goodnighty. Or, in plainer words, practice vivisection on good people, on the homo boni voluntatis, on yourselves. 219 The practice of judging and condemning morally, is the favorite revenge of the intellectually shallow on those who are less so. It is also a kind of indemnity for their being badly endowed by nature, and finally, it is an opportunity for acquiring spirit and becoming subtle malice spiritualizes. They are glad in their inmost heart that there is a standard according to which those who are over-endowed with intellectual goods and privileges, are equal to them. They contend for the equality of all before God, and almost need the belief in God for this purpose. It is among them that the most powerful antagonists of atheism are found. If anyone were to say to them a lofty spirituality is beyond all comparison with the honesty and respectability of a merely moral man, it would make them furious. I shall take care not to say so. I would rather flatter them with my theory that lofty spirituality itself exists only as the ultimate product of moral qualities, that it is a synthesis of all qualities attributed to the merely moral man, after they have been acquired singly through long training and practice, perhaps during a whole series of generations. That lofty spirituality is precisely the spiritualizing of justice, and the beneficent severity which knows that it is authorized to maintain gradations of rank in the world, even among things and not only among men. 220 Now that the praise of the disinterested person is so popular, one must probably not without some danger get an idea of what people actually take an interest in, and what are the things generally which fundamentally and profoundly concern ordinary men, including the cultured, even the learned, and perhaps philosophers also, if appearances do not deceive. The fact thereby becomes obvious that the greater part of what interests and charms higher natures, and more refined and fastidious tastes, seems absolutely uninteresting to the average man if, notwithstanding, he perceive devotion to these interests, he calls it desinterest, and wonders how it is possible to act disinterestedly. There have been philosophers who could give this popular astonishment a seductive and mystical, otherworldly expression, instead of stating the naked and candidly reasonable truth that disinterested action is very interesting and interested action, provided that. And love. What? Even an action for love's sake shall be unegoistic? But you fools! And the praise of the self-sacrificer. But whoever has really offered sacrifice knows that he wanted and obtained something for it, perhaps something from himself for something from himself, that he relinquished here in order to have more there, perhaps in general to be more, or even feel himself more. But this is a realm of questions and answers in which a more fastidious spirit does not like to stay, for here truth has to stifle her yawn so much when she is obliged to answer. And after all, truth is a woman, one must not use force with her. 221 It sometimes happens, said a moralistic pedant and trifle retailer, that I honor and respect an unselfish man, not, however, because he is unselfish, but because I think he has a right to be useful to another man at his own expense. In short, the question is always who he is, and who the other is. For instance, in a person created and destined for command, self-denial and modest retirement, instead of being virtues, would be the waste of virtues, so it seems to me. Every system of unegoistic morality which takes itself unconditionally and appeals to everyone, not only sins against good taste, but is also an incentive to sins of omission, an additional seduction under the mask of philanthropy, and precisely a seduction and injury to the higher, rarer, and more privileged types of men. Moral systems must be compelled first of all to bow before the gradations of rank, their presumption must be driven home to their conscience until they thoroughly understand at last that it is immoral to say that what is right for one is proper for another. So said my moralistic pedant and bonhomme. Did he perhaps deserve to be laughed at when he thus exhorted systems of morals to practice morality? But one should not be too much in the right if one wishes to have the laughers on one's own side. A grain of wrong pertains even to good taste. 222 Wherever sympathy is preached nowadays, and, if I gather rightly, no other religion is any longer preached, let the psychologist have his ears open through all the vanity, through all the noise which is natural to these preachers. He will hear a hoarse, groaning, genuine note of self-contempt. It belongs to the overshadowing and uglifying of Europe, which has been on the increase for a century if it is not really the cause thereof. The man of modern ideas, the conceited ape, is excessively dissatisfied with himself, this is perfectly certain. He suffers, and his vanity wants him only to suffer with his fellows. 223 The hybrid European, a tolerably ugly plebeian, taken all in all, absolutely requires a costume. He needs history as a storeroom of costumes. To be sure, he notices that none of the costumes fit him properly, he changes and changes. Let us look at the 19th century with respect to these hasty preferences and changes in its masquerades of style, and also with respect to its moments of desperation on account of nothing suiting us. It is in vain to get ourselves up as romantic, or classical, or Christian, or Florentine, or Barocco, or national, in moribus et artivius, it does not clothe us. But the spirit, especially the historical spirit, profits even by this desperation. Once and again a new sample of the past or of the foreign is tested, put on, taken off, packed up, and above all studied. We are the first studious age in puncto of costumes, I mean as concerns morals, articles of belief, artistic tastes, and religions, we are prepared as no other age has ever been for a carnival in the grand style, for the most spiritual festival laughter and arrogance, for the transcendental height of supreme folly and Aristophanic ridicule of the world. Perhaps we are still discovering the domain of our invention just here, the domain where even we can still be original, probably as parodists of the world's history and as God's Merry Andrews perhaps, though nothing else of the present have a future, our laughter itself may have a future. 224 The historical sense. This historical sense, which we Europeans claim as our specialty, has come to us in the train of the enchanting and mad semi-barbarity into which Europe has been plunged by the democratic mingling of classes and races. It is only the 19th century that has recognized this faculty as its sixth sense. Owing to this mingling, the past of every form and mode of life, and of cultures which were formerly closely contiguous and superimposed on one another, flows forth into us modern souls. Our instincts now run back in all directions. We ourselves are a kind of chaos. In the end, as we have said, the spirit perceives its advantage therein. By means of our semi-barbarity in body and in desire, we have secret access everywhere, such as a noble age never had. We have access above all to the labyrinth of imperfect civilizations, and to every form of semi-barbarity that has at any time existed on earth, and in so far as the most considerable part of human civilization hitherto has just been semi-barbarity, the historical sense implies almost the sense and instinct for everything, the taste and tongue for everything, whereby it immediately proves itself to be an ignoble sense. For instance, we enjoy Homer once more. It is perhaps our happiest acquisition that we know how to appreciate Homer, whom men of distinguished culture cannot and could not so easily appropriate, whom they scarcely permitted themselves to enjoy. The very decided yea and nay of their palate, their promptly ready disgust, their hesitating reluctance with regard to everything strange, their horror of the bad taste even of lively curiosity, and in general the averseness of every distinguished and self-sufficing culture to avow a new desire, a dissatisfaction with its own condition, or an admiration of what is strange, all this determines and disposes them unfavorably even towards the best things of the world which are not their property, or could not become their prey, and no faculty is more unintelligible to such men than just this historical sense, with its truckling, plebeian curiosity. The case is not different with Shakespeare, that marvelous Spanish Moorish Saxon synthesis of taste, over whom an ancient Athenian of the circle of Aeschylus would have half killed himself with laughter or irritation. But we accept precisely this wild motleynesss, this medley of the most delicate, the most coarse, and the most artificial, with a secret confidence and cordiality. We enjoy it as a refinement of art reserved expressly for us, and allow ourselves to be as little disturbed by the repulsive fumes and the proximity of the English populace in which Shakespeare's art and taste lives, as perhaps on the Chioggia of Naples, where, with all our senses awake, we go our way, enchanted and voluntarily, in spite of the drain odor of the lower quarters of the town. That as men of the historical sense we have our virtues, is not to be disputed. We are unpretentious, unselfish, modest, brave, habituated to self-control and self-renunciation, very grateful, very patient, very complacent, but with all this we are perhaps not very tasteful. Let us finally confess it, that what is most difficult for us men of the historical sense to grasp, feel, taste, and love, what finds us fundamentally prejudiced and almost hostile, is precisely the perfection and ultimate maturity in every culture and art, the essentially noble in works and men, their moment of smooth sea and halcyon self-sufficiency, the goldenness and coldness which all things show that have perfected themselves. Perhaps our great virtue of the historical sense is in necessary contrast to good taste, at least to the very bad taste, and we can only evoke in ourselves imperfectly, hesitatingly, and with compulsion the small, short, and happy God's ends and glorifications of human life as they shine here and there, those moments and marvelous experiences when a great power has voluntarily come to a halt before the boundless and infinite, when a superabundance of refined delight has been enjoyed by a sudden checking and petrifying, by standing firmly and planting oneself fixedly on still trembling ground. Proportionateness is strange to us, let us confess it to ourselves, our itching is really the itching for the infinite, the immeasurable. Like the rider on his forward panting horse, we let the reins fall before the infinite, we modern men, we semi-barbarians, and are only in our highest bliss when we are in most danger. 225 Whether it be hedonism, pessimism, utilitarianism, or eudaimonism, all those modes of thinking which measure the worth of things according to pleasure and pain, that is, according to accompanying circumstances and secondary considerations, are plausible modes of thought and naivete, which every one conscious of creative powers and an artist's conscience will look down upon with scorn, though not without sympathy. Sympathy for you, to be sure, that is not sympathy as you understand it, it is not sympathy for social distress, for society with its sick and misfortuned, for the hereditarily vicious and defective who lie on the ground around us, still less is it sympathy for the grumbling, vexed, revolutionary slave classes who strive after power they call it freedom. Our sympathy is a loftier and further-sighted sympathy. We see how man dwarfs himself, how you dwarf him. And there are moments when we view your sympathy with an indescribable anguish, when we resist it, when we regard your seriousness as more dangerous than any kind of levity. You want, if possible, and there is not a more foolish if possible, to do away with suffering, and it really seems that we would rather have it increased and made worse than it has ever been. Well-being, as you understand it, is certainly not a goal, it seems to us an end, a condition which at once renders man ludicrous and contemptible and makes his destruction desirable. The discipline of suffering, of great suffering, know ye not that it is only this discipline that has produced all the elevations of humanity hitherto? The tension of soul in misfortune which communicates to it its energy, its shuddering in view of rack and ruin, its inventiveness and bravery in undergoing, enduring, interpreting, and exploiting misfortune, and whatever depth, mystery, disguise, spirit, artifice, or greatness has been bestowed upon the soul, has it not been bestowed through suffering, through the discipline of great suffering? In man creature and creator are united, in man there is not only matter, shred, excess, clay, mire, folly, chaos, but there is also the creator, the sculptor, the hardness of the hammer, the divinity of the spectator, and the seventh day. Do ye understand this contrast? And that your sympathy for the creature in man applies to that which has to be fashioned, bruised, forged, stretched, roasted, annuled, refined, to that which must necessarily suffer, and is meant to suffer? And our sympathy, do ye not understand what our reverse sympathy applies to, when it resists your sympathy as the worst of all pampering and enervation? So it is sympathy against sympathy, but to repeat it once more, there are higher problems than the problems of pleasure and pain and sympathy, and all systems of philosophy which deal only with these are naivete. 226 We immoralists, this world with which we are concerned, in which we have to fear and love, this almost invisible, inaudible world of delicate command and delicate obedience, a world of almost in every respect, captious, insidious, sharp, and tender, yes, it is well protected from clumsy spectators and familiar curiosity. We are woven into a strong net and garment of duties, and cannot disengage ourselves precisely here. We are men of duty, even we. Occasionally, it is true, we dance in our chains and betwixt our swords. It is none the less true that more often we gnash our teeth under the circumstances, and are impatient at the secret hardship of our lot. But do what we will, fools and appearances say of us, these are men without duty, we have always fools and appearances against us. 227 Honesty, granting that it is the virtue of which we cannot rid ourselves, we free spirits well, we will labor at it with all our perversity and love, and not tire of perfecting ourselves in our virtue, which alone remains. May its glance some day overspread like a gilded, blue, mocking twilight this aging civilization with its dull gloomy seriousness. And if, nevertheless, our honesty should one day grow weary, and sigh, and stretch its limbs, and find us too hard, and would fain have it pleasanter, easier, and gentler, like an agreeable vice, let us remain hard, we latest Stoics, and let us send to its help whatever devilry we have in us are discussed at the clumsy and undefined, our nidamur invetidum, our love of adventure, our sharpened and fastidious curiosity, our most subtle, disguised, intellectual will to power and universal conquest, which rambles and roves avidiously around all the realms of the future. Let us go with all our devils to the help of our God. It is probable that people will misunderstand and mistake us on that account. What does it matter? They will say, their honesty, that is their devilry, and nothing else. What does it matter? And even if they were right, have not all gods hitherto been such sanctified, rebaptized devils? And after all, what do we know of ourselves? And what the spirit that leads us wants to be called? And how many spirits we harbor? Our honesty, we free spirits, let us be careful lest it become our vanity, our ornament and ostentation, our limitation, our stupidity. Every virtue inclines to stupidity, every stupidity to virtue, stupid to the point of sanctity. They say in Russia, let us be careful lest out of pure honesty we eventually become saints and bores. Is not life 100 times too short for us to bore ourselves? One would have to believe in eternal life in order to. 228 I hope to be forgiven for discovering that all moral philosophy hitherto has been tedious and has belonged to the soporific appliances, and that virtue, in my opinion, has been more injured by the tediousness of its advocates than by anything else. At the same time, however, I would not wish to overlook their general usefulness. It is desirable that as few people as possible should reflect upon morals, and consequently it is very desirable that morals should not some day become interesting. But let us not be afraid. Things still remain today as they have always been. I see no one in Europe who has an idea of the fact that philosophizing concerning morals might be conducted in a dangerous, captious, and ensnaring manner, that calamity might be involved therein. Observe, for example, the indefatigable, inevitable English utilitarians, how ponderously and respectably they stalk along in the footsteps of Bentham, just as he had already stalked in the footsteps of the respectable Helvetius. No new thought, nothing of the nature of a finer turning or better expression of an old thought, not even a proper history of what has been previously thought on the subject, an impossible literature, taking it all in all, unless one knows how to leaven it with some mischief. In effect, the old English vice called cant, which is moral Tartuffism, has insinuated itself also into these moralists, concealed this time under the new form of the scientific spirit. Moreover, there is not absent from them a secret struggle with the pangs of conscience, from which a race of former Puritans must naturally suffer, in all their scientific tinkering with morals. In the end, they all want English morality to be recognized as authoritative, inasmuch as mankind, or the general utility, or the happiness of the greatest number, no, the happiness of England, will be best served thereby. They would like, by all means, to convince themselves that the striving after English happiness, I mean after comfort and fashion, is at the same time the true path of virtue. In fact, that in so far as there has been virtue in the world hitherto, it has just consisted in such striving. Not one of those ponderous, conscience-stricken herding animals wants to have any knowledge or inkling of the facts that the general welfare is no ideal, no goal, no notion that can be at all grasped, but is only a nostrum that what is fair to one may not at all be fair to another, that the requirement of one morality for all is really a detriment to higher men, in short, that there is a distinction of rank between man, and consequently between morality and morality. They are an unassuming and fundamentally mediocre species of men, these utilitarian Englishmen, and, as already remarked, in so far as they are tedious, one cannot think highly enough of their utility. One ought even to encourage them, as has been partially attempted in the following rhymes. Hail, ye worthies, barrow wheeling. Longer better, I revealing. Stiffer I in head and knee. Unenraptured, never jesting. Mediocre everlasting. Sans genie et sans esprit. 229 In these later ages, which may be proud of their humanity, there still remains so much fear, so much superstition of the fear, of the cruel wild beast, the mastering of which constitutes the very pride of these humane ages, that even obvious truths, as if by the agreement of centuries, have long remained unuttered, because they have the appearance of helping the finally slain wild beast back to life again. I perhaps risk something when I allow such a truth to escape, let others capture it again and give it so much milk of pious sentiment. Footnote, an expression from Schiller's William Tell, Act 4, Scene 3, to drink, that it will lie down quiet and forgotten, in its old corner. One ought to learn anew about cruelty, and open one's eyes. One ought at last to learn impatience, in order that such immodest gross errors as, for instance, have been fostered by ancient and modern philosophers with regard to tragedy may no longer wander about virtuously and boldly. Almost everything that we call higher culture is based upon the spiritualizing and intensifying of cruelty. This is my thesis. The wild beast has not been slain at all, it lives, it flourishes, it has only been transfigured. That which constitutes the painful delight of tragedy is cruelty, that which operates agreeably in so-called tragic sympathy, and at the basis even of everything sublime, up to the highest and most delicate thrills of metaphysics, obtains its sweetness solely from the intermingled ingredient of cruelty. What the Roman enjoys in the arena, the Christian in the ecstasies of the cross, the Spaniard at the sight of the faggot and stake, or of the bullfight, the present-day Japanese who presses his way to the tragedy, the workman of the Parisian suburbs who has a homesickness for bloody revolutions, the Wagnerian who, with unhinged will, undergoes the performance of Tristan and Isolde, what all these enjoy, and strive with mysterious ardor to drink in, is the filter of the great Circe. Cruelty. Here, to be sure, we must put aside entirely the blundering psychology of former times, which could only teach with regard to cruelty that it originated at the sight of the suffering of others. There is an abundant, superabundant enjoyment even in one's own suffering, in causing one's own suffering, and wherever man has allowed himself to be persuaded to self-denial in the religious sense, or to self-mutilation, as among the Phoenicians and ascetics, or in general, to desensualization, decarnalization, and contrition, to puritanical repentance spasms, to vivisection of conscience, and to Pascal-like sacrificia del intelletto, he is secretly allured and impelled forwards by his cruelty, by the dangerous thrill of cruelty towards himself. Finally, let us consider that even the seeker of knowledge operates as an artist and glorifier of cruelty, in that he compels his spirit to perceive against its own inclination, and often enough against the wishes of his heart he forces it to say nay, where he would like to affirm, love, and adore. Indeed, every instance of taking a thing profoundly and fundamentally, is a violation, an intentional injuring of the fundamental will of the spirit, which instinctively aims at appearance and superficiality. Even in every desire for knowledge there is a drop of cruelty. 230. Perhaps what I have said here about a fundamental will of the spirit may not be understood without further details. I may be allowed a word of explanation that imperious something which is popularly called the spirit, wishes to be master internally and externally, and to feel itself master. It has the will of a multiplicity for a simplicity, a binding, taming, imperious, and essentially ruling will. Its requirements and capacities here, are the same as those assigned by physiologists to everything that lives, grows, and multiplies. The power of the spirit to appropriate foreign elements reveals itself in a strong tendency to assimilate the new to the old, to simplify the manifold, to overlook or repudiate the absolutely contradictory, just as it arbitrarily re-underlines, makes prominent, and falsifies for itself certain traits and lines in the foreign elements, in every portion of the outside world. Its object thereby is the incorporation of new experiences, the assortment of new things in the old arrangements. In short, growth, or more properly, the feeling of growth, the feeling of increased power is its object. This same will has at its service an apparently opposed impulse of the spirit, a suddenly adopted preference of ignorance, of arbitrary shutting out, a closing of windows, an inner denial of this or that, a prohibition to approach, a sort of defensive attitude against much that is knowable, a contentment with obscurity, with the shutting in horizon, an acceptance and approval of ignorance, as that which is all necessary according to the degree of its appropriating power, its digestive power. To speak figuratively, here also belong an occasional propensity of the spirit to let itself be deceived, a delight in uncertainty and ambiguity, an exulting enjoyment of arbitrary, out-of-the-way narrowness and mystery, of the too near, of the foreground, of the magnified, the diminished, the misshapen, the beautified, an enjoyment of the arbitrariness of all these manifestations of power. Finally, in this connection, there is the not unscrupulous readiness of the spirit to deceive other spirits and dissemble before them the constant pressing and straining of a creating, shaping, changeable power. The spirit enjoys therein its craftiness and its variety of disguises, it enjoys also its feeling of security therein. It is precisely by its protean arts that it is best protected and concealed, counter to this propensity for appearance, for simplification, for a disguise, for a cloak. In short, for an outside, for every outside is a cloak, there operates the sublime tendency of the man of knowledge, which takes, and insists on taking things profoundly, variously, and thoroughly, as a kind of cruelty of the intellectual conscience and taste, which every courageous thinker will acknowledge in himself, provided, as it ought to be, that he has sharpened and hardened his eye sufficiently long for introspection, and is accustomed to severe discipline and even severe words. He will say, there is something cruel in the tendency of my spirit, let the virtuous and amiable try to convince him that it is not so. In fact, it would sound nicer, if, instead of our cruelty, perhaps our extravagant honesty were talked about, whispered about, and glorified. We free, very free spirits, and some day perhaps such will actually be our posthumous glory. Meanwhile, for there is plenty of time until then, we should be least inclined to deck ourselves out in such florid and fringed moral verbiage. Our whole former work has just made us sick of this taste and its sprightly exuberance. They are beautiful, glistening, jingling, festive words: honesty, love of truth, love of wisdom, sacrifice for knowledge, heroism of the truthful. There is something in them that makes one's heart swell with pride. But we anchorites and marmots have long ago persuaded ourselves in all the secrecy of an anchorite's conscience, that this worthy parade of verbiage also belongs to the old false adornment, frippery, and gold dust of unconscious human vanity, and that even under such flattering color and repainting, the terrible original text homo natura must again be recognized. In effect, to translate man back again into nature, to master the many vain and visionary interpretations and subordinate meanings which have hitherto been scratched and daubed over the eternal original text, homo natura, to bring it about that man shall henceforth stand before man as he now, hardened by the discipline of science, stands before the other forms of nature, with fearless Oedipus eyes, and stopped Ulysses ears, deaf to the enticements of old metaphysical bird-catchers, who have piped to him far too long: thou art more, thou art higher, thou hast a different origin. This may be a strange and foolish task, but that it is a task, who can deny? Why did we choose it, this foolish task? Or, to put the question differently, why knowledge at all? Every one will ask us about this. And thus pressed, we, who have asked ourselves the question 100 times, have not found and cannot find any better answer. 231 Learning alters us. It does what all nourishment does, that does not merely conserve as the physiologist knows. But at the bottom of our souls, quite down below, there is certainly something unteachable, a granite of spiritual fate, of predetermined decision and answer to predetermined, chosen questions. In each cardinal problem there speaks an unchangeable I am this. A thinker cannot learn anew about man and woman, for instance, but can only learn fully, he can only follow to the end what is fixed about them in himself. Occasionally we find certain solutions of problems which make strong beliefs for us, perhaps they are henceforth called convictions. Later on one sees in them only footsteps to self-knowledge, guideposts to the problem which we ourselves are, or more correctly to the great stupidity which we embody, our spiritual fate, the unteachable in us, quite down below. In view of this liberal compliment which I have just paid myself, permission will perhaps be more readily allowed me to utter some truths about woman as she is, provided that it is known at the outset how literally they are merely my truths. 232 Woman wishes to be independent, and therefore she begins to enlighten men about woman as she is. This is one of the worst developments of the general uglifying of Europe. For what must these clumsy attempts of feminine scientificality and self-exposure bring to light? Woman has so much cause for shame. In woman there is so much pedantry, superficiality, schoolmasterliness, petty presumption, unbridledness, and indiscretion concealed. Study only woman's behavior towards children, which has really been best restrained and dominated hitherto by the fear of man. Alas, if ever the eternally tedious in woman, she has plenty of it, is allowed to venture forth, if she begins radically and on principle to unlearn her wisdom and art of charming, of playing, of frightening away sorrow, of alleviating and taking easily, if she forgets her delicate aptitude for agreeable desires. Female voices are already raised, which, by Saint Aristophanes, make one afraid. With medical explicitness it is stated in a threatening manner what woman first and last requires from man. Is it not in the very worst taste that woman thus sets herself up to be scientific? Enlightenment hitherto has fortunately been men's affair, men's gift. We remain therewith among ourselves, and in the end, in view of all that women write about woman, we may well have considerable doubt as to whether woman really desires enlightenment about herself and can desire it. If woman does not thereby seek a new ornament for herself, I believe ornamentation belongs to the eternally feminine. Why, then, she wishes to make herself feared, perhaps she thereby wishes to get the mastery. But she does not want truth. What does woman care for truth? From the very first, nothing is more foreign, more repugnant, or more hostile to woman than truth. Her great art is falsehood, her chief concern is appearance and beauty. Let us confess it, we men, we honor and love this very art and this very instinct in woman, we who have the hard task, and for our recreation gladly seek the company of beings under whose hands, glances, and delicate follies, our seriousness, our gravity, and profundity appear almost like follies to us. Finally, I ask the question, did a woman herself ever acknowledge profundity in a woman's mind, or justice in a woman's heart? And is it not true that on the whole woman has hitherto been most despised by woman herself, and not at all by us? We men desire that woman should not continue to compromise herself by enlightening us, just as it was man's care and the consideration for woman, when the Church decreed, mulier tatiat in ecclesia. It was to the benefit of woman when Napoleon gave the too eloquent Madame de Staël to understand, mulier tatiat in politicis, and in my opinion, he is a true friend of woman who calls out to women today, mulier tatiat de mulierel. 233 It betrays corruption of the instincts apart from the fact that it betrays bad taste when a woman refers to Madame Roland, or Madame de Staël, or Monsieur George Sand, as though something were proved thereby in favor of woman as she is. Among men, these are the three comical women as they are nothing more, and just the best involuntary counter-arguments against feminine emancipation and autonomy. 234 Stupidity in the kitchen, woman as cook, the terrible thoughtlessness with which the feeding of the family and the master of the house is managed. Woman does not understand what food means, and she insists on being cook. If woman had been a thinking creature, she should certainly, as cook for thousands of years, have discovered the most important physiological facts, and should likewise have got possession of the healing art. Through bad female cooks, through the entire lack of reason in the kitchen, the development of mankind has been longest retarded and most interfered with. Even today matters are very little better. A word to high school girls. 235 There are turns and casts of fancy, there are sentences, little handfuls of words, in which a whole culture, a whole society suddenly crystallizes itself. Among these is the incidental remark of Madame de Lambert to her son, Mon ami, ne vous permettez jamais de folies, qui vous feront grand plaisir, the motherliest and wisest remark, by the way, that was ever addressed to a son. 236 I have no doubt that every noble woman will oppose what Dante and Goethe believed about woman, the former when he sang, Ella guardava suso, ed io in lei, and the latter when he interpreted it, the eternally feminine draws us aloft, for this is just what she believes of the eternally masculine. 237. 7 apophthegms for women. How the longest ennui flees, when a man comes to our knees. Age, alas, and science stayed, furnish even weak virtue aid. Sombre garb and silence meet, dress for every dame discreet. Whom I thank when in my bliss. God, and my good tailoress. Young, a flower-decked cavern home, old, a dragon thence doth roam. Noble title, leg that's fine, man as well, oh, were he mine. Speech in brief and sense in mass slippery for the Jenny S. 237a. Woman has hitherto been treated by men like birds, which, losing their way, have come down among them from an elevation, as something delicate, fragile, wild, strange, sweet, and animating, but as something also which must be cooped up to prevent it flying away. 238. To be mistaken in the fundamental problem of man and woman, to deny here the profoundest antagonism and the necessity for an eternally hostile tension, to dream here perhaps of equal rights, equal training, equal claims and obligations, that is a typical sign of shallow-mindedness, and a thinker who has proved himself shallow at this dangerous spot, shallow in instinct, may generally be regarded as suspicious, nay more, as betrayed, as discovered, he will probably prove too short for all fundamental questions of life, future as well as present, and will be unable to descend into any of the depths. On the other hand, a man who has depth of spirit as well as of desires, and has also the depth of benevolence which is capable of severity and harshness, and easily confounded with them, can only think of woman as Orientals do. He must conceive of her as a possession, as confinable property, as a being predestined for service and accomplishing her mission therein. He must take his stand in this matter upon the immense rationality of Asia, upon the superiority of the instinct of Asia, as the Greeks did formerly, those best heirs and scholars of Asia who, as is well known, with their increasing culture and amplitude of power, from Homer to the time of Pericles, became gradually stricter towards woman, in short, more oriental. How necessary, how logical, even how humanely desirable this was, let us consider for ourselves. 239. The weaker sex has in no previous age been treated with so much respect by men as at present. This belongs to the tendency and fundamental taste of democracy, in the same way as disrespectfulness to old age. What wonder is it that abuse should be immediately made of this respect? They want more, they learn to make claims, the tribute of respect is at last felt to be well nigh galling, rivalry for rights, indeed actual strife itself, would be preferred. In a word, woman is losing modesty. And let us immediately add that she is also losing taste. She is unlearning to fear man, but the woman who unlearns to fear sacrifices her most womanly instincts. That woman should venture forward when the fear-inspiring quality in man, or more definitely, the man in man, is no longer either desired or fully developed, is reasonable enough and also intelligible enough. What is more difficult to understand is that precisely thereby woman deteriorates. This is what is happening nowadays. Let us not deceive ourselves about it. Wherever the industrial spirit has triumphed over the military and aristocratic spirit, woman strives for the economic and legal independence of a clerk. Woman as clerkess is inscribed on the portal of the modern society which is in course of formation. While she thus appropriates new rights, aspires to be master, and inscribes progress of woman on her flags and banners, the very opposite realizes itself with terrible obviousness: woman retrogrades. Since the French Revolution, the influence of woman in Europe has declined in proportion as she has increased her rights and claims, and the emancipation of woman, insofar as it is desired and demanded by women themselves, thus proves to be a remarkable symptom of the increased weakening and deadening of the most womanly instincts. There is stupidity in this movement, an almost masculine stupidity, of which a well-reared woman who is always a sensible woman might be heartily ashamed. To lose the intuition as to the ground upon which she can most surely achieve victory, to neglect exercise in the use of her proper weapons, to let herself go before man, perhaps even to the book, where formerly she kept herself in control and in refined, artful humility, to neutralize with her virtuous audacity man's faith in a veiled, fundamentally different ideal in woman, something eternally, necessarily feminine, to emphatically and loquaciously dissuade man from the idea that woman must be preserved, cared for, protected, and indulged, like some delicate, strangely wild, and often pleasant domestic animal, the clumsy and indignant collection of everything of the nature of servitude and bondage which the position of woman in the hitherto existing order of society has entailed and still entails. What does all this betoken, if not a disintegration of womanly instincts, a dehumanizing? Certainly, there are enough of idiotic friends and corruptors of woman among the learned asses of the masculine sex, who advise woman to dehumanize herself in this manner, and to imitate all the stupidities from which man in Europe, European manliness, suffers, who would like to lower woman to general culture, indeed even to newspaper reading and meddling with politics. Here and there they wish even to make women into free spirits and literary workers, as though a woman without piety would not be something perfectly obnoxious or ludicrous to a profound and godless man. Almost everywhere her nerves are being ruined by the most morbid and dangerous kind of music, and she is daily being made more hysterical and more incapable of fulfilling her first and last function, that of bearing robust children. They wish to cultivate her in general still more, and intend, as they say, to make the weaker sex strong by culture, as if history did not teach in the most emphatic manner that the cultivating of mankind and his weakening, that is to say, the weakening, dissipating, and languishing of his force of will, have always kept pace with one another, and that the most powerful and influential women in the world had just to thank their force of will and not their schoolmasters for their power and ascendancy over men. That which inspires respect in woman, and often enough fear also, is her nature, which is more natural than that of man, her genuine, carnivore-like, cunning flexibility, her tiger claws beneath the glove, her naivete in egoism, her untrainableness and innate wildness, the incomprehensibleness, extent, and deviation of her desires and virtues. That which, in spite of fear, excites one's sympathy for the dangerous and beautiful cat, woman, is that she seems more afflicted, more vulnerable, more necessitous of love, and more condemned to disillusionment than any other creature. Fear and sympathy, it is with these feelings that man has hitherto stood in the presence of woman, always with one foot already in tragedy, which rends while it delights. What? And all that is now to be at an end. And the disenchantment of woman is in progress. The tediousness of woman is slowly evolving. O Europe! Europe! We know the horned animal which was always most attractive to thee, from which danger is ever again threatening thee. Thy old fable might once more become history, and immense stupidity might once again overmaster thee and carry thee away. And no God concealed beneath it, no. Only an idea, a modern idea. Chapter 8. Peoples and Countries. 240. I heard, once again for the first time, Richard Wagner's overture to the Mastersingh. It is a piece of magnificent, gorgeous, heavy, latter-day art, which has the pride to presuppose 2 centuries of music as still living. In order that it may be understood, it is an honor to Germans that such a pride did not miscalculate. What flavors and forces, what seasons and climes do we not find mingled in it? It impresses us at one time as ancient, at another time as foreign, bitter, and too modern. It is as arbitrary as it is pompously traditional. It is not infrequently roguish, still often rough and coarse. It has fire and courage, and at the same time the loose, dun-colored skin of fruits which ripen too late. It flows broad and full, and suddenly there is a moment of inexplicable hesitation, like a gap that opens between cause and effect, an oppression that makes us dream, almost a nightmare, but already it broadens and widens anew, the old stream of delight, the most manifold delight of old and new happiness, including especially the joy of the artist in himself, which he refuses to conceal, his astonished, happy cognizance of his mastery of the expedients here employed, the newly acquired, imperfectly tested expedients of art which he apparently betrays to us. All in all, however, no beauty, no south, nothing of the delicate southern clearness of the sky, nothing of grace, no dance, hardly a will to logic, a certain clumsiness even, which is also emphasized, as though the artist wished to say to us, it is part of my intention, a cumbersome drapery, something arbitrarily barbaric and ceremonious, a flurrying of learned and venerable conceits and witticisms, something German in the best and worst sense of the word, something in the German style. Manifold, formless, and inexhaustible, a certain German potency and superplenitude of soul, which is not afraid to hide itself under the raffinements of decadence which, perhaps, feels itself most at ease there, a real, genuine token of the German soul, which is at the same time young and aged, too ripe, and yet still too rich in futurity. This kind of music expresses best what I think of the Germans. They belong to the day before yesterday and the day after tomorrow. They have as yet no today. 241 We good Europeans, we also have hours when we allow ourselves a warm-hearted patriotism, a plunge and relapse into old loves and narrow views. I have just given an example of it, hours of national excitement, of patriotic anguish, and all other sorts of old-fashioned floods of sentiment. Duller spirits may perhaps only get done with what confines its operations in us to hours and plays itself out in hours in a considerable time, some in half a year, others in half a lifetime, according to the speed and strength with which they digest and change their material. Indeed, I could think of sluggish, hesitating races, which even in our rapidly moving Europe, would require half a century ere they could surmount such atavistic attacks of patriotism and soil attachment, and return once more to reason, that is to say, to good Europeanism. And while digressing on this possibility, I happened to become an ear witness of a conversation between two old patriots. They were evidently both hard of hearing and consequently spoke all the louder. He has as much, and knows as much, philosophy as a peasant or a corps student, said the one. He is still innocent. But what does that matter nowadays? It is the age of the masses. They lie on their belly before everything that is massive. And so also in politicis. A statesman who rears up for them a new Tower of Babel, some monstrosity of empire and power, they call great. What does it matter that we more prudent and conservative ones do not meanwhile give up the old belief that it is only the great thought that gives greatness to an action or affair? Supposing a statesman were to bring his people into the position of being obliged henceforth to practice high politics, for which they were by nature badly endowed and prepared, so that they would have to sacrifice their old and reliable virtues, out of love to a new and doubtful mediocrity. Supposing a statesman were to condemn his people generally to practice politics, when they have hitherto had something better to do and think about, and when in the depths of their souls they have been unable to free themselves from a prudent loathing of the restlessness, emptiness, and noisy wranglings of the essentially politics-practicing nations, supposing such a statesman were to stimulate the slumbering passions and avidities of his people, were to make a stigma out of their former diffidence and delight in aloofness, an offense out of their exoticism and hidden permanency, were to depreciate their most radical proclivities, subvert their consciences, make their minds narrow, and their tastes national. What? A statesman who should do all this, which his people would have to do penance for throughout their whole future, if they had a future, such a statesman would be great, would he? Undoubtedly, replied the other old patriot vehemently, otherwise he could not have done it. It was mad perhaps to wish such a thing. But perhaps everything great has been just as mad at its commencement. Misuse of words, cried his interlocutor, contradictorily. Strong. Strong. Strong and mad. Not great. The old men had obviously become heated as they thus shouted their truths in each other's faces, but I, in my happiness and apartness, considered how soon a stronger one may become master of the strong, and also that there is a compensation for the intellectual superficializing of a nation, namely, in the deepening of another. 242 Whether we call it civilization, or humanizing, or progress, which now distinguishes the European, whether we call it simply, without praise or blame, by the political formula the democratic movement in Europe, behind all the moral and political foregrounds pointed to by such formulas, an immense physiological process goes on, which is ever extending the process of the assimilation of Europeans, their increasing detachment from the conditions under which, climatically and hereditarily, united races originate, their increasing independence of every definite milieu, that for centuries would fain inscribe itself with equal demands on soul and body, that is to say, the slow emergence of an essentially supranational and nomadic species of man, who possesses, physiologically speaking, a maximum of the art and power of adaptation as his typical distinction. This process of the evolving European, which can be retarded in its tempo by great relapses, but will perhaps just gain and grow thereby in vehemence and depth, the still raging storm and stress of national sentiment pertains to it, and also the anarchism which is appearing at present. This process will probably arrive at results on which its naive propagators and panegyrists, the apostles of modern ideas, would least care to reckon. The same new conditions under which on an average a levelling and mediocrising of man will take place, a useful, industrious, variously serviceable, and clever gregarious man, are in the highest degree suitable to give rise to exceptional men of the most dangerous and attractive qualities. For, while the capacity for adaptation, which is every day trying changing conditions, and begins a new work with every generation, almost with every decade, makes the powerfulness of the type impossible, while the collective impression of such future Europeans will probably be that of numerous, talkative, weak-willed, and very handy workmen who require a master, a commander, as they require their daily bread, while, therefore, the democratizing of Europe will tend to the production of a type prepared for slavery in the most subtle sense of the term. The strong man will necessarily, in individual and exceptional cases, become stronger and richer than he has perhaps ever been before, owing to the unprejudicedness of his schooling, owing to the immense variety of practice, art, and disguise. I meant to say that the democratizing of Europe is at the same time an involuntary arrangement for the rearing of tyrants, taking the word in all its meanings, even in its most spiritual sense. 243. I hear with pleasure that our sun is moving rapidly towards the constellation Hercules, and I hope that the men on this earth will do like the sun. And we foremost, we good Europeans. 244. There was a time when it was customary to call Germans deep by way of distinction, but now that the most successful type of new Germanism is covetous of quite other honors, and perhaps misses smartness in all that has depth, it is almost opportune and patriotic to doubt whether we did not formerly deceive ourselves with that commendation. In short, whether German depth is not at bottom something different and worse, and something from which, thank God, we are on the point of successfully ridding ourselves. Let us try, then, to relearn with regard to German depth. The only thing necessary for the purpose is a little vivisection of the German soul. The German soul is above all manifold, varied in its source, aggregated and superimposed, rather than actually built. This is owing to its origin. A German who would embolden himself to assert, two souls, alas, dwell in my breast, would make a bad guess at the truth, or, more correctly, he would come far short of the truth about the number of souls. As a people made up of the most extraordinary mixing and mingling of races, perhaps even with the preponderance of the pre-Aryan element as the people of the center in every sense of the term, the Germans are more intangible, more ample, more contradictory, more unknown, more incalculable, more surprising, and even more terrifying than other peoples are to themselves. They escape definition, and are thereby alone the despair of the French. It is characteristic of the Germans that the question, what is German, never dies out among them. Kotzebue certainly knew his Germans well enough. We are known, they cried jubilantly to him, but Sand also thought he knew them. Jean-Paul knew what he was doing when he declared himself incensed at Fichte's lying but patriotic flatteries and exaggerations, but it is probable that Goethe thought differently about Germans from Jean-Paul, even though he acknowledged him to be right with regard to Fichte. It is a question what Goethe really thought about the Germans, but about many things around him he never spoke explicitly, and all his life he knew how to keep an astute silence. Probably he had good reason for it. It is certain that it was not the wars of independence that made him look up more joyfully, any more than it was the French Revolution, the event on account of which he reconstructed his Faust, and indeed the whole problem of man, was the appearance of Napoleon. There are words of Goethe in which he condemns with impatient severity, as from a foreign land, that which Germans take a pride in. He once defined the famous German turn of mind as indulgence towards its own and others' weaknesses. Was he wrong? It is characteristic of Germans that one is seldom entirely wrong about them. The German soul has passages and galleries in it, there are caves, hiding places, and dungeons therein. Its disorder has much of the charm of the mysterious. The German is well acquainted with the bypaths to chaos. And as everything loves its symbol, so the German loves the clouds and all that is obscure, evolving, crepuscular, damp, and shrouded. It seems to him that everything uncertain, undeveloped, self-displacing, and growing is deep. The German himself does not exist, he is becoming, he is developing himself. Development is therefore the essentially German discovery and hit in the great domain of philosophical formulas, a ruling idea, which, together with German beer and German music, is laboring to Germanize all Europe. Foreigners are astonished and attracted by the riddles which the conflicting nature at the basis of the German soul propounds to them. Good-natured and spiteful, such a juxtaposition, preposterous in the case of every other people, is unfortunately only too often justified in Germany. One has only to live for a while among Swabians to know this. The clumsiness of the German scholar and his social distastefulness agree alarmingly well with his physical rope dancing and nimble boldness, of which all the gods have learned to be afraid. If any one wishes to see the German soul demonstrated ad oculos, let him only look at German taste, at German arts and manners. What boorish indifference to taste! How the noblest and the commonest stand there in juxtaposition! How disorderly and how rich is the whole constitution of this soul! The German drags at his soul, he drags at everything he experiences. He digests his events badly, he never gets done with them, and German depth is often only a difficult, hesitating digestion. And just as all chronic invalids, all dyspeptics like what is convenient, so the German loves frankness and honesty. It is so convenient to be frank and honest. This confidingness, this complaisance, this showing the cards of German honesty, is probably the most dangerous and most successful disguise which the German is up to nowadays. It is his proper Mephistophelian art. With this he can still achieve much. The German lets himself go, and thereby gazes with faithful, blue, empty German eyes, and other countries immediately confound him with his dressing gown. I meant to say that, let German depth be what it will, among ourselves alone we perhaps take the liberty to laugh at it. We shall do well to continue henceforth to honor its appearance and good name, and not barter away too cheaply our old reputation as a people of depth for Prussian smartness, and Berlin wit and sand. It is wise for a people to pose, and let itself be regarded, as profound, clumsy, good-natured, honest, and foolish. It might even be profound to do so. Finally, we should do honor to our name. We are not called the Tietze Volk for nothing. 245 The good old time is past, it sang itself out in Mozart. How happy are we that his Rococo still speaks to us, that his good company, his tender enthusiasm, his childish delight in the Chinese and its flourishes, his courtesy of heart, his longing for the elegant, the amorous, the tripping, the tearful, and his belief in the South, can still appeal to something left in us. Ah, some time or other it will be over with it, but who can doubt that it will be over still sooner with the intelligence and taste for Beethoven? For he was only the last echo of a break and transition in style, and not, like Mozart, the last echo of a great European taste which had existed for centuries. Beethoven is the intermediate event between an old mellow soul that is constantly breaking down, and a future over-young soul that is always coming. There is spread over his music the twilight of eternal loss and eternal extravagant hope, the same light in which Europe was bathed when it dreamed with Rousseau, when it danced round the tree of liberty of the Revolution, and finally almost fell down in adoration before Napoleon. But how rapidly does this very sentiment now pale, how difficult nowadays is even the apprehension of this sentiment, how strangely does the language of Rousseau, Schiller, Shelley, and Byron sound to our ear, in whom collectively the same fate of Europe was able to speak, which knew how to sing in Beethoven. Whatever German music came afterwards, belongs to Romanticism, that is to say, to a movement which, historically considered, was still shorter, more fleeting, and more superficial than that great interlude, the transition of Europe from Rousseau to Napoleon, and to the rise of democracy. Weber. But what do we care nowadays for Frischutz and Oberon? Or Marschner's Hans Heiling and Vampire? Or even Wagner's Tannhauser? That is extinct, although not yet forgotten music. This whole music of Romanticism, besides, was not noble enough, was not musical enough, to maintain its position anywhere but in the theatre and before the masses. From the beginning it was second-rate music, which was little thought of by genuine musicians. It was different with Felix Mendelssohn, that halcyon master, who, on account of his lighter, purer, happier soul, quickly acquired admiration, and was equally quickly forgotten, as the beautiful episode of German music. But with regard to Robert Schumann, who took things seriously, and has been taken seriously from the first, he was the last that founded a school. Do we not now regard it as a satisfaction, a relief, a deliverance, that this very romanticism of Schumann's has been surmounted? Schumann, fleeing into the Saxon Switzerland of his soul, with a half Werther-like, half Jean-Paul-like nature, his Manfred music is a mistake and a misunderstanding to the extent of injustice. Schumann, with his taste, which was fundamentally a petty taste, going constantly apart, timidly withdrawing and retiring, a noble weakling who revelled in nothing but anonymous joy and sorrow, from the beginning a sort of girl and Nolly me tangere. This Schumann was already merely a German event in music, and no longer a European event, as Beethoven had been, as in a still greater degree Mozart had been. With Schumann German music was threatened with its greatest danger, that of losing the voice for the soul of Europe and sinking into a merely national affair. 246. What a torture are books written in German to a reader who has a third ear! How indignantly he stands beside the slowly turning swamp of sounds without tune and rhythms without dance, which Germans call a book. And even the German who reads books, how lazily, how reluctantly, how badly he reads. How many Germans know, and consider it obligatory to know, that there is art in every good sentence, art which must be divined, if the sentence is to be understood. If there is a misunderstanding about its tempo, for instance, the sentence itself is misunderstood. That one must not be doubtful about the rhythm determining syllables, that one should feel the breaking of the too rigid symmetry as intentional and as a charm, that one should lend a fine and patient ear to every staccato and every rubato, that one should divine the sense in the sequence of the vowels and diphthongs, and how delicately and richly they can be tinted and retinted in the order of their arrangement. Who among book-reading Germans is complacent enough to recognize such duties and requirements, and to listen to so much art and intention in language? After all, one just has no ear for it, and so the most marked contrasts of style are not heard, and the most delicate artistry is as it were squandered on the deaf. These were my thoughts when I noticed how clumsily and unintuitively two masters in the art of prose writing have been confounded, one, whose words drop down hesitatingly and coldly, as from the roof of a damp cave he counts on their dull sound and echo, and another who manipulates his language like a flexible sword, and from his arm down into his toes feels the dangerous bliss of the quivering, over-sharp blade, which wishes to bite, hiss, and cut. 247. How little the German style has to do with harmony and with the ear, is shown by the fact that precisely our good musicians themselves write badly. The German does not read aloud, he does not read for the ear, but only with his eyes. He has put his ears away in the drawer for the time. In antiquity, when a man read, which was seldom enough, he read something to himself, and in a loud voice. They were surprised when anyone read silently, and sought secretly the reason of it. In a loud voice, that is to say, with all the swellings, inflections, and variations of key and changes of tempo, in which the ancient public world took delight. The laws of the written style were then the same as those of the spoken style, and these laws depended partly on the surprising development and refined requirements of the ear and larynx, partly on the strength, endurance, and power of the ancient lungs. In the ancient sense, a period is above all a physiological whole, inasmuch as it is comprised in one breath. Such periods as occur in Demosthenes and Cicero, swelling twice and sinking twice, and all in one breath, were pleasures to the men of antiquity, who knew by their own schooling how to appreciate the virtue therein, the rareness and the difficulty in the deliverance of such a period. We have really no right to the big period, we modern men, who are short of breath in every sense. Those ancients, indeed, were all of them dilettanti in speaking, consequently connoisseurs, consequently critics. They thus brought their orators to the highest pitch, in the same manner as in the last century, when all Italian ladies and gentlemen knew how to sing, the virtuosoship of song reached its elevation. In Germany, however, there was properly speaking only one kind of public and approximately artistical discourse that delivered from the pulpit. The preacher was the only one in Germany who knew the weight of a syllable or a word, in what manner a sentence strikes, springs, rushes, flows, and comes to a close. He alone had a conscience in his ears, often enough a bad conscience, for reasons are not lacking why proficiency in oratory should be especially seldom attained by a German, or almost always too late. The masterpiece of German prose is therefore with good reason the masterpiece of its greatest preacher. The Bible has hitherto been the best German book. Compared with Luther's Bible, almost everything else is merely literature, something which has not grown in Germany, and therefore has not taken and does not take root in German hearts, as the Bible has done. 248 There are two kinds of geniuses, one which above all engenders and seeks to engender, and another which willingly lets itself be fructified and brings forth. And similarly, among the gifted nations, there are those on whom the woman's problem of pregnancy has devolved, and the secret task of forming, maturing, and perfecting. The Greeks, for instance, were a nation of this kind, and so are the French, and others which have to fructify and become the cause of new modes of life, like the Jews, the Romans, and, in all modesty be it asked, like the Germans, nations tortured and enraptured by unknown fevers and irresistibly forced out of themselves. Amorous and longing for foreign races, and withal imperious, like everything conscious of being full of generative force, and consequently empowered by the grace of God. These two kinds of geniuses seek each other like man and woman, but they also misunderstand each other like man and woman. 249 Every nation has its own Tartuffery, and calls that its virtue one does not know cannot know, the best that is in one. 250 What Europos to the Jews, many things, good and bad, and above all one thing of the nature both of the best and the worst, the grand style in morality, the fearfulness and majesty of infinite demands, of infinite significations, the whole romanticism and sublimity of moral questionableness, and consequently just the most attractive, ensnaring, and exquisite element in those iridescences and allurements to life, in the aftersheen of which the sky of our European culture, its evening sky, now glows, perhaps glows out. For this, we artists among the spectators and philosophers, are grateful to the Jews. 251 It must be taken into the bargain, if various clouds and disturbances, in short, slight attacks of stupidity pass over the spirit of a people that suffers and wants to suffer from national nervous fever and political ambition. For instance, among present-day Germans there is alternately the anti-French folly, the anti-Semitic folly, the anti-Polish folly, the Christian romantic folly, the Wagnerian folly, the Teutonic folly, the Prussian folly, and whatever else these little obscurations of the German spirit and conscience may be called. May it be forgiven me that I, too, when on a short daring sojourn on very infected ground, did not remain wholly exempt from the disease, but like every one else, began to entertain thoughts about matters which did not concern me, the first symptom of political infection. About the Jews, for instance, listen to the following. I have never yet met a German who was favorably inclined to the Jews, and however decided the repudiation of actual anti-Semitism may be on the part of all prudent and political men, this prudence and policy is not perhaps directed against the nature of the sentiment itself, but only against its dangerous excess, and especially against the distasteful and infamous expression of this excess of sentiment. On this point we must not deceive ourselves. That Germany has amply sufficient Jews, that the German stomach, the German blood, has difficulty in disposing only of this quantity of Jew as the Italian, the Frenchman, and the Englishman have done by means of a stronger digestion that is the unmistakable declaration and language of a general instinct, to which one must listen and according to which one must act. Let no more Jews come in. And shut the doors, especially towards the east. Thus commands the instinct of a people whose nature is still feeble and uncertain, so that it could be easily wiped out, easily extinguished, by a stronger race. The Jews, however, are beyond all doubt the strongest, toughest, and purest race at present living in Europe. They know how to succeed even under the worst conditions, by means of virtues of some sort, which one would like nowadays to label as vices, owing above all to a resolute faith which does not need to be ashamed before modern ideas. They alter only, when they do alter, in the same way that the Russian Empire makes its conquest as an empire that has plenty of time and is not of yesterday. Namely, according to the principle, as slowly as possible. A thinker who has the future of Europe at heart, will, in all his perspectives concerning the future, calculate upon the Jews, as he will calculate upon the Russians, as above all the surest and likeliest factors in the great play and battle of forces. That which is at present called a nation in Europe, and is really rather a residential facta than nada, is in every case something evolving, young, easily displaced, and not yet a race, much less such a race aere perennius, as the Jews are. Such nations should most carefully avoid all hot-headed rivalry and hostility. It is certain that the Jews, if they desired or if they were driven to it, as the anti-Semites seem to wish, could now have the ascendancy, nay, literally the supremacy, over Europe. That they are not working and planning for that end is equally certain. Meanwhile, they rather wish and desire, even somewhat importunely, to be insorbed and absorbed by Europe. They long to be finally settled, authorized, and respected somewhere, and wish to put an end to the nomadic life, to the wandering Jew, and one should certainly take account of this impulse and tendency, and make advances to it, for which purpose it would perhaps be useful and fair to banish the anti-Semitic ballers out of the country. One should make advances with all prudence, and with selection, pretty much as the English nobility do. It stands to reason that the more powerful and strongly marked types of New Germanism could enter into relation with the Jews with the least hesitation. For instance, the nobleman officer from the Prussian border. It would be interesting in many ways to see whether the genius for money and patience could not in addition be annexed and trained to the hereditary art of commanding and obeying, for both of which the country in question has now a classic reputation. But here it is expedient to break off my festal discourse and my sprightly teutonomania, for I have already reached my serious topic, the European problem, as I understand it, the rearing of a new ruling caste for Europe. 252. They are not a philosophical race, the English. Bacon represents an attack on the philosophical spirit generally, Hobbes, Hume, and Locke, an abasement, and a depreciation of the idea of a philosopher for more than a century. It was against Hume that Kant uprose and raised himself. It was Locke of whom Schelling rightly said, Je méprise Locke. In the struggle against the English mechanical stultification of the world, Hegel and Schopenhauer were of one accord, the two hostile brother geniuses in philosophy, who pushed in different directions towards the opposite poles of German thought, and thereby wronged each other, as only brothers will do. What is lacking in England, and has always been lacking, that half-actor and rhetorician knew well enough, the absurd muddlehead, Carlyle, who sought to conceal under passionate grimaces what he knew about himself, namely, what was lacking in Carlyle: real power of intellect, real depth of intellectual perception, in short, philosophy. It is characteristic of such an unphilosophical race to hold on firmly to Christianity. They need its discipline for moralizing and humanizing. The Englishman, more gloomy, sensual, headstrong, and brutal than the German, is for that very reason, as the baser of the two, also the most pious. He has all the more need of Christianity. To finer nostrils, this English Christianity itself has still a characteristic English taint of spleen and alcoholic excess, for which, owing to good reasons, it is used as an antidote, the finer poison to neutralize the coarser, A finer form of poisoning is in fact a step in advance with coarse-mannered people, a step towards spiritualization. The English coarseness and rustic demureness is still most satisfactorily disguised by Christian pantomime, and by praying and psalm singing, and for the herd of drunkards and rakes who formerly learned moral grunting under the influence of Methodism, a penitential fit may really be the relatively highest manifestation of humanity to which they can be elevated, so much may reasonably be admitted. That, however, which offends even in the humanest Englishman is his lack of music. To speak figuratively, he has neither rhythm nor dance in the movements of his soul and body, indeed, not even the desire for rhythm and dance, for music. Listen to him speaking. Look at the most beautiful Englishwomen walking. In no country on earth are there more beautiful doves and swans. Finally, listen to them singing. But I ask too much. 253 There are truths which are best recognized by mediocre minds, because they are best adapted for them. There are truths which only possess charms and seductive power for mediocre spirits. One is pushed to this probably unpleasant conclusion, now that the influence of respectable but mediocre Englishmen, I may mention Darwin, John Stuart Mill, and Herbert Spencer, begins to gain the ascendancy in the middle-class region of European taste. Indeed, who could doubt that it is a useful thing for such minds to have the ascendancy for a time? It would be an error to consider the highly developed and independently soaring minds as specially qualified for determining and collecting many little common facts, and deducing conclusions from them, as exceptions. They are rather from the first in no very favorable position towards those who are the rules. After all, they have more to do than merely to perceive in effect. They have to be something new, they have to signify something new, they have to represent new values. The gulf between knowledge and capacity is perhaps greater, and also more mysterious, than one thinks. The capable man in the grand style, the creator, will possibly have to be an ignorant person, while on the other hand, for scientific discoveries like those of Darwin, a certain narrowness, aridity, and industrious carefulness may not be unfavorable for arriving at them finally. Let it not be forgotten that the English, with their profound mediocrity, brought about once before a general depression of European intelligence. What is called modern ideas, or the ideas of the 18th century, or French ideas that, consequently, against which the German mind rose up with profound disgust, is of English origin. There is no doubt about it. The French were only the apes and actors of these ideas, their best soldiers, and likewise, alas, their first and profoundest victims, for owing to the diabolical Anglomania of modern ideas, the âme français has in the end become so thin and emaciated, that at present one recalls its 16th and 17th centuries, its profound, passionate strength, its inventive excellency, almost with disbelief. One must, however, maintain this verdict of historical justice in a determined manner, and defend it against present prejudices and appearances. The European noblesse of sentiment, taste, and manners, taking the word in every high sense, is the work and invention of France. The European ignobleness, the plebeianism of modern ideas, is England's work and invention. 254 Even at present France is still the seat of the most intellectual and refined culture of Europe. It is still the high school of taste, but one must know how to find this France of taste. He who belongs to it keeps himself well concealed. They may be a small number in whom it lives and is embodied, besides perhaps being men who do not stand upon the strongest legs, in part fatalists, hypochondriacs, invalids, in part persons overindulged, over-refined, such as have the ambition to conceal themselves. They have all something in common. They keep their ears closed in presence of the delirious folly and noisy spouting of the democratic bourgeois. In fact, a besotted and brutalized France at present sprawls in the foreground. It recently celebrated a veritable orgy of bad taste, and at the same time of self-admiration, at the funeral of Victor Hugo. There is also something else common to them, a predilection to resist intellectual Germanizing and a still greater inability to do so. In this France of intellect, which is also a France of pessimism, Schopenhauer has perhaps become more at home, and more indigenous than he has ever been in Germany, not to speak of Heinrich Heine, who has long ago been reincarnated in the more refined and fastidious lyrists of Paris, or of Hegel, who at present, in the form of Taine the first of living historians, exercises an almost tyrannical influence. As regards Richard Wagner, however, the more French music learns to adapt itself to the actual needs of the âme moderne, the more will it Wagnerite. One can safely predict that beforehand it is already taking place sufficiently. There are, however, three things which the French can still boast of with pride as their heritage and possession, and as indelible tokens of their ancient intellectual superiority in Europe, in spite of all voluntary or involuntary Germanizing and vulgarizing of taste. Firstly, the capacity for artistic emotion, for devotion to form, for which the expression, l'art pour l'art, along with numerous others, has been invented. Such capacity has not been lacking in France for 3 centuries, and owing to its reverence for the small number, it has again and again made a sort of chamber music of literature possible, which is sought for in vain elsewhere in Europe. The second thing whereby the French can lay claim to a superiority over Europe is their ancient, many-sided, moralistic culture, owing to which one finds on an average, even in the petty romanciers of the newspapers and chance boulevardiers de Paris, a psychological sensitiveness and curiosity, of which, for example, one has no conception in Germany. The Germans lack a couple of centuries of the moralistic work requisite thereto, which, as we have said, France has not grudged. Those who call the Germans naive on that account give them commendation for a defect. There is yet a third claim to superiority. In the French character there is a successful halfway synthesis of the North and South, which makes them comprehend many things, and enjoins upon them other things, which an Englishman can never comprehend. Their temperament, turned alternately to and from the South, in which from time to time the Provençal and Ligurian blood froths over, preserves them from the dreadful, northern grey in grey, from sunless conceptual spectrism and from poverty of blood or German infirmity of taste, for the excessive prevalence of which at the present moment, blood and iron, that is to say high politics, has with great resolution been prescribed. There is also still in France a pre-understanding and ready welcome for those rarer and rarely gratified men, who are too comprehensive to find satisfaction in any kind of fatherlandism, and know how to love the South when in the North and the North when in the South, the born Midlanders, the good Europeans. For them Bizet has made music, this latest genius, who has seen a new beauty and seduction, who has discovered a piece of the South in music. 255. I hold that many precautions should be taken against German music. Suppose a person loves the South as I love it, as a great school of recovery for the most spiritual and the most sensuous ills, as a boundless solar profusion and effulgence which o'er spreads a sovereign existence believing in itself well, such a person will learn to be somewhat on his guard against German music, because, in injuring his taste anew, it will also injure his health anew. Such a southerner not by origin but by belief, if he should dream of the future of music, must also dream of it being freed from the influence of the North, and must have in his ears the prelude to a deeper, mightier, and perhaps more perverse and mysterious music, a super-German music, which does not fade, pale, and die away, as all German music does, at the sight of the blue, wanton sea and the Mediterranean clearness of sky. A super-European music, which holds its own even in presence of the brown sunsets of the desert, whose soul is akin to the palm tree, and can be at home and can roam with big, beautiful, lonely beasts of prey. I could imagine a music of which the rarest charm would be that it knew nothing more of good and evil, only that here and there perhaps some sailor's homesickness, some golden shadows and tender weaknesses might sweep lightly over it, an art which, from the far distance, would see the colors of a sinking and almost incomprehensible moral world fleeing towards it, and would be hospitable enough and profound enough to receive such belated fugitives. 256. Owing to the morbid estrangement which the nationality craze has induced and still induces among the nations of Europe, owing also to the short-sighted and hasty-handed politicians, who with the help of this craze, are at present in power, and do not suspect to what extent the disintegrating policy they pursue must necessarily be only an interlude policy. Owing to all this and much else that is altogether unmentionable at present, the most unmistakable signs that Europe wishes to be one, are now overlooked, or arbitrarily and falsely misinterpreted. With all the more profound and large-minded men of this century, the real general tendency of the mysterious labor of their souls was to prepare the way for that new synthesis, and tentatively to anticipate the European of the future. Only in their simulations, or in their weaker moments, in old age perhaps, did they belong to the fatherlands they only wrested from themselves when they became patriots. I think of such men as Napoleon, Goethe, Beethoven, Stendhal, Heinrich Heine, Schopenhauer. It must not be taken amiss if I also count Richard Wagner among them, about whom one must not let oneself be deceived by his own misunderstandings, still less, of course, by the unseemly noise with which he is now resisted and opposed in France. The fact remains, nevertheless, that Richard Wagner and the later French Romanticism of the 40s, are most closely and intimately related to one another. They are akin, fundamentally akin, in all the heights and depths of their requirements. It is Europe, the one Europe, whose soul presses urgently and longingly, outwards and upwards, in their multifarious and boisterous art whither? Into a new light? Towards a new sun? But who would attempt to express accurately what all these masters of new modes of speech could not express distinctly? It is certain that the same storm and stress tormented them, that they sought in the same manner, these last great seekers. All of them steeped in literature to their eyes and ears, the first artists of universal literary culture, for the most part even themselves writers, poets, intermediaries and blenders of the arts and the senses, all of them fanatics for expression at any cost. I specially mention Delacroix, the nearest related to Wagner, all of them great discoverers in the realm of the sublime, also of the loathsome and dreadful, still greater discoverers in effect, in display, in the art of the show shop, all of them talented far beyond their genius, out-and-out virtuosi, with mysterious accesses to all that seduces, allures, constrains, and upsets, born enemies of logic and of the straight line, hankering after the strange, the exotic, the monstrous, the crooked, and the self-contradictory, as men, Tantalises of the will, plebeian parvenus, who knew themselves to be incapable of a noble tempo or of a lento in life and action. Think of Balzac, for instance, unrestrained workers, almost destroying themselves by work. Antinomians and rebels in manners, ambitious and insatiable, without equilibrium and enjoyment, all of them finally shattering and sinking down at the Christian cross. On the whole, a boldly daring, splendidly overbearing, high-flying, and aloft-up-dragging class of higher men, who had first to teach their century, and it is the century of the masses, the conception higher man. Let the German friends of Richard Wagner advise together as to whether there is anything purely German in the Wagnerian art, or whether its distinction does not consist precisely in coming from super-German sources and impulses, in which connection it may not be underrated how indispensable Paris was to the development of his type, which the strength of his instincts made him long to visit at the most decisive time, and how the whole style of his proceedings, of his self-apostolate, could only perfect itself in sight of the French socialistic original. On a more subtle comparison it will perhaps be found, to the honor of Richard Wagner's German nature, that he has acted in everything with more strength, daring, severity, and elevation than a 19th-century Frenchman could have done, owing to the circumstance that we Germans are as yet nearer to barbarism than the French. Perhaps even the most remarkable creation of Richard Wagner is not only at present, but forever inaccessible, incomprehensible, and inimitable to the whole latter-day Latin race, the figure of Siegfried, that very free man, who is probably far too free, too hard, too cheerful, too healthy, too anti-Catholic for the taste of old and mellow civilized nations. He may even have been a sin against Romanticism, this anti-Latin Siegfried. Well, Wagner atoned amply for the sin in his old sad days, when, anticipating a taste which has meanwhile passed into politics, he began, with the religious vehemence peculiar to him, to preach, at least, the way to Rome, if not to walk therein. That these last words may not be misunderstood, I will call to my aid a few powerful rhymes, which will even betray to less delicate ears what I mean counter to the last Wagner and his Parsifal music. Is this our mode? From German heart came this vexed ululating? From German body, this self-lacerating? Is ours this priestly hand dilation, this incense-fuming exaltation? Is ours this faltering, falling, shambling, this quite uncertain ding-dong dangling? This sly nun-ogling, Ave hour bell ringing, this holy false enraptured heaven o'er springing, is this our mode? Think well, yes still wait for admission for what yet here is Rome's faith by intuition. Chapter 9. What is noble? 257 Every elevation of the type man, has hitherto been the work of an aristocratic society, and so it will always be a society believing in a long scale of gradations of rank and differences of worth among human beings, and requiring slavery in some form or other. Without the pathos of distance, such as grows out of the incarnated difference of classes, out of the constant outlooking and downlooking of the ruling caste on subordinates and instruments, and out of their equally constant practice of obeying and commanding, of keeping down and keeping at a distance, that other more mysterious pathos could never have arisen, the longing for an ever new widening of distance within the soul itself, the formation of ever higher, rarer, further, more extended, more comprehensive states, in short, just the elevation of the type man, the continued self-surmounting of man, to use a moral formula in a supermoral sense. To be sure, one must not resign oneself to any humanitarian illusions about the history of the origin of an aristocratic society. The truth is hard. Let us acknowledge unprejudicedly how every higher civilization hitherto has originated. Men with a still natural nature, barbarians in every terrible sense of the word, men of prey, still in possession of unbroken strength of will and desire for power, threw themselves upon weaker, more moral, more peaceful races, or upon old mellow civilizations in which the final vital force was flickering out in brilliant fireworks of wit and depravity. At the commencement, the noble caste was always the barbarian caste. Their superiority did not consist first of all in their physical, but in their psychical power. They were more complete men. 258 Corruption as the indication that anarchy threatens to break out among the instincts, and that the foundation of the emotions, called life, is convulsed, is something radically different according to the organization in which it manifests itself. When, for instance, an aristocracy like that of France at the beginning of the Revolution, flung away its privileges with sublime disgust and sacrificed itself to an excess of its moral sentiments, it was corruption. It was really only the closing act of the corruption which had existed for centuries, by virtue of which that aristocracy had abdicated step by step its lordly prerogatives and lowered itself to a function of royalty. The essential thing, however, in a good and healthy aristocracy is that it should not regard itself as a function either of the kingship or the commonwealth, but as the significance and highest justification thereof, that it should therefore accept with a good conscience the sacrifice of a legion of individuals, who, for its sake, must be suppressed and reduced to imperfect men, to slaves and instruments. Its fundamental belief must be precisely that society is not allowed to exist for its own sake, but only as a foundation and scaffolding, by means of which a select class of beings may be able to elevate themselves to their higher duties, and in general to a higher existence. Like those sun-seeking climbing plants in Java, they are called Sippo Matador, which encircle an oak so long and so often with their arms, until at last, high above it, but supported by it, they can unfold their tops in the open light, and exhibit their happiness. 259 To refrain mutually from injury, from violence, from exploitation, and put one's will on a par with that of others. This may result in a certain rough sense in good conduct among individuals when the necessary conditions are given. As soon, however, as one wished to take this principle more generally, and if possible even as the fundamental principle of society, it would immediately disclose what it really is, namely, a will to the denial of life, a principle of dissolution and decay. Here one must think profoundly to the very basis and resist all sentimental weakness. Life itself is essentially appropriation, injury, conquest of the strange and weak, suppression, severity, obtrusion of peculiar forms, incorporation, and at the least, putting it mildest, exploitation, but why should one forever use precisely these words on which for ages a disparaging purpose has been stamped? Even the organization within which, as was previously supposed, the individuals treat each other as equal, it takes place in every healthy aristocracy, must itself, if it be a living and not a dying organization, do all that towards other bodies, which the individuals within it refrain from doing to each other. It will have to be the incarnated will to power. It will endeavor to grow, to gain ground, attract to itself and acquire ascendancy, not owing to any morality or immorality, but because it lives, and because life is precisely will to power. On no point, however, is the ordinary consciousness of Europeans more unwilling to be corrected than on this matter. People now rave everywhere, even under the guise of science, about coming conditions of society in which the exploiting character is to be absent. That sounds to my ears as if they promised to invent a mode of life which should refrain from all organic functions. Exploitation does not belong to a depraved, or imperfect, and primitive society. It belongs to the nature of the living being as a primary organic function. It is a consequence of the intrinsic will to power, which is precisely the will to life. Granting that as a theory this is a novelty, as a reality it is the fundamental fact of all history. Let us be so far honest towards ourselves. 260. In a tour through the many finer and coarser moralities which have hitherto prevailed or still prevail on the earth, I found certain traits recurring regularly together, and connected with one another, until finally two primary types revealed themselves to me, and a radical distinction was brought to light. There is master morality and slave morality. I would at once add, however, that in all higher and mixed civilizations, there are also attempts at the reconciliation of the two moralities, but one finds still oftener the confusion and mutual misunderstanding of them, indeed sometimes their close juxtaposition even in the same man, within one soul. The distinctions of moral values have either originated in a ruling caste, pleasantly conscious of being different from the ruled, or among the ruled class, the slaves and dependents of all sorts. In the first case, when it is the rulers who determine the conception good, it is the exalted, proud disposition which is regarded as the distinguishing feature, and that which determines the order of rank. The noble type of man separates from himself the beings in whom the opposite of this exalted, proud disposition displays itself. He despises them. Let it at once be noted that in this first kind of morality the antithesis good and bad means practically the same as noble and despicable, the antithesis good and evil is of a different origin. The cowardly, the timid, the insignificant, and those thinking merely of narrow utility are despised. Moreover, also, the distrustful, with their constrained glances, the self-abasing, the dog-like kind of men who let themselves be abused, the mendicant flatterers, and above all the liars. It is a fundamental belief of all aristocrats that the common people are untruthful. We truthful ones the nobility in ancient Greece called themselves. It is obvious that everywhere the designations of moral value were at first applied to men, and were only derivatively and at a later period applied to actions. It is a gross mistake, therefore, when historians of morals start with questions like, why have sympathetic actions been praised? The noble type of man regards himself as a determiner of values. He does not require to be approved of. He passes the judgment, what is injurious to me is injurious in itself. He knows that it is he himself only who confers honor on things. He is a creator of values. He honors whatever he recognizes in himself. Such morality equals self-glorification. In the foreground there is the feeling of plenitude, of power, which seeks to overflow, the happiness of high tension, the consciousness of a wealth which would fain give and bestow. The noble man also helps the unfortunate, but not or scarcely out of pity, but rather from an impulse generated by the superabundance of power. The noble man honors in himself the powerful one, him also who has power over himself, who knows how to speak and how to keep silence, who takes pleasure in subjecting himself to severity and hardness, and has reverence for all that is severe and hard. Wotan placed a hard heart in my breast, says an old Scandinavian saga. It is thus rightly expressed from the soul of a proud Viking. Such a type of man is even proud of not being made for sympathy. The hero of the saga therefore adds warningly, he who has not a hard heart when young, will never have one. The noble and brave who think thus are the furthest removed from the morality which sees precisely in sympathy, or in acting for the good of others, or in disinterestment, the characteristic of the moral, faith in oneself, pride in oneself, a radical enmity and irony towards selflessness, belong as definitely to noble morality, as do a careless scorn and precaution in presence of sympathy and the warm heart. It is the powerful who know how to honor, it is their art, their domain for invention. The profound reverence for age and for tradition all rests on this double reverence. The belief and prejudice in favor of ancestors and unfavorable to newcomers, is typical in the morality of the powerful, and if, reversely, men of modern ideas believe almost instinctively in progress and the future, and are more and more lacking in respect for old age, the ignoble origin of these ideas has complacently betrayed itself thereby. A morality of the ruling class, however, is more especially foreign and irritating to present-day taste in the sternness of its principle that one has duties only to one's equals, that one may act towards beings of a lower rank, towards all that is foreign, just as seems good to one, or as the heart desires, and in any case beyond good and evil. It is here that sympathy and similar sentiments can have a place. The ability and obligation to exercise prolonged gratitude and prolonged revenge both only within the circle of equals, artfulness in retaliation, raffinement of the idea in friendship, a certain necessity to have enemies, all these are typical characteristics of the noble morality, which, as has been pointed out, is not the morality of modern ideas, and is therefore at present difficult to realize, and also to unearth and disclose. It is otherwise with the second type of morality, slave morality. Supposing that the abused, the oppressed, the suffering, the unemancipated, the weary, and those uncertain of themselves should moralize, what will be the common element in their moral estimates? Probably a pessimistic suspicion with regard to the entire situation of man will find expression, perhaps a condemnation of man, together with his situation. The slave has an unfavorable eye for the virtues of the powerful, he has a skepticism and distrust, a refinement of distrust of everything good that is there honored. He would fain persuade himself that the very happiness there is not genuine. On the other hand, those qualities which serve to alleviate the existence of sufferers are brought into prominence and flooded with light. It is here that sympathy, the kind, helping hand, the warm heart, patience, diligence, humility, and friendliness attain to honor, for here these are the most useful qualities, and almost the only means of supporting the burden of existence. Slave morality is essentially the morality of utility. Here is the seat of the origin of the famous antithesis. Good and evil: power and dangerousness are assumed to reside in the evil, a certain dreadfulness, subtlety, and strength, which do not admit of being despised. According to slave morality, therefore, the evil man arouses fear. According to master morality, it is precisely the good man who arouses fear and seeks to arouse it, while the bad man is regarded as the despicable being. The contrast attains its maximum when, in accordance with the logical consequences of slave morality, a shade of depreciation, it may be slight and well-intentioned, at last attaches itself to the good man of this morality, because, according to the servile mode of thought, the good man must in any case be the safe man. He is good-natured, easily deceived, perhaps a little stupid, un bonhomme. Everywhere that slave morality gains the ascendancy, language shows a tendency to approximate the significations of the words good and stupid. A last fundamental difference, the desire for freedom, the instinct for happiness, and the refinements of the feeling of liberty belong as necessarily to slave morals and morality as artifice and enthusiasm in reverence and devotion are the regular symptoms of an aristocratic mode of thinking and estimating. Hence we can understand without further detail why love as a passion, it is our European specialty, must absolutely be of noble origin. As is well known, its invention is due to the Provençal poet cavaliers, those brilliant, ingenious men of the Guy sabre, to whom Europe owes so much, and almost owes itself. 261. Vanity is one of the things which are perhaps most difficult for a noble man to understand. He will be tempted to deny it, where another kind of man thinks he sees it self-evidently. The problem for him is to represent to his mind beings who seek to arouse a good opinion of themselves which they themselves do not possess and consequently also do not deserve, and who yet believe in this good opinion afterwards. This seems to him on the one hand such bad taste and so self-disrespectful, and on the other hand so grotesquely unreasonable, that he would like to consider vanity an exception, and is doubtful about it in most cases when it is spoken of. He will say, for instance, I may be mistaken about my value, and on the other hand may nevertheless demand that my value should be acknowledged by others precisely as I rate it. That, however, is not vanity. Or he will even say, for many reasons I can delight in the good opinion of others, perhaps because I love and honor them, and rejoice in all their joys, perhaps also because their good opinion endorses and strengthens my belief in my own good opinion, perhaps because the good opinion of others, even in cases where I do not share it, is useful to me, or gives promise of usefulness. All this, however, is not vanity. The man of noble character must first bring it home forcibly to his mind, especially with the aid of history, that, from time immemorial, in all social strata in any way dependent, the ordinary man was only that which he passed for, not being at all accustomed to fix values. He did not assign even to himself any other value than that which his master assigned to him. It may be looked upon as the result of an extraordinary atavism, that the ordinary man, even at present, is still always waiting for an opinion about himself, and then instinctively submitting himself to it, yet by no means only to a good opinion, but also to a bad and unjust one. In fact, conformably to the slow rise of the democratic social order, the originally noble and rare impulse of the masters to assign a value to themselves and to think well of themselves, will now be more and more encouraged and extended, but it has at all times an older, ampler, and more radically ingrained propensity opposed to it, and in the phenomenon of vanity this older propensity overmasters the younger. The vain person rejoices over every good opinion which he hears about himself, just as he suffers from every bad opinion, for he subjects himself to both. He feels himself subjected to both, by that oldest instinct of subjection which breaks forth in him. It is the slave in the vain man's blood, the remains of the slave's craftiness, and how much of the slave is still left in woman, for instance, which seeks to seduce to good opinions of itself. It is the slave, too, who immediately afterwards falls prostrate himself before these opinions, as though he had not called them forth. And to repeat it again, vanity is an atavism. 262. A species originates, and a type becomes established and strong in the long struggle with essentially constant unfavorable conditions. On the other hand, it is known by the experience of breeders that species which receive superabundant nourishment, and in general a surplus of protection and care, immediately tend in the most marked way to develop variations, and are fertile in prodigies and monstrosities. Now look at an aristocratic commonwealth, say an ancient Greek polis, or Venice, as a voluntary or involuntary contrivance for the purpose of rearing human beings. There are there men beside one another, thrown upon their own resources, who want to make their species prevail, chiefly because they must prevail, or else run the terrible danger of being exterminated. The favor, the superabundance, the protection are there lacking under which variations are fostered. The species needs itself as species, as something which, precisely by virtue of its hardness, its uniformity and simplicity of structure, can in general prevail and make itself permanent in constant struggle with its neighbors, or with rebellious or rebellion-threatening vassals. The most varied experience teaches it what are the qualities to which it principally owes the fact that it still exists, in spite of all gods and men, and has hitherto been victorious. These qualities it calls virtues, and these virtues alone it develops to maturity. It does so with severity, indeed it desires severity. Every aristocratic morality is intolerant in the education of youth, in the control of women, in the marriage customs, in the relations of old and young, in the penal laws. It counts intolerance itself among the virtues, under the name of justice. A type with few, but very marked features, a species of severe, warlike, wisely silent, reserved, and reticent men is thus established, unaffected by the vicissitudes of generations, The constant struggle with uniform unfavorable conditions is, as already remarked, the cause of a type becoming stable and hard. Finally, however, a happy state of things results, the enormous tension is relaxed, there are perhaps no more enemies among the neighboring peoples, and the means of life, even of the enjoyment of life, are present in superabundance. With one stroke the bond and constraint of the old discipline severs, it is no longer regarded as necessary, as a condition of existence if it would continue, it can only do so as a form of luxury, as an archaizing taste. Variations, whether they be deviations or deteriorations and monstrosities, appear suddenly on the scene in the greatest exuberance and splendor, the individual dares to be individual and detach himself. At this turning point of history there manifest themselves, side by side, and often mixed and entangled together, a magnificent, manifold, virgin forest-like upgrowth and upstriving, a kind of tropical tempo in the rivalry of growth, and an extraordinary decay and self-destruction, owing to the savagely opposing and seemingly exploding egoisms, which strive with one another for sun and light, and can no longer assign any limit, restraint, or forbearance for themselves by means of the hitherto existing morality. It was this morality itself which piled up the strength so enormously, which bent the bow in so threatening a manner. It is now out of date, it is getting out of date. The dangerous and disquieting point has been reached when the greater, more manifold, more comprehensive life is lived beyond the old morality, the individual stands out, and is obliged to have recourse to his own law-giving, his own arts and artifices for self-preservation, self-elevation, and self-deliverance. Nothing but new whys, nothing but new hows, no common formulas any longer, misunderstanding and disregard in league with each other, decay, deterioration, and the loftiest desires frightfully entangled, the genius of the race overflowing from all the cornucopias of good and bad, a portentous simultaneousness of spring and autumn, full of new charms and mysteries peculiar to the fresh, still inexhausted, still unwearied corruption. Danger is again present, the mother of morality, great danger, this time shifted into the individual, into the neighbor and friend, into the street, into their own child, into their own heart, into all the most personal and secret recesses of their desires and volitions. What will the moral philosophers who appear at this time have to preach? They discover, these sharp onlookers and loafers, that the end is quickly approaching, that everything around them decays and produces decay, that nothing will endure until the day after tomorrow, except one species of man, the incurably mediocre. The mediocre alone have a prospect of continuing and propagating themselves. They will be the men of the future, the sole survivors. Be like them, become mediocre, is now the only morality which has still a significance, which still obtains a hearing, but it is difficult to preach this morality of mediocrity. It can never avow what it is and what it desires. It has to talk of moderation and dignity and duty and brotherly love. It will have difficulty in concealing its irony. 263 There is an instinct for rank, which more than anything else is already the sign of a high rank. There is a delight in the nuances of reverence which leads one to infer noble origin and habits. The refinement, goodness, and loftiness of a soul are put to a perilous test when something passes by that is of the highest rank, but is not yet protected by the awe of authority from obtrusive touches and incivilities, something that goes its way like a living touchstone, undistinguished, undiscovered, and tentative, perhaps voluntarily veiled and disguised. He whose task and practice it is to investigate souls, will avail himself of many varieties of this very art to determine the ultimate value of a soul, the unalterable, innate order of rank to which it belongs. He will test it by its instinct for reverence. Difference engendrahane, the vulgarity of many a nature spurts up suddenly like dirty water, when any holy vessel, any jewel from closed shrines, any book bearing the marks of great destiny, is brought before it, while on the other hand, there is an involuntary silence, a hesitation of the eye, a cessation of all gestures, by which it is indicated that a soul feels the nearness of what is worthiest of respect. The way in which, on the whole, the reverence for the Bible has hitherto been maintained in Europe, is perhaps the best example of discipline and refinement of manners which Europe owes to Christianity. Books of such profoundness and supreme significance require for their protection an external tyranny of authority, in order to acquire the period of thousands of years which is necessary to exhaust and unriddle them. Much has been achieved when the sentiment has been at last instilled into the masses that they are not allowed to touch everything, that there are holy experiences before which they must take off their shoes and keep away the unclean hand. It is almost their highest advance towards humanity. On the contrary, in the so-called cultured classes, the believers in modern ideas, nothing is perhaps so repulsive as their lack of shame, the easy insolence of eye and hand with which they touch, taste, and finger everything, and it is possible that even yet there is more relative nobility of taste, and more tact for reverence among the people, among the lower classes of the people, especially among peasants, than among the newspaper-reading demi-monde of intellect, the cultured class. 264 It cannot be effaced from a man's soul what his ancestors have preferably and most constantly done, whether they were perhaps diligent economizers attached to a desk and a cash box, modest and citizen-like in their desires, modest also in their virtues, or whether they were accustomed to commanding from morning till night, fond of rude pleasures and probably of still ruder duties and responsibilities, or whether, finally, at one time or another, they have sacrificed old privileges of birth and possession, in order to live wholly for their faith for their God, as men of an inexorable and sensitive conscience, which blushes at every compromise. It is quite impossible for a man not to have the qualities and predilections of his parents and ancestors in his constitution, whatever appearances may suggest to the contrary. This is the problem of race. Granted that one knows something of the parents, it is admissible to draw a conclusion about the child. Any kind of offensive incontinence, any kind of sordid envy, or of clumsy self-vaunting, the three things which together have constituted the genuine plebeian type in all times, such must pass over to the child, as surely as bad blood, and with the help of the best education and culture one will only succeed in deceiving with regard to such heredity. And what else does education and culture try to do nowadays? In our very democratic, or rather, very plebeian age, education and culture must be essentially the art of deceiving with regard to origin, with regard to the inherited plebeianism in body and soul. An educator who nowadays preached truthfulness above everything else, and called out constantly to his pupils, "Be true. Be natural. Show yourselves as you are." Even such a virtuous and sincere ass would learn in a short time to have recourse to the furca of Horace, naturam expellere, with what results? Plebeianism usque recurret. Footnote: Horace's Epistles, IX 24. 265 At the risk of displeasing innocent ears, I submit that egoism belongs to the essence of a noble soul. I mean the unalterable belief that to a being such as we, other beings must naturally be in subjection, and have to sacrifice themselves. The noble soul accepts the fact of his egoism without question, and also without consciousness of harshness, constraint, or arbitrariness therein, but rather as something that may have its basis in the primary law of things. If he sought a designation for it, he would say, it is justice itself. He acknowledges under certain circumstances, which made him hesitate at first, that there are other equally privileged ones. As soon as he has settled this question of rank, he moves among those equals and equally privileged ones with the same assurance, as regards modesty and delicate respect, which he enjoys in intercourse with himself in accordance with an innate heavenly mechanism which all the stars understand. It is an additional instance of his egoism, this artfulness and self-limitation in intercourse with his equals. Every star is a similar egoist, he honors himself in them, and in the rights which he concedes to them. He has no doubt that the exchange of honors and rights, as the essence of all intercourse, belongs also to the natural condition of things. The noble soul gives as he takes, prompted by the passionate and sensitive instinct of requital, which is at the root of his nature. The notion of favor has, inter pares, neither significance nor good repute. There may be a sublime way of letting gifts as it were light upon one from above, and of drinking them thirstily like dewdrops, but for those arts and displays the noble soul has no aptitude. His egoism hinders him here. In general, he looks aloft unwillingly, he looks either forward, horizontally and deliberately, or downwards, he knows that he is on a height. 266 One can only truly esteem him who does not look out for himself. Goethe. Taras Schlosser. 267 The Chinese have a proverb which mothers even teach their children, siao sin. This is the essentially fundamental tendency in latter-day civilizations. I have no doubt that an ancient Greek, also, would first of all remark the self-dwarfing in us Europeans of today. In this respect alone we should immediately be distasteful to him. 268 What, after all, is ignobleness? Words are vocal symbols for ideas. Ideas, however, are more or less definite mental symbols for frequently returning and concurring sensations, for groups of sensations. It is not sufficient to use the same words in order to understand one another, we must also employ the same words for the same kind of internal experiences, we must in the end have experiences in common. On this account the people of one nation understand one another better than those belonging to different nations, even when they use the same language, or rather, when people have lived long together under similar conditions there originates therefrom an entity that understands itself, namely, a nation. In all souls a like number of frequently recurring experiences have gained the upper hand over those occurring more rarely. About these matters people understand one another rapidly and always more rapidly. The history of language is the history of a process of abbreviation. On the basis of this quick comprehension people always unite closer and closer. The greater the danger, the greater is the need of agreeing quickly and readily about what is necessary, not to misunderstand one another in danger. That is what cannot at all be dispensed with in intercourse. Also in all loves and friendships one has the experience that nothing of the kind continues when the discovery has been made that in using the same words, one of the two parties has feelings, thoughts, intuitions, wishes, or fears different from those of the other. Whichever groups of sensations within a soul awaken most readily, begin to speak, and give the word of command. These decide as to the general order of rank of its values, and determine ultimately its list of desirable things. A man's estimates of value betray something of the structure of his soul, and wherein it sees its conditions of life, its intrinsic needs. Supposing now that necessity has from all time drawn together only such men as could express similar requirements and similar experiences by similar symbols, it results on the whole that the easy communicability of need, which implies ultimately the undergoing only of average and common experiences, must have been the most potent of all the forces which have hitherto operated upon mankind. The more similar, the more ordinary people, have always had and are still having the advantage, the more select, more refined, more unique, and difficultly comprehensible, are liable to stand alone. They succumb to accidents in their isolation, and seldom propagate themselves. One must appeal to immense opposing forces, in order to thwart this natural, all too natural progresses in simile, the evolution of man to the similar, the ordinary, the average, the gregarious to the ignoble. 269 The more a psychologist born, an unavoidable psychologist and soul diviner turns his attention to the more select cases and individuals, the greater is his danger of being suffocated by sympathy. He needs sternness and cheerfulness more than any other man. For the corruption, the ruination of higher men, of the more unusually constituted souls, is in fact, the rule. It is dreadful to have such a rule always before one's eyes. The manifold torment of the psychologist who has discovered this ruination, who discovers once, and then discovers almost repeatedly throughout all history, this universal inner desperateness of higher men, this eternal too late, in every sense may perhaps one day be the cause of his turning with bitterness against his own lot, and of his making an attempt at self-destruction, of his going to ruin himself. One may perceive in almost every psychologist a telltale inclination for delightful intercourse with commonplace and well-ordered men. The fact is thereby disclosed that he always requires healing, that he needs a sort of flight and forgetfulness, away from what his insight and incisiveness, from what his business has laid upon his conscience. The fear of his memory is peculiar to him. He is easily silenced by the judgment of others. He hears with unmoved countenance how people honor, admire, love, and glorify, where he has perceived or he even conceals his silence by expressly assenting to some plausible opinion. Perhaps the paradox of his situation becomes so dreadful that, precisely where he has learnt great sympathy, together with great contempt, the multitude, the educated, and the visionaries, have on their part learnt great reverence for great men and marvelous animals, for the sake of whom one blesses and honors the fatherland, the earth, the dignity of mankind, and one's own self, to whom one points the young, and in view of whom one educates them. And who knows but in all great instances hitherto just the same happened, that the multitude worshipped a god, and that the god was only a poor sacrificial animal. Success has always been the greatest liar, and the work itself is a success. The great statesman, the conqueror, the discoverer, are disguised in their creations until they are unrecognizable. The work of the artist, of the philosopher, only invents him who has created it, is reputed to have created it. The great men, as they are reverenced, are poor little fictions composed afterwards. In the world of historical values spurious coinage prevails. Those great poets, for example, such as Byron, Musset, Poe, Leopardi, Kleist, Gogol, as they now appear, and were perhaps obliged to be, men of the moment, enthusiastic, sensuous, and childish, light-minded and impulsive in their trust and distrust, with souls in which usually some flaw has to be concealed, often taking revenge with their works for an internal defilement, often seeking forgetfulness in their sorrowing from a too true memory, often lost in the mud and almost in love with it, until they become like the will-o'-the-wisps around the swamps, and pretend to be stars. The people then call them idealists, often struggling with protracted disgust, with an ever-reappearing phantom of disbelief, which makes them cold, and obliges them to languish for gloria and devour faith as it is out of the hands of intoxicated adulators. What a torment these great artists are, and the so-called higher men in general, to him who has once found them out. It is thus conceivable that it is just from woman, who is clairvoyant in the world of suffering, and also unfortunately eager to help and save to an extent far beyond her powers, that they have learned so readily those outbreaks of boundless devoted sympathy, which the multitude, above all the reverent multitude, do not understand, and overwhelm with prying and self-gratifying interpretations. This sympathizing invariably deceives itself as to its power. Woman would like to believe that love can do everything. It is the superstition peculiar to her. Alas, he who knows the heart finds out how poor, helpless, pretentious, and blundering even the best and deepest love is. He finds that it rather destroys than saves. It is possible that under the holy fable and travesty of the life of Jesus there is hidden one of the most painful cases of the martyrdom of knowledge about love, the martyrdom of the most innocent and most craving heart, that never had enough of any human love, that demanded inexorably and frantically to be loved and nothing else, with terrible outbursts against those who refused him their love. The story of a poor soul insatiated and insatiable in love, that had to invent hell to send thither those who would not love him, and that at last, enlightened about human love, had to invent a God who is entire love, entire capacity for love, who takes pity on human love, because it is so paltry, so ignorant. He who has such sentiments, he who has such knowledge about love seeks for death. But why should one deal with such painful matters? Provided, of course, that one is not obliged to do so. 270. The intellectual haughtiness and loathing of every man who has suffered deeply. It almost determines the order of rank how deeply men can suffer. The chilling certainty, with which he is thoroughly imbued and colored, that by virtue of his suffering he knows more than the shrewdest and wisest can ever know, that he has been familiar with, and at home in, many distant, dreadful worlds of which you know nothing. This silent intellectual haughtiness of the sufferer, this pride of the elect, of knowledge, of the initiated, of the almost sacrificed, finds all forms of disguise necessary to protect itself from contact with officious and sympathizing hands, and in general from all that is not its equal in suffering. Profound suffering makes noble. It separates. One of the most refined forms of disguise is epicurism, along with a certain ostentatious boldness of taste, which takes suffering lightly, and puts itself on the defensive against all that is sorrowful and profound. They are gay men who make use of gaiety, because they are misunderstood on account of it they wish to be misunderstood. There are scientific minds who make use of science, because it gives a gay appearance, and because scientificness leads to the conclusion that a person is superficial they wish to mislead to a false conclusion. There are free insolent minds which would fain conceal and deny that they are broken, proud, incurable hearts, and occasionally folly itself is the mask of an unfortunate overassured knowledge from which it follows that it is the part of a more refined humanity to have reverence for the mask, and not to make use of psychology and curiosity in the wrong place. 271 That which separates two men most profoundly is a different sense and grade of purity. What does it matter about all their honesty and reciprocal usefulness, what does it matter about all their mutual goodwill, the fact still remains they cannot smell each other. The highest instinct for purity places him who is affected with it in the most extraordinary and dangerous isolation, as a saint, for it is just holiness the highest spiritualization of the instinct in question. Any kind of cognizance of an indescribable excess in the joy of the bath, any kind of ardor or thirst which perpetually impels the soul out of night into the morning, and out of gloom, out of affliction into clearness, brightness, depth, and refinement, just as much as such a tendency distinguishes it is a noble tendency, it also separates the pity of the saint is pity for the filth of the human, all too human. And there are grades and heights where pity itself is regarded by him as impurity, as filth. 272 Signs of nobility: never to think of lowering our duties to the rank of duties for everybody, to be unwilling to renounce or to share our responsibilities, to count our prerogatives, and the exercise of them, among our duties. 273 A man who strives after great things, looks upon every one whom he encounters on his way either as a means of advance, or a delay and hindrance, or as a temporary resting place. His peculiar lofty bounty to his fellow men is only possible when he attains his elevation and dominates. Impatience, and the consciousness of being always condemned to comedy up to that time, for even strife is a comedy, and conceals the end, as every means does spoil all intercourse for him. This kind of man is acquainted with solitude, and what is most poisonous in it. 274 The problem of those who wait happy chances are necessary, and many incalculable elements, in order that a higher man in whom the solution of a problem is dormant, may yet take action, or break forth, as one might say, at the right moment. On an average it does not happen, and in all corners of the earth there are waiting ones sitting who hardly know to what extent they are waiting, and still less that they wait in vain. Occasionally, too, the waking call comes too late, the chance which gives permission to take action when their best youth and strength for action have been used up in sitting still, and how many a one, just as he sprang up, has found with horror that his limbs are benumbed and his spirits are now too heavy. It is too late, he has said to himself, and has become self-distrustful and henceforth forever useless in the domain of genius. May not the Raphael without hands perhaps not be the exception, but the rule? Perhaps genius is by no means so rare, but rather the 500 hands which it requires in order to tyrannize over the Greek inserted here, the right time in order to take chance by the forelock. 275 He who does not wish to see the height of a man, looks all the more sharply at what is low in him, and in the foreground, and thereby betrays himself. 276 In all kinds of injury and loss the lower and coarser soul is better off than the nobler soul. The dangers of the latter must be greater, the probability that it will come to grief and perish is in fact immense, considering the multiplicity of the conditions of its existence. In a lizard a finger grows again which has been lost, not so in man. 277 It is too bad. Always the old story. When a man has finished building his house, he finds that he has learned unawares something which he ought absolutely to have known before he began to build. The eternal, fatal too late. The melancholia of everything completed. 278 Wanderer, who art thou? I see thee follow thy path without scorn, without love, with unfathomable eyes, wet and sad as a plummet which has returned to the light, insatiated out of every depth. What did it seek down there? With a bosom that never sighs, with lips that conceal their loathing, with a hand which only slowly grasps. Who art thou? What hast thou done? Rest thee here, this place has hospitality for every one, refresh thyself. And whoever thou art, what is it that now pleases thee? What will serve to refresh thee? Only name it, whatever I have I offer thee. To refresh me? To refresh me? Oh, thou prying one, what sayest thou? But give me, I pray thee, what? Speak out. Another mask. A second mask. 279 Men of profound sadness betray themselves when they are happy. They have a mode of seizing upon happiness as though they would choke and strangle it, out of jealousy. They know only too well that it will flee from them. 280 Bad. Bad. What? Does he not go back? Yes. But you misunderstand him when you complain about it. He goes back like everyone who is about to make a great spring. 281 Will people believe it of me? But I insist that they believe it of me. I have always thought very unsatisfactorily of myself and about myself, only in very rare cases, only compulsorily, always without delight in the subject, ready to digress from myself, and always without faith in the result, owing to an unconquerable distrust of the possibility of self-knowledge, which has led me so far as to feel a contradictionary in adjecto even in the idea of direct knowledge which theorists allow themselves. This matter of fact is almost the most certain thing I know about myself. There must be a sort of repugnance in me to believe anything definite about myself. Is there perhaps some enigma therein? Probably, but fortunately nothing for my own teeth. Perhaps it betrays the species to which I belong, but not to myself, as is sufficiently agreeable to me. 282 But what has happened to you? I do not know, he said, hesitatingly. Perhaps the harpies have flown over my table. It sometimes happens nowadays that a gentle, sober, retiring man becomes suddenly mad, breaks the plates, upsets the table, shrieks, raves, and shocks everybody, and finally withdraws, ashamed, and raging at himself. Whither? For what purpose? To famish apart? To suffocate with his memories. To him who has the desires of a lofty and dainty soul, and only seldom finds his table laid and his food prepared, the danger will always be great. Nowadays, however, it is extraordinarily so. Thrown into the midst of a noisy and plebeian age, with which he does not like to eat out of the same dish, he may readily perish of hunger and thirst, or, should he nevertheless finally fall to, of sudden nausea. We have probably all sat at tables to which we did not belong, and precisely the most spiritual of us, who are most difficult to nourish, know the dangerous dyspepsia which originates from a sudden insight and disillusionment about our food and our messmates, the after-dinner nausea. 283 If one wishes to praise at all, it is a delicate and at the same time a noble self-control, to praise only where one does not agree. Otherwise, in fact, one would praise oneself, which is contrary to good taste. A self-control, to be sure, which offers excellent opportunity and provocation to constant misunderstanding. To be able to allow oneself this veritable luxury of taste and morality, one must not live among intellectual imbeciles, but rather among men whose misunderstandings and mistakes amuse by their refinement, or one will have to pay dearly for it. He praises me, therefore he acknowledges me to be right. This asinine method of inference spoils half of the life of us recluses, for it brings the asses into our neighborhood and friendship. 284 To live in a vast and proud tranquility, always beyond. To have, or not to have, one's emotions, one's for and against, according to choice, to lower oneself to them for hours, to seat oneself on them as upon horses, and often as upon asses, for one must know how to make use of their stupidity as well as of their fire. To conserve one's 304 grounds, also one's black spectacles, for there are circumstances when nobody must look into our eyes, still less into our motives. And to choose for company that roguish and cheerful vice, politeness. And to remain master of one's four virtues: courage, insight, sympathy, and solitude. For solitude is a virtue with us, as a sublime bent and bias to purity, which divines that in the contact of man and man in society it must be unavoidably impure. All society makes one somehow, somewhere, or sometime commonplace. 285 The greatest events and thoughts The greatest thoughts, however, are the greatest events are longest in being comprehended. The generations which are contemporary with them do not experience such events, they live past them. Something happens there as in the realm of stars. The light of the furthest stars is longest in reaching man, and before it has arrived man denies that there are stars there. How many centuries does a mind require to be understood? That is also a standard. One also makes a gradation of rank and an etiquette therewith, such as is necessary for mind and for star. 286 Here is the prospect free, the mind exalted. Footnote, Goethe's Faust, Part 2, Act V. The words of Dr. Marianus. But there is a reverse kind of man, who is also upon a height, and has also a free prospect but looks downwards. 287 What is noble? What does the word noble still mean for us nowadays? How does the noble man betray himself? How is he recognized under this heavy overcast sky of the commencing plebeianism, by which everything is rendered opaque and leaden? It is not his actions which establish his claim. Actions are always ambiguous, always inscrutable, neither is it his works. One finds nowadays among artists and scholars plenty of those who betray by their works that a profound longing for nobleness impels them, but this very need of nobleness is radically different from the needs of the noble soul itself, and is in fact the eloquent and dangerous sign of the lack thereof. It is not the works, but the belief which is here decisive and determines the order of rank. To employ once more an old religious formula with a new and deeper meaning, it is some fundamental certainty which a noble soul has about itself, something which is not to be sought, is not to be found, and perhaps, also, is not to be lost. The noble soul has reverence for itself. 288 There are men who are unavoidably intellectual, let them turn and twist themselves as they will, and hold their hands before their treacherous eyes as though the hand were not a betrayer. It always comes out at last that they have something which they hide, namely, intellect. One of the subtlest means of deceiving, at least as long as possible, and of successfully representing oneself to be stupider than one really is, which in everyday life is often as desirable as an umbrella, is called enthusiasm, including what belongs to it, for instance, virtue. For as Gallieni said, who was obliged to know it, virtu est enthusiasma. 289 In the writings of a recluse one always hears something of the echo of the wilderness, something of the murmuring tones and timid vigilance of solitude. In his strongest words, even in his cry itself, there sounds a new and more dangerous kind of silence, of concealment. He who has sat day and night, from year's end to year's end, alone with his soul in familiar discord and discourse, he who has become a cave bear, or a treasure seeker, or a treasure guardian and dragon in his cave, it may be a labyrinth, but can also be a gold mine. His ideas themselves eventually acquire a twilight color of their own, and an odor, as much of the depth as of the mold, something uncommunicative and repulsive, which blows chilly upon every passer-by. The recluse does not believe that a philosopher, supposing that a philosopher has always in the first place been a recluse, ever expressed his actual and ultimate opinions in books. Are not books written precisely to hide what is in us? Indeed, he will doubt whether a philosopher can have ultimate and actual opinions at all, whether behind every cave in him there is not, and must necessarily be, a still deeper cave, an ampler, stranger, richer world beyond the surface, an abyss behind every bottom, beneath every foundation. Every philosophy is a foreground philosophy. This is a recluse's verdict. There is something arbitrary in the fact that the philosopher came to a stand here, took a retrospect, and looked around, that he here laid his spade aside and did not dig any deeper. There is also something suspicious in it. Every philosophy also conceals a philosophy, every opinion is also a lurking place, every word is also a mask. 290 Every deep thinker is more afraid of being understood than of being misunderstood. The latter perhaps wounds his vanity, but the former wounds his heart, his sympathy, which always says, "Ah, why would you also have as hard a time of it as I have?" 291 Man, a complex, mendacious, artful, and inscrutable animal, uncanny to the other animals by his artifice and sagacity, rather than by his strength, has invented the good conscience in order finally to enjoy his soul as something simple, and the whole of morality is a long, audacious falsification, by virtue of which generally enjoyment at the sight of the soul becomes possible. From this point of view there is perhaps much more in the conception of art than is generally believed. 292 A philosopher, that is a man who constantly experiences, sees, hears, suspects, hopes, and dreams extraordinary things, who is struck by his own thoughts as if they came from the outside, from above and below, as a species of events and lightning flashes peculiar to him, who is perhaps himself a storm pregnant with new lightnings, a portentous man, around whom there is always rumbling and mumbling and gaping and something uncanny going on. A philosopher, alas, a being who often runs away from himself, is often afraid of himself but whose curiosity always makes him come to himself again. 293 A man who says, I like that, I take it for my own, and mean to guard and protect it from every one, a man who can conduct a case, carry out a resolution, remain true to an opinion, keep hold of a woman, punish and overthrow insolence, a man who has his indignation and his sword, and to whom the weak, the suffering, the oppressed, and even the animals willingly submit and naturally belong, in short, a man who is a master by nature. When such a man has sympathy, well, that sympathy has value. But of what account is the sympathy of those who suffer? Or of those even who preach sympathy? There is nowadays, throughout almost the whole of Europe, a sickly irritability and sensitiveness towards pain, and also a repulsive restrainableness in complaining, an effeminizing, which, with the aid of religion and philosophical nonsense, seeks to deck itself out as something superior. There is a regular cult of suffering. The unmanliness of that which is called sympathy by such groups of visionaries, is always, I believe, the first thing that strikes the eye. One must resolutely and radically taboo this latest form of bad taste, and finally I wish people to put the good amulet, Guy saber, on heart and neck, as a protection against it. 294 The Olympian vice. Despite the philosopher who, as a genuine Englishman, tried to bring laughter into bad repute in all thinking minds, laughing is a bad infirmity of human nature, which every thinking mind will strive to overcome. I would even allow myself to rank philosophers according to the quality of their laughing up to those who are capable of golden laughter. And supposing that gods also philosophize, which I am strongly inclined to believe, owing to many reasons, I have no doubt that they also know how to laugh, thereby in an overmanlike and new fashion and at the expense of all serious things. Gods are fond of ridicule. It seems that they cannot refrain from laughter even in holy matters. 295 The genius of the heart, as that great mysterious one possesses it, the tempter god and born rat-catcher of consciences, whose voice can descend into the nether world of every soul, who neither speaks a word nor casts a glance in which there may not be some motive or touch of allurement, to whose perfection it pertains that he knows how to appear not as he is, but in a guise which acts as an additional constraint on his followers to press ever closer to him, to follow him more cordially and thoroughly, the genius of the heart, which imposes silence and attention on everything loud and self-conceited, which smooths rough souls and makes them taste a new longing to lie placid as a mirror, that the deep heavens may be reflected in them, the genius of the heart, which teaches the clumsy and too hasty hand to hesitate, and to grasp more delicately, which scents the hidden and forgotten treasure, the drop of goodness and sweet spirituality under thick dark ice, and is a divining rod for every grain of gold. Long buried and imprisoned in mud and sand, the genius of the heart, from contact with which every one goes away richer, not favored or surprised, not as though gratified and oppressed by the good things of others, but richer in himself, newer than before, broken up, blown upon, and sounded by a thawing wind, more uncertain, perhaps, more delicate, more fragile, more bruised, but full of hopes which as yet lack names, full of a new will and current, full of a new ill will and counter-current. But what am I doing, my friends? Of whom am I talking to you? Have I forgotten myself so far that I have not even told you his name? Unless it be that you have already divined of your own accord who this questionable God and Spirit is, that wishes to be praised in such a manner? For, as it happens to every one who from childhood onward has always been on his legs, and in foreign lands, I have also encountered on my path many strange and dangerous spirits, above all, however, and again, the one of whom I have just spoken, in fact, no less a personage than the god Dionysus, the great equivocator and tempter, to whom, as you know, I once offered in all secrecy and reverence my first fruits, the last, as it seems to me, who has offered a sacrifice to him, for I have found no one who could understand what I was then doing. In the meantime, however, I have learned much, far too much, about the philosophy of this god, and, as I said, from mouth to mouth I, the last disciple and initiate of the god Dionysus, and perhaps I might at last begin to give you, my friends, as far as I am allowed, a little taste of this philosophy. In a hushed voice, as is but seemly, for it has to do with much that is secret, new, strange, wonderful, and uncanny. The very fact that Dionysus is a philosopher, and that therefore gods also philosophize, seems to me a novelty which is not unensnaring, and might perhaps arouse suspicion precisely among philosophers. Among you, my friends, there is less to be said against it, except that it comes too late and not at the right time, for, as it has been disclosed to me, you are loath nowadays to believe in God and gods. It may happen, too, that in the frankness of my story I must go further than is agreeable to the strict usages of your ears. Certainly the God in question went further, very much further, in such dialogues, and was always many paces ahead of me. Indeed, if it were allowed, I should have to give him, according to human usage, fine ceremonious tides of luster and merit. I should have to extol his courage as investigator and discoverer, his fearless honesty, truthfulness, and love of wisdom. But such a God does not know what to do with all that respectable trumpery and pomp. Keep that, he would say, for thyself and those like thee, and whoever else require it. I have no reason to cover my nakedness. One suspects that this kind of divinity and philosopher perhaps lacks shame. He once said, under certain circumstances I love mankind, and referred thereby to Ariadne, who was present. In my opinion man is an agreeable, brave, inventive animal, that has not his equal upon earth. He makes his way even through all labyrinths. I like man, and often think how I can still further advance him, and make him stronger, more evil, and more profound. Stronger, more evil, and more profound? I asked in horror. Yes, he said again, stronger, more evil, and more profound, also more beautiful. And thereby the tempter god smiled with his halcyon smile, as though he had just paid some charming compliment. One here sees at once that it is not only shame that this divinity lacks, and in general there are good grounds for supposing that in some things the gods could all of them come to us men for instruction. We men are more human. 296. Alas! What are you, after all, my written and painted thoughts? Not long ago you were so variegated, young, and malicious, so full of thorns and secret spices, that you made me sneeze and laugh, and now you have already doffed your novelty, and some of you, I fear, are ready to become truths. So immortal do they look, so pathetically honest, so tedious. And was it ever otherwise? What then do we write and paint, we mandarins with Chinese brush, we immortalizers of things which lend themselves to writing? What are we alone capable of painting? Alas, only that which is just about to fade and begins to lose its odor. Alas, only exhausted and departing storms and belated yellow sentiments. Alas, only birds strayed and fatigued by flight, which now let themselves be captured with the hand with our hand. We immortalize what cannot live and fly much longer, things only which are exhausted and mellow. And it is only for your afternoon, you, my written and painted thoughts, for which alone I have colors, perhaps, many variegated softenings, and 50 yellows and browns and greens and reds, but nobody will divine thereby how ye looked in your morning, you sudden sparks and marvels of my solitude, You, my old, beloved evil thoughts? Ecce homo, how one becomes what one is. Why I am so clever. Why do I know a few things more than other people? Why in fact am I so clever? I have never pondered over questions that are not really questions. I have never wasted my strength. Of religious difficulties, for instance, I have no experience. I have never felt what it is to feel sinful. In the same way, I completely lack any reliable criterion for understanding what constitutes a prick of conscience. From all accounts, a prick of conscience does not seem to be a very respectable thing. I should hate to leave an action of mine in the lurch. I prefer to disregard adverse outcomes, the consequences, out of the question of the value of an action. When faced by unpleasant consequences, one is too ready to abandon the proper standpoint from which an action ought to be considered. A prick of conscience strikes me as a sort of evil eye. To honor our failures precisely because it has failed, this is much more in keeping with my morality. God, the immortality of the soul, salvation, the beyond. Even as a child I had no time for such notions. I do not waste any time upon them. Maybe I was never childish enough for that. I have not come to know atheism as a result of logical reasoning, and still less as an event in my life. In me it is a matter of instinct. I am too inquisitive, too questioning, too high-spirited to be satisfied with such clumsy answers. God is a too palpably clumsy answer, an answer which shows a lack of delicacy towards us thinkers fundamentally, even a crude prohibition to us, "You shall not think." I am much more interested in another question, a question upon which the salvation of humanity depends to a far greater degree than it does upon any piece of theological curiosity. I refer to nutrition. For ordinary purposes it may be formulated as follows: how precisely must you feed yourself so as to be able to attain to the maximum of strength, of virtue in the Renaissance style of virtue free from moralic acid? My experiences in regard to this matter have been as bad as they possibly could be. I am surprised that I set myself this question so late in life, and that it took me so long to draw rational conclusions from these experiences. Only the absolute worthlessness of German education, its idealism, can to some extent explain how it was that precisely in this matter I was so backward that my ignorance was almost saintly. This education, which from first to last teaches one to lose sight of actual things and to hunt after thoroughly problematic and so-called ideal aims, as for instance classical education, as if it were not hopeless from the start to try to unite classical and German in one concept. It is even a little comical. Try and imagine a classically educated citizen of Leipzig. Indeed, I can say that up to a very mature age my food was entirely bad. Expressed morally, it was impersonal, selfless, altruistic, for the salvation of cooks and all other fellow Christians. It was through the cooking in vogue at Leipzig, for instance, together with my first study of Schopenhauer, that I earnestly renounced my will to live. To spoil one's stomach by absorbing insufficient nourishment, this problem seemed to my mind solved with admirable felicity by the above-mentioned cookery. But as to German cookery in general, what has it not got on its conscience? Soup before the meal, meat boiled to shreds, vegetables cooked with fat and flour, the degeneration of puddings into paperweights. And if you add to this the absolutely bestial drinking habits during meals of the ancients, and not only of the ancient Germans, you will understand the origin of the German spirit, that is to say, in bad stomachs. German spirit is indigestion, it can digest nothing. But even English diet, which in comparison with German and indeed with the French seems to me to constitute a return to nature, that is to say to cannibalism, is profoundly opposed to my own instincts. It seems to me to give the spirit heavy feet, the feet of English women. The best cuisine is that of Piedmont. Alcoholic drinks do not agree with me. A single glass of wine or beer a day is sufficient to turn life into a vale of tears for me. In Munich I find my antipodes. Although I admit that this knowledge came to me somewhat late, it already formed part of my experience even as a child. As a boy I believed that the drinking of wine and the smoking of tobacco were at first but the vanities of youths, and later merely bad habits. Maybe the wine of Naumburg was partly responsible for this poor opinion. In order to believe that wine makes cheerful, I should have had to be a Christian. In other words, I should have had to believe in what to my mind is an absurdity. Strange to say, whereas small quantities of alcohol taken with plenty of water succeed in making me feel out of sorts, large quantities turn me almost into a sailor. Even as a boy I showed my bravado in this respect. To compose a long Latin essay in one night, to revise and recopy it, to aspire with my pen to emulation of the exactitude and the terseness of my model Sallust, and to pour a few swigs of booze over it, all this kind of approach was, while I was a pupil at the venerable old school of Forda, not in the least out of keeping with my physiology, nor perhaps that of Sallust, however much it may have been alien to dignified Forda. Later on, towards the middle of my life, I grew more and more opposed to alcoholic drinks, an opponent of vegetarianism from experience, just like Richard Wagner, who converted me back to meat. I cannot stress enough that more spiritual natures are advised to abstain absolutely from alcohol. Water is sufficient. I prefer those places where in all directions one has opportunities of drinking from free-flowing founts. In vino veritas, it seems that here once more I am at variance with the rest of the world about the concept truth. With me spirit moves above the waters. Here are a few more indications as to my morality. A heavy meal is digested more easily than an inadequate one. The first principle of a good digestion is that the stomach should come into action as a whole. A man ought therefore to know the size of his stomach. For the same reasons all those interminable meals should be avoided which I call interrupted sacrificial feasts, and which are to be had at any table d'hôte. Nothing should be eaten between meals. Coffee should be given up. Coffee makes one gloomy. Tea is beneficial only in the morning. It should be taken in small quantities but very strong. It may be very harmful and indispose you for the whole day if it be taken the least bit too weak. Everybody has his own standard in this matter, often between the narrowest and most delicate limits. In an enervating climate, tea is not a good beverage with which to start the day. An hour before taking it, it is advisable to drink a cup of thick oil-free cocoa. Remain seated as little as possible. Put no trust in any thought that is not born in the open whilst moving freely about, nor when the muscles are not in festive mood. All prejudices originate in the intestines. A sedentary life, as I have already said elsewhere, is the real sin against the Holy Spirit. 2. Next to the question of nutrition is that of locality and climate. Nobody is so constituted as to be able to live everywhere and anywhere, and he who has great duties to perform which demand all his strength has in this respect a very limited choice. The influence of climate upon the bodily functions, affecting their acceleration or slowing down, extends so far that a blunder in the choice of locality and climate is able not only to deflect a man from his duty but also to withhold it from him altogether, so that he never even gets a clear sight of it. In him, animal vigor never reaches the strength required for that pitch of artistic freedom which makes his own soul whisper to him, "I alone can do that." Even a slight tendency to laziness in the intestines, once it has become a habit, is quite sufficient to make something mediocre, something German out of a genius. The climate of Germany alone is enough to discourage the strongest and most heroically disposed of stomachs. The tempo of the body's functions is closely bound up with the agility or the clumsiness of the spirit. Spirit itself is indeed only a form of these organic functions. Let anybody make a list of the places in which men of great intellect have been found and are still found, where wit, subtlety, and malice constitute happiness, where genius is almost necessarily at home. All of them rejoice in exceptionally dry air. Paris, Provence, Florence, Jerusalem, Athens. These names prove something, namely, that genius is conditioned by dry air, by a pure sky, that is to say by rapid organic functions, by the constant and ever-present possibility of procuring for oneself great and even enormous quantities of strength. I have a certain case in mind in which a man of remarkable intellect and independent spirit became a narrow, withdrawn, a grumpy old crank simply owing to a lack of subtlety in his instinct for climate. And I myself might have been an example of the same thing if illness had not compelled me to reason and to reflect upon reason realistically. Now that I have learned through long practice to read the effects of climatic and meteorological influences from my own body as though from a very delicate and reliable instrument, and that I am able to calculate the change in degrees of atmospheric moisture by means of physiological observations upon myself even on so short a journey as that from Turin to Milan, I think with horror of the ghastly fact that my whole life until the last 10 years, the most perilous years, has always been spent in the wrong and what to me ought to have been the most forbidden places. Naumburg, Forda, Thuringia in general, Leipzig, Basel, Venice, so many ill-starred places for a constitution like mine. If I cannot recall one single happy memory of my childhood and youth, it is nonsense to suppose that so-called moral causes could account for this, as for instance the undeniable fact that I lacked adequate company, for this fact is still true today as it ever was, and it does not prevent me from being cheerful and brave. But it was ignorance in physiological matters, that cursed idealism, that was the real fatality of my life. This was the superfluous and foolish element in my existence, something from which nothing could spring and for which there can be no settlement and no compensation. As the outcome of this idealism I include all the blunders, the great deviations from instinct, and the modesties which drew me aside from the task of my life, as for instance the fact that I became a philologist, why not at least a physician or anything else which might have opened my eyes. My days at Basel, the whole of my spiritual diet including my daily timetable, was an absolutely senseless abuse of extraordinary powers, without the slightest compensation for the strength that I spent, without even a thought of what I was squandering and how it might be replaced. I lacked all subtlety in selfishness, all the protection of a commanding instinct. I was in a state in which one is ready to regard myself as anybody's equal, a state of disinterestedness, a forgetting of one's distance from others, something in short for which I can never forgive myself. When I had well nigh reached the end of my tether, simply because I was almost done for, I began to reflect upon this fundamental irrationality in my life idealism. It was only illness that brought me to reason. 3. After the choice of nutrition and the choice of climate and locality, the third matter regarding which mistakes must be avoided is the choice of the manner in which one recovers one's strength. Here again, according to the extent to which a spirit is sui generis, constraints are set as to the limits of what is available, that is, what is useful to him. For myself, reading in general is among my means of recuperation, consequently it belongs to that which gives me rest from myself, that enables me to wander among strange sciences and strange souls, in fact among things about which I am not seriously interested. Indeed, it is while reading that I recover from my seriousness. During the time that I am deeply absorbed in my work, no books are found within my reach. It would never occur to me to allow anyone to speak or even to think in my presence. For that is what reading would mean. Has anyone ever noticed that during the period of profound tension that accompanies pregnancy, not only the mind but also fundamentally the whole organism disturbance, and every kind of external stimulus is felt too acutely and strikes too deeply? Disturbance and external stimuli must as far as possible be avoided. A sort of walling in of oneself is one of the primary instinctive precautions of spiritual pregnancy. Shall I allow a strange thought to steal secretly over the wall? For that is what reading would mean. The periods of work and fruitfulness are followed by periods of recuperation. Come hither, you delightful, you witty and clever books. Shall I read German books? I must go back 6 months to catch myself with a book in my hand. What was it? An excellent study by Victor Brockhard upon the Greek sceptics, in which my Laertiana was used to advantage. The sceptics, the only honorable type among that two-faced and sometimes quintuple-faced crowd of the philosophers. Otherwise I almost always take refuge in the same books. Altogether their number is small. They are books which have proven themselves to me. It is not perhaps in my nature to read much and of many different kinds. A library makes me ill. Neither is it my nature to love much or many kinds of things. Suspicion or even hostility towards new books is much more akin to my instinctive feeling than tolerance, largeur de coeur and other forms of neighbor love. It is to a small number of older French authors that I always return again and again. I believe only in French culture and regard everything else in Europe which calls itself culture as a misunderstanding. I do not even take the German kind into consideration. The few instances of higher culture with which I have met in Germany were all French in their origin. The most striking example of this was Madame Cosima Wagner, by far the most decisive voice in matters of taste that I have ever heard. That I do not read but literally love Pascal as the most instructive sacrifice to Christianity, killing himself inch by inch, first bodily then spiritually, according to the terrible consistency of this most appalling form of inhuman cruelty, that I have something of Montaigne's mischievousness in my soul, and who knows, perhaps also in my body, that my artist's taste defends the names of Molière, Corneille, and Racine, and not without bitterness against such a disorderly genius as Shakespeare. All this does not prevent me from regarding even the latter-day Frenchmen also as charming companions. I can think of absolutely no century in history in which a hall of more inquisitive and at the same time more subtle psychologists could be found than in the Paris of the present day. Let me mention a few at random, for their number is by no means small: Paul Bourget, Pierre Loti, Gyp, Malhac, Anatole France, Jules Lemaitre, or to point to one of the stronger race, a genuine Latin of whom I am particularly fond, Guy de Maupassant. Between ourselves, I prefer the current generation even to its masters, all of whom were corrupted by German philosophy. Wherever Germany extends, it ruins culture. It was the war which first saved the spirit of France. Stendhal is one of the happiest accidents of my life, for everything that marks an epoch in my life has been brought to me by accident and never by a recommendation. He is quite priceless with his anticipating psychologist's eye, with his grasp of facts which is reminiscent of the same art in the greatest of all masters of facts, and finally not least as an honest atheist, a specimen which is both rare and difficult to discover in France. With all respects to Prosper Mérimée. Maybe I am even envious of Stendhal? He robbed me of the best atheistic joke which I of all people could have made: God's only excuse is that he does not exist. I myself have said somewhere what has been the greatest objection to existence: God. 4. It was Heinrich Heine who gave me the most perfect idea of what a lyrical poet could be. I search in vain through all the realms of antiquity or of modern times for anything to resemble his sweet and passionate music. He possessed that divine malice without which perfection itself becomes unthinkable to me. I estimate the value of men, of races, according to the whether they are unable to conceive of a God who has not a dash of the satyr in him. And with what mastery he wields his native tongue. One day it will be said of Heine and me that we were by far the greatest artists of the German language that have ever existed, and that we left all the efforts that mere Germans made in this language an incalculable distance behind us. I must be profoundly related to Byron's Manfred. Of all the dark abysses in this work I found reflected in my own soul at the age of 13, I was ripe for this book. Words fail me, I have only a look for those who dare to utter the name of Faust in the presence of Manfred. The Germans are incapable of any conception of greatness. For a proof of this, look at Schumann. Out of anger for this mawkish Saxon, I once deliberately composed a counter-overture to Manfred, of which Hans von Bülow declared he had never seen the like before on paper. Such compositions amounted to a violation of Euterpe. When I cast about me for my highest formula for Shakespeare, I find invariably in that he conceived the type of Caesar. Such things a man cannot guess, he either has it or he does not. The great poet draws his creations only from out of his own reality. This is often to such an extent that often after a period of time he can no longer endure his own work. After casting a glance at the pages of my Zarathustra, I pace my room to and fro for half an hour at a time, unable to overcome an insufferable fit of tears. I know of no more here trending reading than Shakespeare. How a man must have suffered to be so much in need of playing the clown. Is Hamlet understood? It is not doubt but certitude that drives one mad. But in order to feel this, one must be profound, one must be an abyss, a philosopher. We all fear the truth. And to make a confession, I feel instinctively certain and convinced that Lord Bacon is the originator, the self-tormentor of this most sinister kind of literature. What do I care about the miserable chatter of American muddlers and blockheads? But the power for the greatest realism in vision is not only compatible with the greatest power in action, with the monstrous in deeds, with crime it actually presupposes it. We do not know half enough about Lord Bacon, the first realist in all the highest sense of the word, to know what he did, what he willed, and what he experienced in his inmost soul. Let the critics go to hell. Suppose I had christened my Zarathustra with a name not my own, let us say with Richard Wagner's name, the insight of 2,000 years would not have sufficed to guess that the author of Human All Too Human was the visionary of Zarathustra. 5. As I am speaking here of the recreations of my life, I feel I must express a word or two of gratitude for that which has refreshed me by far the most heartily and most profoundly. This without the slightest doubt was my intimate association with Richard Wagner. All my other relationships I treat quite lightly, but I would not have the days I spent at Tribschen, those days of mutual confidences, of cheerfulness, of sublime flashes and of profound moments taken from my life at any price. I know not what Wagner may have been for others, but no cloud ever darkened our sky. And this brings me back again to France. I have no arguments, only a contemptuous curl of the lip against Wagnerites and hoc genus omne who believe that they do honor to Wagner by believing him to be like themselves. With a nature like mine, which is so strange to everything Teutonic that even the presence of a German inhibits my digestion, my first meeting with Wagner was the first moment in my life in which I breathed freely. I felt him, I honored him as a foreigner, as the opposite and the incarnate contradiction of all German virtues. We who as children breathed the marshy atmosphere of the 50s are necessarily pessimists as regards the concept German. We cannot be anything else than revolutionaries. We can assent to no state of affairs which allows the bigot to be on top. I care not a jot whether this bigot appears in different colors today, whether he dresses in scarlet or dons the uniform of a hussar. Very well then. Wagner was a revolutionary. He fled from the Germans. As an artist, a man has no home in Europe except in Paris. That subtlety of all the five senses which Wagner's art presupposes, the capability to detect slight nuances, psychological morbidity, all these things can be found only in Paris. Nowhere else can you meet with this passion for questions of form, this seriousness in matters of mise en scene which is the Parisian seriousness par excellence. In Germany no one has any idea of the tremendous ambition that fills the heart of a Parisian artist. The German is a good fellow. Wagner was by no means a good fellow. But I have already said quite enough on the subject of Wagner's real nature and about those to whom he is most closely related. He is one of the late French romantics, that high-soaring and exhilarating band of artists like Delacroix and Berlioz who in their inmost natures are sick and incurable and who are all fanatics of expression, virtuosos through and through. Who in truth was the first intelligent follower of Wagner? Charles Baudelaire, the very man who first understood Delacroix, that typical decadent in whom a whole generation of artists recognized themselves. He was perhaps the last of them too. What is it that I have never forgiven Wagner? The fact that he condescended to the Germans, that he became a German imperialist. Wherever Germany spreads it ruins culture. 6. Taking everything into consideration, I could never have survived my youth without Wagnerian music. For I was condemned to the society of Germans. If one wishes to escape from unbearable pressure, then one needs hashish. Well, I needed Wagner. Wagner is the antidote to everything essentially German. The fact that he is a poison too I do not deny. From the moment that Tristan was arranged for the piano, all honor to you, Herr von Bülow. I was a Wagnerian. Wagner's previous works seemed beneath me, they were too commonplace, too German. But to this day I am still seeking for a work which would be a match to Tristan in dangerous fascination and possess the same gruesome and sweet quality of infinity. I seek among all the arts in vain. All the quaint features of Leonardo da Vinci's work lose their charm at the sound of the first bar in Tristan. This work is without question Wagner's non plus ultra. After its creation, the composition of the Mastersingers and of the Ring was a relaxation to him. To become healthier, this in a nature like Wagner's amounts to going backwards. The curiosity of the psychologist is so great in me that I regard it as quite a special privilege to have lived at the right time and to have lived precisely among Germans so as to be ripe for this work. The world must indeed be empty for him who has never been unhealthy enough for this hellish voluptuousness. It is allowable, even obligatory, to employ a mystic formula here. I suppose I know better than anyone the prodigious feats of which Wagner was capable, the 50 worlds of strange delights to which only he had wings to soar, and as I am alive today and strong enough to turn even the most questionable and most dangerous things to my own advantage and thus to grow stronger, I declare Wagner to have been the greatest benefactor of my life. The bond which unites us is the fact that we have suffered greater agony even at each other's hands than most men are able to bear nowadays, and this will always keep our names associated in the minds of men. For just as Wagner is merely a misunderstanding among Germans, so in truth am I and ever will be. You lack 2 centuries of psychological and artistic discipline, my dear countrymen. But one can never catch up that amount of lost time. 7. To the most exceptional of my readers I shall say another word about what I really want from music. It must be cheerful and yet profound like an October afternoon. It must be original, wanton, and tender, like a dainty sweet woman in wantonness and grace. I shall never admit that a German can understand what music is. Those musicians who are called German, the greatest and most famous foremost, are all foreigners, either Slavs, Croats, Italians, Dutchmen or Jews, or else like Heinrich Schütz, Bach, and Handel, Germans of a strong race which is now extinct. For my own part I have still enough of the Pole left in me to let all other music go if only I can keep Chopin. For 3 reasons I would exclude Wagner's Siegfried Idyll, and perhaps also 1 or 2 things of Liszt, who excelled all other musicians in the noble tone of his orchestration, and finally everything that has been produced beyond the Alps, this side of the Alps. I could not possibly dispense with Rossini, and still less with my southern soul in music, the work of my Venetian maestro Pietro Gasti. And when I say beyond the Alps, all I really mean is Venice. If I try to find a new word for music I can never find any other than Venice. I do not know how to draw any distinction between tears and music. I do not know how to think either of joy or of the South without a shudder of fear. Lately on the bridge I stood in the gloomy night. From afar there came a song, in golden drops it rolled across the glittering scene, music, gondolas, lights swimming drunkenly forth in the gloom. My soul, a stringed instrument invisibly moved, to itself sang a gondola song by reply, trembling with fulsome happiness. Was anyone listening? 8. In all these things, in the choice of food, place, climate, and recreation, the instinct of self-preservation is dominant, and this instinct manifests itself with least ambiguity when it acts as an instinct of defense. To close one's eyes, to close one's ears, to keep certain things at a distance, this is the first principle of prudence, the first proof of the fact that a man is not an accident but a necessity. The popular word for this defensive instinct is taste. A man's imperative command is not only to say no in cases where yes would be a sign of disinterestedness, but also to say no as seldom as possible. One must be rid of all which compels one to repeat no time and time again. The rationale is that all such discharges of defensive forces, however slight they may be, involve enormous and absolutely pointless losses when they become regular and habitual. Our greatest expenditure of strength is made up of these small and most frequent discharges. The act of keeping things off, of holding them at a distance, amounts to a discharge of strength. Do not deceive yourselves on this point. An expenditure of strength for purely negative ends. Simply by being forced to be constantly on guard one may grow so weak as to be no longer able to defend oneself. Suppose I were to step out of my house, and instead of the quiet and aristocratic city of Turin I were to find a German provincial town, my instinct would have to brace itself in order to repel all that which would pour in upon it from this flattened and cowardly world. Or suppose I were to find a large German city, that structure of vice in which nothing grows but where every single thing, whether good or bad, is dragged in. In such circumstances should I not be compelled to become a hedgehog? But to have prickles amounts to a squandering of strength. They even constitute a double luxury when, if we only chose to do so, we could dispense with them and open our hands instead. Another form of prudence and self-defense consists in trying to react as seldom as possible, and to keep oneself aloof from those circumstances and conditions wherein one would be condemned, as it were, to suspend one's freedom and one's initiative and become a mere reacting medium. As an example of this I point to the dealing with books. The scholar who in truth does little else than handle books, a philologist at a modest assessment may handle about 200 a day, ultimately forgets entirely and completely the capacity of thinking for himself. When he does not have a book between his fingers he cannot think. When he thinks he is responding to a stimulus, finally all he does is to react. The scholar exhausts his whole strength in saying either yes or no to matter which has already been thought out, or in criticizing it he is no longer capable of thought on his own account. In him the instinct of self-defense has become weak, otherwise he would defend himself against books. The scholar is a decadent. With my own eyes I have seen gifted, richly endowed and free-spirited natures already read to ruins at 30, and mere matches that have to be struck if they are to give out flames or thoughts. Early in the morning, at the break of day, in all the fullness and dawn of one's strength, to read a book, this I call vicious. 9. At this point I can no longer evade a direct answer to the question how one becomes what one is. And in giving it I shall have to touch upon that masterpiece in the art of self-preservation which is selfishness. Granting that one's life task, the determination and the fate of one's life task greatly exceeds the average measure of such things, nothing more dangerous could be conceived than to come face to face with oneself with this life task in hand. The fact that one becomes what one is presupposes that one has not the remotest idea of what one is. From this standpoint even the blunders of one's life have their own meaning and value, the temporary deviations and aberrations, the moments of hesitation and of modesty, the earnestness wasted upon duties which lie outside the actual life task. In these matters great wisdom, perhaps even the highest wisdom, comes into play. In these circumstances in which te ipsum would be the sure road to ruin, forgetting oneself, misunderstanding oneself, belittling oneself, narrowing oneself and making oneself mediocre is reason itself. Expressed morally, the love one's neighbor, living for others and for other things may be a means of protection employed to maintain the hardest kind of selfishness. This is the exceptional case in which I, contrary to my principles and convictions, take the side of the altruistic instincts, for here they are employed in the service of selfishness and self-discipline. The whole surface of consciousness, for consciousness is a surface, must be kept free from any of the great imperatives. Beware even of every grand word or attitude. They are all risks by which the instinct can come to understand itself too soon. Meanwhile the organizing idea which is destined to become master grows and continues to grow into the depths it begins to command. It leads one slowly back from deviations and aberrations, it prepares individual qualities and capacities which one day will make themselves felt as indispensable to the whole of your task. Step by step it cultivates all the supporting faculties before it ever whispers a word concerning the dominant task, the goal, the object and the meaning of it all. Looked at from this standpoint my life is simply amazing. For the task of revaluation of all values more capacities were needed perhaps than could commonly be found together in one individual, and above all antagonistic capacities which had to kept free from mutual strife and destruction. An order of rank among capacities, distance, the art of separating without creating hostility, to avoid confusing things, to keep from reconciling things, an enormous multiplicity and yet the reverse of chaos, all this was the first condition, the long secret work and the artistic labor of my instinct. Its sublime protection manifested itself with such strength that not once did one ever dream of what was growing within me until suddenly all my capacities were ripe and one day burst forth in all the perfection of their highest bloom. I cannot remember ever having exerted myself, I can point to no trace of struggle in my life, I am the reverse of a heroic nature. To want something, to strive after something, to have an aim or a wish in my mind, I know none of this from experience. Even at this moment I look out upon my future, a distant future. As upon a calm sea, no sigh of longing makes a ripple on its surface. One have not the slightest wish that anything should be otherwise than it is, I do not want myself different than I am. But in this matter I have always been the same. I have never had a desire. A man who after his 44th year can say that he has never bothered himself about honors, women, or money. Not that they did not come my way. It was thus that I became one day a university professor. I had never had the remotest idea of such a thing, for I was scarcely 24 years of age. In the same way 2 years previously I had one day become a philologist, in the sense that my first philological work, my beginning in every way, was expressly obtained by my teacher Ritzkel for publication in his Renaissance museum. Really and seriously regarded the book as a sign of the times, as a genuine and typical example of Junker philosophy for which the Kreuzzeitung had not sufficient courage? 2. This was said for the benefit of Germans, for everywhere else I have my readers, all of them exceptionally intelligent and of proven character that have been reared in high office and position. I have even real geniuses among my readers. In Vienna, in St. Petersburg, in Stockholm, in Copenhagen, in Paris, and New York I have been discovered everywhere. I have not yet been discovered in Europe's flatland Germany. And to make a confession, I rejoice much more heartily over those who do not read me, over those who have neither heard of my name nor of the word philosophy. But wherever I go, here in Turin for instance, every face brightens and softens at the sight of me. A thing that has flattered me more than anything else is the fact that old market women cannot rest until they have picked out the sweetest of their grapes for me. 2 is the extent to which one must be a philosopher. It is not in vain that the Poles are considered as the French among the sleighs. A charming Russian lady will not be mistaken for a single moment concerning my origin. I cannot succeed in being solemn, the most I can do is to appear embarrassed. To think German, to feel German I can do most things, but this is beyond my powers. My old master Ritschl went so far as to declare that I laid out even my philological treatises after the manner of a Parisian novelist absurdly thrilling. In Paris itself people are surprised at toutes mes audaces et finesses, the words are Monsieur Taine's, L fear that even unto the highest forms of the dithyramb that powder will be found in my work which never becomes damp, which never becomes German, and I cannot do otherwise. God help me. Amen. We all know, some of us even from experience, what a long ears is. Well then, I venture to assert that I have the smallest ears that have ever been seen. This fact is not without interest to women. It seems to me they feel that I understand them better. I am essentially the anti-ass, and on this account alone a world historical monster in Greek, and not only in Greek. I am the Antichrist. 3. I am very much aware of my privileges as a writer. In 1 or 2 cases it has even been made clear to me how the habitual reading of my works spoils a man's taste. Other books simply cannot be endured after mine, and least of all philosophical ones. It is an incomparable distinction to cross the threshold of this noble and subtle world. In order to do so one must certainly not be a German. It is in short a distinction which one must have deserved. He however who is related to me through loftiness of will experiences genuine raptures of understanding in my books, for I swoop down from heights into which no bird has ever soared, I know abysses into which no foot has ever fallen. People have told me that it is impossible to put down a book of mine, that I even disturb the night's rest. There is no prouder or at the same time more subtle kind of books than mine. They from time to time attain to the highest pinnacle of earthly endeavor, cynicism. To capture their thoughts a man must have the most delicate fingers as well as the bravest fists. Any kind of spiritual malaise utterly excludes one from them, even any kind of dyspepsia. A man must have no nerves and a cheerful stomach. Not only the poverty of a man's soul and its stuffy air excludes one from them, but also, and to a much greater extent, cowardice, uncleanliness, and secret intestinal revengefulness. A word from my lips suffices to make the flush of all ill humors rush into a face. Among my acquaintances I have a number of experimental subjects in whom I see depicted all the different, interestingly different reactions which follow a reading of my works. Those who will have nothing to do with the contents of my books, as for instance my so-called friends, assume an impersonal tone. They wish me luck and congratulate me for having produced another work. They also declare that my writings show progress because they exhibit a more cheerful spirit. The thoroughly vicious people, the beautiful souls, the false from top to toe, do not know in the least what to do with my books. Consequently, with the beautiful consistency of all beautiful souls, they regard my work as beneath them. The cattle among my acquaintances, the mere Germans, leave me to understand, if you please, that they are not always of my opinion, though here and there they agree with me. I have heard this said even about Zarathustra. Feminism, whether in a person or in a man, is likewise a barrier to my writings. With it no one could ever enter into this labyrinth of fearless knowledge. To this end a man must never have spared himself. He must have been hard in his habits in order to be good-humored and cheerful among a host of inexorable truths. When I try to picture the character of a perfect reader, I always imagine a monster of courage and curiosity as well as of suppleness, cunning, and prudence, in short a born adventurer and explorer. I could not describe better than Zarathustra has done to whom I really address myself, to who alone would he relate his riddle. Unto you daring explorers and adventurers, and whoever has embarked beneath cunning sails upon dreadful seas, unto you who revel in riddles and in twilight, whose souls are lured by flutes unto every treacherous abyss, for you do not care to grope around for a rope with a coward's hand, and where you are able to guess you hate to calculate. 4. I will now pass just one or two general remarks about my art of style. To communicate a state, an inner tension of pathos by means of signs, including the tempo of these signs, that is the meaning of every style, and in view of the fact that the multiplicity of inner states in my case is enormous, I am capable of many kinds of style, in short the most manifold art of style that any man has ever had at his disposal. Every style is good which genuinely communicates an inner state, which makes no mistake over the signs, over the tempo of the signs, over gestures. All the rules of phrasing are the outcome of representing gestures artistically. My instinct is here infallible. Good style in itself is a piece of sheer folly, mere idealism, like beauty in itself, goodness in itself, or the thing in itself. All this takes for granted, of course, that our ears that can hear, such men as are capable and worthy of a similar pathos, that those are not lacking unto whom one may communicate oneself. Meanwhile, my Zarathustra, for instance, is still looking for such people, alas. He will have to look a long while yet. A man must be worthy of listening to him. Until that time there will be no one who will understand the art that has been squandered in this book. No one has had more of the new, more innovative, purposely created art forms to fling to the winds. The fact that such things were possible in the German language still waited to be proven. I myself would have denied most emphatically that it was possible. Before my time people did not know what could be done with the German language, what could be done with language in general. The art of grand rhythm, the grand style, expressing the tremendous rise and fall of sublime, of superhuman passion, was first discovered by me, with the dithyramb entitled The Seven Seals, which constitutes the last discourse of the third part of Zarathustra. I soared miles above all that which has hitherto been called poetry. 5. That there speaks in my works the voice of a psychologist without equal, this is perhaps the first conclusion at which a good reader will arrive, a reader such as I deserve, and one who reads me just as the good old philologists used to read their Horace. Those propositions about which all the world is fundamentally agreed, not to speak of the fashionable philosophy of moralists and other empty-headed and cabbage-brained people, are to me but naive blunders. For instance, the belief that altruistic and egoistic are opposites, while all the time the ego itself is merely a supreme swindle, an ideal. There are no such things as egoistic or altruistic actions, both concepts are psychologically nonsense. Or the proposition that man pursues happiness, or the proposition that happiness is the reward of virtue. Or the proposition that pleasure and pain are opposites. Morality, the Circe of mankind, has falsified everything psychological root and branch. It has moralized everything, even to the terribly nonsensical point of regarding love as being unselfish. One must first be firmly set in oneself, one must stand securely on one's own two legs, otherwise one cannot love at all. This, the girls know only too well. They don't care two pins about unselfish and merely objective men. May I venture to suggest incidentally that I know these little women? This knowledge is part of my Dionysian inheritance. Who knows? Perhaps I am the first psychologist of the eternally feminine. All women all like me. But that's an old story, except of course the abortive ones, the emancipated ones who are simply not up to having children. Thank goodness I am not willing to let myself be torn to pieces. The complete woman tears you to pieces when she loves you. I know these amiable Maenades. Oh! What a dangerous, creeping, subterranean little beast of prey she is. And so agreeable with it. A little woman pursuing her vengeance would force overtake even fate itself. Woman is incalculably more wicked than man, she is also cleverer. Goodness in a woman is already a sign of degeneration. All cases of beautiful souls in women may be traced to a physiological issue, but I go no further lest I should become cynical. The struggle for equal rights is even a symptom of sickness, every doctor knows this. The more womanly a woman is, the more she fights tooth and nail against rights in general. The natural order of things, the eternal war between the sexes in any case, puts her in a position of advantage. Have people heard my definition of love? It is the only definition worthy of a philosopher. Love in its means is war, in its foundation it is the mortal hatred of the sexes. Have you heard my reply to the question how a woman can be cured, saved in fact? Give her a child. A woman needs children, man is always only a means, thus spake Zarathustra. The emancipation of women, this is the instinctive hatred of physiologically defective, that is to say barren, women. For those women who are well constituted, the fight against man is always only a means, a pretext, a piece of strategy. By trying to rise to woman in herself, to higher woman, to the ideal woman, all they wish to do is to lower the general level of women's rank, and there are no more certain means to this end than university education, trousers, and the rights of voting cattle. In truth, the emancipated are the anarchists in the world of the eternally feminine, the most deep-rooted instinct of whom is revenge. A whole species of the most malicious idealism, which by the way also manifests itself in men, in Henrik Ibsen for instance, that typical old maid whose object is to poison the innocence, the naturalness of sexual love. And in order to leave no doubt in your minds in regard to my opinion, which on this matter is as honest as it is severe, I will give you one more clause out of my moral code against vice. With the word vice I combat every kind of opposition to nature, or if you prefer fine words, idealism. The clause reads, preaching of chastity is a public incitement to unnatural practices. All contempt for the sexual life, all denigration under the concept impure is the essential crime against life, against the Holy Spirit of life. 6. In order to give you some idea of myself as a psychologist, let me take this curious piece of psychological analysis out of the book Beyond Good and Evil, in which it appears. I forbid, by the way, any guessing as to whom I am describing in this passage. The genius of the heart as is possessed by that great solitary, the divine tempter and born Pied Piper of consciences, whose voice knows how to descend into the inmost depths of every soul, who neither utters a word nor casts a glance in which some seduction is not to be found, a part of whose mastery is that he understands the art of seeming not what he is but that which will bind his followers to press ever more closely upon him, to follow him ever more enthusiastically and wholeheartedly. The genius of the heart, who makes the loud and self-conceited hold their tongues and listen, who polishes all rough souls and gives them a new desire to savor, the desire to lie placid as a mirror that the deep heavens may be reflected in them. The genius of the heart, which teaches the clumsy and too hasty hand to hesitate and grasp more tenderly, which scents the hidden and forgotten treasure, the pearl of goodness and sweet spirituality beneath thick black ice, and is a divining rod for every grain of gold long buried and imprisoned in much mud and sand. The genius of the heart, whose touch enriches all, not blessed and overcome, not as though favored and crushed by the good of others, but richer in himself, fresher to himself than before, opened up, breathed upon and warmed by a thawing wind, more uncertain perhaps, more delicate, more fragile, more bruised, but full of hopes as yet unnamed, full of a new will and striving, full of a new unwillingness and resistance. The birth of tragedy. In order to be fair to the birth of tragedy, it is necessary to forget a few things. It created a sensation and even fascination as a consequence of its flaws, its application to Wagnerism as if the latter were the sign of a beginning. On that account alone this treatise was an event in Wagner's life. From this point forwards great hopes surrounded the name of Wagner. Even to this day people remind me, sometimes in the middle of a talk on Parsifal 1, that it rests on my conscience that so high an opinion of this movement as being of great cultural value became prevalent. I have often seen the book quoted as the rebirth of tragedy from the spirit of music. People had ears only for a new formula for Wagner's art, his object and his mission, and in this way the real hidden value of the book was overlooked. Hellenism and Pessimism. This would have been a less equivocal title, seeing that the book contains the first attempt at showing how the Greeks succeeded in disposing of pessimism, by what means they overcame it. Tragedy itself is the proof that the Greeks were not pessimists. Schopenhauer blundered here as he blundered in everything else. Regarded impartially, The Birth of Tragedy is a book not of its time. No one would dream that it was begun in the thunder of the baffle of Worth. I thought out these problems on cold September nights beneath the walls of Metz in the midst of my duties as nurse to the wounded. One could easily think that it was written 50 years earlier. Its attitude towards politics is one of indifference, un-German as people would say today. It smells offensively of Hegel. Only in one or two formulas is it infected with the bitter cadaverous odor peculiar to Schopenhauer. An idea, the antithetical concepts Dionysian and Apollonian, is translated into metaphysics. History itself is depicted as the development of this idea. In tragedy this antithesis has become unity. From this standpoint, things which had never before been face to face are suddenly confronted and understood and illuminated by each other. Opera and revolution, for instance. The two decisive innovations in the book are first the comprehension of the Dionysian phenomenon among the Greeks. It provides the first psychological analysis of this phenomenon and sees in it the single root of all Hellenic art. Secondly, the comprehension of Socraticism, Socrates being presented for the first time as the instrument of Hellenic dissolution, as a typical decadent. Reason versus instinct. Reason at any cost as a dangerous life-undermining force. The whole book maintains a profoundly and hostile silence concerning Christianity. The latter is neither Apollonian nor Dionysian. It negates all aesthetic values, which are the only values that The Birth of Tragedy recognizes. Christianity is profoundly nihilistic, whereas in the Dionysian symbol the most extreme extent of life affirmation are attained. In one part of the book the Christian priesthood is referred to as a perfidious order of dwarfs, as subterraneans. 2. This start of mine was remarkable beyond measure. As a confirmation of my inmost personal experience, I had discovered the only example of this fact that history possesses. With this I was the first to understand the wonderful Dionysian phenomenon. By recognizing Socrates as a decadent, I proved most conclusively that my psychological grasp of things ran very little risk of being influenced by any sort of moral idiosyncrasy. To regard morality itself as a symptom of degeneration is an innovation, a unique event of the first order in the history of knowledge. How high I had soared above the pitiful low-browed chatter about optimism and pessimism with my two new doctrines. I was the first to see the actual contrast, the degenerate instinct which turns upon life with a subterranean lust of vengeance, as opposed to a formula of the highest life affirmation born of an abundance, a superabundance, an affirmation free from all reserve, even of suffering, even of guilt, even all that is questionable and strange in existence. This last, most joyous, most exuberant and exultant yes to life is not only the highest but also the profoundest conception, and one which is most strictly confirmed and supported by truth and knowledge. Nothing that exists must be suppressed, nothing can be dispensed with. Those aspects of life which Christians and other nihilists reject belong to an incalculably higher order in the hierarchy of values than that which the instinct of decadence approves, calls good. In order to understand this, a certain courage is necessary, and as a prerequisite of this a certain excess of strength, for a man can approach only as near to truth as he has the courage to advance, that is to say, the extent of the advance is a measure of his strength. Knowledge and the affirmation of reality are just as necessary to the strong man as cowardice. The flight from reality, in fact the ideal, are necessary to the weak when inspired by weakness. These people are not at liberty to know decadence, have need of lies. It is one of their self-preservative measures. He who not only understands the word Dionysian but understands himself in that term does not require any refutation of Plato or of Christianity or of Schopenhauer for his no-sense decomposition. 3. The extent to which I had by these means discovered the idea of tragedy, the explanation of what the psychology of tragedy is, I discussed finally in the Twilight of the Idols. The affirmation of life even in its strangest and most difficult problems, the will to life rejoicing at its own infinite vitality through the sacrifice of the highest types, that is what I called Dionysian, that is what I meant as the bridge to the psychology of the tragic poet. Not so as to be free of terror and pity, nor to purge oneself of a dangerous emotion by discharging it with passion, this was Aristotle's misunderstanding of it, but to be far beyond terror and pity, to be the eternal joy of becoming itself, that lust which also involves the joy of destruction. In this sense I have the right to regard myself as the first tragic philosopher, that is to say the most extreme antithesis and antipodes of a pessimistic philosopher. Before my time this translation of the Dionysian phenomenon into philosophic pathos did not exist, tragic wisdom was lacking, in vain have I sought for signs of it even among the great Greeks of philosophy, those belonging to the 2 centuries before Socrates. I still remained a little doubtful about Heraclitus, in whose presence alone I felt warmer and more at ease than anywhere else. The affirmation of impermanence and destruction, which is the decisive feature of a Dionysian philosophy, the affirmation of opposition and war, becoming together with the radical rejection even of the concept being these things in any case I can recognize as being as closely related to me as anything thought to date. The doctrine of the eternal recurrence, that is to say of the absolute and eternally repeated cycle of things, this doctrine of Zarathustra's might, it is true, have been taught before. In any case the Stoics, who derived nearly all their fundamental ideas from Heraclitus, show traces of it. 4. A tremendous hope finds expression in this work. After all, I have absolutely no reason to renounce the hope for a Dionysian future of music. Let us look a century ahead, and let us suppose that my attempt to destroy 2 millenniums of hostility to nature and of the violation of humanity finally succeeds. That agent of life which undertakes the greatest of all tasks, the higher breeding of mankind as well as the relentless destruction of all degenerate and parasitical elements, will make that superabundance of life on earth once more possible, out of which the Dionysian state must arise again. I promise the advent of a tragic age. The highest art in the affirmation of life, tragedy, will be born again when mankind has the knowledge of the harshest but most necessary of wars behind it, without however suffering from that knowledge. A psychologist might add that what I heard in Wagnerian music in my youth and early manhood had nothing whatsoever to do with Wagner, that when I described Dionysian music I described merely what I personally had heard, that I was compelled instinctively to translate and transfigure everything into the new spirit which filled me. A proof of this, and as strong a proof as you could have, is my essay Wagner in Bayreuth. In all its decisive psychological passages I am the only person concerned. Without any hesitation you may read my name or the word Zarathustra wherever the text contains the name of Wagner. The whole representation of the dithyrambic artist is a picture of the already existing author of Zarathustra, and it is drawn with an abysmal depth which does not even once come into contact with the real Wagner. Wagner himself had a notion of the truth. He did not recognize himself in the essay. In this way the idea of Bayreuth was changed into something which to those who are acquainted with my Zarathustra will be no riddle, that is to say, into the great noontide when the highest of the elect will consecrate themselves for the greatest of all duties. Who knows? The vision of a feast which I may live to see. The pathos of the first few pages is world historic. The glance which is discussed on page 105 of the book is the actual glance of Zarathustra, Wagner, Bayreuth. The whole of this petty German wretchedness is a cloud upon which an endless mirage of the future is reflected. Even from the psychological standpoint all the decisive traits in my character are introduced into Wagner's nature, the juxtaposition of the most brilliant and most fatal forces, a will to power such as no man has ever possessed, inexorable bravery in matters spiritual, an unlimited power of learning that does not stifle the will to action. Everything in this essay is a prophecy, the proximity of the resurrection of the Greek spirit, the need of men who will be counter-Alexanders, who will retie the Gordian knot of Greek culture after it has been cut. Listen to the world historic accent with which the concept sense for the tragic is introduced. There are little else but world historic accents in this essay. This is the strangest kind of objectivity that ever existed. The absolute clarity in regard to what I am projected itself into any reality that happened to appear. The truth about myself was voiced out of appalling depths. The untimely essays. The 4 essays composing the untimely meditations are thoroughly warlike in tone. They prove that I was no mere dreamer, that I delight in drawing the sword, also perhaps that my wrist is dangerously supple. The first onslaught was directed against German culture, which I looked down upon with unmitigated contempt even at that time. Without either sense, substance, or goal, it was simply public opinion. There could be no more dangerous misunderstanding than to suppose that Germany's success at arms proved anything in favor of German culture, and still less the triumph of this culture over that of France. The second essay brings to light what is dangerous, that which corrodes and poisons life. In our manner of pursuing scientific study, life is diseased thanks to this dehumanized piece of clockwork and mechanism, with the impersonality of the workman and the false economy of the division of labor. The object, which is culture, is lost sight of, modum scientific activity as the means is barbarist. In this treatise the historical sense of which this century is so proud is for the first time recognized as sickness, as a typical symptom of decay. In the third and fourth essays signposts are set up pointing to a higher concept of culture, to a re-establishment of the concept culture. Two pictures of the sternest selfishness and self-discipline are presented, untimely types par excellence, full of sovereign contempt for all that which lay around them and was called empire, culture, Christianity, Bismarck, and success. These two types were Schopenhauer and Wagner, or in a word Nietzsche. 2. Of these four attacks the first met with extraordinary success. The stir which it created was in every way magnificent. I had put my finger on the sore spot of a triumphant nation. I had told it that its victory was not a red-letter day for culture but perhaps something very different. The reply rang out from all sides, and certainly not only from old friends of David Strauss, whom I had made ridiculous as the type of a German Philistine of culture and a man of smug self-content, in short as the author of that suburban gospel of his called the Old Faith and the New. These old friends, who as were Tembergians and Swabians I had deeply wounded by regarding their prodigy, their bird of paradise, as a trifle comic, replied to me as ingenuously and as grossly as I could have wished. The Prussian replies were smarter, they contained more Prussian blue. The most disreputable attitude was assumed by a Leipzig paper, the infamous Grenzboten, and it cost me some pains to prevent my indignant friends in Basel from taking action against it. Only a few old gentlemen decided in my favor, and for very diverse and sometimes unaccountable reasons. Among them was one Ewald of Göttingen, who made it clear that my attack on Strauss had been deadly. There was also the Hegelian Bruno Bauer, who from that time became one of my most attentive readers. In his later years he liked to refer to me when, for instance, he wanted to give Herr von Treitschke, the Prussian historiographer, a hint as to where he could obtain information about the notion culture, of which he had completely lost sight. The weightiest and longest commentary on my book and its author appeared in Würzburg and was written by Professor Hoffmann, an old pupil of the philosopher von Bader. The essays made him foresee a great future for me, namely that of bringing about a sort of crisis and decisive turning point in the problem of atheism, of which he recognized in me the most instinctive and most radical advocate. It was atheism that had drawn me to Schopenhauer. The review which received by far the most attention and which excited the most bitterness was an extraordinarily powerful and plucky defense of my work by Karl Hillebrand, a man usually so mild and the last humane German who knew how to wield a pen. The article appeared in the Augsburger Zeitung, and it can be read today couched in rather more cautious language among his collected essays. In it my work was referred to as an event, as a decisive turning point, as the first sign of an awakening, as the best of signs, and as a real revival of German earnestness and of German passion in things spiritual. Hillebrand could speak only in the terms of the highest respect of the form of my book, of its consummate taste, of its perfect tact in discriminating between persons and causes. He characterized it as the best polemical work in the German language, the best performance in the art of polemics, which for Germans is so dangerous and so strongly to be discouraged. Besides confirming my standpoint, he laid even greater stress upon what I had dared to say about the deterioration of language in Germany. Sharing my contempt for the literary stars of this nation, he concluded by expressing his admiration for my courage, that greatest courage of all which holds to account the people's favorites. The after effects of this essay of mine proved invaluable to the rest of my life. No one has ever tried to quarrel with me since. People are silent. In Germany I am treated with gloomy caution. For years I have rejoiced in the privilege of such absolute freedom of speech as no one nowadays, least of all in the empire, can claim. My paradise lies in the shadow of my sword. At bottom, all I had done was to put one of Stendhal's maxims into practice. He advises one to make one's entrance into society by means of a duel. And how well I had chosen my opponent! The foremost freethinker of Germany. As a matter of fact, a new kind of free thought found its expression. There is nothing stranger and more distant to me than the whole of that European and American species known as libres penseurs. Incorrigible blockheads and clowns of modern ideas that they are, I feel much more deeply at odds with them than with any one of their opponents. They also wish to improve mankind, after their own fashion, that is to say in their own image. They would wage an implacable war against all that I am and stand for, if only they understood it. The whole lot of them still believe in the ideal. I am the first immoralist. 3. I should not like to say that the last two essays in the untimely meditations associated with the names of Schopenhauer and Wagner respectively serve any special purpose in throwing light upon these two cases or in formulating their psychological problems, excepting of course a few details. Thus, for instance, in the second of the two essays, with a profound certainty of instinct, I already characterized the elementary factor in Wagner's nature as an actor's talent, of which the means and inspiration are only consequences. My desire in this essay was to do something very different, to a study of psychology, an unprecedented educational problem, a new understanding of self-discipline and self-defense carried to the point of hardness, a road to greatness and to world historic duties yearned to find expression. In essence, I seize two famous and as yet completely undefined types by the forelock in the manner in which one seizes opportunities, simply in order to speak my mind on certain questions, in order to have a few more formulas, signs, and means of expression at my disposal. Indeed, with uncanny sagacity, I point this out on page 183 of Schopenhauer as Educator. Plato made use of Socrates in the same way, that is to say as a set of signs for Plato. Now that from some distance I can look back upon the conditions of which these essays are the testimony, I would not like to deny that they refer simply to me. The essay Wagner in Bayreuth is a vision of my own future, on the other hand my most inner history, my evolution is written down in Schopenhauer as Educator. But above all, the solemn vow that I made. What I am today, the place I now hold at a height from which I speak no longer with words but with thunderbolts, how far I was from all this in those days. But I saw the land, I did not deceive myself for one moment as to the way, the sea, the danger and success. What great calm is here in promising this happy prospect of a future which must not remain only a promise. In this book every word has been lived profoundly and intimately. The most painful things can be found in it. It contains words which are positively running with blood. But a wind of great freedom blows over everything, its wounds do not form an objection. As to what I understand by being a philosopher, that is to say, a terrible explosive from which everything is in danger, as to how I remove my idea of the philosopher by miles from that other idea of him which includes even a Kant, not to speak of the academic ruminators and other professors of philosophy concerning all these things, this essay provides invaluable information, even granting that at bottom it is not Schopenhauer as Educator but Nietzsche as Educator who speaks. Considering that in those days my trade was that of a scholar, and perhaps also that I understood my trade, the piece of austere psychology concerning the scholar which suddenly makes its appearance in this essay is not without importance. It expresses the feeling of distance and my profound certainty regarding what was my real life task and what were merely means, intervals and ancillary work to me. My wisdom consists in my having been many things and in many places in order to become one person, in order to be able to attain to one thing. Human, all too human. Human, all too human with its two sequels is the memorial of a crisis. It is called a book for free spirits. Almost every sentence in it is the expression of a triumph. By means of it I purged myself of everything in me which was foreign to my nature. Idealism is foreign to me. The title of the book means, where you see ideal things, I see human, alas, all too human things. I know humanity better. The expression free spirit in this book must not be understood as anything other than a spirit that has become free, that has once more taken possession of itself. The tone, the pitch of the voice has completely changed. The book will be thought-wise, cool and at times both harsh and scornful. A certain spirituality of noble taste seems to be ever struggling to dominate a passionate undercurrent. In this respect there is some sense in the fact that it was the 100th anniversary of Voltaire's death that served, so to speak, as an excuse for the publication of the book in 1878. For Voltaire, in contrast to everyone who wrote after him, was above all a grandee of the spirit, precisely what I am also. The name of Voltaire on one of my writings, that was truly a step forward towards myself. Looking into this book a little more closely, you discover a merciless spirit who knows all the secret hiding places in which ideals can be found, where they find their dungeons and as it were their last refuge. With a torch in my hand, the light of which is not by any means a flickering one, I illuminate this underworld of ideals with beams that pierce the gloom. It is war, but a war without powder and smoke, without warlike attitudes, without pathos and contorted limbs. All these things would still be idealism. One error after the other is quietly laid on ice, the ideal is not refuted, it freezes. Here for instance the genius freezes, round the corner the saint freezes, under a thick icicle the hero freezes, and in the end faith itself freezes. So-called conviction and also pity are considerably cooled, and almost everywhere the thing in itself is freezing to death. 2. This book was begun during the first musical festival at Bayreuth. A feeling of profound estrangement from everything that surrounded me is one of the work's first conditions. Anyone who has any notion of the visions which flitted across my path will be able to guess what I felt when one day I came to my senses in Bayreuth. It was just as if I had been dreaming. Where on earth was I? I recognized nothing that I saw. I scarcely recognized Wagner. It was in vain that I called up reminiscences. Tribschen, remote island of bliss, not the shadow of a resemblance. The incomparable days devoted to the laying of the foundation stone, the small group of the initiated who celebrated them and who were far from lacking hands for the handling of delicate things, not the shadow of a resemblance. What had happened? Wagner had been translated into German. The Wagnerian had become master of Wagner. German art. The German master. German beer. We who know only too well the kind of refined artists and cosmopolitanism in taste to which alone Wagner's art can appeal were beside ourselves at the sight of Wagner bedecked with German virtue. I think I know the Wagnerian. I have experienced 3 generations of them, from the late Brendel who confounded Wagner with Hegel to the idealists of the Bayreuth Gazette who confound Wagner with themselves. I have been the recipient of every kind of confession about Wagner from beautiful souls. I would give an entire kingdom for just one intelligent word. Truly blood-curdling company. Knowlpole and Cole and others of their like to infinity. There was not a single abortion that was lacking among them, no, not even the anti-Semite poor Wagner. Into whose hands had he fallen? Better for him to have gone amongst swine. But among Germans. Some day, for the edification of posterity, one ought really to have a genuine Bayreuther stuffed, or better still preserved in spirit, for it is precisely spirit that is lacking in this quarter, with this inscription at the foot of the jar, a sample of the spirit whereon the German Empire was founded. But enough. In the middle of the festivities I suddenly packed my trunk and left the place for a few weeks, despite the fact that a charming Parisian lady sought to comfort me. I excused myself to Wagner simply by means of a fatalistic telegram. In a little spot called Klingenbrunn, deeply buried in the recesses of the Bohemian forest, I carried my melancholy and my contempt of Germans about with me like an illness, and from time to time, under the general title of The Plowshare, I wrote a sentence or two down in my notebook. Nothing but severe psychological stuff which it is possible may have found its way into human, all too human. 3. What had taken place in me then was not only a breach with Wagner. I was suffering from a general aberration of my instincts, of which a mere isolated blunder, whether it were Wagner or my professorship at Basel, was nothing more than a symptom. I was seized with a fit of impatience with myself. I saw that it was high time that I should turn my thoughts back to myself. In an instant I realized with appalling clarity how much time I had already squandered, how futile and how senseless my whole existence as a philologist appeared when compared with my life task. I was ashamed of this false modesty. 10 years were behind me, during which the nourishment of my spirit had been at a standstill, during which I had added not a single useful fragment to my knowledge and had forgotten countless things in the pursuit of dry as dust scholarship. Crawling with meticulous care and short-sighted eyes through old Greek metric aeons, that is what I had come to. Moved to compassion, I saw myself quite thin, emaciated, realities were only too plainly absent from my knowledge, and what the idealities were worth the devil alone knew. A positively burning thirst overcame me, and from that time forward I have done literally nothing else than study physiology, medicine, and natural science. I returned to the actual study of history only when my life task compelled me to. It was at that time too that I first divined the relation between an instinctively repulsive occupation, a so-called calling which is the last thing to which one is called, and that need of lulling a feeling of emptiness and hunger by means of a narcotic art, by means of Wagner's art for instance. After looking carefully about me, I have discovered that a large number of young men are all in the same state of distress. One kind of unnatural practice does lead to another. In Germany, or to avoid all ambiguity, in the Empire, only too many are condemned to decide too soon and then to pine away beneath a burden that they cannot throw off. Such creatures crave for Wagner as for an opiate. They are thus able to forget themselves, to be rid of themselves for a moment. What am I saying? For 5 or 6 hours. 4. At this time my instincts turned resolutely against any further giving way, going along, or any further misunderstanding of myself. Any kind of life, the most unfavorable circumstances, illness, poverty, anything seemed to me preferable to that undignified selflessness into which I had fallen, in the first place thanks to my ignorance and youth, and in which I had afterwards remained due to laziness, the so-called sense of duty. At this juncture there came to my help in a way that I cannot sufficiently admire, and precisely at the right time, that unfortunate inheritance from my father's side of the family, and which at bottom is no more than a predisposition to die young. Sickness slowly liberated me from my toils. It spared me any sort of sudden breach, any sort of abrupt and offensive step. At that time I lost not a particle of the goodwill of others, but rather added to my store. Illness likewise gave me the right completely to reverse my mode of life. It not only allowed, it actually commanded me to forget. It gave me the compulsion to lie still, to be at leisure, of waiting, and of being patient. But all this means thinking. The state of my eyes alone put an end to all bookwormishness, or in plain English philology. I was thus delivered from books. 4 years I read nothing, and this was the greatest gift I ever gave myself. That innermost self, as it were entombed, and which had grown silent because it had been forced to listen perpetually to other selves, slowly awakened. At first it was shy and doubtful, but at last it spoke again. Never have I been so happy with myself than during the sickest and most painful moments of my life. You have only to examine Daybreak, or perhaps The Wanderer and His Shadow, in order to understand what this return to myself actually meant. In itself it was the highest kind of recovery. My general recovery was simply the result of it. 5. Human, all too human, this monument to vigorous self-discipline, by means of which I put an abrupt end to the swindle on high idealism, beautiful feelings, and other effeminacies that have infected my being, was written principally in Sorrento. It was finished and given definite shape during a winter at Basel under conditions far less favorable than those in Sorrento. Truth to tell, it was Peter Gast, at that time a student at the University of Basel and a devoted friend of mine, who was responsible for the book. With my head wrapped in bandages and extremely painful, I dictated while he wrote and corrected as he went along to be accurate. He was the real writer while I was only the author. When the completed book ultimately reached me, to the great surprise of the serious invalid I sent among others 2 copies to Bayreuth. Thanks to a miraculous piece of intelligence on the part of chance, there reached me precisely at the same time a splendid copy of the Parsifal text, with the following inscription from Wagner's pen: to his dear friend Friedrich Nietzsche, from Richard Wagner, ecclesiastical counselor. At this crossing of the 2 books I seemed to hear an ominous sound. Did it not sound as if 2 swords had crossed? At all events we both felt this was so, for each of us remained silent. At about this time the first Bayreuther Blätter appeared, and I then understood the move I had made, and for which it was high time. Incredible! Wagner had become pious. 6. My attitude to myself at that time and the tremendous certitude with which I grasped my life task and all its world historic consequences is well revealed throughout the book, but more particularly in one very significant passage, despite the fact that with my instinctive cunning I once more circumvented the use of the little word I not, however, this time in order to shed world historic glory on the names of Schopenhauer and Wagner, but on that of another of my friends, the excellent Dr. Paul Rée. Fortunately much too acute a creature to be deceived, others were less subtle. Among my readers I have a number of hopeless cases, the typical German professor for instance, who can always be recognized from the fact that judging from the passage in question he feels compelled to regard the whole book as a sort of superior realism. As a matter of fact it contradicts 5 or 6 points of my friend, only read the introduction to the Genealogy of Morals on this question. The passage above referred to reads, "What after all is the main proposition to which the boldest and coldest thinker, the author of the book on the origin of moral sensations, has attained by means of his incisive and penetrating analysis of human behavior? The moral man is no nearer to the intelligible world than is the physical man, for there is no intelligible world." This theory, hardened and sharpened under the hammer blow of historical knowledge, may perhaps in some future time, 1890, serve as the axe which is laid at the root of the metaphysical need of man. Whether more as a blessing than a curse to the mankind it is not easy to say, but in any case as a theory with the most important consequences, at once fruitful and fearful, and looking out into the world with that Janus face which all great knowledge possesses. Daybreak. With this book begins my campaign against morality. Not that it has at all the whiff of gunpowder, you will find quite other and much nicer smells in it, provided that you have any keenness in your nostrils. There is nothing either of light or of heavy artillery in its composition, and if the general effect be a negative one, its means are not so means out of which the end follows like a logical conclusion, not like a cannon shot. And if the reader takes leave of this book with a feeling of reserve in regard to everything which has hitherto been honored and even worshipped under the name of morality, it does not alter the fact that there is not one negative word, not one attack, and not one single piece of malice in the whole work. On the contrary, it lies in the sunshine, smooth and happy, like a marine animal basking in the sun amongst rocks. For after all I was this marine animal. Almost every sentence in the book was thought out, or rather caught among that medley of rocks in the neighborhood of Genoa, where I lived quite alone and shared secrets with the ocean. Even to this day, when by chance I happen to turn over the leaves of this book, almost every sentence seems to me like a hook by means of which I draw something incomparable out of the depths. Its whole skin quivers with delicate shudders of recollection. This book is conspicuous its considerable art in gently catching things which whisk rapidly and silently away, moments which I call divine lizards, not with the cruelty of that young Greek god who simply impaled the poor little beast, but nevertheless with something pointed with a pen. There are so many daybreaks which have not yet shed their light. This Indian maxim is written over the doorway of this book. Where does its author seek that new dawn, that delicate rosy-colored sky as yet undiscovered, with which another day, a whole series of days, a whole world of new days, will begin? In the revaluation of all values, in a liberation from all moral values, in an affirmation of and trust in all that has hitherto been forbidden, despised, and damned. This affirmative book projects its light, its love, its tenderness over all evil things. It restores to them their soul, their clear conscience, and their exalted right and privilege to exist on earth. Morality is not attacked, it simply ceases to be considered. This book closes with an or. It is the only book which closes with an or. 2. My life task is to prepare for humanity one supreme moment of coming to itself, a great noontide in which it will look backwards and forwards, in which it will free itself from the yoke of accident and of priests, and for the first time set the question of the why and to what end of humanity as a whole. This life task naturally follows out of the conviction that mankind is not on the right road of its own accord, that it is by no means divinely guided, but rather that it is precisely under the cover of its most holy values that the instinct of negation, of corruption, and of degeneration has established such a seductive influence. The question concerning the origin of moral valuations is therefore a matter of the highest importance to me, because it determines the future of mankind. The demand made upon us to believe that everything is really in the best hands, that a certain book, the Bible, gives us the definite and comforting assurance that there is a providence that wisely rules the fate of man. When translated back into reality, amounts simply to this, that the will to stifle the truth which demonstrates the reverse of all this, which is that hitherto man has been in the worst possible hands, and that he has been governed by the physiologically defective, the men of cunning and burning vengefulness, and the so-called saints, those slanderers of the world and desecrators of humanity. The definite proof of the fact that the priest has become master not only within a certain limited religious community but everywhere, and that the morality of decadence, the will to selflessness, has become morality per se, is to be found in this, that altruism is now an absolute value and egoism is regarded with hostility everywhere. He who disagrees with me on this point I regard as infected. But the entire world disagrees with me. But the entire world disagrees with me. To a physiologist, such an antagonism of values admits of no doubt. If the most insignificant organ within the body neglects, however slightly, to assert with absolute certainty its self-preservative powers, its recuperative rights and its egoism, the whole system degenerates. The physiologist insists upon the removal of degenerated parts, he denies all regard for such parts and has not the smallest feeling of pity for them. But the desire of the priest is precisely the degeneration of the whole of mankind, hence his preservation of that which is degenerate. This is what his dominion costs humanity. What meaning have those lying concepts, those attendants of morality, soul, spirit, free will, God, if their aim is not the physiological ruin of mankind? When due importance is diverted from the instincts that aim at self-preservation and an increase of bodily energy, i.e. at an increase of life, when sickness is raised to an ideal and the contempt of the body is construed as the salvation of the soul, what is all this if it is not a recipe for decadence? Loss of the essential balance, resistance offered to natural instincts, selflessness. In fact, this is what has hitherto been known as morality. With daybreak I first engaged in a struggle against the morality of self-abnegation. The Gay Science. 1. Daybreak is an affirmative book, profound but bright and benevolent. The same applies once more and in the highest degree to La Gaia Scienza. In almost every sentence of this book profundity and playfulness go gently hand in hand. A verse which expresses my gratitude for the most wonderful month of January which I have ever lived. The whole book is a gift, entirely reveals the abysmal depths from which wisdom has here become joyful. Thou who with cleaving fiery lances, the stream of my soul from its ice dost free, till with a rush and a roar it advances, to enter with glorious hoping the sea, brighter to see and purer ever, free in the bonds of thy sweet constraint, so it praises thy wondrous endeavor, January, thou beauteous saint. Who can be in any doubt as to what glorious hoping means here when he has realized the diamond beauty of the first of Zarathustra's words as they appear in a radiant glitter of light at the close of the fourth book? Or when he reads the granite sentences at the end of the third book wherein a fate for all times is first given, a formula? The songs of Prince Free as a Bird, which for the most part were written in Sicily, remind me quite forcibly of that Provençal notion of Gaia Scienza, of that union of minstrel, knight, and free spirit which distinguishes that wonderfully early culture of the Provençals from all ambiguous cultures. Thus spoke Zarathustra. 1. I now wish to relate the history of Zarathustra. The fundamental idea of the work, the eternal recurrence, the highest formula of a life affirmation that can ever be attained, was first conceived in the month of August 1881. I made a note of the idea on a sheet of paper with the postscript, 6,000 feet beyond man and time. That day I happened to be wandering through the woods beside the lake of Sylvaplana, and one halted not far from Surlei beside a huge pyramidal block of stone. It was then that the thought struck me. Looking back now, I find that exactly 2 months before this inspiration I had an omen of its coming in the form of a sudden and decisive change in my tastes, more particularly in music. The whole of Zarathustra might perhaps be regarded as music. At all events, the essential condition of its production was a second birth within me of the art of hearing. In Ricoro, a small mountain resort near Vicenza where I spent the spring of 1881, and my friend and maestro Peter Gast, who was also one who had been born again, discovered that the phoenix music hovered over us in lighter and brighter plumage than it had ever worn before. When I then calculate from that day forward, the sudden production of the book under the most unlikely circumstances in February 1883, the last part out of which I quoted a few lines in my preface was written precisely in the hallowed hour when Richard Wagner died in Venice. I come to the conclusion that the period of gestation covered 18 months. This period of exactly 18 months might suggest at least to Buddhists that I am in reality a female elephant. The interval was devoted to the Gaya Scienza, which contains hundreds of indications of the proximity of something unparalleled, for after all, it shows the beginning of Zarathustra, since it presents Zarathustra's fundamental thought in the last aphorism but one of the fourth book. To this interval also belongs that hymn to life, the score of which was published in Leipzig 2 years ago by E. W. Fritsch, and which gave perhaps no slight indication of my spiritual state during this year, in which the essentially affirmative pathos which I call the tragic pathos filled me to the highest degree. One day people will sing it to my memory. The text, let it be well understood, as there is some misunderstanding about this point, is not by me. It was the astounding inspiration of a young Russian lady, Miss Louvain Salome, with whom I was then on friendly terms. He who is in any way able to make some sense of the last words of the poem will divine why I preferred and admired it. They possess greatness. Pain is not regarded as an objection to existence, and if you have no happiness now left to crown me, lead on. You have still your pain. Perhaps my music is also great in this passage. During the following winter I was living on that charmingly peaceful Gulf of Rapallo not far from Genoa, which cuts inland between Chiavari and Cape Portofino. My health was not very good, the winter was cold and exceptionally rainy, and the small albergo in which I lived was so close to the sea that at night my sleep was disturbed if the sea was rough. These circumstances were surely the very opposite of what one would desire, and yet in spite of it all, and as if in proof of my belief that everything decisive comes to life in defiance of every obstacle, it was precisely during this winter and in the midst of these unfavorable circumstances that my Zarathustra came into existence. In the morning I used to start out in a southerly direction up the glorious road to Zoagli, which rises up through a forest of pines and gives one a view far out to sea. In the afternoon, or as often as my health allowed, I walked round the entire bay from Santa Margherita to beyond Portofino. This spot affected me all the more deeply because it was so dearly loved by the Emperor Frederick III. In the autumn of 1886 one chanced to be there again when he was revisiting this small forgotten world of happiness for the last time. It was on these two walks that all Zarathustra came to me. Above all Zarathustra himself as a type, I ought rather to say that it was on these walks that he waylaid me. 2. To understand this type one must first be quite clear concerning its fundamental physiological condition. This condition is what I call great health. In regard to this ideal I cannot illustrate the concept more clearly or more personally than I have done already in one of the last aphorisms of the 5th book of the Gaya Scienza. We knew, nameless, ill understood, so reads the passage, we premature born, of a future yet unproved, we who have a new goal in view also require new means to that end, namely a new healthiness, a stronger, keener, tougher, bolder and merrier healthiness than any that has existed before. He who longs to feel in his own soul the whole range of values and aims that have prevailed on earth, and to have sailed around every coast of this Mediterranean of ideals, who from the adventures of his own inmost experience wants to know how it feels to be a conqueror and discoverer of the ideal, as also how feels an artist, the saint, legislator, sage, scholar, a man of piety and the divine hermit of old, such a man requires one thing above all for his purpose, and that is great health, such health as he not only possesses but also must constantly acquire, because he is continually sacrificing it again and again. And now, after having been thus underway for some time, we Argonauts of the ideal, whose bravery is greater than prudence would allow, and who are often shipwrecked and bruised, but as I have said, healthier than others would like us to be, dangerously healthy, forever recovering our health, it would seem as if we had before us as a reward for all our toils a country still undiscovered, the horizon of which no one has yet seen, a land beyond all lands and every refuge of the ideal that man has ever known. A world so overflowing with beauty, strangeness, doubt, the terrible and the divine, that both our curiosity and our lust of possession are frantic with eagerness. How, in the face of such vistas and with such burning desire in our conscience and knowledge, could we still be content with the man of the present day? Indeed, it is difficult to regard his worthiest aims and hopes with anything but ill-concealed amusement, or perhaps it is inevitable that we give them no thought at all. Another ideal now leads us on, a wonderful seductive ideal full of danger, the pursuit of which we would not want to urge upon anyone because we do not readily admit of anyone's right to it, the ideal of a spirit who plays ingenuously, that is to say, involuntarily and as the outcome of superabundant energy and power, with everything that hitherto has been called holy, good, sacrosanct and divine, to whom even the loftiest thing that the people have with reason made their measure of value would be no better than a danger, a corruption, a degradation, or at least a relaxation and temporary forgetfulness of self, the ideal of a humanly superhuman well-being and goodwill which often enough will seem inhuman, for example, when it stands beside all past seriousness on earth and all past solemnities in gesture, word, tone, glance, morality, and task as their most lifelike and unconscious parody, but with which, perhaps the great seriousness first arises, the first question mark is placed. The fate of the soul changes course, the hour hand moves on, and tragedy begins. 3. Has anyone at the end of the 19th century any distinct notion of what poets of a stronger age understood by the word inspiration? If not, I will describe it. If you had the slightest residue of superstition left in you, it would hardly be possible to completely disregard the idea that one is the mere incarnation, a mouthpiece, or a medium of an almighty power. The idea of revelation in the sense of something which profoundly moves and provokes, becoming suddenly visible and audible with indescribable certainty and accuracy, is a simple description. You hear, you do not seek, you take and do not ask who gives, a thought suddenly flashes up like lightning, it comes as a necessity, without hesitation. I have never had any choice in the matter. There is an ecstasy so great that the immense strain of it is sometimes relaxed by a flood of tears during which one does not know whether one is coming or going. There is the feeling of completely being outside of oneself, with the very distinct consciousness of endless delicate shivers right down to one's toes. There is a depth of happiness in which the most painful and gloomy parts do not detract from the whole but are produced and required as necessary shades of color amidst such an overflow of light. There is an instinct for rhythmical relationships which embrace a whole world of forms, length. The need of an all-embracing rhythm is almost the measure of the force of inspiration, a kind of compensation for its pressure and tension. Everything happens quite involuntarily, as if in a tempestuous outburst of freedom, of absolute power and divinity. The involuntary nature of the images and similes is the most remarkable thing. One loses all perception of what is imagery and metaphor. Everything seems to present itself in the readiest, the truest, and simplest means of expression. It actually seems, to use one of Zarathustra's own phrases, as if all things came together and offered themselves as images. This is my experience of inspiration. I do not doubt but that I should have to go back thousands of years before I could find another who could say to me, "It is mine also." 4. For a few weeks afterwards I lay an invalid in Genoa. Then followed a melancholy spring in Rome, where I only just managed to live, and this was no easy matter. This city, which is absolutely unsuited to the poet-author of Zarathustra, and for the choice of which I was not responsible, made me absolutely miserable. I tried to leave it. I wanted to go to Aquila, the opposite of Rome in every respect, and actually found it in a spirit of hostility towards that city, just as I also shall found a city some day as a memento of an atheist and genuine enemy of the Church, a person very closely related to me, the great Hohenstaufen Emperor Frederick II. But fate hung heavy over all. I had to return again to Rome. In the end I was obliged to be satisfied with the Piazza Barberini after I had exerted myself in vain to find an anti-Christian quarter. I fear that on one occasion, to avoid bad smells as much as possible, I actually inquired at the Palazzo del Quirinal whether they could not provide a quiet room for a philosopher. In a chamber high above the piazza, from which one had a good view of Rome and could hear the fountains splashing far below, the loneliest of all songs was composed, the night song. About this time I was obsessed by an unspeakably sad melody, the refrain of which I recognized in the words "dead through immortality." In the summer, Finding myself once more in the sacred place where the first thought of Zarathustra flashed like a light across my mind, I conceived the second part. 10 days were enough. Neither for the second, the first, nor the third part did I require a day longer. In the ensuing winter, beneath the halcyon sky of Nice, which then for the first time poured its light into my life, I found the third Zarathustra and came to the end of my task, the whole task having occupied me scarcely a year. Many hidden corners and heights in the country round Nice are made sacred for me by moments that I can never forget. That decisive chapter entitled Old and New Tables was composed during the arduous ascent from the station Tolles of that wonderful Moorish hill castle in the rocks. During those moments when my creative energy flowed most plentifully, my muscular activity was always greatest. The body is inspired, let us leave the question of soul out of it. I might often have been seen dancing in those days, and I could then walk for 7 or 8 hours on end over the hills without a suggestion of fatigue. I slept well and laughed a good deal. I was perfectly robust and patient. 5. With the exception of these periods of industry lasting 10 days, the years I spent during the production of Zarathustra and those after were for me years of unparalleled distress. One pays dearly for being immortal, one must die many times during his life. There is such a thing as what I call the rancor of greatness. Everything great, whether a work or a deed, once it is completed, turns immediately against its author. The very fact that he is its author makes him weak. He can no longer bear his own deeds. He can no longer look it full in the face. To have something at one's back which one could never have willed, something to which the knot of human destiny is attached, and to be forced afterwards to bear it on one's shoulders. It almost crushes you. The rancor of greatness. A somewhat different experience is the uncanny silence that falls about one. Solitude has 7 skins which nothing can penetrate. One goes among men, one greets friends, but are met with a desert. The looks of those one meets no longer bear a greeting. At the best one encounters a sort of revolt. This feeling of revolt I suffered in varying degrees of intensity at the hands of almost everyone who came near me. It would seem that nothing inflicts a deeper wound than suddenly to make one's distance felt. Those noble natures are scarce who do not know how to live without reverence. A third thing is the absurd susceptibility of the skin to small pinpricks, a kind of helplessness in the presence of all small matters. This seems to me a necessary outcome of the tremendous expenditure of all defensive energies, which is the first condition of every creative act, of every act which comes from the most intimate, most secret, and most concealed recesses of one's being. One's lesser defenses are thus as it were suspended, and no fresh energy reaches them. I even think it probable that one does not digest so well, that one is less willing to move, and that one is much too open to sensations of coldness and suspicion, for in a large number of cases suspicion is merely an error in etiology. On one occasion when I felt like this, I became conscious of the proximity of a herd of cows some time before I could possibly have seen it with my eyes, simply owing to a return in me of milder and more humane sentiments. They communicated warmth to me. 6. This work stands alone. Do not let us mention the poets in the same breath. Nothing perhaps has ever been produced out of such a superabundance of strength. My concept Dionysian here became the supreme deed. Compared with it, everything that other men have done seems poor and limited. The fact that a Goethe or a Shakespeare would not for an instant have known how to take breath in this atmosphere of passion and of the heights, the fact that by the side of Zarathustra Dante is no more than a believer and not one who first creates truth, that is to say, not a world-ruling spirit, a destiny, the fact that the poets of the Veda were priests and not even fit to unfasten Zarathustra's sandals, all this is the least of the matter and gives no idea of the distance, of the azure solitude in which this work dwells. Zarathustra has an eternal right to say, I draw around me circles and holy boundaries. Ever fewer are they that mount with me to ever loftier heights. I build a mountain range of holier and holier mountains. If all the spirit and goodness of every great soul were collected together, the whole could not create a single one of Zarathustra's discourses. The ladder upon which he rises and descends is of infinite length. He has seen further, he has willed further and gone further than any other man. He contradicts with every word that he utters, this most affirmative of all spirits. Through him all contradictions are bound up into a new unity. The loftiest and the basest powers of human nature, the sweetest, the lightest and the most terrible rush forth from out one spring with everlasting certainty. Until his coming no one knew what was height or depth and still less what was truth. There is not a single passage in this revelation of truth which had already been anticipated and divined by even the greatest among men. Before Zarathustra there was no wisdom, no psychology, no art of speech. In his book the most familiar and most everyday things speak of things as yet unheard. The sentence quivers with passion. Eloquence has become music. Lightning bolts are hurled towards futures of which no one has ever dreamed before. The most powerful use of metaphor that has yet existed is poor beside it and mere child's play compared with this return of language to the nature of imagery. See how Zarathustra goes down from the mountain and speaks the kindest words to everyone. See with what delicate fingers he touches even his adversaries the priests and how he suffers from themselves with them. Here at every moment man is overcome and the concept Superman becomes the greatest reality out of sight. Almost far away beneath him lies all that which before has been called great in man. The halcyon brightness, the light feet, the presence of wickedness and exuberance throughout and all that is the essence of the type Zarathustra was never dreamt of before as a prerequisite of greatness. In precisely this space and in this accessibility to opposites Zarathustra feels himself the highest species of all living things, and when you hear his definition of this highest you will realize that his equal will not be found. The soul which has the longest ladder and can descend the deepest, the most spacious soul that can run and stray and rove furthest in its own self, the most necessary soul that out of desire hurls itself into chance, the stable soul that plunges into becoming, the possessing soul that has to taste of willing and longing, the soul that flies from itself and overtakes itself in the widest sphere, the wisest soul to which foolishness speaks most sweetly, the most self-loving soul in whom all things have their rise and fall, their ebb and flow, but this is the very idea of Dionysus. Another consideration leads to this same conclusion. The psychological problem presented by the type of Zarathustra is how he, who in an unprecedented manner says no and acts no in regard to all that which has been affirmed hitherto, how he can remain nevertheless an affirming spirit. How can he who bears the heaviest destiny on his shoulders and whose very life task is a destiny yet be the lightest and the most transcending of spirits, for Zarathustra is a dancer? How can he who has the harshest and most fearful grasp of reality and who has thought the most abysmal thought nevertheless avoid taking these things as objections to existence or even as objections to the eternal recurrence of existence? How is it that on the contrary he finds reasons for being himself the eternal affirmation of all things, the tremendous and unbounded saying of Yea and Amen? Into every abyss I still bear the blessing of my affirmation to life. But this once more is precisely the idea of Dionysus. 7. What language will such a spirit speak when he speaks unto his soul? The language of the dithyramb. I am the inventor of the dithyramb. Listen to the manner in which Zarathustra speaks to his soul before sunrise. Before my time such emerald joys and divine tenderness had found no tongue. Even the profoundest melancholy of such a Dionysus takes shape as a dithyramb. As an example of this I take the night song, the immortal lament of one who, thanks to his superabundance of light and power, thanks to his nature as a sun, is condemned never to love. It is night, now do all gushing springs raise their voices. And my soul too is a gushing spring. It is night, now only do all lovers burst into song. And my soul too is the song of a lover. Something unquenched and unquenchable is within me that would raise its voice. A craving for love is within me which itself speaks the language of love. Light I am, I would that I were night. This is my loneliness, that I am girded around with light. Alas, why am I not dark and hidden like the night? How joyfully would I then suck at the breasts of light? And even you would I bless, you twinkling little stars and glow worms on high. And be blessed in the gifts of your light. But I live in my own light, I drink my own flames ever back into myself. I know not the happiness of the hand stretched out to grasp, and often have I dreamt that stealing must be more blessed than taking. I am forlorn that my hand may never rest from giving, I am destined to be envious of the expectant eyes that I see and nights made bright with longing. Oh, the wretchedness of all those that give. Oh, the eclipse of my sun. The craving for desire. That burning hunger of satiety. They take what I give them, but do I touch their soul? A gulf stands between giving and taking, and even the smallest gulf must be bridged at last. A hunger is born out of my beauty, I wish that I might rob them of the gifts I have given, thus do I thirst for wickedness. To withdraw my hand when their hand is already waiting, hesitating like the waterfall that hesitates even in its fall, thus do I thirst for wickedness. My fullness longs for such vengeance, my loneliness gives birth to such spite. My joy in giving died with the deed. By its very fulfillment did my virtue grow weary of itself. He who gives always runs the risk that he will lose all shame, he who is always giving grows callous in hand and heart. My eyes no longer melt into tears at the shame of suppliants, my hand has become too hard to feel the quivering of heavy laden hands. To where have you fled, the tears of my eyes and the blossom of my heart? Oh, the solitude of all those who give. Oh, the silence of all that give out light. There are many suns that circle in the barrenness of space, they have discourse with the darkness, to me alone are they silent. Alas, this is the hatred of light for that which gives light, pitiless it goes its way. Unjust in its very heart to all that shines, coldness toward suns, thus does every sun go its way. Like a storm do the suns fly upon their course, for such is their way. They follow their own unbending will, that is their coldness. Alas, it is you alone, you creatures of gloom, you spirits of the night, that take your warmth from that which shines. You alone take your milk and comfort from the breast of light. Alas, about me there is ice, its coldness burns my hands. Alas, there is within me a yearning to have your thirst. It is night, I am sad that I must be light. And thirst after darkness. And for solitude. It is night, now does my longing burst forth like a spring, I long to speak. It is night, now do all gushing springs try their voices. And my soul too is a gushing spring. It is night, now only do all lovers burst into song. And my soul too is the song of a lover. 8. Such things have never before been written, never before been felt and never suffered, only a god, only Dionysus suffers in this way. The reply to such a dithyramb on the sun's solitude in light would be Ariadne. Who knows except me who Ariadne is? To all such riddles no one has ever found an answer, I doubt even whether anyone even saw a riddle here. On one occasion Zarathustra clearly sets out his life task, and it is also mine. Let no one misunderstand its meaning. It is an affirmation to the point of justifying, to the point of redeeming even the entire past. I walk among men as among fragments of the future, of that future which I foresee. And all my creativeness and labor is but this, that I may be able to compose all these fragments and riddles and sorry accidents into one piece. And how could I bear to be a man if man were not also a poet, a riddle reader and a redeemer of chance? To redeem all the past and to transform every it was into, thus would I have it, that alone would be my salvation. In another passage he defines as strictly as possible what to him alone man can be, not a subject for love nor yet for pity. Zarathustra became master even of his loathing of man, man is to him a thing unshaped, raw material, unworked stone that needs the sculptor's chisel. No longer to will, no longer to evaluate, no longer to create. Oh, that this great weariness may never be mine. Even in the lust of knowledge I feel only my will's delight in begetting and becoming, and if there be innocence in my knowledge it is because my procreative will is in it. Away from God and God's did this will lure me, what would there be to create if God's existed? But again to man am I driven by my burning creative will, thus it drives the hammer to the stone. Ah, you men within the stone, there sleeps an image for me, the image of all my dreams. That it should have to sleep in the hardest and ugliest stone. Now rages my hammer fiercely against its prison. From the stone the fragments fly, and what is that to me? I will complete it, for a shadow came to me, the most silent and lightest thing on earth came unto me. The beauty of the Superman came unto me as a shadow. My brethren, what are the gods to me now? Let me call attention to one last point. The line in italics is my pretext for this remark. A Dionysian life task needs the hardness of the hammer, and one of its first essentials is without doubt the joy to be found even in destruction. The command become hard. The deep conviction that all creators are hard, is the really distinctive sign of a Dionysian nature. Beyond good and evil. 1. My work for the years that followed was clear. Now that the affirmative part of my life task was accomplished, there came the turn of the negating part both in word and deed, the revaluation of all existing values, the great war, the summoning of the day when the fatal outcome of the struggle would be decided. Meanwhile I had slowly to look about me for my peers, for those who out of strength would offer me a helping hand in my work of destruction. From that time onward all my writings are bait. Maybe I understand as much about fishing as most people. If nothing was caught, it was not I who was at fault. There were no fish. 2. In all its essential points this book is a criticism of modernity, embracing the modern sciences, arts, even polities, together with indications as to a type which would be the antithesis of modern man, or as little like him as possible, a noble and affirmative type. In this last respect the book is a school for gentlemen, the term gentleman being understood here in a much more spiritual and radical sense than has been used before. All those things of which the age is proud, as for instance its famed objectivity, sympathy with all that suffers, its historical sense, with its subjection to the tastes of others, with its prostration before petty's fates and the rage for science, are shown to be contradictions of this type, to be almost as bad manners. If you remember that this book comes after Zarathustra, you may possibly guess to what dietetic regime it owes its life. The eye, which owing to tremendous compulsion has become accustomed to see at a great distance Zarathustra, is even more far-sighted than the Tsar, is here forced to focus sharply on that which is close at hand, on the present time, on the things that lie about us. In all the content, and more particularly in the form of this book, the reader will find the same voluntary turning away from those instincts which made a Zarathustra possible. Refinement in form, in its aims, and in the art of keeping silent are its more obvious qualities. Psychology is handled with deliberate harshness and cruelty. The whole book does not contain one single good-natured word. All this is a form of recuperation. Who can guess the kind of recuperation that is necessary after such an expenditure of goodness as is to be found in Zarathustra? From a theological standpoint, now pay heed, for it is rarely that I speak as a theologian. It was God himself who at the end of his great work coiled himself up in the form of a serpent at the foot of the tree of knowledge. It was thus that he recuperated from being God. He had made everything too beautiful. Genealogy of Morals. The three essays which constitute this genealogy are, as regards expression, aim, and the art of the unexpected, perhaps the most curious things that have ever been written. Dionysus, as you know, is also the god of darkness. In each case the beginning is calculated to mislead. It is cool, scientific, even ironic, intentionally superficial, and intentionally reticent. Gradually the coolness grows less, here and there a flash of lightning illuminates the horizon. Exceedingly unpleasant truths break upon your ears from out of remote distances with a dull rumbling sound, until very soon a fierce tempo is attained in which everything presses forward with tremendous tension. At the end, in each case, amid fearful thunderclaps, a new truth shines out from between heavy clouds. The truth of the first essay is the psychology of Christianity, the birth of Christianity out of the spirit of resentment, not as is supposed out of the spirit in all its essentials, a counter-movement, the great insurrection against the rule of noble values. The second essay contains the psychology of conscience. This is not, as you may believe, the voice of God in man. It is the instinct of cruelty which turns inwards once it is unable to discharge itself outwardly. Cruelty is here exposed for the first time as one of the oldest and most indispensable elements in the foundation of culture. The third essay answers the question as to the origin of the formidable power of the ascetic ideal, of the priest ideal, despite the fact that this ideal is essentially detrimental, that it is a will to nonentity and to decadence. Answer: It flourished not because God was active behind the priests as is generally believed, but because it was faute de mieux, because hitherto it has been the only ideal and has had no competitors. For man prefers to aspire to nonentity than not to will at all. But above all, until the time of Zarathustra there was no counter-ideal. You have understood my meaning. 3 decisive sketches of a psychologist for a revaluation of all values. This book contains the first psychology of the priest. Twilight of the Idols. This work, which covers scarcely 150 pages with its cheerful and fateful tone as of a laughing demon, the production of which occupied so few days that I hesitate to give their number, is altogether an exception among books. There is no work more rich in substance, more independent, more upsetting, more wicked. If anyone wants to quickly understand how everything before my time was standing on its head, he should begin with this book. That which is called idols on the title page is simply that which to date has been called truth. Plainly speaking, the twilight of the idols means that the old truth is coming to an end. 2. There is no reality, no ideality which has not been touched in this book. Not only the eternal idols but also the youngest, that is to say, the ones weakest with age. A strong wind blows between the trees and in all directions fall the fruit, the truths. There is the prodigal waste of an all too rich autumn in this book. You trip over truths. You even crush some to death, there are too many of them. Those things that you can grasp, however, are quite unquestionable, they are irrevocable decisions. I alone have the criterion of truths in my hands. I alone can decide. It would seem as if a second consciousness had grown up in me, as if the will in me had thrown a light upon the obscure path along which it has been running. The oblique path hitherto, this had been called the road to truth. The way of the obscure impulse is now at an end, and the good man is revealed as being the least aware of the proper way. And speaking in all seriousness, no one before me knew the proper way, the way upwards. Only after my time could men once more find hope, life tasks and roads mapped out that lead to culture, of which I am the joyful herald. On this account alone I am also a destiny. 3. Immediately upon completion of the above-named work, and without letting even one day go by, I tackled the formidable task of the revaluation with a supreme feeling of pride which nothing could equal, and certain at each moment of my immortality I cut sign after sign upon tablets of brass with the sureness of fate. The preface came into being on September 3, 1888. When, after having written it down, I went out into the open air that morning, I was greeted by the most beautiful day I had ever seen in the upper Engadine, clear, glowing with color and presenting all the contrasts and all the intermediary gradations between ice and the south. I left Sils Maria only on the 20th of September. I had been forced to delay my departure owing to floods, and I was for some days the only visitor in this wonderful spot on which my gratitude bestows the gift of an immortal name. After a journey that was full of incidents and not without danger to life, as for instance at Como, which was flooded when I reached it in the dead of night, I got to Turin on the afternoon of the 21st. Turin is the only suitable place for me, and it shall be my home from now on. I took the same lodgings as I had occupied in the spring, via Carlo Alberto 6, opposite the mighty Palazzo Carignano in which Vittorio Emanuele was born, and I had a view of the Piazza Carlo Alberto and above it across to the hills. Without hesitating or allowing myself to be disturbed for a single moment, I returned to my work, only the last quarter of which had still to be written. On the September 30th, a tremendous triumph, the 7th day, a god takes his leisure on the banks of the Po. On the same day I wrote the preface to the Twilight of the Idols, the correction of the proofs of which provided me with recreation during the month of September. Never in my life had I experienced such an autumn, nor had I ever imagined that such things were possible on earth. A Claude Lorraine extended to infinity, each day equal to the last in its excessive perfection. The Wagner Case. In order to do justice to this essay, a man ought to suffer from the destiny of music as from an open wound. From what do I suffer when I suffer from the destiny of music? From the fact that music has lost its world-transforming, affirmative character, that it is decadent music and no longer the flute of Dionysus. Supposing, however, that the fate of music be as dear to man as his own life, because joy and suffering are alike bound up with it, then he will find this pamphlet comparatively mild and full of consideration. To be cheerful in such circumstances and laugh good-naturedly with others at oneself rident dudicere severum when the verum dicere would justify every kind of hardness is humanity itself. Who doubts that an old artilleryman like myself would be able, if I wished to, point my heavy guns at Wagner? Everything decisive in this question I kept to myself. I have loved Wagner. After all, an attack upon an unusually subtle unknown person whom another would not have discovered so easily lies in the meaning and path of my life's work. Oh, I have still quite a number of other unknown persons to unmask besides a Cagliostro of music. Above all, I have to direct an attack against the German nation who in matters of the spirit grow every day more indolent, poorer in instincts and more honorable, who with an enviable appetite continue to feed themselves on contradictions and gulp down faith along with science, Christian love together with anti-Semitism and the will to power served together with evangelism of the humble without showing the slightest signs of indigestion. This absence of partisanship in the presence of opposites. This gastric neutrality and disinterestedness. Behold this sense of justice in the German palate which can grant equal rights to all, which finds everything tasteful. Without a shadow of a doubt the Germans are idealists. When I was last in Germany I found German tastes striving to grant Wagner and the trumpeter of Sackingen equal rights, while I myself witnessed the attempts of the people of Leipzig to do honor to one of the most genuine and most German of musicians, using German here in the old sense of the word, a man who was no mere German of the empire, the master Heinrich Schütz, by founding a Liszt society the object of which was the cultivation and dissemination of sly church music. Without a shadow of doubt the Germans are idealists. 2. But here nothing shall stop me from being rude and from telling the Germans one or two unpleasant home truths. Who else would do it if I did not? I refer to their indecency in matters historical. Not only have the Germans entirely lost the grand vision which enables one to grasp the course of culture, the values of culture, not only are they one and all political puppets, but they have also actually put a ban upon any such grand view. A man must first and foremost be German, he must belong to the race, only then can he pass judgment upon all values and lack of values in history, only then can he establish them. To be German is in itself an argument. Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles is a principle. The Germans represent the moral world order in history. Compared with the Roman Empire they are the upholders of freedom. Compared with the 18th century they are the restorers of morality, of the categorical imperative. There is a Reichsdeutsche historiography, there is, I fear, an anti-Semitic history, there is also history written with an eye to the court, and Herr van Treitschke is not ashamed of himself. Quite recently an idiotic opinion in Historicis, an observation of the Swabian aesthete Vischer, since happily deceased, made the round of the German newspapers as a truth to which every German must assent. The observation was this: the Renaissance and the Reformation only together constitute a whole, the aesthetic rebirth and the moral rebirth. When I listen to such things I lose all patience, and I feel inclined, I even feel it my duty, to tell the Germans for once what they have on their conscience. Every great crime against culture for the last 4 centuries lies on their conscience. And always for the same reason, always owing to their bottomless cowardice in the face of reality, which is also cowardice in the face of truth, always owing to the love of falsehood which has become almost instinctive in them, in short, idealism. It was the Germans who caused Europe to lose the fruits, the whole meaning of the last great age, the age of the Renaissance. At a moment when a higher order of values, noble and life-affirming values which guarantee the future, had succeeded in triumphing over the opposite values, the values of degeneration, in the very seat of Christianity itself and even in the hearts of those sitting there, Luther, that cursed monk, not only restored the Church but, what was 1,000 times worse, restored Christianity, and at a time too when it lay defeated. Christianity, the denial of the will to life elevated to a religion. Luther was a failed monk who, thanks to his own inadequacies, attacked the Church and in so doing restored it. Catholics would be perfectly justified in celebrating feasts in honor of Luther and in producing festival plays in his honor. Luther and the rebirth of morality. To the devil with all psychology. Without a shadow of a doubt the Germans are idealists. On 2 occasions, when at the cost of enormous courage and self-control an upright, unequivocal, and perfectly scientific attitude of mind had been achieved, the Germans were able to discover a backdoor that lead again to the old ideal, compromises between truth and the ideal, and in short formulas for the right to reject science and to peddle lies. Leibniz and Kant, those two great faults in the intellectual integrity of Europe. Finally, at a moment when there appeared on the bridge that spanned 2 centuries of decadence a superior force of genius and will which was strong enough to consolidate Europe and to convert it into a political and economic entity with the capability of ruling the world, the Germans with their wars of independence robbed Europe of the significance, the marvelous significance, of the existence of Napoleon. And in so doing they laid on their conscience everything that followed, everything that exists today, the sickness and irrationality which is deadly to culture and is called nationalism, that névrose nationale from which Europe is suffering acutely, that eternal subdivision of Europe into petty states with politics on a municipal scale. They have robbed Europe itself of its significance, of its reason, and have led it into a cul-de-sac. Is there anyone except me who knows the way out of this cul-de-sac? An aspiration which would be great enough to bind the people of Europe once more together? 3. And after all, why should I not express my suspicions? In my case too the Germans will make every attempt to turn a great destiny into a mere mouse. Up to the present they have compromised themselves with me. I doubt whether this will be improved in the future. Alas! How happy I would be proven wrong in this matter. My natural readers and listeners are already Russians, Scandinavians, and Frenchmen. Will they always be so? In the history of knowledge Germans are represented only by dubious figures. They have been able to produce only unconscious swindlers. The Germans must not have the honor of harboring the first honest spirit intellect in their history, that spirit in which truth ultimately got the better of the fraud of 4,000 years. German spirit is my bad air. I breathe with difficulty when in the neighborhood of this psychological uncleanliness that has now become instinctive, an uncleanliness which in every word and expression betrays a German. They have never undergone a 17th century of hard self-examination as the French have. A La Rochefoucauld, a Descartes have 1,000 times more integrity than the best among Germans. The latter have not yet had any psychologists. But psychology is almost the standard of measurement for the cleanliness or uncleanliness of a race. For if a man is not even clean, how can he have depth? The Germans are like women in that you can scarcely ever fathom their depths because they haven't any. That's the end of it. Thus they cannot even be called shallow. That which is called deep in Germany is precisely this instinctive uncleanliness towards oneself of which I have just spoken. People do not want to be clear about their own natures. Might I be allowed perhaps to suggest the word German as an international term denoting this psychological depravity? At the moment of writing, for instance, the German emperor is declaring it to be his Christian duty to liberate the slaves in Africa. Among us Europeans then this would be called simply German. Have the Germans ever produced even one book that had depth? They are lacking in even the mere idea of what constitutes profundity in a book. I have known scholars who considered Kant profound. At the court of Prussia I fear that Herr von Treitschke is considered profound. And when I happen to praise Stendhal as a profound psychologist, I have often been asked in the company of German university professors to spell his name. 4. And why not continue this theme to the very end? I am fond of getting things out in the open. It is even part of my ambition to be considered as the despiser of the German par excellence. I expressed my suspicions of the German character even at the age of 26. To my mind the Germans are impossible. When I try to think of the kind of man who is opposed to me in all my instincts, the picture that springs to mind is always that of a German. The first thing I ask myself when I begin analyzing a man is whether he has a feeling for distance, whether he sees everywhere rank, degree and order between man and man, whether he makes distinctions, for this is what constitutes one as a gentleman. Otherwise he belongs hopelessly to that open-hearted, open-minded and alas, always very good-natured concept of the canaille. But the Germans are canaille, alas. They are so good-natured. A man lowers himself by frequenting with Germans. The German places everyone on an equal footing. With the exception of my intercourse with 1 or 2 artists and above all with Richard Wagner, I cannot say that I have spent one pleasant hour with Germans. Suppose for one moment that the profoundest spirit of all ages were to appear among the Germans, then one of the saviors of the capital would be sure to rise and declare that his own rather unattractive self was of equal consideration. I can no longer endure this nation with which a man is always in bad company, which has no notion of nuances. Woe to me! I am a nuance which has not esprit in its feet and cannot even walk. The Germans have not the faintest idea of how vulgar they are, but this in itself is the height of vulgarity. They are not even ashamed of being mere Germans. They will have their say in everything, they regard themselves as fit to decide on all questions. I even fear that they have decided about me. My whole life is essentially a proof of this remark. In vain have I looked among them for a sign of tact and delicacy towards myself. Among Jews I did indeed find it, but not among Germans. I am so constituted as to be gentle and kind to every one. I have the right not to draw distinctions, but this does not prevent my eyes from being open. I exclude no one, and least of all my friends. I trust that this has not damaged my reputation for humanity among them. There are 5 or 6 things which I have always made points of honor. Although it is nevertheless true that for many years I have considered almost every letter that has reached me as a piece of cynicism. There is more cynicism in acts of goodwill towards me than in any sort of hatred. I tell every friend to his face that he has never thought it worth his while to study any one of my writings. From the slightest hints I gather that they do not even know what is in my books. And with regard even to my Zarathustra, which of my friends would have seen more in it than a piece of pretentious though fortunately harmless arrogance? 10 years have elapsed and no one has yet felt it a duty to his conscience to defend my name against the absurd silence in which has been entombed. It was a foreigner, a Dane, who first showed sufficient keenness of instinct and courage to do this, and who protested indignantly against my so-called friends. At what German university today would such lectures on my philosophy be possible as those which Dr. Brandes delivered last spring in Copenhagen, thus proving once more his right to the title psychologist? For my part, these things have never caused me any pain. That which is necessary does not offend me. Amor fati is my innermost core. This, however, does not alter the fact that I love irony, and even world historic irony. And so, about 2 years before the destructive thunderbolt of the revaluation which will send the whole of civilization into convulsions, I sent my case of Wagner out into the world. The Germans were given the chance of blundering and immortalizing their stupidity once more on my account, and they still have just enough time left for that. And have they achieved that? Admirably. Why, I am a destiny. I know my fate. There will come a day when my name will recall the memory of something frightful, a crisis the like of which has never been known on earth, the memory of the most profound clash of consciences, and the passing of a sentence upon all that has before been believed in, demanded and sanctified. I am not a man, I am dynamite. And with it all there is nothing of the founder of a religion in me. Religions belong to the rabble. After coming into contact with religious people, I always feel that I must wash my hands. I do not want believers. I think that I am too full of malice to believe even in myself. I never speak to masses. I have a terrible fear that one day I shall be considered holy. You will understand why I publish this book beforehand. It is to prevent people from wronging me. I refuse to be a saint. I would rather be a clown. Maybe I am a clown. I am nevertheless, or rather not nevertheless, the mouthpiece of truth, for nothing more false has ever existed than a saint. But my truth is terrible, for hitherto lies have been called truth. The revaluation of all values, this is my formula for mankind's greatest step towards coming to its senses, a step which in me has become flesh and genius. My destiny ordained that I should be the first decent human being, and that I should feel myself opposed to the falsehood of millennia. I was the first to discover the truth, and for the simple reason that I was the first who became conscious, to sense the lie as a lie. My genius lies in my nostrils. I contradict as no one has contradicted before, and yet I am the very opposite to a negative spirit. I am the herald of joy, the like of which has never existed before. I have discovered tasks of such a height that has never been seen before my time. Mankind can only now begin to hope again, now that I have lived. Thus I am necessarily a man of destiny. For when truth battles against the lies of millennia, there will be shock waves, earthquakes, the transposition of hills and valleys such as the world has never yet imagined even in its dreams. The concept politics then becomes entirely absorbed into the realm of spiritual warfare. All the mighty worlds of the ancient order of society are blown into space, for they are all based on lies. There will be wars the like of which have never been seen on earth before. Only after me will there be grand politics on earth. 2. If you should require a formula for such a destiny that has become manifest as man, you will find it in my Zarathustra. And he who would be a creator in good and evil, truly he must first be a destroyer and break values. Thus the greatest evil belongs with the greatest good, but this is the creative good. I am by far the most terrible human being that has ever existed, but this does not mean that I shall not be the most beneficent. My joy in destruction is equal to my capacity for destruction. In both I obey my Dionysian nature, which knows not how to separate my choice of not doing from my avowed affirmation. I am the first immoralist, and by this I am the destroyer par excellence. 3. I have not been asked, as I should have been asked, what the name of Zarathustra means to me, in my capacity as the first immoralist, for what distinguishes this Persian from all others in the past is the very fact that he was the exact opposite of an immoralist. Zarathustra was the first to see in the struggle between good and evil the essential cycle in the working of things. The translation of morality into the realm of metaphysics, as force, cause, as end in itself, is his work. But the very question presents its own answer. Zarathustra created this most fateful of all errors, morality, therefore he must be the first to recognize it. Not only because he has had longer and greater experience of the subject than any other thinker, all history is indeed the experimental refutation of the theory of the so-called moral order of things, but because of the more important fact that Zarathustra was the most truthful of thinkers. In his teaching alone is truthfulness upheld as the highest virtue, that is to say, the opposite of the cowardice of the idealist who takes flight at the first sight of reality. Zarathustra has more courage than all other thinkers put together. To tell the truth and to shoot well with arrows, that is the first Persian virtue. Have I made myself clear? The self-overcoming of morality through truthfulness, the moralist's self-overcoming of himself into his opposite, into me, that is what the name Zarathustra means to me. 4. In reality, my title immoralist involves two denials. I first of all deny the type of man that has hitherto been regarded as the highest, the good, the kind and the charitable, and secondly deny that kind of morality which has come to be recognized and to dominate as morality. I speak of the morality of decadence, or to use a still cruder term, Christian morality. I would regard the second denial as the more decisive, as the overestimation of the value of goodness and kindness seems to me already a consequence of decadence, as a symptom of weakness and incompatible with any ascending and affirmative life. Denial and destruction are inseparable from an affirmative attitude towards life. Let me halt for a moment at the question of the psychology of the good man. In order to determine the value of a certain type of man, the cost of his preservation must be calculated, and for this the conditions of his existence must be known. The condition of the existence of the good is the lie, or to put it differently, the refusal at any price to see how reality is actually constituted, the refusal to see that this reality does not always give rise to benevolence, and even less that it provides a constant justification for interference by short-sighted and good-natured hands. To regard states of distress in general as an objection, as something which must be abolished, is the greatest nonsense on earth, having the most disastrous consequences, fatally stupid, almost as stupid as a wish to abolish bad weather out of pity for the poor. In the general economy of things, the fearful aspects of reality are incalculably more necessary than any form of petty happiness which is called goodness. One must even consider whether it is worth giving it a place at all, seeing that it is based upon a falsification of the instincts. I shall have an excellent opportunity of showing the incalculably calamitous consequences for the whole of history of optimism, this monstrous offspring of the homines optimi. Zarathustra, the first to recognize that the optimist is just as degenerate as the pessimist, though perhaps more detrimental, says, "Good men never speak the truth. The good preach of false shores and false security." You were born and bred in the lies of the good. Through the good everything has become false and twisted down to the very roots. Fortunately the world is not built solely to serve good-natured herd animals their little happiness, to desire everybody to become a good man, a herd animal, blue-eyed, benevolent, a beautiful soul, or, as Herbert Spencer wished, altruistic, would mean robbing existence of its great character, to castrate mankind and reduce humanity to a sort of wretched Chinadom. And this some have tried to do. It is precisely this that men have called morality. In this sense Zarathustra calls the good the last men and then the beginning of the end, and above all he considers them as the most harmful kind of men because they secure their existence at the cost of truth and at the cost of the future. The good they cannot create, they are always the beginning of the end. They crucify him who writes new values on new law tables, they sacrifice the future to themselves, they crucify the whole future of humanity. The good they are always the beginning of the end. And whatever harm the slanderers of the world may do, the harm of the good is the most harmful of all. 5. Zarathustra as the first psychologist of the good man is, as a consequence, a friend of the wicked. When a degenerate kind of man has succeeded to the highest rank among the human species, his position must have been gained at the expense of the opposite type, at the expense of the strong man who is certain of life. When the herd animal basks in the glorious rays of the highest virtue, the exceptional man must be devalued as the wicked man. If falsehood insists at all costs on claiming the word truth for its own, the real truth must be found among the despised. Zarathustra allows of no doubt here. He says that it was precisely the knowledge of the good, of the best, which inspired in him his absolute horror of humanity, that it was out of this feeling of repulsion that he grew the wings which allowed him to soar into distant futures. He does not conceal the fact that his type of man is one which is superhuman, relatively speaking, especially relative to the good man, and that the good and the just would regard his Superman as a devil. You higher men on whom my gaze now falls, this is the doubt that you wake in my breast, and this is my secret laughter. I think that you would call my Superman a devil. So far are you from all that is great that the Superman would be terrible in your eyes with his goodness. It is from this passage and from no other that you must set out to understand the intentions of Zarathustra. The kind of man that he conceives sees reality as it is, he is strong enough for it, he is not estranged from it or entranced by it, he is that reality himself. He still has within him all that is fearful and questionable in reality, only thus can man possess greatness. 6. But there is another sense in which I have taken the title of immoralist as a badge of honor. I am very proud to possess this name which distinguishes me from the rest of humanity. No one before has felt Christian morality as beneath him. This required height, a remoteness of vision, and an abysmal profundity of psychological depth not believed to be possible before. Up to the present, Christian morality has been the Circe of all thinkers. They stood at her service. What man before my time had descended into the underground caverns from out of which the poisonous fumes of this ideal of the slandering of the world belches forth? What man had even dared to suppose that there were underground caverns? Was any one of the philosophers who preceded me an actual psychologist, and not the very opposite of a psychologist, that is, a higher swindler, an idealist? Before my time there was no psychology. To be the first in this new realm may be a curse, at all events it is a destiny, for one is also the first to despise. Disgust at mankind is my danger. 7. Have you understood me? That which defines me, that which makes me stand apart from the whole of the rest of humanity, is the fact that I unmasked Christian morality. For this reason I was in need of a word which conveyed the idea of a challenge to everyone. To not have awakened to these discoveries before struck me as being the sign of the greatest uncleanliness that mankind has on its conscience, as self-deception become instinct, as the fundamental will to not observe every event, every cause, and all reality, in fact as an almost criminal fraud in psychologicis. Blindness in regard to Christianity is the supreme crime, for it is the crime against life. Ages and peoples, the first and the last, philosophers and old women, with the exception of 5 or 6 moments in history, myself being the 7th, are all alike in this. Hitherto the Christian has been the moral being, a curiosity without equal, and as a moral being, more absurd, more vain, more thoughtless and of a greater harm to himself, than the greatest despiser of humanity could have deemed possible. Christian morality is the most malignant form of all falsehood, the actual Circe of humanity, that which has corrupted mankind. It is not error as error which infuriates me at the sight of this spectacle, it is not the millenniums of the absence of goodwill, of discipline, of decency, and of courage in spiritual matters which are revealed in the triumph of Christianity, it is rather the absence of nature, the perfectly ghastly fact that anti-nature itself received the highest honors as morality and as law and remains suspended over man as the categorical imperative. To blunder to this extent, not as an individual, not as a people but as a whole species, as humanity. To teach contempt for all the principal instincts of life, to falsely invent the existence of a soul, of a spirit in order to be able to destroy the body, to spread the feeling that there is something impure in the very first precondition of life, sexuality, that evil principles are suspected in that which is most profoundly necessary growth and for prosperity, that is to say in strict selfishness, and conversely to see a higher moral value. But what am I talking about? I mean moral value per se in the typical signs of decline, in denial of the instincts, in selflessness, in the loss of the center of gravity, in depersonalization and in love of one's neighbor lust. What? Is humanity itself in a state of degeneration? Has it always been in this state? One thing is certain, that only the values of decadence are taught as the highest values. The morality of self-renunciation is essentially the morality of degeneration. The fact I am degenerating is translated into the imperative ye shall all degenerate, and not only into the imperative. This morality of self-renunciation, which is the only kind of morality that has been taught hitherto, is the will to become a non-entity. It fundamentally denies life. There still remains the possibility that it is not mankind that is in a state of degeneration, but only that parasitical kind of man, the priest, who by means of morality and lies has achieved his position as the determiner of values, who sees in Christian morality his means to power. And this is my opinion. The teachers and leaders of mankind, including the theologians, have been every one of them decadents, hence their revaluation of all values into a hostility towards life, hence morality. The definition of morality: morality is the idiosyncrasy of decadents having the hidden desire to revenge themselves upon life, and being successful. I attach great value to this definition. 8. Have you understood me? I have not uttered a single word which I had not already said 5 years ago through the mouth of Zarathustra. The unmasking of Christian morality is an event which is unequaled in history, it is a real catastrophe. The man who throws light upon it is a force majeure, a destiny. He breaks the history of mankind into two parts, the time before him and after him. The lightning bolt of truth struck precisely that which formerly had stood highest. He who understands what was destroyed by that bolt should look to see whether he still holds anything in his hands. Everything which until then was called truth has been revealed as the most harmful, most spiteful, and most subterranean form of lie. The holy pretext which was the improvement of man has been recognized as a ploy for draining life of its energy and of its blood. Morality conceived as vampirism. The man who unmasks morality has also unmasked the worthlessness of the values in which men either believe or have believed. He no longer sees anything to be revered in the most venerable man, even in the types of men that have been pronounced holy. All he can see in them is the most fatal kind of abortions, fatal because they fascinate. The concept God was invented as the opposite of the concept life. Everything harmful, poisonous, and slanderous and all deadly hostility to life was bound together in one horrible unity in him. The concepts beyond and real world were invented in order to depreciate the only world that exists, in order that no goal, no aim, or task might be left for our earthly reality. The concepts soul, spirit, and last of all the concept immortal soul were invented in order to despise the body, in order to make it sick wholly, in order to cultivate an attitude of appalling disrespect for all things in life which deserve to be treated seriously, i.e. the questions of nutrition, habitation, recuperation, cleanliness, and weather. Instead of health we find the salvation of the soul, that is to say a vicious circle alternating between convulsions of penitence and the hysteria of redemption. The concept sin together with its associated instrument of torture, which is the concept free will, were invented in order to confuse our instincts and make mistrust of them second nature. In the concepts selflessness and self-denial the actual signs of decadence are to be found. The lure of that which is detrimental, the inability to discover one's own advantage, self-destruction, are made into absolute qualities, into the duty, the holiness and the divinity of man. Finally, to keep the worst to the last, in the idea of the good man can be found all that is weak, sick, misformed, suffering from itself, all that which ought to be weeded out. The law of selection is opposed, an ideal is made out of opposition to the proud well-constituted man, to the affirmative man who is certain of the future and who guarantees the future. This man is henceforth called the evil man. And all this was believed in as morality. Acrese l'infame. Have you understood me? Dionysus against the crucified. The Antichrist. Preface. This book belongs to the most rare of men. Perhaps not one of them is yet alive. It is possible that they may be among those who understand my Zarathustra. How could I confound myself with those who are now sprouting heirs? First, the day after tomorrow must come for me. Some men are born posthumously. The conditions under which anyone understands me, and necessarily understands me, I know them only too well. Even to endure my seriousness, my passion, he must carry intellectual integrity to the verge of hardness. He must be accustomed to living on mountain tops and to looking upon the wretched gabble of politics and nationalism as beneath him. He must have become indifferent, he must never ask of the truth whether it brings profit to him or a fatality to him. He must have an inclination, born of strength, for questions that no one has the courage for the forbidden, predestination for the labyrinth. The experience of 7 solitudes. New ears for new music. New eyes for what is most distant. A new conscience for truths that have hitherto remained unheard. And the will to economize in the grand manner, to hold together his strength, his enthusiasm. Reverence for self, love of self, absolute freedom of self. Very well, then. Of that sort only are my readers, my true readers, my readers foreordained. Of what account are the rest? The rest are merely humanity. One must make oneself superior to humanity, in power, in loftiness of soul, in contempt. Friedrich W. Nietzsche. 1. Let us look each other in the face. We are Hyperboreans, we know well enough how remote our place is. Neither by land nor by water will you find the road to the Hyperboreans. Even Pindar, in his day, knew that much about us. Beyond the north, beyond the ice, beyond death, our life, our happiness. We have discovered that happiness, we know the way, we got our knowledge of it from thousands of years in the labyrinth. Who else has found it? The man of today. I don't know either the way out or the way in. I am whatever doesn't know either the way out or the way in, so sighs the man of today. This is the sort of modernity that made us ill. We sickened on lazy peace, cowardly compromise, the whole virtuous dirtiness of the modern yea and nay. This tolerance and largeur of the heart that forgives everything because it understands everything is a sirocco to us. Rather live amid the ice than among modern virtues and other such south winds. We were brave enough, we spared neither ourselves nor others, but we were a long time finding out where to direct our courage. We grew dismal, they called us fatalists. Our fate it was the fullness, the tension, the storing up of powers. We thirst for the lightnings and great deeds, we kept as far as possible from the happiness of the weakling, from resignation. There was thunder in our air, nature, as we embodied it, became overcast, for we had not yet found the way. The formula of our happiness, a yeah, a nay, a straight line, a goal. 2. What is good, whatever augments the feeling of power, the will to power, power itself, in man. What is evil, whatever springs from weakness. What is happiness, the feeling that power increases, that resistance is overcome. Not contentment, but more power, not peace at any price, but war, not virtue, but efficiency. The weak and the botched shall perish, first principle of our charity. and one should help them to it. What is more harmful than any vice? Practical sympathy for the botched and the weak Christianity. 3. The problem that I set here is not what shall replace mankind in the order of living creatures, but what type of man must be bred, must be willed, as being the most valuable, the most worthy of life, the most secure guarantee of the future. This more valuable type has appeared often enough in the past, but always as a happy accident, as an exception, never as deliberately willed. Very often it has been precisely the most feared. Hitherto it has been almost the terror of terrors, and out of that terror the contrary type has been willed, cultivated, and attained, the domestic animal, the herd animal, the sick brute man, the Christian. 4. Mankind surely does not represent an evolution toward a better or stronger or higher level, as progress is now understood. This progress is merely a modern idea, which is to say, a false idea. The European of today, in his essential worth, falls far below the European of the Renaissance. The process of evolution does not necessarily mean elevation, enhancement, strengthening. True enough, it succeeds in isolated and individual cases in various parts of the earth and under the most widely different cultures, and in these cases a higher type certainly manifests itself, something which, compared to mankind in the mass, appears as a sort of Superman. Such happy strokes of high success have always been possible, and will remain possible, perhaps, for all time to come. Even whole races, tribes, and nations may occasionally represent such lucky accidents. 5. We should not deck out and embellish Christianity. It has waged a war to the death against this higher type of man, it has put all the deepest instincts of this type under its ban, it has developed its concept of evil, of the evil one himself, out of these instincts the strong man as the typical reprobate, the outcast among men. Christianity has taken the part of all the weak, the low, the botched, it has made an ideal out of antagonism to all the self-preservative instincts of sound life, it has corrupted even the faculties of those natures that are intellectually most vigorous, by representing the highest intellectual values as sinful, as misleading, as full of temptation. The most lamentable example, the corruption of Pascal, who believed that his intellect had been destroyed by original sin, whereas it was actually destroyed by Christianity. 6. It is a painful and tragic spectacle that rises before me. I have drawn back the curtain from the rottenness of man. This word, in my mouth, is at least free from one suspicion, that it involves a moral accusation against humanity. It is used, and I wish to emphasize the fact again, without any moral significance, and this is so far true that the rottenness I speak of is most apparent to me precisely in those quarters where there has been most aspiration, hitherto, toward virtue and godliness. As you probably surmise, I understand rottenness in the sense of decadence. My argument is that all the values on which mankind now fixes its highest aspirations are decadence values. I call an animal, a species, an individual corrupt, when it loses its instincts, when it chooses, when it prefers, what is injurious to it. A history of the higher feelings, the ideals of humanity, and it is possible that I'll have to write it, would almost explain why man is so degenerate. Life itself appears to me as an instinct for growth, for survival, for the accumulation of forces, for power. Whenever the will to power fails, there is disaster. My contention is that all the highest values of humanity have been emptied of this will, that the values of decadence, of nihilism, now prevail under the holiest names. 7. Christianity is called the religion of pity. Pity stands in opposition to all the tonic passions that augment the energy of the feeling of aliveness. It is a depressant. A man loses power when he pities. Through pity, that drain upon strength which suffering works is multiplied 1,000-fold. Suffering is made contagious by pity. Under certain circumstances it may lead to a total sacrifice of life and living energy, a loss out of all proportion to the magnitude of the cause. This is the first view of it. There is, however, a still more important one. If one measures the effects of pity by the gravity of the reactions it sets up, its character as a menace to life appears in a much clearer light. Pity thwarts the whole law of evolution, which is the law of natural selection. It preserves whatever is ripe for destruction, it fights on the side of those disinherited and condemned by life, by maintaining life in so many of the botched of all kinds, it gives life itself a gloomy and dubious aspect. Mankind has ventured to call pity a virtue, going still further, it has been called the virtue, the source and foundation of all other virtues, but let us always bear in mind that this was from the standpoint of a philosophy that was nihilistic, and upon whose shield the denial of life was inscribed. Schopenhauer was right in this, that by means of pity life is denied, and made worthy of denial. Pity is the technique of nihilism. Let me repeat, this depressing and contagious instinct stands against all those instincts which work for the preservation and enhancement of life. In the role of protector of the miserable, it is a prime agent in the promotion of decadence. Pity persuades to extinction. Of course, one doesn't say extinction, one says the other world, or God, or the true life, or nirvana, salvation, blessedness. This innocent rhetoric, from the realm of religious ethical balderdash, appears a good deal less innocent when one reflects upon the tendency that it conceals beneath sublime words, the tendency to destroy life. Schopenhauer was hostile to life, that is why pity appeared to him as a virtue. Aristotle, as everyone knows, saw in pity a sickly and dangerous state of mind, the remedy for which was an occasional purgative. He regarded tragedy as that purgative. The instinct of life should prompt us to seek some means of puncturing any such pathological and dangerous accumulation of pity as that appearing in Schopenhauer's case, that it may burst and be discharged. Nothing is more unhealthy, amid all our unhealthy modernism, than Christian pity. To be the doctors here, to be unmerciful here, to wield the knife here, all this is our business, all this is our sort of humanity. By this sign we are philosophers, we Hyperboreans. 8. It is necessary to say just whom we regard as our antagonists, theologians and all who have any theological blood in their veins. This is our whole philosophy. One must have faced that menace at close hand, better still, one must have had experience of it directly and almost succumb to it, to realize that it is not to be taken lightly. This poisoning goes a great deal further than most people think. I find the arrogant habit of the theologian among all who regard themselves as idealists, among all who, by virtue of a higher point of departure, claim a right to rise above reality, and to look upon it with suspicion. The idealist, like the ecclesiastic, carries all sorts of lofty concepts in his hand, he launches them with benevolent contempt against understanding, the senses, honor, good living, science. He sees such things as beneath him, as pernicious and seductive forces, on which the soul soars as a pure thing in itself, as if humility, chastity, poverty, in a word, holiness, had not already done much more damage to life than all imaginable horrors and vices. The pure soul is a pure lie. So long as the priest, that professional denier, calumniator and poisoner of life, is accepted as a higher variety of man, there can be no answer to the question, what is truth? Truth has already been stood on its head when the obvious attorney of mere emptiness is mistaken for its representative. 9. Upon this theological instinct I make war, I find the tracks of it everywhere. Whoever has theological blood in his veins is shifty and dishonorable in all things. The pathetic thing that grows out of this condition is called faith, in other words, closing one's eyes upon oneself once for all, to avoid suffering the sight of incurable falsehood. People erect a concept of morality, of virtue, of holiness upon this false view of all things, they ground good conscience upon faulty vision, they argue that no other sort of vision has value any more, once they have made theirs sacrosanct with the names of God, salvation and eternity. I unearth this theological instinct in all directions. It is the most widespread and the most subterranean form of falsehood to be found on earth. Whatever a theologian regards as true must be false, there you have almost a criterion of truth. His profound instinct of self-preservation stands against truth ever coming into honor in any way, or even getting stated. Wherever the influence of theologians is felt, there is a transvaluation of values, and the concepts true and false are forced to change places, Whatever is most damaging to life is there called true, and whatever exalts it, intensifies it, approves it, justifies it, and makes it triumphant is there called false. When theologians, working through the consciences of princes, stretch out their hands for power, there is never any doubt as to the fundamental issue, the will to make an end. The nihilistic will exerts that power. 10. Among Germans I am immediately understood when I say that theological blood is the ruin of philosophy. The Protestant pastor is the grandfather of German philosophy. Protestantism itself is its peccatum original. Definition of Protestantism: hemiplegic paralysis of Christianity and of reason. One need only utter the words Tübingen school to get an understanding of what German philosophy is at bottom: a very artful form of theology. The Suabians are the best liars in Germany, they lie innocently. Why all the rejoicing over the appearance of Kant that went through the learned world of Germany, 3/4 of which is made up of the sons of preachers and teachers? Why the German conviction still echoing, that with Kant came a change for the better? The theological instinct of German scholars made them see clearly just what had become possible again. A backstairs leading to the old ideal stood open: the concept of the true world, the concept of morality as the essence of the world, were once more, thanks to a subtle and wily scepticism, if not actually demonstrable, then at least no longer refutable. Reason, the prerogative of reason, does not go so far. Out of reality there had been made appearance, an absolutely false world, that of being, had been turned into reality. The success of Kant is merely a theological success. He was, like Luther and Leibniz, but one more impediment to German integrity, already far from steady. 11. A word now against Kant as a moralist. A virtue must be our invention, it must spring out of our personal need and defense. In every other case it is a source of danger. That which does not belong to our life menaces it. A virtue which has its roots in mere respect for the concept of virtue, as Kant would have it, is pernicious. Virtue, duty, good for its own sake, goodness grounded upon impersonality or a notion of universal validity, these are all chimeras, and in them one finds only an expression of the decay, the last collapse of life, the Chinese spirit of Königsberg. Quite the contrary is demanded by the most profound laws of self-preservation and of growth, to wit, that every man find his own virtue, his own categorical imperative. A nation goes to pieces when it confounds its duty with the general concept of duty. Nothing works a more complete and penetrating disaster than every impersonal duty, every sacrifice before the Moloch of abstraction. To think that no one has thought of Kant's categorical imperative as dangerous to life. The theological instinct alone took it under protection. An action prompted by the life instinct proves that it is a right action by the amount of pleasure that goes with it, and yet that nihilist, with his bowels of Christian dogmatism, regarded pleasure as an objection. What destroys a man more quickly than to work, think, and feel without inner necessity, without any deep personal desire, without pleasure as a mere automaton of duty? That is the recipe for decadence, and no less for idiocy. Kant became an idiot, and such a man was the contemporary of Goethe. This calamitous spinner of cobwebs past for the German philosopher still passes today. I forbid myself to say what I think of the Germans. Didn't Kant see in the French Revolution the transformation of the state from the inorganic form to the organic? Didn't he ask himself if there was a single event that could be explained save on the assumption of a moral faculty in man, so that on the basis of it, the tendency of mankind toward the good could be explained, once and for all time? Kant's answer: that is revolution. Instinct at fault in everything and anything, instinct as a revolt against nature, German decadence as a philosophy, that is Kant. 12. I put aside a few septics, the types of decency in the history of philosophy. The rest haven't the slightest conception of intellectual integrity. They behave like women. All these great enthusiasts and prodigies, they regard beautiful feelings as arguments, the heaving breast as the bellows of divine inspiration, conviction as the criterion of truth. In the end, with German innocence, Kant tried to give a scientific flavor to this form of corruption, this dearth of intellectual conscience, by calling it practical reason. He deliberately invented a variety of reasons for use on occasions when it was desirable not to trouble with reason, that is, when morality, when the sublime command "thou shalt," was heard. When one recalls the fact that, among all peoples, the philosopher is no more than a development from the old type of priest, this inheritance from the priest, this fraud upon self, ceases to be remarkable. When a man feels that he has a divine mission, say to lift up, to save or to liberate mankind, when a man feels the divine spark in his heart and believes that he is the mouthpiece of supernatural imperatives, when such a mission inflames him, it is only natural that he should stand beyond all merely reasonable standards of judgment. He feels that he is himself sanctified by this mission, that he is himself a type of a higher order. What has a priest to do with philosophy? He stands far above it, and hitherto the priest has ruled, he has determined the meaning of true and not true. 13. Let us not underestimate this fact, that we ourselves, we free spirits, are already a transvaluation of all values, a visualized declaration of war and victory against all the old concepts of true and not true. The most valuable intuitions are the last to be attained, the most valuable of all are those which determine methods. All the methods, all the principles of the scientific spirit of today, were the targets for thousands of years of the most profound contempt. If a man inclined to them, he was excluded from the society of decent people, he passed as an enemy of God, as a scoffer at the truth, as one possessed. As a man of science, he belonged to the Chandala. We have had the whole pathetic stupidity of mankind against us, their every notion of what the truth ought to be, of what the service of the truth ought to be, their every "thou shalt" was launched against us. Our objectives, our methods, our quiet, cautious, distrustful manner all appeared to them as absolutely discreditable and contemptible. Looking back, one may almost ask oneself with reason if it was not actually an aesthetic sense that kept men blind so long. What they demanded of the truth was picturesque effectiveness, and of the learned a strong appeal to their senses. It was our modesty that stood out longest against their taste. How well they guessed that, these turkey cocks of God. 14. We have unlearned something. We have become more modest in every way. We no longer derive man from the Spirit, from the Godhead, we have dropped him back among the beasts. We regard him as the strongest of the beasts because he is the craftiest. One of the results thereof is his intellectuality. On the other hand, we guard ourselves against a conceit which would assert itself even here, that man is the great second thought in the process of organic evolution. He is, in truth, anything but the crown of creation. Beside him stand many other animals, all at similar stages of development. And even when we say that, we say a bit too much, for man, relatively speaking, is the most botched of all the animals and the sickliest, and he has wandered the most dangerously from his instincts, though for all that, to be sure, he remains the most interesting. As regards the lower animals, it was Descartes who first had the really admirable daring to describe them as machina. The whole of our physiology is directed toward proving the truth of this doctrine. Moreover, it is illogical to set man apart, as Descartes did. What we know of man today is limited precisely by the extent to which we have regarded him, too, as a machine. Formerly we accorded to man, as his inheritance from some higher order of beings, what was called free will. Now we have taken even this will from him, for the term no longer describes anything that we can understand. The old word will now connotes only a sort of result, an individual reaction, that follows inevitably upon a series of partly discordant and partly harmonious stimuli. The will no longer acts, or moves. Formerly it was thought that man's consciousness, his spirit, offered evidence of his high origin, his divinity. That he might be perfected, he was advised, tortoise-like, to draw his senses in, to have no traffic with earthly things, to shuffle off his mortal coil. Then only the important part of him, the pure spirit, would remain. Here again we have thought out the thing better. To us consciousness, or the spirit, appears as a symptom of a relative imperfection of the organism, as an experiment, a groping, a misunderstanding, as an affliction which uses up nervous force unnecessarily. We deny that anything can be done perfectly so long as it is done consciously. The pure spirit is a piece of pure stupidity. Take away the nervous system and the senses, the so-called mortal shell, and the rest is miscalculation, that is all. 15. Under Christianity, neither morality nor religion has any point of contact with actuality. It offers purely imaginary causes, and purely imaginary effects. Intercourse between imaginary beings, an imaginary natural history, an imaginary psychology, an imaginary teleology. This purely fictitious world, greatly to its disadvantage, is to be differentiated from the world of dreams. The latter at least reflects reality, whereas the former falsifies it, cheapens it, and denies it. Once the concept of nature had been opposed to the concept of God, the word natural necessarily took on the meaning of abominable. The whole of that fictitious world has its sources in hatred of the natural, and is no more than evidence of a profound uneasiness in the presence of reality. This explains everything. Who alone has any reason for living his way out of reality? The man who suffers under it. But to suffer from reality one must be a botched reality. The preponderance of pains over pleasures is the cause of this fictitious morality and religion, but such a preponderance also supplies the formula for decadence. 16. A criticism of the Christian concept of God leads inevitably to the same conclusion. A nation that still believes in itself holds fast to its own God. In him it does honor to the conditions which enable it to survive, to its virtues it projects its joy in itself, its feeling of power, into a being to whom one may offer thanks. He who is rich will give of his riches. A proud people need a God to whom they can make sacrifices. Religion, within these limits, is a form of gratitude. A man is grateful for his own existence. To that end he needs a God. Such a God must be able to work both benefits and injuries. He must be able to play either friend or foe. He is wondered at for the good he does as well as for the evil he does. But the castration, against all nature, of such a God, making him a God of goodness alone, would be contrary to human inclination. Mankind has just as much need for an evil God as for a good God. It doesn't have to thank mere tolerance and humanitarianism for its own existence. What would be the value of a God who knew nothing of anger, revenge, envy, scorn, cunning, violence? Who had perhaps never experienced the rapturous ardors of victory and of destruction? No one would understand such a God. Why should anyone want him? True enough, when a nation is on the downward path, when it feels its belief in its own future, its hope of freedom slipping from it, when it begins to see submission as a first necessity and the virtues of submission as measures of self-preservation, then it must overhaul its God. He then becomes a hypocrite, timorous and demure. He counsels peace of soul, hate no more, leniency, love of friend and foe. He moralizes endlessly, he creeps into every private virtue, he becomes the God of every man, he becomes a private citizen, a cosmopolitan. Formerly he represented a people, the strength of a people, everything aggressive and thirsty for power in the soul of a people. Now he is simply the good God. The truth is that there is no other alternative for gods. Either they are the will to power, in which case they are national gods, or incapacity for power, in which case they have to be good. 17. Wherever the will to power begins to decline, in whatever form, there is always an accompanying decline physiologically, a decadence. The divinity of this decadence, shorn of its masculine virtues and passions, is converted perforce into a god of the physiologically degraded, of the weak. Of course, they do not call themselves the weak, they call themselves the good. No hint is needed to indicate the moments in history at which the dualistic fiction of a good and an evil God first became possible. The same instinct which prompts the inferior to reduce their own God to goodness in itself also prompts them to eliminate all good qualities from the God of their superiors. They make revenge on their masters by making a devil of the latter's God the good God, and the devil like him. Both are abortions of decadence. How can we be so tolerant of the naivete of Christian theologians as to join in their doctrine that the evolution of the concept of God from the God of Israel, the God of a people, to the Christian God, the essence of all goodness, is to be described as progress, but even Renan does this. As if Renan had a right to be naive. The contrary actually stares one in the face. When everything necessary to ascending life, when all that is strong, courageous, masterful, and proud has been eliminated from the concept of a god, when he has sunk step by step to the level of a staff for the weary, a sheet anchor for the drowning, when he becomes the poor man's god, the sinner's god, the invalid's god par excellence, and the attribute of Savior or Redeemer remains as the one essential attribute of divinity. Just what is the significance of such a metamorphosis? What does such a reduction of the Godhead imply? To be sure, the kingdom of God has thus grown larger. Formerly he had only his own people, his chosen people. But since then he has gone wandering, like his people themselves, into foreign parts. He has given up settling down quietly anywhere. Finally he has come to feel at home everywhere, and is the great cosmopolitan. Until now he has the great majority on his side, and half the earth. But this God of the great majority, this democrat among gods, has not become a proud heathen god. On the contrary, he remains a Jew, he remains a god in a corner, a god of all the dark nooks and crevices, of all the noisome quarters of the world. His earthly kingdom, now as always, is a kingdom of the underworld, a souterrain kingdom, a ghetto kingdom. And he himself is so pale, so weak, so decadent. Even the palest of the pale are able to master him. Messieurs the metaphysicians, those albinos of the intellect. They spun their webs around him for so long that finally he was hypnotized, and began to spin himself, and became another metaphysician. Thereafter he resumed once more his old busyness of spinning the world out of his inmost being, subspecies Spinosi. Thereafter he became ever thinner and paler, became the ideal, became pure spirit, became the absolute, became the thing in itself. The collapse of a god, he became a thing in itself. 18. The Christian concept of a god, the god as the patron of the sick, the god as a spinner of cobwebs, the god as a spirit, is one of the most corrupt concepts that has ever been set up in the world. It probably touches low water mark in the ebbing evolution of the god type. God degenerated into the contradiction of life. Instead of being its transfiguration and eternal yet. In him war is declared on life, on nature, on the will to live. God becomes the formula for every slander upon the here and now, and for every lie about the beyond. In him nothingness is deified, and the will to nothingness is made holy. 19. The fact that the strong races of Northern Europe did not repudiate this Christian God does little credit to their gift for religion and not much more to their taste. They ought to have been able to make an end of such a moribund and worn-out product of the decadence. A curse lies upon them because they were not equal to it. They made illness, decrepitude, and contradiction a part of their instincts, and since then they have not managed to create any more gods. 2,000 years have come and gone and not a single new god. Instead, there still exists, and as if by some intrinsic right, as if he were the ultimatum and maximum of the power to create gods, of the creator spiritus in mankind, this pitiful god of Christian monotheism. This hybrid image of decay, conjured up out of emptiness, contradiction, and vain imagining, in which all the instincts of decadence, all the cowardices and wearinesses of the soul find their sanction. 20. In my condemnation of Christianity, I surely hope I do no injustice to a related religion with an even larger number of believers. I allude to Buddhism. Both are to be reckoned among the nihilistic religions. They are both decadence religions, but they are separated from each other in a very remarkable way. For the fact that he is able to compare them at all, the critic of Christianity is indebted to the scholars of India. Buddhism is 100 times as realistic as Christianity. It is part of its living heritage that it is able to face problems objectively and coolly. It is the product of long centuries of philosophical speculation. The concept, God, was already disposed of before it appeared. Buddhism is the only genuinely positive religion to be encountered in history, and this applies even to its epistemology. It does not speak of a struggle with sin, but, yielding to reality, of the struggle with suffering. Sharply differentiating itself from Christianity, it puts the self-deception that lies in moral concepts behind it. It is, In my phrase, beyond good and evil, the two physiological facts upon which it grounds itself and upon which it bestows its chief attention are, first, an excessive sensitiveness to sensation, which manifests itself as a refined susceptibility to pain, and secondly, an extraordinary spirituality, a too protracted concern with concepts and logical procedures, under the influence of which the instinct of personality has yielded to a notion of the impersonal. These physiological states produced a depression, and Buddha tried to combat it by hygienic measures. Against it he prescribed a life in the open, a life of travel, moderation in eating and a careful selection of foods, caution in the use of intoxicants, the same caution in arousing any of the passions that foster a bilious habit and heat the blood, finally, no worry, either on one's own account or on account of others. He encourages ideas that make for either quiet contentment or good cheer. He finds means to combat ideas of other sorts. He understands good, the state of goodness, as something which promotes health. Prayer is not included, and neither is asceticism. There is no categorical imperative nor any disciplines, even within the walls of a monastery. These things would have been simply means of increasing the excessive sensitiveness above mentioned. For the same reason he does not advocate any conflict with unbelievers. His teaching is antagonistic to nothing so much as to revenge, aversion, ressentiment, and in all this he was right, for it is precisely these passions which, in view of his main regimental purpose, are unhealthful. The mental fatigue that he observes, already plainly displayed in too much objectivity, he combats by strong efforts to lead even the spiritual interests back to the ego. In Buddha's teaching, egoism is a duty. The one thing needful, the question how can you be delivered from suffering, regulates and determines the whole spiritual diet. 21. The things necessary to Buddhism are a very mild climate, customs of great gentleness and liberality, and no militarism. Moreover, it must get its start among the higher and better educate classes. Cheerfulness, quiet and the absence of desire are the chief desiderata, and they are attained. Buddhism is not a religion in which perfection is merely an object of aspiration. Perfection is actually normal. Under Christianity the instincts of the subjugated and the oppressed come to the fore. It is only those who are at the bottom who seek their salvation in it. Here the prevailing pastime, the favorite remedy for boredom, is the discussion of sin, self-criticism, the inquisition of conscience. Here the emotion produced by power is pumped up. Here the highest good is regarded as unattainable, as a gift, as grace. Here, too, open dealing is lacking, concealment and the darkened room are Christian. Here body is despised and hygiene is denounced as sensual. The church even ranges itself against cleanliness. Christian, too, is a certain cruelty toward oneself and toward others, hatred of unbelievers, the will to persecute. Somber and disquieting ideas are in the foreground. The most esteemed states of mind, bearing the most respectable names, are epileptoid. The diet is so regulated as to engender morbid symptoms and overstimulate the nerves. Christian, again, is all deadly enmity to the rulers of the earth, to the aristocratic, along with a sort of secret rivalry with them. And Christian is all hatred of the intellect, of pride, of courage, of freedom, of intellectual libertinage. Christian is all hatred of the senses, of joy in the senses, of joy in general. 22. When Christianity departed from its native soil, that of the lowest orders, the underworld of the ancient world, and began seeking power among barbarian peoples, it no longer had to deal with exhausted men, but with men still inwardly savage and capable of self-torture. In brief, strong men, but bungled men. Here, unlike in the case of the Buddhists, the cause of discontent with self, suffering through self, is not merely a general sensitiveness and susceptibility to pain, but, on the contrary, an inordinate thirst for inflicting pain on others, a tendency to obtain subjective satisfaction in hostile deeds and ideas. Christianity had to embrace barbaric concepts and valuations in order to obtain mastery over barbarians, of such sort, for example, are the sacrifices of the firstborn, the drinking of blood as a sacrament, the disdain of the intellect and of culture, Torture in all its forms, whether bodily or not, the whole pomp of the cult. Buddhism is a religion for peoples in a further state of development, for races that have become kind, gentle and over-spiritualized. It is a summons that takes them back to peace and cheerfulness, to a careful rationing of the spirit, to a certain hardening of the body. Christianity aims at mastering beasts of prey. Its modus operandi is to make them ill. To make feeble is the Christian recipe for taming, for civilizing. Buddhism is a religion for the closing, overwearied stages of civilization. Christianity appears before civilization has so much as begun. Under certain circumstances it lays the very foundations thereof. 23. Buddhism, I repeat, is 100 times more austere, more honest, more objective. It no longer has to justify its pains, its susceptibility to suffering, by interpreting these things in terms of sin. It simply says, as it simply thinks, I suffer. To the barbarian, however, suffering in itself is scarcely understandable. What he needs, first of all, is an explanation as to why he suffers. Here the word devil was a blessing. Man had to have an omnipotent and terrible enemy. There was no need to be ashamed of suffering at the hands of such an enemy. At the bottom of Christianity there are several subtleties that belong to the Orient. In the first place, it knows that it is of very little consequence whether a thing be true or not, so long as it is believed to be true. Truth and faith, here we have two wholly distinct worlds of ideas, almost two diametrically opposite worlds. The road to the one and the road to the other lie miles apart. To understand that fact thoroughly, this is almost enough, in the Orient, to make one a sage. The Brahmins knew it, Plato knew it, every student of the esoteric knows it. When, for example, a man gets any pleasure out of the notion that he has been saved from sin, it is not necessary for him to be actually sinful, but merely to feel sinful. But when faith is thus exalted above everything else, it necessarily follows that reason, knowledge, and patient inquiry have to be discredited. The road to the truth becomes a forbidden road. Hope, in its stronger forms, is a great deal more powerful stimulans to life than any sort of realized joy can ever be. Man must be sustained in suffering by a hope so high that no conflict with actuality can dash it, so high, indeed, that no fulfillment can satisfy it, a hope reaching out beyond this world. In order that love may be possible, God must become a person. In order that the lower instincts may take a hand in the matter, God must be young. To satisfy the ardor of the woman, a beautiful saint must appear on the scene, and to satisfy that of the men, there must be a virgin. These things are necessary if Christianity is to assume lordship over a soil on which some aphrodisiacal or Adonis cult has already established a notion as to what a cult ought to be. To insist upon chastity greatly strengthens the vehemence and subjectivity of the religious instinct. It makes the cult warmer, more enthusiastic, more soulful. Love is the state in which man sees things most decidedly as they are not. The force of illusion reaches its highest here, and so does the capacity for sweetening, for transfiguring. When a man is in love, he endures more than at any other time, he submits to anything. The problem was to devise a religion which would allow one to love. By this means the worst that life has to offer is overcome. It is scarcely even noticed. So much for the three Christian virtues, faith, hope and charity. I call them the three Christian ingenuities. Buddhism is in too late a stage of development, too full of positivism, to be shrewd in any such way. 24. Here I barely touch upon the problem of the origin of Christianity. The first thing necessary to its solution is this, that Christianity is to be understood only by examining the soil from which it sprung. It is not a reaction against Jewish instincts, it is their inevitable product. It is simply one more step in the awe-inspiring logic of the Jews. In the words of the Savior, salvation is of the Jews. The second thing to remember is this, that the psychological type of the Galilean is still to be recognized, but it was only in its most degenerate form that it could serve in the manner in which it has been used, as a type of the Savior of mankind. The Jews are the most remarkable people in the history of the world, for when they were confronted with the question, to be or not to be, they chose, with perfectly unearthly deliberation, to be at any price, This price involved a radical falsification of all nature, of all naturalness, of all reality, of the whole inner world, as well as of the outer. They put themselves against all those conditions under which, hitherto, a people had been able to live, or had even been permitted to live. Out of themselves they evolved an idea which stood in direct opposition to natural conditions. One by one they distorted religion, civilization, morality, history, and psychology until each became a contradiction of its natural significance. We meet with the same phenomenon later on, in an incalculably exaggerated form, but only as a copy. The Christian Church, put beside the people of God, shows a complete lack of any claim to originality. Precisely for this reason the Jews are the most faithful people in the history of the world. Their influence has so falsified the reasoning of mankind in this matter that today the Christian can cherish anti-Semitism without realizing that it is no more than the final consequence of Judaism. In my genealogy of morals I give the first psychological explanation of the concepts underlying those two antithetical things, a noble morality and a ressentiment morality, the second of which is a mere product of the denial of the former. The Judeo-Christian moral system belongs to the second division, and in every detail. In order to be able to say nay to everything representing an ascending evolution of life, that is, to well-being, to power, to beauty, to self-approval, the instincts of ressentiment, here become downright genius, had to invent an other world in which the acceptance of life appeared as the most evil and abominable thing imaginable. Psychologically, the Jews are a people gifted with the very strongest vitality, so much so that when they found themselves facing impossible conditions of life they chose voluntarily, and with a profound talent for self-preservation, the side of all those instincts which make for decadence, not as if mastered by them, but as if detecting in them a power by which the world could be defied. The Jews are the very opposite of decadence. They have simply been forced into appearing in that guise, and with a degree of skill approaching the non plus ultra of histrionic genius they have managed to put themselves at the head of all decadent movements, and so make of them something stronger than any party frankly saying yes to life. To the sort of men who reach out for power under Judaism and Christianity, that is to say, to the priestly class, decadence is no more than a means to an end. Men of this sort have a vital interest in making mankind sick, and in confusing the values of good and bad, true and false, in a manner that is not only dangerous to life, but also slanders it. 25. The history of Israel is invaluable as a typical history of an attempt to denaturize all natural values. I point to 5 facts which bear this out. Originally, and above all in the time of the monarchy, Israel maintained the right attitude of things, which is to say, the natural attitude. Its Yahweh was an expression of its consciousness of power, its joy in itself, its hopes for itself. To him the Jews looked for victory and salvation, and through him they expected nature to give them whatever was necessary to their existence, above all, rain. Yahweh is the God of Israel, and consequently the God of justice. This is the logic of every race that has power in its hands and a good conscience in the use of it. In the religious ceremonial of the Jews both aspects of the self-approval stand revealed. The nation is grateful for the high destiny that has enabled it to obtain dominion, it is grateful for the benign procession of the seasons, and for the good fortune attending its herds and its crops. This view of things remained an ideal for a long while, even after it had been robbed of validity by tragic blows, anarchy within and the Assyrian without. But the people still retained, as a projection of their highest yearnings, that vision of a king who was at once a gallant warrior and an upright judge, a vision best visualized in the typical prophet, Isaiah. But every hope remained unfulfilled. The old God no longer could do what he used to do. He ought to have been abandoned. But what actually happened? Simply this: the conception of him was changed, the conception of him was denaturized. This was the price that had to be paid for keeping him Yahweh, the God of justice. He is in accord with Israel no more. He no longer visualizes the national egoism, he is now a God only conditionally. The public notion of this God now becomes merely a weapon in the hands of clerical agitators, who interpret all happiness as a reward and all unhappiness as a punishment for obedience or disobedience to him, for sin, that most fraudulent of all imaginable interpretations, whereby a moral order of the world is set up, and the fundamental concepts, cause and effect, are stood on their heads. Once natural causation has been swept out of the world by doctrines of reward and punishment, some sort of unnatural causation becomes necessary, and all other varieties of the denial of nature follow it. A God who demands in place of a God who helps, who gives counsel, who is at bottom merely a name for every happy inspiration of courage and self-reliance. Morality is no longer a reflection of the conditions which make for the sound life and development of the people. It is no longer the primary life instinct, instead it has become abstract and in opposition to life a fundamental perversion of the fancy, an evil eye on all things. What is Jewish, what is Christian morality? Chance robbed of its innocence, unhappiness polluted with the idea of sin, well-being represented as a danger, as a temptation, a physiological disorder produced by the canker worm of conscience. 26. The concept of God falsified, the concept of morality falsified, but even here Jewish priestcraft did not stop. The whole history of Israel ceased to be of any value. Out with it, these priests accomplished that miracle of falsification of which a great part of the Bible is the documentary evidence, with a degree of contempt unparalleled, and in the face of all tradition and all historical reality, they translated the past of their people into religious terms, which is to say, they converted it into an idiotic mechanism of salvation, whereby all offenses against Yahweh were punished and all devotion to Him was rewarded. We would regard this act of historical falsification as something far more shameful if familiarity with the ecclesiastical interpretation of history for thousands of years had not blunted our inclinations for uprightness in historicis. And the philosophers support the Church. The lie about a moral order of the world runs through the whole of philosophy, even the newest. What is the meaning of a moral order of the world? That there is a thing called the will of God which, once and for all time, determines what man ought to do and what he ought not to do, that the worth of a people, or of an individual thereof, is to be measured by the extent to which they or he obey this will of God, that the destinies of a people or of an individual are controlled by this will of God, which rewards or punishes according to the degree of obedience manifested in place of all that pitiable lie. Reality has this to say, the priest, a parasitical variety of man who can exist only at the cost of every sound view of life, takes the name of God in vain. He calls that state of human society in which he himself determines the value of all things the kingdom of God. He calls the means whereby that state of affairs is attained the will of God. With cold-blooded cynicism he estimates all peoples, all ages, and all individuals by the extent of their subservience or opposition to the power of the priestly order. One observes him at work. Under the hand of the Jewish priesthood the great age of Israel became an age of decline. The exile, with its long series of misfortunes, was transformed into a punishment for that great age during which priests had not yet come into existence. Out of the powerful and holy free heroes of Israel's history they fashioned, according to their changing needs, either wretched bigots and hypocrites or men entirely godless. They reduced every great event to the idiotic formula, obedient or disobedient to God. They went a step further. The will of God had to be determined, and to this end they had to have a revelation. In plain English, a gigantic literary fraud had to be perpetrated, and holy scriptures had to be concocted, and so, with the utmost hierarchical pomp, and days of penance and much lamentation over the long days of sin now ended, they were duly published. The will of God, it appears, had long stood like a rock. The trouble was that mankind had neglected the holy scriptures. But the will of God had already been revealed to Moses. What happened? Simply this: the priest had formulated, once and for all time and with the strictest meticulousness, what tithes were to be paid to him, from the largest to the smallest. In brief, he let it be known just what he wanted, what the will of God was. From this time forward things were so arranged that the priest became indispensable everywhere, at all the great natural events of life, at birth, at marriage, in sickness, at death, not to say at the sacrifice. The holy parasite put in his appearance, and proceeded to denaturize it in his own phrase, to sanctify it. For this should be noted, that every natural habit, every natural institution, everything demanded by the life instinct, in short, everything that has any value in itself, is reduced to absolute worthlessness and even made the reverse of valuable by the parasitism of priests. The fact requires a sanction of power to grant values becomes necessary, and the only way it can create such values is by denying nature. The priest depreciates and desecrates nature. It is only at this price that he can exist at all. Disobedience to God, which actually means to the priest, to the law, now gets the name of sin. The means prescribed for reconciliation with God are, of course, precisely the means which bring one most effectively under the thumb of the priest. He alone can save. Psychologically considered, sins are indispensable to every society organized on an ecclesiastical basis. They are the only reliable weapons of power. The priest lives upon sins. It is necessary to him that there be sinning. Prime axiom: God forgiveth him that repenteth. In plain English, him that submitteth to the priest. 27. Christianity sprang from a soil so corrupt that on it everything natural, every natural value, every reality was opposed by the deepest instincts of the ruling class. It grew up as a sort of war to the death upon reality, and as such it has never been surpassed. The holy people, who had adopted priestly values and priestly names for all things, and who, with a terrible logical consistency, had rejected everything of the earth as unholy, worldly, sinful, this people put its instinct into a final formula that was logical to the point of self-annihilation. As Christianity, it actually denied even the last form of reality, the holy people, the chosen people, Jewish reality itself. The phenomenon is of the first order of importance. The small insurrectionary movement which took the name of Jesus of Nazareth is simply the Jewish instinct redivivus. In other words, it is the priestly instinct come to such a pass that it can no longer endure the priest as a fact. It is the discovery of a state of existence even more fantastic than any before it, of a vision of life even more unreal than that necessary to an ecclesiastical organization. Christianity actually denies the Church. I am unable to determine what was the target of the insurrection said to have been led by Jesus, if it was not the Jewish church, church being here used in exactly the same sense that the word has today. It was an insurrection against the good and just, against the prophets of Israel, against the whole hierarchy of society, not against corruption, but against caste, privilege, order, formalism. It was unbelief in superior men, a nay flung at everything that priests and theologians stood for. But the hierarchy that was called into question, if only for an instant, by this movement was the structure of piles which, above everything, was necessary to the safety of the Jewish people in the midst of the waters. It represented their last possibility of survival. It was the final residuum of their independent political existence. An attack upon it was an attack upon the most profound national instinct, the most powerful national will to live, that has ever appeared on earth. This saintly anarchist, who aroused the people of the abyss, the outcasts and sinners, the Chandala of Judaism, to rise in revolt against the established order of things, and in language which, if the Gospels are to be credited, would get him sent to Siberia today. This man was certainly a political criminal, at least in so far as it was possible to be one in so absurdly unpolitical a community. This is what brought him to the cross. The proof thereof is to be found in the inscription that was put upon the cross. He died for his own sins. There is not the slightest ground for believing, no matter how often it is asserted, that he died for the sins of others. 28. As to whether he himself was conscious of this contradiction, whether, in fact, this was the only contradiction he was cognizant of, that is quite another question. Here, for the first time, I touch upon the problem of the psychology of the Savior. I confess, to begin with, that there are very few books which offer me harder reading than the Gospels. My difficulties are quite different from those which enabled the learned curiosity of the German mind to achieve one of its most unforgettable triumphs. It is a long while since I, like all other young scholars, enjoyed with all the sapient laboriousness of a fastidious philologist the work of the incomparable Strauss. At that time I was 20 years old. Now I am too serious for that sort of thing. What do I care for the contradictions of tradition? How can anyone call pious legends traditions? The histories of saints present the most dubious variety of literature in existence. To examine them by the scientific method, in the entire absence of corroborative documents, seems to me to condemn the whole inquiry from the start. It is simply learned idling. 29. What concerns me is the psychological type of the Savior. This type might be depicted in the Gospels, in however mutilated a form and however much overladen with extraneous characters, that is, in spite of the Gospels, just as the figure of Francis of Assisi shows itself in his legends in spite of his legends. It is not a question of mere truthful evidence as to what he did, what he said and how he actually died. The question is, whether his type is still conceivable, whether it has been handed down to us. All the attempts that I know of to read the history of a soul in the Gospel seem to me to reveal only a lamentable psychological levity. M. Renan, that mountebank in Psychologicus, has contributed the two most unseemly notions to this business of explaining the type of Jesus, the notion of the genius and that of the hero. But if there is anything essentially unevangelical, it is surely the concept of the hero. What the Gospels make instinctive is precisely the reverse of all heroic struggle, of all taste for conflict. The very incapacity for resistance is here converted into something moral, to wit, the blessedness of peace, of gentleness, the inability to be an enemy. What is the meaning of glad tidings? The true life, the life eternal has been found. It is not merely promised, it is here, it is in you. It is the life that lies in love, free from all retreats and exclusions, from all keeping of distances. Everyone is the child of God. Jesus claims nothing for himself alone. As the child of God, each man is the equal of every other man. Imagine making Jesus a hero, and what a tremendous misunderstanding appears in the word genius. Our whole conception of the spiritual, the whole conception of our civilization, could have had no meaning in the world that Jesus lived in. In the strict sense of the physiologist, a quite different word ought to be used here. We all know that there is a morbid sensibility of the tactile nerves which causes those suffering from it to recoil from every touch, and from every effort to grasp a solid object. Brought to its logical conclusion, such a physiological habitus becomes an instinctive hatred of all reality, a flight into the intangible, into the incomprehensible, a distaste for all formulae, for all conceptions of time and space, for everything established, customs, institutions, the church, a feeling of being at home in a world in which no sort of reality survives, a merely inner world, a true world, an eternal world. The kingdom of God is within you. 30. The instinctive hatred of reality, the consequence of an extreme susceptibility to pain and irritation so great that merely to be touched becomes unendurable, for every sensation is too profound. The instinctive exclusion of all aversion, all hostility, all bounds and distances in feeling, the consequence of an extreme susceptibility to pain and irritation so great that it senses all resistance, all compulsion to resistance, as unbearable anguish, and regards blessedness as possible only when it is no longer necessary to offer resistance to anybody or anything, however evil or dangerous. Love, as the only, as the ultimate possibility of life. These are the two physiological realities upon and out of which the doctrine of salvation has sprung. I call them a sublime superdevelopment of hedonism upon a thoroughly unsalubrious soil. What stands most closely related to them, though with a large admixture of Greek vitality and nerve force, is Epicureanism, the theory of salvation of paganism. Epicurus was a typical decadent. I was the first to recognize him. The fear of pain, even of infinitely slight pain, the end of this can be nothing save a religion of love. 31. I have already given my answer to the problem. The prerequisite to it is the assumption that the type of the Savior has reached us only in a greatly distorted form. This distortion is very probable. There are many reasons why a type of that sort should not be handed down in a pure form, complete and free of additions. The milieu in which this strange figure moved must have left marks upon him, and more must have been imprinted by the history, the destiny, of the early Christian communities. The latter indeed, must have embellished the type retrospectively with characters which can be understood only as serving the purposes of war and of propaganda. That strange and sickly world into which the Gospels lead us, a world apparently out of a Russian novel, in which the scum of society, nervous maladies, and childish idiocy keep a tryst, must, in any case, have coarsened the type. The first disciples, in particular, must have been forced to translate an existence visible only in symbols and incomprehensibilities into their own crudity, in order to understand it at all. In their sight the type could take on reality only after it had been recast in a familiar mold. The prophet, the Messiah, the future judge, the teacher of morals, the worker of wonders, John the Baptist, all these merely presented chances to misunderstand it. Finally, let us not underrate the proprium of all great, and especially all sectarian veneration. It tends to erase from the venerated objects all its original traits and idiosyncrasies, often so painfully strange it does not even see them. It is greatly to be regretted that no Dostoevsky lived in the neighborhood of this most interesting decadent, I mean someone who would have felt the poignant charm of such a compound of the sublime, the morbid, and the childish. In the last analysis, the type, as a type of the decadence, may actually have been peculiarly complex and contradictory. Such a possibility is not to be lost sight of. Nevertheless, the probabilities seem to be against it, for in that case tradition would have been particularly accurate and objective, whereas we have reasons for assuming the contrary. Meanwhile, there is a contradiction between the peaceful preacher of the mount, the seashore and the fields, who appears like a new Buddha on a soil very unlike India's, and the aggressive fanatic, the mortal enemy of theologians and ecclesiastics, who stands glorified by Renan's malice as le grand maître en irony. I myself haven't any doubt that the greater part of this venom got itself into the concept of the master only as a result of the excited nature of Christian propaganda. We all know the unscrupulousness of sectarians when they set out to turn their leader into an apologia for themselves. When the early Christians had need of an adroit, contentious, pugnacious, and maliciously subtle theologian to tackle other theologians, they created a God that met that need, just as they put into his mouth without hesitation certain ideas that were necessary to them but that were utterly at odds with the Gospels, the second coming, the last judgment, all sorts of expectations and promises, current at the time. 32. I can only repeat that I set myself against all efforts to intrude the fanatic into the figure of the Savior. The very word impérieur, used by Renan, is alone enough to annul the type. What the glad tidings tell us is simply that there are no more contradictions. The kingdom of heaven belongs to children. The faith that is voiced here is no more an embattled faith, it is at hand, it has been from the beginning, it is a sort of recrudescent childishness of the spirit. The physiologists, at all events, are familiar with such a delayed and incomplete puberty in the living organism, the result of degeneration. A faith of this sort is not furious, it does not denounce, it does not defend itself, it does not come with the sword, it does not realize how it will one day set man against man. It does not manifest itself either by miracles, or by rewards and promises, or by scriptures. It is itself, first and last, its own miracle, its own reward, its own promise, its own kingdom of God. This faith does not formulate itself, it simply lives, and so guards itself against formulae. To be sure, the accident of environment, of educational background gives prominence to concepts of a certain sort. In primitive Christianity one finds only concepts of a Judeo-Semitic character. But let us be careful not to see in all this anything more than symbolical language, semantics, an opportunity to speak in parables. It is only on the theory that no work is to be taken literally that this anti-realist is able to speak at all. Set down among Hindus he would have made use of the concepts of Sankhya, and among Chinese he would have employed those of Lao Tzu, and in neither case would it have made any difference to him. With a little freedom in the use of words, one might actually call Jesus a free spirit. He cares nothing for what is established, the word killeth, whatever is established killeth. The idea of life as an experience, as he alone conceives it, stands opposed to his mind to every sort of word, formula, law, belief, and dogma. He speaks only of inner things. Life or truth or light is his word for the innermost in his sight. Everything else, the whole of reality, all nature, even language, has significance only as sign, As allegory here it is of paramount importance to be led into no error by the temptations lying in Christian, or rather ecclesiastical prejudices, such as symbolism par excellence stands outside all religion, all notions of worship, all history, all natural science, all worldly experience, all knowledge, all politics, all psychology, all books, all art. His wisdom is precisely a pure ignorance of all such things. He has never heard of culture, he doesn't have to make war on it, he doesn't even deny it. The same thing may be said of the state, of the whole bourgeois social order, of labor, of war. He has no ground for denying the world, for he knows nothing of the ecclesiastical concept of the world. Denial is precisely the thing that is impossible to him. In the same way he lacks argumentative capacity, and has no belief that an article of faith, a truth, may be established by proofs. Such a doctrine cannot contradict, it doesn't know that other doctrines exist, or can exist, and is wholly incapable of imagining anything opposed to it. If anything of the sort is ever encountered, it laments the blindness with sincere sympathy, for it alone has light, but it does not offer objections. 33. In the whole psychology of the Gospels the concepts of guilt and punishment are lacking, and so is that of reward. Sin, which means anything that puts a distance between God and man, is abolished. This is precisely the glad tidings. Eternal bliss is not merely promised, nor is it bound up with conditions, it is conceived as the only reality. What remains consists merely of signs useful in speaking of it. The results of such a point of view project themselves into a new way of life, the special evangelical way of life. It is not a belief that marks off the Christian, he is distinguished by a different mode of action, he acts differently. He offers no resistance, either by word or in his heart, to those who stand against him. He draws no distinction between strangers and countrymen, Jews and Gentiles. He is angry with no one, and he despises no one. He neither appeals to the courts of justice nor heeds their mandates. He never under any circumstances divorces his wife, even when he has proofs of her infidelity, and under all of this is one principle, all of it arises from one instinct. The life of the Savior was simply a carrying out of this way of life, and so was his death. He no longer needed any formula or ritual in his relations with God, not even prayer. He had rejected the whole of the Jewish doctrine of repentance and atonement. He knew that it was only by a way of life that one could feel oneself divine, blessed, evangelical, a child of God. Not by repentance, not by prayer and forgiveness is the way to God, only the gospel way leads to God, it is itself God. What the Gospels abolished was the Judaism in the concepts of sin, forgiveness of sin, faith, salvation through faith. The whole ecclesiastical dogma of the Jews was denied by the glad tidings. The deep instinct which prompts the Christian how to live so that he will feel that he is in heaven and is immortal, despite many reasons for feeling that he is not in heaven, this is the only psychological reality in salvation. A new way of life, not a new faith. 34. If I understand anything at all about this great symbolist, it is this, that he regarded only subjective realities, as truths, that he saw everything else, everything natural, temporal, spatial and historical, merely as signs, as materials for parables. The concept of the Son of God does not connote a concrete person in history, an isolated and definite individual, but an eternal fact, a psychological symbol set free from the concept of time. The same thing is true, and in the highest sense, of the God of this typical symbolist, of the kingdom of God, and of the sonship of God. Nothing could be more unchristian than the crude ecclesiastical notions of God as a person, of a kingdom of God that is to come, of a kingdom of heaven beyond, and of a Son of God as the second person of the Trinity. All this, if I may be forgiven the phrase, is like thrusting one's fist into the eye of the Gospels, a disrespect for symbols amounting to world historical cynicism. But it is nevertheless obvious enough what is meant by the symbols Father and Son. Not, of course, to everyone. The word Son expresses entrance into the feeling that there is a general transformation of all things, and Father expresses that feeling itself the sensation of eternity and of perfection. I am ashamed to remind you of what the Church has made of this symbolism. Has it not set an Amphitryon story at the threshold of the Christian faith? And a dogma of immaculate conception for good measure? And thereby it has robbed conception of its immaculateness. The kingdom of heaven is a state of the heart, not something to come beyond the world or after death. The whole idea of natural death is absent from the Gospels. Death is not a bridge, not a passing, it is absent because it belongs to a quite different, a merely apparent world, useful only as a symbol. The hour of death is not a Christian idea. Hours, time, the physical life and its crises have no existence for the bearer of glad tidings. The kingdom of God is not something that men wait for. It had no yesterday and no day after tomorrow. It is not going to come at a millennium. It is an experience of the heart. It is everywhere and it is nowhere. 35. This bearer of glad tidings died as he lived and taught not to save mankind, but to show mankind how to live. It was a way of life that he bequeathed to man, his demeanor before the judges, before the officers, before his accusers, his demeanor on the cross. He does not resist, he does not defend his rights, he makes no effort to ward off the most extreme penalty. More, he invites it. And he prays, suffers, and loves with those, in those, who do him evil. Not to defend oneself, not to show anger, not to lay blames. On the contrary, to submit even to the evil one, to love him. 36. We free spirits, we are the first to have the necessary prerequisite to understanding what 19 centuries have misunderstood, that instinct and passion for integrity which makes war upon the holy lie even more than upon all other lies. Mankind was unspeakably far from our benevolent and cautious neutrality, from that discipline of the spirit which alone makes possible the solution of such strange and subtle things. What men always sought, with shameless egoism, was their own advantage therein. They created the Church out of denial of the Gospels. Whoever sought for signs of an iron-ical divinity's hand in the great drama of existence would find no small indication thereof in the stupendous question mark that is called Christianity. That mankind should be on its knees before the very antithesis of what was the origin, the meaning, and the law of the Gospels, that in the concept of the Church the very things should be pronounced holy that the bearer of glad tidings regards as beneath him and behind him, it would be impossible to surpass this as a grand example of world historical irony. 37. Our age is proud of its historical sense. How, then, could it delude itself into believing that the crude fable of the wonder-worker and Savior constituted the beginnings of Christianity, and that everything spiritual and symbolical in it only came later? Quite to the contrary, the whole history of Christianity from the death on the cross onward is the history of a progressively clumsier misunderstanding of an original symbolism. With every extension of Christianity among larger and ruder masses, even less capable of grasping the principles that gave birth to it, the need arose to make it more and more vulgar and barbarous. It absorbed the teachings and rites of all the subterranean cults of the Imperium Romanum, and the absurdities engendered by all sorts of sickly reasoning. It was the fate of Christianity that its faith had to become as sickly, as low, and as vulgar as the needs were sickly, low, and vulgar to which it had to administer. A sickly barbarism finally lifts itself to power as the Church, that incarnation of deadly hostility to all honesty, to all loftiness of soul, to all discipline of the spirit, to all spontaneous and kindly humanity, Christian values, noble values. It is only we free spirits, who have re-established this greatest of all antitheses in values. 38. I cannot, at this place, avoid a sigh. There are days when I am visited by a feeling blacker than the blackest melancholy contempt of man. Let me leave no doubt as to what I despise, whom I despise. It is the man of today, the man with whom I am unhappily contemporaneous. The man of today I am suffocated by his foul breath. Toward the past, like all who understand, I am full of tolerance, which is to say, generous self-control. With gloomy caution I pass through whole millenniums of this madhouse of a world, call it Christianity, Christian faith, or the Christian Church, as you will. I take care not to hold mankind responsible for its lunacies. but my feeling changes and breaks out irresistibly the moment I enter modern times, our times. Our age knows better. What was formerly merely sickly now becomes indecent. It is indecent to be a Christian today. And here my disgust begins. I look about me, not a word survives of what was once called truth. We can no longer bear to hear a priest pronounce the word. Even a man who makes the most modest pretensions to integrity must know that a theologian, a priest, a pope of today not only errs when he speaks, but actually lies, and that he no longer escapes blame for his lie through innocence or ignorance. The priest knows, as everyone knows, that there is no longer any God, or any sinner, or any Savior, that free will and the moral order of the world are lies. Serious reflection, the profound self-conquest of the spirit, allow no man to pretend that he does not know it. All the ideas of the Church are now recognized for what they are, as the worst counterfeits in existence, invented to debase nature and all natural values. The priest himself is seen as he actually is, as the most dangerous form of parasite, as the venomous spider of creation. We know, our conscience now knows just what the real value of all those sinister inventions of priest and church has been, and what ends they have served, with their debasement of humanity to a state of self-pollution, the very sight of which excites loathing. The concepts, the other world, the last judgment, the immortality of the soul itself, they are all merely so many instruments of torture, systems of cruelty, whereby the priest becomes master and remains master. Everyone knows this, but nevertheless things remain as before. What has become of the last trace of decent feeling, of self-respect, when our statesmen, otherwise an unconventional class of men and thoroughly anti-Christian in their acts, now call themselves Christians and go to the communion table? A prince at the head of his armies, magnificent as the expression of the egoism and arrogance of his people, and yet acknowledging, without any shame, that he is a Christian. Whom, then, does Christianity deny? What does it call the world? To be a soldier, to be a judge, to be a patriot, to defend one's self, to be careful of one's honor, to desire one's own advantage, to be proud. Every act of every day, every instinct, every valuation that shows itself in a deed, is now anti-Christian. What a monster of falsehood the modern man must be to call himself nevertheless, and without shame, a Christian. 39. I shall go back a bit, and tell you the authentic history of Christianity. The very word Christianity is a misunderstanding. At bottom there was only one Christian, and he died on the cross. The Gospels died on the cross. What, from that moment onward, was called the Gospels was the very reverse of what he had lived, bad tidings, a dysangelium. It is an error amounting to nonsensicality to see in faith, and particularly in faith in salvation through Christ, the distinguishing mark of the Christian, only the Christian way of life, the life lived by him who died on the cross, is Christian. To this day such a life is still possible, and for certain men even necessary. Genuine, primitive Christianity will remain possible in all ages. Not faith, but acts, above all, an avoidance of acts, a different state of being. States of consciousness, faith of a sort, the acceptance, for example, of anything as true as every psychologist knows. The value of these things is perfectly indifferent and fifth-rate compared to that of the instincts. Strictly speaking, the whole concept of intellectual causality is false. To reduce being a Christian, the state of Christianity, to an acceptance of truth, to a mere phenomenon of consciousness, is to formulate the negation of Christianity. In fact, there are no Christians. The Christian, he who for 2000 years has passed as a Christian, is simply a psychological self-delusion. Closely examined, it appears that, despite all his faith, he has been ruled only by his instincts. And what instincts? In all ages, for example, in the case of Luther, faith has been no more than a cloak, a pretense, a curtain behind which the instincts have played their game, a shrewd blindness to the domination of certain of the instincts. I have already called faith the specially Christian form of shrewdness. People always talk of their faith and act according to their instincts. In the world of ideas of the Christian there is nothing that so much as touches reality. On the contrary, one recognizes an instinctive hatred of reality as the motive power, the only motive power at the bottom of Christianity. What follows therefrom? That even here, in psychologicis, there is a radical error, which is to say one conditioning fundamentals, which is to say, one in substance. Take away one idea and put a genuine reality in its place and the whole of Christianity crumbles to nothingness. Viewed calmly, this strangest of all phenomena, a religion not only depending on errors, but inventive and ingenious only in devising injurious errors, poisonous to life and to the heart, this remains a spectacle for the gods, for those gods who are also philosophers, and whom I have encountered, for example, in the celebrated dialogues at Naxos. At the moment when their disgust leaves them they will be thankful for the spectacle afforded by the Christians. Perhaps because of this curious exhibition alone the wretched little planet called the Earth deserves a glance from omnipotence, a show of divine interest. Therefore, let us not underestimate the Christians. The Christian, false to the point of innocence, is far above the ape in its application to the Christians. A well-known theory of descent becomes a mere piece of politeness. 40. The fate of the Gospels was decided by death. It hung on the cross. It was only death, that unexpected and shameful death. It was only the cross, which was usually reserved for the canile only. It was only this appalling paradox which brought the disciples face to face with the real riddle. Who was it? What was it? The feeling of dismay, of profound affront and injury, the suspicion that such a death might involve a refutation of their cause, the terrible question, why just in this way? This state of mind is only too easy to understand. Here everything must be accounted for as necessary, everything must have a meaning, a reason, the highest sort of reason. The love of a disciple excludes all chance. Only then did the chasm of doubt yawn. Who put him to death? Who was his natural enemy? This question flashed like a lightning stroke. Answer: dominant Judaism, its ruling class. From that moment, one found oneself in revolt against the established order, and began to understand Jesus as in revolt against the established order. Until then this militant, this naysaying, nay-doing element in his character had been lacking. What is more, he had appeared to present its opposite. Obviously, the little community had not understood what was precisely the most important thing of all, the example offered by this way of dying, the freedom from and superiority to every feeling of ressentiment, a plain indication of how little he was understood at all. All that Jesus could hope to accomplish by his death, in itself, was to offer the strongest possible proof, or example, of his teachings in the most public manner. But his disciples were very far from forgiving his death, though to have done so would have accorded with the Gospels in the highest degree, and neither were they prepared to offer themselves, with gentle and serene calmness of heart, for a similar death. On the contrary, it was precisely the most unevangelical of feelings, revenge, that now possessed them. It seemed impossible that the cause should perish with his death. Recompense and judgment became necessary. Once more the popular belief in the coming of a Messiah appeared in the foreground. Attention was riveted upon an historical moment. The kingdom of God is to come, with judgment upon his enemies. But in all this there was a wholesale misunderstanding. Imagine the kingdom of God as a last act, as a mere promise. The Gospels had been, in fact, the incarnation, the fulfillment, the realization of this kingdom of God. It was only now that all the familiar contempt for and bitterness against Pharisees and theologians began to appear in the character of the Master. He was thereby turned into a Pharisee and theologian himself. On the other hand, the savage veneration of these completely unbalanced souls could no longer endure the gospel doctrine, taught by Jesus, of the equal right of all men to be children of God. Their revenge took the form of elevating Jesus in an extravagant fashion, and thus separating him from themselves, just as, in earlier times, the Jews, to revenge themselves upon their enemies, separated themselves from their God, and placed him on a great height. The one God and the only Son of God, both were products of ressentiment. 41. And from that time onward an absurd problem offered itself: how could God allow it? To which the deranged reason of the little community formulated an answer that was terrifying in its absurdity: God gave his Son as a sacrifice for the forgiveness of sins. At once there was an end of the Gospels. Sacrifice for sin, and in its most obnoxious and barbarous form, sacrifice of the innocent for the sins of the guilty. What appalling paganism! Jesus himself had done away with the very concept of guilt. He denied that there was any gulf fixed between God and man. He lived this unity between God and man, and that was precisely his glad tidings. And not as a mere privilege. From this time forward the type of the Savior was corrupted, bit by bit, by the doctrine of judgment and of the second coming, the doctrine of death as a sacrifice, the doctrine of the resurrection, by means of which the entire concept of blessedness, the whole and only reality of the Gospels, is juggled away in favor of a state of existence after death. St. Paul, with that rabbinical impudence which shows itself in all his doings, gave a logical quality to that conception, that indecent conception. In this way, if Christ did not rise from the dead, then all our faith is in vain. And at once there sprang from the Gospels the most contemptible of all unfulfillable promises, the shameless doctrine of personal immortality. Paul even preached it as a reward. 42. One now begins to see just what it was that came to an end with the death on the cross, a new and thoroughly original effort to found a Buddhistic peace movement, and so establish happiness on earth real, not merely promised. For this remains, as I have already pointed out, the essential difference between the two religions of decadence. Buddhism promises nothing, but actually fulfills. Christianity promises everything, but fulfills nothing. Hard upon the heels of the glad tidings came the worst imaginable, those of Paul. In Paul is incarnated the very opposite of the bearer of glad tidings. He represents the genius for hatred, the vision of hatred, the relentless logic of hatred. What, indeed, has not this disangelist sacrificed to hatred? Above all, the Savior, he nailed him to his own cross. The life, the example, the teaching, the death of Christ, the meaning and the law of the whole Gospels, nothing was left of all this after that counterfeiter in hatred had reduced it to his uses. Surely not reality, surely not historical truth. Once more the priestly instinct of the Jew perpetrated the same old master crime against history. He simply struck out the yesterday and the day before yesterday of Christianity, and invented his own history of Christian beginnings. Going further, he treated the history of Israel to another falsification, so that it became a mere prologue to his achievement. All the prophets, it now appeared, had referred to his Savior. Later on the Church even falsified the history of man in order to make it a prologue to Christianity. The figure of the Savior, his teaching, his way of life, his death, the meaning of his death, even the consequences of his death, nothing remained untouched, nothing remained in even remote contact with reality. Paul simply shifted the center of gravity of that whole life to a place behind this existence in the lie of the risen Jesus. At bottom, he had no use for the life of the Savior. What he needed was the death on the cross, and something more. To see anything honest in such a man as Paul, whose home was at the center of the Stoical Enlightenment, when he converts an hallucination into a proof of the resurrection of the Savior, or even to believe his tale that he suffered from this hallucination himself, this would be a genuine niaiserie in a psychologist. Paul willed the end, therefore he also willed the means. What he himself didn't believe was swallowed readily enough by the idiots among whom he spread his teaching. What he wanted was power. In Paul the priest once more reached out for power he had use only for such concepts, teachings, and symbols as served the purpose of tyrannizing over the masses and organizing mobs. What was the only part of Christianity that Mohammed borrowed later on? Paul's invention, his device for establishing priestly tyranny and organizing the mob, the belief in the immortality of the soul, that is to say, the doctrine of judgment. 43. When the center of gravity of life is placed, not in life itself, but in the beyond, in nothingness, then one has taken away its center of gravity altogether. The vast lie of personal immortality destroys all reason, all natural instinct henceforth. Everything in the instincts that is beneficial, that fosters life and that safeguards the future is a cause of suspicion. So to live that life no longer has any meaning, this is now the meaning of life. Why be public-spirited? Why take any pride in descent and forefathers? Why labor together, trust one another, or concern oneself about the common welfare, and try to serve it? Merely so many temptations, so many strayings from the straight path. One thing only is necessary. That every man, because he has an immortal soul, is as good as every other man, that in an infinite universe of things the salvation of every individual may lay claim to eternal importance, that insignificant bigots and the 3/4 insane may assume that the laws of nature are constantly suspended in their behalf. It is impossible to lavish too much contempt upon such a magnification of every sort of selfishness to infinity, to insolence. And yet Christianity has to thank precisely this miserable flattery of personal vanity for its triumph. It was thus that it lured all the botched, the dissatisfied, the fallen upon evil days, the whole refuse and offscouring of humanity to its side. The salvation of the soul, in plain English, the world revolves around me. The poisonous doctrine, equal rights for all, has been propagated as a Christian principle. Out of the secret nooks and crannies of bad instinct, Christianity has waged a deadly war upon all feelings of reverence and distance between man and man, which is to say, upon the first prerequisite to every step upward, to every development of civilization. Out of the ressentiment of the masses it has forged its chief weapons against us, against everything noble, joyous, and high-spirited on earth. Against our happiness on earth. To allow immortality to every Peter and Paul was the greatest, the most vicious outrage upon noble humanity ever perpetrated. And let us not underestimate the fatal influence that Christianity has had, even upon politics. Nowadays no one has courage any more for special rights, for the right of dominion, for feelings of honorable pride in himself and his equals, for the pathos of distance. Our politics is sick with this lack of courage. The aristocratic attitude of mind has been undermined by the lie of the equality of souls, and if belief in the privileges of the majority makes and will continue to make revolutions, it is Christianity, let us not doubt, and Christian valuations, which convert every revolution into a carnival of blood and crime. Christianity is a revolt of all creatures that creep on the ground against everything that is lofty. The gospel of the lowly lowers. 44. The Gospels are invaluable as evidence of the corruption that was already persistent within the primitive community. That which Paul, with the cynical logic of a rabbi, later developed to a conclusion was at bottom merely a process of decay that had begun with the death of the Savior. These Gospels cannot be read too carefully, difficulties lurk behind every word. I confess I hope it will not be held against me that it is precisely for this reason that they offer first-rate joy to a psychologist as the opposite of all merely naive corruption, as refinement par excellence, as an artistic triumph in psychological corruption. The Gospels, in fact, stand alone. The Bible as a whole is not to be compared to them. Here we are among Jews. This is the first thing to be borne in mind if we are not to lose the thread of the matter. This positive genius for conjuring up a delusion of personal holiness unmatched anywhere else, either in books or by men, this elevation of fraud in word and attitude to the level of an art, all this is not an accident due to the chance talents of an individual, or to any violation of nature. The thing responsible is race. The whole of Judaism appears in Christianity as the art of concocting holy lies, and there, after many centuries of earnest Jewish training and hard practice of Jewish technique, the business comes to the stage of mastery. The Christian, that ultima ratio of lying, is the Jew all over again. He is threefold the Jew. The underlying will to make use only of such concepts, symbols, and attitudes as fit into priestly practice, the instinctive repudiation of every other mode of thought, and every other method of estimating values and utilities. This is not only tradition, it is inheritance. Only as an inheritance is it able to operate with the force of nature. The whole of mankind, even the best minds of the best ages, have permitted themselves to be deceived. The Gospels have been read as a book of innocence, surely no small indication of the high skill with which the trick has been done. Of course, if we could actually see these astounding bigots and bogus saints, even if only for an instant, the farce would come to an end, and it is precisely because I cannot read a word of theirs without seeing their attitudinizing that I have made an end of them. I simply cannot endure the way they have of rolling up their eyes for the majority. Happily enough, books are mere literature. Let us not be led astray. They say judge not, and yet they condemn to hell whoever stands in their way. In letting God sit in judgment they judge themselves, in glorifying God they glorify themselves, in demanding that everyone show the virtues which they themselves happen to be capable of still more, which they must have in order to remain on top. They assume the grand air of men struggling for virtue, of men engaging in a war that virtue may prevail. We live, we die, we sacrifice ourselves for the good. In point of fact, they simply do what they cannot help doing. Forced, like hypocrites, to be sneaky, to hide in corners, to slink along in the shadows, they convert their necessity into a duty. It is on grounds of duty that they account for their lives of humility, and that humility becomes merely one more proof of their piety. Ah, that humble, chaste, charitable brand of fraud! Virtue itself shall bear witness for us. One may read the Gospels as books of moral seduction. These petty folks fasten themselves to morality. They know the uses of morality. Morality is the best of all devices for leading mankind by the nose. The fact is that the conscious conceit of the chosen here disguises itself as modesty. It is in this way that they, the community, the good and just, range themselves, once and for always, on one side, the side of the truth, and the rest of mankind, the world, on the other. In that we observe the most fatal sort of megalomania that the earth has ever seen. Little abortions of bigots and liars began to claim exclusive rights in the concepts of God, the truth, the light, the spirit, love, wisdom and life, as if these things were synonyms of themselves, and thereby they sought to fence themselves off from the world. Little super-Jews, ripe for some sort of madhouse, turned values upside down in order to meet their notions, just as if the Christian were the meaning, the salt, the standard, and even the last judgment of all the rest. The whole disaster was only made possible by the fact that there already existed in the world a similar megalomania, allied to this one in race, to wit, the Jewish. Once a chasm began to yawn between Jews and Judeo-Christians. The latter had no choice but to employ the self-preservative measures that the Jewish instinct had devised, even against the Jews themselves, whereas the Jews had employed them only against non-Jews. The Christian is simply a Jew of the Reformed confession. 45. I offer a few examples of the sort of thing these petty people have got into their heads, what they have put into the mouth of the Master, the unalloyed creed of beautiful souls. And whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear you, when ye depart thence, shake off the dust under your feet for a testimony against them. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment, than for that city. How evangelical! And whosoever shall offend one of these little ones that believe in me, it is better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and he were cast into the sea. How evangelical! And if thine eye offend thee, pluck it out. It is better for thee to enter into the kingdom of God with one eye, than having two eyes to be cast into hell fire, where the worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. It is not exactly the eye that is meant. Verily I say unto you, that there be some of them that stand here, which shall not taste of death, till they have seen the kingdom of God come with power. Well lied, lion! Whosoever will come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. 4. Mark 8:34. Judge not, that ye be not judged. With what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. What a notion of justice, of a just judge! For if ye love them which love you, what reward have ye? Do not even the publicans the same? And if ye salute your brethren only, what do ye more than others? Do not even the publicans so? Principle of Christian love, it insists upon being well paid in the end. But if ye forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. Very compromising for the said Father. But seek ye first the kingdom of God, and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. All these things, namely, food, clothing, all the necessities of life. An error, to put it mildly. A bit before this God appears as a tailor, at least in certain cases. Rejoice ye in that day, and leap for joy, for, behold, your reward is great in heaven, for in the like manner did their fathers unto the prophets. Impudent rabble. It compares itself to the prophets. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy, for the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. For that sort of thing one cannot have enough contempt. And 17. Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world, and if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters? Unfortunately, not merely the speech of a lunatic. This frightful impostor then proceeds, know ye not that we shall judge angels, how much more things that pertain to this life? Hath not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? For after that in the wisdom of God the world by wisdom knew not God, it pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. Not many wise men after the flesh, not men mighty, not many noble are called, but God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and God hath chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty, and base things of the world, and things which are despised, hath God chosen, yea, and things which are not, to bring to naught things that are, that no flesh should glory in his presence. In order to understand this passage, a first-rate example of the psychology underlying every Chandala morality, one should read the first part of my genealogy of morals. There, for the first time, the antagonism between a noble morality and a morality born of ressentiment and impotent vengefulness is exhibited. Paul was the greatest of all apostles of revenge. 46. What follows, then? That one had better put on gloves before reading the New Testament. The presence of so much filth makes it very advisable. One would as little choose early Christians for companions as Polish Jews, not that one need seek out an objection to them. Neither has a pleasant smell. I have searched the New Testament in vain for a single sympathetic touch, nothing is there that is free, kindly, open-hearted or upright. In it humanity does not even make the first step upward. The instinct for cleanliness is lacking. Only evil instincts are there, and there is not even the courage of these evil instincts. It is all cowardice, it is all a shutting of the eyes, a self-deception. Every other book becomes clean, once one has read the New Testament. For example, immediately after reading Paul the first took up with delight that most charming and wanton of scoffers, Petronius, of whom one may say what Domenico Boccaccio wrote of Caesar Borgia to the Duke of Parma, e tutto festo, immortally healthy, immortally cheerful and sound. These petty bigots make a capital miscalculation. They attack, but everything they attack is thereby distinguished. Whoever is attacked by an early Christian is surely not befouled. On the contrary, it is an honor to have an early Christian as an opponent. One cannot read the New Testament without acquired admiration for whatever it abuses, not to speak of the wisdom of this world, which an impudent windbag tries to dispose of by the foolishness of preaching. Even the scribes and Pharisees are benefited by such opposition. They must certainly have been worth something to have been hated in such an indecent manner. Hypocrisy, as if this were a charge that the early Christians dared to make. After all, they were the privileged, and that was enough. The hatred of the Chandala needed no other excuse. The early Christian, and also, I fear, the last Christian, whom I may perhaps live to see, is a rebel against all privilege. By profound instinct he lives and makes war forever for equal rights. Strictly speaking, he has no alternative. When a man proposes to represent, in his own person, the chosen of God, or to be a temple of God, or a judge of the angels, then every other criterion, whether based upon honesty, upon intellect, upon manliness and pride, or upon beauty and freedom of the heart, becomes simply worldly evil in itself. Moral, every word that comes from the lips of an early Christian is a lie, and his every act is instinctively dishonest. All his values, all his aims are noxious, but whoever he hates, whatever he hates, has real value. The Christian, and particularly the Christian priest, is thus a criterion of values. Must I add that, in the whole New Testament, there appears but a solitary figure worthy of honor? Pilate, the Roman viceroy. To regard a Jewish imbroglio seriously, that was quite beyond him. One Jew more or less, what did it matter? The noble scorn of a Roman, before whom the word truth was shamelessly mishandled, enriched the New Testament with the only saying that has any value, and that is at once its criticism and its destruction: what is truth? 47. The thing that sets us apart is not that we are unable to find God, either in history, or in nature, or behind nature, but that we regard what has been honored as God, not as divine, but as pitiable, as absurd, as injurious, not as a mere error, but as a crime against life. We deny that God is God. If anyone were to show us this Christian God, we'd be still less inclined to believe in him in a formula: Deus, quilem Paulus crevit, dei negatio. Such a religion as Christianity, which does not touch reality at a single point, and which goes to pieces the moment reality asserts its rights at any point, must be inevitably the deadly enemy of the wisdom of this world, which is to say, of science, and it will give the name of good to whatever means serve to poison, calumniate and cry down all intellectual discipline, all lucidity and strictness in matters of intellectual conscience, and all noble coolness and freedom of the mind. Faith, as an imperative, vetoes science in praxi, lying at any price. Paul well knew that lying, that faith was necessary. Later on the Church borrowed the fact from Paul. The God that Paul invented for himself, a God who reduced to absurdity the wisdom of this world, is in truth only an indication of Paul's resolute determination to accomplish that very thing himself, to give one's own will the name of God, Thora, that is essentially Jewish. Paul wants to dispose of the wisdom of this world. His enemies are the good philologians and physicians of the Alexandrine school. On them he makes his war. As a matter of fact, no man can be a philologian or a physician without being also Antichrist. That is to say, as a philologian a man sees behind the holy books, and as a physician he sees behind the physiological degeneration of the typical Christian. The physician says incurable, the philologian says fraud. 48. Has anyone ever clearly understood the celebrated story at the beginning of the Bible of God's mortal terror of science? No one, in fact, has understood it. This priest book par excellence opens, as is fitting, with the great inner difficulty of the priest. He faces only one great danger, ergo, God faces only one great danger. The old God, Holy Spirit, holy the high priest, holy perfect, is promenading his garden. He is bored and trying to kill time. Against boredom even gods struggle in vain. 21. What does he do? He creates man. Man is entertaining. But then he notices that man is also bored. God's pity for the only form of distress that invades all paradises knows no bounds, so he forthwith creates other animals. God's first mistake: to man these other animals were not entertaining. He sought dominion over them. He did not want to be an animal himself, so God created woman. In the act he brought boredom to an end, and also many other things. Woman was the second mistake of God. Woman, at bottom, is a serpent. Heva. Every priest knows that. From woman comes every evil in the world. Every priest knows that, too. Ergo, she is also to blame for science. It was through woman that man learned to taste of the tree of knowledge. What happened? The old God was seized by mortal terror. Man himself had been his greatest blunder. He had created a rival to himself. Science makes men godlike. It is all up with priests and gods when man becomes scientific, moral. Science is the forbidden per se, it alone is forbidden. Science is the first of sins, the germ of all sins, the original sin. This is all there is of morality. Thou shalt not know: the rest follows from that. God's mortal terror, however, did not hinder him from being shrewd. How is one to protect oneself against science? For a long while this was the capital problem. Answer: out of paradise with man. Happiness, leisure, foster thought, and all thoughts are bad thoughts. man must not think, and so the priest invents distress, death, the mortal dangers of childbirth, all sorts of misery, old age, decrepitude, above all, sickness, nothing but devices for making war on science. The troubles of man don't allow him to think. Nevertheless, how terrible, the edifice of knowledge begins to tower aloft, invading heaven, shadowing the gods. What is to be done? The old God invents war, he separates the peoples, he makes men destroy one another. War, among other things, a great disturber of science, incredible. Knowledge, deliverance from the priests, prospers in spite of war. So the old God comes to his final resolution: man has become scientific, there is no help for it, he must be drowned. 21. A paraphrase of Schiller's Against Stupidity: even gods struggle in vain. 49. I have been understood. At the opening of the Bible there is the whole psychology of the priest. The priest knows of only one great danger, that is science, the sound comprehension of cause and effect. But science flourishes, on the whole, only under favorable conditions. A man must have time, he must have an overflowing intellect, in order to know. Therefore, man must be made unhappy. This has been, in all ages, the logic of the priest. It is easy to see just what, by this logic, was the first thing to come into the world: sin. The concept of guilt and punishment, the whole moral order of the world, was set up against science, against the deliverance of man from priests. Man must not look outward, he must look inward. He must not look at things shrewdly and cautiously, to learn about them, he must not look at all, he must suffer. And he must suffer so much that he is always in need of the priest. Away with physicians. What is needed is a savior. The concept of guilt and punishment, including the doctrines of grace, of salvation, of forgiveness, lies through and through, and absolutely without psychological reality, were devised to destroy man's sense of causality. They are an attack upon the concept of cause and effect, and not an attack with the fist, with the knife, with honesty in hate and love. On the contrary, one inspired by the most cowardly, the most crafty, the most ignoble of instincts. An attack of priests. An attack of parasites. The vampirism of pale, subterranean leeches. When the natural consequences of an act are no longer natural, but are regarded as produced by the ghostly creations of superstition, by God, by spirits, by souls, and reckoned as merely moral consequences, as rewards, as punishments, as hints, as lessons, then the whole groundwork of knowledge is destroyed. Then the greatest of crimes against humanity has been perpetrated. I repeat that sin, man's self-desecration par excellence, was invented in order to make science, culture, and every elevation and ennobling of man impossible. The priest rules through the invention of sin. 50. In this place I can't permit myself to omit a psychology of belief, of the believer, for the special benefit of believers. If there remain any today who do not yet know how indecent it is to be believing, or how much a sign of decadence, of a broken will to live, then they will know it well enough tomorrow. My voice reaches even the deaf. It appears, unless I have been incorrectly informed, that there prevails among Christians a sort of criterion of truth that is called proof by power. Faith makes blessed, therefore it is true. It might be objected right here that blessedness is not demonstrated, it is merely promised. It hangs upon faith as a condition: one shall be blessed because one believes. But what of the thing that the priest promises to the believer, the holy transcendental beyond? How is that to be demonstrated? The proof by power, thus assumed, is actually no more at bottom than a belief that the effects which faith promises will not fail to appear. In a formula, I believe that faith makes for blessedness, therefore, it is true. But this is as far as we may go. This therefore would be absurdum itself as a criterion of truth. But let us admit, for the sake of politeness, that blessedness by faith may be demonstrated. Even so, could blessedness in a technical term, pleasure, ever be a proof of truth? So little is this true that it is almost a proof against truth when sensations of pleasure influence the answer to the question what is true, or, at all events, it is enough to make that truth highly suspicious. The proof by pleasure is a proof of pleasure, nothing more, why in the world should it be assumed that true judgments give more pleasure than false ones, and that, in conformity to some pre-established harmony, they necessarily bring agreeable feelings in their train? The experience of all disciplined and profound minds teaches the contrary. Man has had to fight for every atom of the truth, and has had to pay for it almost everything that the heart, that human love, that human trust cling to. Greatness of soul is needed for this business. The service of truth is the hardest of all services. What, then, is the meaning of integrity in things intellectual? It means that a man must be severe with his own heart, that he must scorn beautiful feelings, and that he makes every yea and nay a matter of conscience. Faith makes blessed, therefore, it lies. 51. The fact that faith, under certain circumstances, may work for blessedness, but that this blessedness produced by an idée fixe by no means makes the idea itself true, and the fact that faith actually moves no mountains, but instead raises them up where there were none before, all this is made sufficiently clear by a walk through a lunatic asylum. Not, of course, to a priest, for his instincts prompt him to the lie that sickness is not sickness and lunatic asylums not lunatic asylums. Christianity finds sickness necessary, just as the Greek spirit had need of a superabundance of health. The actual ulterior purpose of the whole system of salvation of the Church is to make people ill. And the Church itself doesn't it set up a Catholic lunatic asylum as the ultimate ideal, the whole earth as a madhouse. The sort of religious man that the Church wants is a typical decadent. The moment at which a religious crisis dominates a people is always marked by epidemics of nervous disorder. The inner world of the religious man is so much like the inner world of the overstrung and exhausted that it is difficult to distinguish between them. The highest states of mind, held up before mankind by Christianity as of supreme worth, are actually epileptoid in form. The Church has granted the name of holy only to lunatics or to gigantic frauds in majorum Dei honorum. Once I ventured to designate the whole Christian system of training 22 in penance and salvation as a method of producing a folie circulaire upon a soil already prepared for it, which is to say, a soil thoroughly unhealthy. Not every one may be a Christian. One is not converted to Christianity, one must first be sick enough for it. We others, who have the courage for health and likewise for contempt, we may well despise a religion that teaches misunderstanding of the body, that refuses to rid itself of the superstition about the soul, that makes a virtue of insufficient nourishment, that combats health as a sort of enemy, devil, temptation, that persuades itself that it is possible to carry about a perfect soul in a cadaver of a body, and that, to this end, had to devise for itself a new concept of perfection, a pale, sickly, idiotically ecstatic state of existence, so-called holiness, a holiness that is itself merely a series of symptoms of an impoverished, enervated, and incurably disordered body. The Christian movement, as a European movement, was from the start no more than a general uprising of all sorts of outcast and refuse elements. It does not represent the decay of a race, it represents, on the contrary, a conglomeration of decadence products from all directions, crowding together and seeking one another out. It was not, as has been thought, the corruption of antiquity, of noble antiquity, which made Christianity possible. One cannot too sharply challenge the learned imbecility which today maintains that theory. At the time when the sick and rotten Chandala classes in the whole imperium were Christianized, the contrary type, the nobility, reached its finest and ripest development. The majority became master, democracy, with its Christian instincts, triumphed. Christianity was not national, it was not based on race, it appealed to all the varieties of men disinherited by life, it had its allies everywhere. Christianity has the rancor of the sick at its very core, the instinct against the healthy, against health. Everything that is well constituted, proud, gallant and, above all, beautiful gives offense to its ears and eyes. Again I remind you of Paul's priceless saying, "And God hath chosen the weak things of the world, the foolish things of the world, the base things of the world, and things which are despised." 23 This was the formula. In hoc signo the decadence triumphed. God on the cross is man always to miss the frightful inner significance of the symbol. Everything that suffers, everything that hangs on the cross, is divine. We all hang on the cross, consequently we are divine. We alone are divine. Christianity was thus a victory, a nobler attitude of mind was destroyed by it. Christianity remains to this day the greatest misfortune of humanity. 22. The word training is in English in the text. 23. 1 Corinthians I, 27, 28. 52. Christianity also stands in opposition to all intellectual well-being. Sick reasoning is the only sort that it can use as Christian reasoning. It takes the side of everything that is idiotic, it pronounces a curse upon intellect, upon the superbia of the healthy intellect. Since sickness is inherent in Christianity, it follows that the typically Christian state of faith must be a form of sickness too, and that all straightforward, and scientific paths to knowledge must be banned by the Church as forbidden ways. Doubt is thus a sin from the start. The complete lack of psychological cleanliness in the priest revealed by a glance at him is a phenomenon resulting from decadence. One may observe in hysterical women and in rachitic children how regularly the falsification of instincts, delight in lying for the mere sake of lying, and incapacity for looking straight and walking straight are symptoms of decadence. Faith means the will to avoid knowing what is true. The pietist, the priest of either sex, is a fraud because he is sick. His instinct demands that the truth shall never be allowed its rights on any point. Whatever makes for illness is good, whatever issues from abundance, from superabundance, from power, is evil, so argues the believer. The impulse to lie. It is by this that I recognize every foreordained theologian. Another characteristic of the theologian is his unfitness for philology. What I here mean by philology is, in a general sense, the art of reading with profit, the capacity for absorbing facts without interpreting them falsely, and without losing caution, patience, and subtlety in the effort to understand them. Philology as effectus 24 in interpretation, whether one be dealing with books, with newspaper reports, with the most fateful events, or with weather statistics, not to mention the salvation of the soul. The way in which a theologian, whether in Berlin or in Rome, is ready to explain, say, a passage of Scripture, or an experience, or a victory by the national army, by turning upon it the high illumination of the Psalms of David, is always so daring that it is enough to make a philologian run up a wall. But what shall he do when pietists and other such cows from Suabia 25 use the finger of God to convert their miserably commonplace and hugger-mugger existence into a miracle of grace, a providence and an experience of salvation? The most modest exercise of the intellect, not to say of decency, should certainly be enough to convince these interpreters of the perfect childishness and unworthiness of such a misuse of the divine digital dexterity. However small our piety, if we ever encountered a God who always cured us of a cold in the head at just the right time, or got us into our carriage at the very instant heavy rain began to fall, he would seem so absurd a God that he'd have to be abolished even if he existed. God as a domestic servant, as a letter carrier, as an almanac man at bottom, he is a mere name for the stupidest sort of chance. Divine providence, which every third man in educated Germany still believes in, is so strong an argument against God that it would be impossible to think of a stronger. And in any case it is an argument against Germans. 24 That is, to say, scepticism. Among the Greeks scepticism was also occasionally called effecticism. 25 A reference to the University of Tübingen and its famous school of biblical criticism. The leader of this school was F.C. Bauer, and one of the men greatly influenced by it was Nietzsche's pet abomination, David F. Strauss, himself a Suabian. Vide 10 and 28. 53. It is so little true that martyrs offer any support to the truth of a cause that I am inclined to deny that any martyr has ever had anything to do with the truth at all. In the very tone in which a martyr flings what he fancies to be true at the head of the world there appears so low a grade of intellectual honesty and such insensibility to the problem of truth, that it is never necessary to refute him. Truth is not something that one man has and another man has not. At best, only peasants, or peasant apostles like Luther, can think of truth in any such way. One may rest assured that the greater the degree of a man's intellectual conscience, the greater will be his modesty, his discretion, on this point. To know in 5 cases, and to refuse, with delicacy, to know anything further. Truth, as the word is understood by every prophet, every sectarian, every freethinker, every socialist and every churchman, is simply a complete proof that not even a beginning has been made in the intellectual discipline and self-control that are necessary to the unearthing of even the smallest truth. The deaths of the martyrs, it may be said in passing, have been misfortunes of history. They have misled. The conclusion that all idiots, women, and plebeians come to, that there must be something in a cause for which anyone goes to his death. This conclusion has been an unspeakable drag upon the testing of facts, upon the whole spirit of inquiry and investigation. The martyrs have damaged the truth. Even to this day the crude fact of persecution is enough to give an honorable name to the most empty sort of sectarianism. But why is the worth of a cause altered by the fact that someone had laid down his life for it? An error that becomes honorable is simply an error that has acquired one seductive charm the more. Do you suppose, Messrs. Theologians, that we shall give you the chance to be martyred for your lies? One best disposes of a cause by respectfully putting it on ice. That is also the best way to dispose of theologians. This was precisely the world historical stupidity of all the persecutors, that they gave the appearance of honor to the cause they opposed, that they made it a present of the fascination of martyrdom. Women are still on their knees before an error because they have been told that someone died on the cross for it. Is the cross, then, an argument? But about all these things there is one, and one only, who has said what has been needed for thousands of years: Zarathustra. They made signs in blood along the way that they went, and their folly taught them that the truth is proved by blood. But blood is the worst of all testimonies to the truth. Blood poisoneth even the purest teaching, and turneth it into madness and hatred in the heart. And when one goeth through fire for his teaching, what doth that prove? Verily, it is more when one's teaching cometh out of one's own burning. 26. The quotations are from Also Sprach Zarathustra 2, 24, of priests. 54. Do not let yourself be deceived, great intellects are sceptical. Zarathustra is a sceptic. The strength, the freedom which proceed from intellectual power, from a superabundance of intellectual power, manifest themselves as scepticism. Men of fixed convictions do not count when it comes to determining what is fundamental in values and lack of values. Men of convictions are prisoners. They do not see far enough, they do not see what is below them, whereas a man who would talk to any purpose about value and non-value must be able to see 500 convictions beneath him and behind him. A mind that aspires to great things, and that wills the means thereto, is necessarily sceptical. Freedom from any sort of conviction belongs to strength, and to an independent point of view. That grand passion which is at once the foundation and the power of a sceptic's existence, and is both more enlightened and more despotic than he is himself, drafts the whole of his intellect into its service. It makes him unscrupulous, it gives him courage to employ unholy means. Under certain circumstances it does not begrudge him even convictions. Conviction as a means, one may achieve a good deal by means of a conviction. A grand passion makes use of and uses up convictions, it does not yield to them, it knows itself to be sovereign. On the contrary, the need of faith, of something unconditioned by yet or nay, of Carlylism, if I may be allowed the word, is a need of weakness. The man of faith, the believer of any sort, is necessarily a dependent man. Such a man cannot posit himself as a goal, nor can he find goals within himself. The believer does not belong to himself, he can only be a means to an end. He must be used up, he needs someone to use him up. His instinct gives the highest honors to an ethic of self-effacement, he is prompted to embrace it by everything, his prudence, his experience, his vanity. Every sort of faith is in itself an evidence of self-effacement, of self-estrangement. When one reflects how necessary it is to the great majority that there be regulations to restrain them from without and hold them fast, and to what extent control, or, in a higher sense, slavery, is the one and only condition which makes for the well-being of the weak-willed man, and especially woman, then one at once understands conviction and faith. To the man with convictions, they are his backbone. To avoid seeing many things, to be impartial about nothing, to be a party man through and through, to estimate all values strictly and infallibly, these are conditions necessary to the existence of such a man. But by the same token they are antagonists of the truthful man of the truth. The believer is not free to answer the question, true or not true, according to the dictates of his own conscience. Integrity on this point would work his instant downfall. The pathological limitations of his vision turn the man of convictions into a fanatic. Savonarola, Luther, Rousseau, Robespierre, Saint Simon. These types stand in opposition to the strong, emancipated spirit. But the grandiose attitudes of these sick intellects, these intellectual epileptics, are of influence upon the great masses. Fanatics are picturesque, and mankind prefers observing poses to listening to reasons. 55. One step further in the psychology of conviction, of faith. It is now a good while since I first proposed for consideration the question whether convictions are not even more dangerous enemies to truth than lies. 27. This time I desire to put the question definitely: is there any actual difference between a lie and a conviction? All the world believes that there is, but what is not believed by all the world? Every conviction has its history, its primitive forms, its stage of tentativeness and error. It becomes a conviction only after having been, for a long time, not one, and then, for an even longer time, hardly one. What if falsehood be also one of these embryonic forms of conviction? Sometimes all that is needed is a change in persons. What was a lie in the father becomes a conviction in the son. I call it lying to refuse to see what one sees, or to refuse to see it as it is. Whether the lie be uttered before witnesses or not before witnesses is of no consequence. The most common sort of lie is that by which a man deceives himself. The deception of others is a relatively rare offense now. This will not to see what one sees, this will not to see it as it is almost the first requisite for all who belong to a party of whatever sort. The party man becomes inevitably a liar. For example, the German historians are convinced that Rome was synonymous with despotism and that the Germanic peoples brought the spirit of liberty into the world. What is the difference between this conviction and a lie? Is it to be wondered at that all partisans, including the German historians, instinctively roll the fine phrases of morality upon their tongues, that morality almost owes its very survival to the fact that the party man of every sort has need of it every moment? This is our conviction, we publish it to the whole world, we live and die for it. Let us respect all who have convictions. I have actually heard such sentiments from the mouths of anti-Semites. On the contrary, gentlemen, an anti-Semite surely does not become more respectable because he lies on principle. The priests, who have more finesse in such matters, and who well understand the objection that lies against the notion of a conviction, which is to say, of a falsehood that becomes a matter of principle because it serves a purpose, have borrowed from the Jews the shrewd device of sneaking in the concepts, God, the will of God and the revelation of God at this place. Kant, too, with his categorical imperative, was on the same road. This was his practical reason. 28. There are questions regarding the truth or untruth of which it is not for man to decide. All the capital questions, all the capital problems of valuation, are beyond human reason. To know the limits of reason, that alone is genuine philosophy. Why did God make a revelation to man? Would God have done anything superfluous? Man could not find out for himself what was good and what was evil, so God taught him his will. Moral: the priest does not lie. The question, true or untrue, has nothing to do with such things as the priest discusses. It is impossible to lie about these things. In order to lie here, it would be necessary to know what is true. But this is more than man can know. Therefore, the priest is simply the mouthpiece of God. Such a priestly syllogism is by no means merely Jewish and Christian. The right to lie and the shrewd dodge of revelation belong to the general priestly type, to the priest of the decadence as well as to the priest of pagan times. The law, the will of God, the holy book, and inspiration, all these things are merely words for the conditions under which the priest comes to power and with which he maintains his power. These concepts are to be found at the bottom of all priestly organizations, and of all priestly or priestly philosophical schemes of governments. The holy lie common alike to Confucius, to the Code of Manu, to Mohammed, and to the Christian Church is not even wanting in Plato. Truth is here, this means, no matter where it is heard, the priest lies. 27. The aphorism, which is headed "The Enemies of Truth," makes the direct statement, convictions are more dangerous enemies of truth than lies. 28. A reference, of course, to Kant's critic der praktischen Vernunft. 56. In the last analysis it comes to this: what is the end of lying? The fact that, in Christianity, holy ends are not visible is my objection to the means it employs. Only bad ends appear: the poisoning, the calumniation, the denial of life, the despising of the body, the degradation and self-contamination of man by the concept of sin. Therefore, its means are also bad. I have a contrary feeling when I read the Code of Manu, an incomparably more intellectual and superior work, which it would be a sin against the intelligence to so much as name in the same breath with the Bible. It is easy to see why. There is a genuine philosophy behind it, in it, not merely an evil-smelling mess of Jewish rabbinism and superstition. It gives even the most fastidious psychologist something to sink his teeth into. And, not to forget what is most important, it differs fundamentally from every kind of Bible. By means of it the nobles, the philosophers, and the warriors keep the whip hand over the majority. It is full of noble valuations, it shows a feeling of perfection, an acceptance of life, and triumphant feeling toward self and life. The sun shines upon the whole book. All the things on which Christianity vents its fathomless vulgarity, for example, procreation, women, and marriage, are here handled earnestly, with reverence and with love and confidence. How can anyone really put into the hands of children and ladies a book which contains such vile things as this: to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband, it is better to marry than to burn. 29. And is it possible to be a Christian so long as the origin of man is Christianized, which is to say, befouled, by the doctrine of the Immaculata Conceptio? I know of no book in which so many delicate and kindly things are said of women as in the Code of Manu. These old greybeards and saints have a way of being gallant to women that it would be impossible, perhaps, to surpass. The mouth of a woman, it says in one place, the breasts of a maiden, the prayer of a child, and the smoke of sacrifice are always pure. In another place, there is nothing purer than the light of the sun, the shadow cast by a cow, air, water, fire, and the breath of a maiden. Finally, in still another place, perhaps this is also a holy lie, all the orifices of the body above the navel are pure, and all below are impure. Only in the maiden is the whole body pure. 29. 1 Corinthians 7, 2, 9. 57. One catches the unholiness of Christian means in flagranti by the simple process of putting the ends sought by Christianity beside the ends sought by the Code of Manu, by putting these enormously antithetical ends under a strong light. The critic of Christianity cannot evade the necessity of making Christianity contemptible. A book of laws such as the Code of Manu has the same origin as every other good law book. It epitomizes the experience, the sagacity, and the ethical experimentation of long centuries. It brings things to a conclusion, it no longer creates. The prerequisite to a codification of this sort is recognition of the fact that the means which establish the authority of a slowly and painfully attained truth are fundamentally different from those which one would make use of to prove it. A law book never recites the utility, the grounds, the casuistical antecedents of a law, for if it did so it would lose the imperative tone, the thou shalt, on which obedience is based. The problem lies exactly here at a certain point in the evolution of a people. The class within it of the greatest insight, which is to say, the greatest hindsight and foresight, declares that the series of experiences determining how all shall live or can live has come to an end. The object now is to reap as rich and as complete a harvest as possible from the days of experiment and hard experience. In consequence, the thing that is to be avoided above everything is further experimentation, the continuation of the state in which values are fluent, and are tested, chosen and criticized ad infinitum. Against this a double wall is set up: on the one hand, revelation, which is the assumption that the reasons lying behind the laws are not of human origin, that they were not sought out and found by a slow process and after many errors, but that they are of divine ancestry, and came into being complete, perfect, without a history, as a free gift, a miracle, and on the other hand, tradition, which is the assumption that the law has stood unchanged from time immemorial, and that it is impious and a crime against one's forefathers to bring it into question. The authority of the law is thus grounded on the thesis, God gave it, and the fathers lived it. The higher motive of such procedure lies in the design to distract consciousness, step by step, from its concern with notions of right living, so that instinct attains to a perfect automatism, a primary necessity to every sort of mastery, to every sort of perfection in the art of life. To draw up such a law book as Manu's means to lay before a people the possibility of future mastery, of attainable perfection. It permits them to aspire to the highest reaches of the art of life. To that end the thing must be made unconscious, that is the aim of every holy lie. The order of castes, the highest, the dominating law, is merely the ratification of an order of nature, of a natural law of the first rank, over which no arbitrary fiat, no modern idea, can exert any influence. In every healthy society there are three physiological types, gravitating toward differentiation but mutually conditioning one another, and each of these has its own hygiene, its own sphere of work, its own special mastery and feeling of perfection. It is not Manu but nature that sets off in one class those who are chiefly intellectual, in another those who are marked by muscular strength and temperament, and in a third those who are distinguished in neither one way or the other, but show only mediocrity. The last named represents the great majority, and the first two the select. The superior caste, I call it the fewest, has, as the most perfect, the privileges of the few. It stands for happiness, for beauty, for everything good upon earth. Only the most intellectual of men have any right to beauty, to the beautiful. Only in them can goodness escape being weakness. Pulchrum est pauperum hominum. 30 Goodness is a privilege. Nothing could be more unbecoming to them than uncouth manners or a pessimistic look, or an eye that sees ugliness or indignation against the general aspect of things. Indignation is the privilege of the Chandala, so is pessimism. The world is perfect, so prompts the instinct of the intellectual, the instinct of the man who says yes to life. Imperfection, whatever is inferior to us, distance, the pathos of distance, even the Chandala themselves are parts of this perfection. The most intelligent men, like the strongest, find their happiness where others would find only disaster, in the labyrinth, in being hard with themselves and with others, in effort. Their delight is in self-mastery. In them asceticism becomes second nature, a necessity, an instinct. They regard a difficult task as a privilege. It is to them a recreation to play with burdens that would crush all others. Knowledge a form of asceticism. They are the most honorable kind of men, but that does not prevent them being the most cheerful and most amiable. They rule, not because they want to, but because they are not at liberty to play second. The second caste, to this belong the guardians of the law, the keepers of order and security, the more noble warriors, above all, the king as the highest form of warrior, judge, and preserver of the law. The second in rank constitute the executive arm of the intellectuals, the next to them in rank, taking from them all that is rough in the business of ruling their followers, their right hand, their most apt disciples. In all this, I repeat, there is nothing arbitrary, nothing made up. Whatever is to the contrary is made up by it. Nature is brought to shame. The order of castes, the order of rank, simply formulates the supreme law of life itself. The separation of the three types is necessary to the maintenance of society, and to the evolution of higher types, and the highest types. The inequality of rights is essential to the existence of any rights at all. A right is a privilege. Everyone enjoys the privileges that accord with his state of existence. Let us not underestimate the privileges of the mediocre. Life is always harder as one mounts the heights. The cold increases, responsibility increases. A high civilization is a pyramid. It can stand only on a broad base. Its primary prerequisite is a strong and soundly consolidated mediocrity. The handicrafts, commerce, agriculture, science, the greater part of art, in brief, the whole range of occupational activities, are compatible only with mediocre ability and aspiration. Such callings would be out of place for exceptional men. The instincts which belong to them stand as much opposed to aristocracy as to anarchism. The fact that a man is publicly useful, that he is a will, a function, is evidence of a natural predisposition. It is not society, but the only sort of happiness that the majority are capable of, that makes them intelligent machines. To the mediocre, mediocrity is a form of happiness. They have a natural instinct for mastering one thing, for specialization. It would be altogether unworthy of a profound intellect to see anything objectionable in mediocrity in itself. It is, in fact, the first prerequisite to the appearance of the exceptional. It is a necessary condition to a high degree of civilization. When the exceptional man handles the mediocre man with more delicate fingers than he applies to himself or to his equals, this is not merely kindness of heart, it is simply his duty. Whom do I hate most heartily among the rabbles of today? The rabble of socialists, the apostles to the Chandala, who undermine the working man's instincts, his pleasure, his feeling of contentment with his petty existence, who make him envious and teach him revenge. Wrong never lies in unequal rights, it lies in the assertion of equal rights. What is bad? But I have already answered, all that proceeds from weakness, from envy, from revenge. The anarchist and the Christian have the same ancestry. 30. Few men are noble. 58. In point of fact, the end for which one lies makes a great difference, whether one preserves thereby or destroys. There is a perfect likeness between Christian and anarchist. Their object, their instinct, points only toward destruction. One need only turn to history for a proof of this. There it appears with appalling distinctness. We have just studied a code of religious legislation whose object it was to convert the conditions which cause life to flourish into an eternal social organization. Christianity found its mission in putting an end to such an organization, because life flourished under it. There the benefits that reason had produced during long ages of experiment and insecurity were applied to the most remote uses, and an effort was made to bring in a harvest that should be as large, as rich, and as complete as possible. Here, on the contrary, the harvest is blighted overnight. That which stood there ere perennes, the Imperium Romanum, the most magnificent form of organization under difficult conditions that has ever been achieved, and compared to which everything before it and after it appears as patchwork, bungling, dilettantism, those holy anarchists made it a matter of piety to destroy the world, which is to say, the Imperium Romanum, so that in the end not a stone stood upon another, and even Germans and other such louts were able to become its masters. The Christian and the anarchist, both are decadents, both are incapable of any act that is not disintegrating, poisonous, degenerating, blood-sucking. Both have an instinct of mortal hatred of everything that stands up, and is great, and has durability, and promises life a future. Christianity was the vampire of the Imperium Romanum. Overnight it destroyed the vast achievement of the Romans, the conquest of the soil for a great culture that could await its time. Can it be that this fact is not yet understood? The Imperium Romanum that we know, and that the history of the Roman provinces teaches us to know better and better, this most admirable of all works of art in the grand manner, was merely the beginning, and the structure to follow was not to prove its worth for thousands of years. To this day, nothing on a like scale sub specie aeterni has been brought into being, or even dreamed of. This organization was strong enough to withstand bad emperors. The accident of personality has nothing to do with such things, the first principle of all genuinely great architecture. But it was not strong enough to stand up against the corruptest of all forms of corruption, against Christians. These stealthy worms, which under the cover of night, mist, and duplicity, crept upon every individual, sucking him dry of all earnest interest in real things, of all instinct for reality, this cowardly, effeminate, and sugar-coated gang gradually alienated all souls, step by step, from that colossal edifice, turning against it all the meritorious, manly, and noble natures that had found in the cause of Rome their own cause, their own serious purpose, their own pride. The sneakishness of hypocrisy, the secrecy of the conventicle, concepts as black as hell, such as the sacrifice of the innocent, the unio mystica in the drinking of blood, above all, the slowly rekindled fire of revenge, of Chandala revenge. All that sort of thing became master of Rome, the same kind of religion which, in a pre-existent form, Epicurus had combated. One has but to read Lucretius to know what Epicurus made war upon, not paganism, but Christianity, which is to say, the corruption of souls by means of the concepts of guilt, punishment, and immortality. He combated the subterranean cults. The whole of latent Christianity. To deny immortality was already a form of genuine salvation. Epicurus had triumphed, and every respectable intellect in Rome was Epicurean when Paul appeared. Paul, the Chandala hatred of Rome, of the world, in the flesh and inspired by genius, the Jew, the eternal Jew par excellence. What he saw was how, with the aid of the small sectarian Christian movement that stood apart from Judaism, a world conflagration might be kindled, how, with the symbol of God on the cross, all secret seditions, all the fruits of anarchistic intrigues in the empire, might be amalgamated into one immense power. Salvation is of the Jews. Christianity is the formula for exceeding and summing up the subterranean cults of all varieties, that of Osiris, that of the Great Mother, that of Mithras. For instance, in his discernment of this fact the genius of Paul showed itself. His instinct was here so sure that, with reckless violence to the truth, he put the ideas which lent fascination to every sort of Chandala religion into the mouth of the Saviour as his own inventions, and not only into the mouth, he made out of him something that even a priest of Mithras could understand. This was his revelation at Damascus. He grasped the fact that he needed the belief in immortality in order to rob the world of its value, that the concept of hell would master Rome, that the notion of a beyond is the death of life. Nihilist and Christian, they rhyme in German, and they do more than rhyme. 59. The whole labor of the ancient world gone for naught. I have no word to describe the feelings that such an enormity arouses in me, and, considering the fact that its labor was merely preparatory, that with adamantine self-consciousness it laid only the foundations for a work to go on for thousands of years, the whole meaning of antiquity disappears. To what end the Greeks? To what end the Romans? All the prerequisites to a learned culture, all the methods of science, were already there. Man had already perfected the great and incomparable art of reading profitably that first necessity to the tradition of culture, the unity of the sciences. The natural sciences, in alliance with mathematics and mechanics, were on the right road. The sense of fact, the last and more valuable of all the senses, had its schools, and its traditions were already centuries old. Is all this properly understood? Every essential to the beginning of the work was ready, and the most essential, it cannot be said too often, are methods, and also the most difficult to develop, and the longest opposed by habit and laziness. What we have today reconquered, with unspeakable self-discipline, for ourselves, for certain bad instincts, certain Christian instincts, still lurk in our bodies, that is to say, the keen eye for reality, the cautious hand, patience and seriousness in the smallest things, the whole integrity of knowledge. All these things were already there, and had been there for 2000 years. More, there was also a refined and excellent tact and taste. Not as mere brain drilling. Not as German culture, with its loutish manners. But as body, as bearing, as instinct, in short, as reality. All gone for naught. Overnight it became merely a memory, the Greeks. The Romans. Instinctive nobility, taste, methodical inquiry, genius for organization and administration, faith in and the will to secure the future of man, a great yes to everything entering into the Imperium Romanum and palpable to all the senses, a grand style that was beyond mere art, but had become reality, truth, life, all overwhelmed in a night, but not by a convulsion of nature. Not trampled to death by Teutons and others of heavy hoof, but brought to shame by crafty, sneaking, invisible, anemic vampires. Not conquered, only sucked dry. Hidden vengefulness, petty envy, became master. Everything wretched, intrinsically ailing, and invaded by bad feelings, the whole ghetto world of the soul, was at once on top, One needs but read any of the Christian agitators, for example, Saint Augustine, in order to realize, in order to smell, what filthy fellows came to the top. It would be an error, however, to assume that there was any lack of understanding in the leaders of the Christian movement. But they were clever, clever to the point of holiness, these fathers of the Church. What they lacked was something quite different. Nature neglected, perhaps forgot to give them even the most modest endowment of respectable, of upright, of cleanly instincts. Between ourselves, they are not even men. If Islam despises Christianity, it has a thousandfold right to do so. Islam at least assumes that it is dealing with men. 60. Christianity destroyed for us the whole harvest of ancient civilization, and later it also destroyed for us the whole harvest of Mohammedan civilization. The wonderful culture of the Moors in Spain, which was fundamentally nearer to us and appealed more to our senses and tastes than that of Rome and Greece, was trampled down. Why? Because it had to thank noble and manly instincts for its origin, because it said yes to life, even to the rare and refined luxuriousness of Moorish life. The Crusaders later made war on something before which it would have been more fitting for them to have groveled in the dust, a civilization beside which even that of our 19th century seems very poor and very senile. What they wanted, of course, was booty. The Orient was rich. Let us put aside our prejudices. The Crusades were a higher form of piracy, nothing more. The German nobility, which is fundamentally a Viking nobility, was in its element there. The Church knew only too well how the German nobility was to be won. The German noble, always the Swiss guard of the Church, always in the service of every bad instinct of the Church, but well paid. Consider the fact that it is precisely the aid of German swords and German blood and valor that has enabled the Church to carry through its war to the death upon everything noble on earth. At this point a host of painful questions suggest themselves. The German nobility stands outside the history of the higher civilization. The reason is obvious. Christianity, alcohol, the two great means of corruption. Intrinsically there should be no more choice between Islam and Christianity than there is between an Arab and a Jew. The decision is already reached, nobody remains at liberty to choose here. Either a man is a Chandala or he is not. War to the knife with Rome. Peace and friendship with Islam. This was the feeling, this was the act, of that great free spirit, that genius among German emperors, Friedrich II. What? Must a German first be a genius, a free spirit, before he can feel decently? I can't make out how a German could ever feel Christian. 61. Here it becomes necessary to call up a memory that must be 100 times more painful to Germans. The Germans have destroyed for Europe the last great harvest of civilization that Europe was ever to reap, the Renaissance. Is it understood at last, will it ever be understood, what the Renaissance was? The transvaluation of Christian values, an attempt with all available means, all instincts, and all the resources of genius to bring about a triumph of the opposite values, the more noble values. This has been the one great war of the past. There has never been a more critical question than that of the Renaissance. It is my question too. There has never been a form of attack more fundamental, more direct, or more violently delivered by a whole front upon the center of the enemy. To attack at the critical place, at the very seat of Christianity, and there enthrone the more noble values, that is to say, to insinuate them into the instincts, into the most fundamental needs and appetites of those sitting there. I see before me the possibility of a perfectly heavenly enchantment and spectacle. It seems to me to scintillate with all the vibrations of a fine and delicate beauty, and within it there is an art so divine, so infernally divine, that one might search in vain for thousands of years for another such possibility. I see a spectacle so rich in significance and at the same time so wonderfully full of paradox that it should arouse all the gods on Olympus to immortal laughter. Caesar Borgia as Pope. Am I understood? Well then, that would have been the sort of triumph that I alone am longing for today. By it Christianity would have been swept away. What happened? A German monk, Luther, came to Rome. This monk, with all the vengeful instincts of an unsuccessful priest in him, raised a rebellion against the Renaissance in Rome. Instead of grasping, with profound thanksgiving, the miracle that had taken place, the conquest of Christianity at its capital, instead of this, his hatred was stimulated by the spectacle. A religious man thinks only of himself. Luther saw only the depravity of the papacy at the very moment when the opposite was becoming apparent, the old corruption, the peccatum original. Christianity itself, no longer occupied the papal chair. Instead there was life. Instead there was the triumph of life. Instead there was a great yet to all lofty, beautiful, and daring things. And Luther restored the Church, he attacked it. The Renaissance, an event without meaning, a great futility. Ah, these Germans, what they have not cost us! Futility that has always been the work of the Germans. The Reformation, Leibniz, Kant and so-called German philosophy, the war of liberation, the empire, every time a futile substitute for something that once existed, for something irrecoverable. These Germans, I confess, are my enemies. I despise all their uncleanliness in concept and valuation, their cowardice before every honest yea and nay. For nearly 1,000 years they have tangled and confused everything their fingers have touched. They have on their conscience all the halfway measures, all the 3/8 way measures, that Europe is sick of. They also have on their conscience the uncleanest variety of Christianity that exists, and the most incurable and indestructible Protestantism. If mankind never manages to get rid of Christianity, the Germans will be to blame. 62. With this I come to a conclusion and pronounce my judgment. I condemn Christianity. I bring against the Christian Church the most terrible of all the accusations that an accuser has ever had in his mouth. It is, to me, the greatest of all imaginable corruptions. It seeks to work the ultimate corruption, the worst possible corruption. The Christian Church has left nothing untouched by its depravity. It has turned every value into worthlessness, and every truth into a lie, and every integrity into baseness of soul. Let anyone dare to speak to me of its humanitarian blessings. Its deepest necessities range it against any effort to abolish distress. It lives by distress, it creates distress to make itself immortal. For example, the worm of sin. It was the Church that first enriched mankind with this misery, the equality of souls before God, this fraud, this pretext for the rancunies of all the base-minded, this explosive concept, ending in revolution, the modern idea, and the notion of overthrowing the whole social order. This is Christian dynamite. The humanitarian blessings of Christianity, forsooth. To breed out of humanitas a self-contradiction, an art of self-pollution, a will to lie at any price, an aversion and contempt for all good and honest instincts. All this, to me, is the humanitarianism of Christianity, parasitism as the only practice of the Church, with its animic and holy ideals, sucking all the blood, all the love, all the hope out of life, the beyond as the will to deny all reality, the cross as the distinguishing mark of the most subterranean conspiracy ever heard of against health, beauty, well-being, intellect, kindness of soul, against life itself. This eternal accusation against Christianity I shall write upon all walls. Wherever walls are to be found, I have letters that even the blind will be able to see. I call Christianity the one great curse, the one great intrinsic depravity, the one great instinct of revenge, for which no means are venomous enough, or secret, subterranean and small enough. I call it the one immortal blemish upon the human race. And mankind reckons time from the dies nefastus when this fatality befell, from the first day of Christianity, why not rather from its last, from today, the transvaluation of all values. The end. Human, all too human, a book for free spirits. Preface. 1. It is often enough, and always with great surprise, intimated to me that there is something both ordinary and unusual in all my writings, from the birth of tragedy to the recently published Prelude to a Philosophy of the Future. They all contain, I have been told, snares and nets for short-sighted birds, and something that is almost a constant, subtle, incitement to an overturning of habitual opinions and of approved customs. What? Everything is merely human, all too human? With this exclamation my writings are gone through, not without a certain dread and mistrust of ethic itself, and not without a disposition to ask the exponent of evil things if those things be not simply misrepresented. My writings have been termed a school of distrust, still more of disdain, also, and more happily, of courage, audacity even. And in fact, I myself do not believe that anybody ever looked into the world with a distrust as deep as mine, seeming, as I do, not simply the timely advocate of the devil, but, to employ theological terms, an enemy and challenger of God, and whosoever has experienced any of the consequences of such deep distrust, anything of the chills and the agonies of isolation to which such an unqualified difference of standpoint condemns him endowed with it, will also understand how often I must have sought relief and self-forgetfulness from any source through any object of veneration or enmity, of scientific seriousness or wanton lightness, also why I, when I could not find what I was in need of, had to fashion it for myself, counterfeiting it, or imagining it that which I always stood most in need of in order to effect my cure and self-recovery was faith, faith enough not to be thus isolated, not to look at life from so singular a point of view, a magic apprehension of relationship and equality, a calm confidence in friendship, a blindness, free from suspicion and questioning, to two-sidedness, a pleasure in externals, superficialities, the near, the accessible, in all things possessed of color, skin, and seeming. Perhaps I could be fairly reproached with much art in this regard, many fine counterfeitings, for example, that, wisely or wilfully, I had shut my eyes to Schopenhauer's blind will towards ethic, at a time when I was already clear-sighted enough on the subject of ethic, likewise that I had deceived myself concerning Richard Wagner's incurable romanticism, as if it were a beginning and not an end, likewise concerning the Greeks, likewise concerning the Germans and their future, and there may be, perhaps, a long list of such likewise. Granted, however, that all this were true, and with justice urged against me, what does it signify, what can it signify in regard to how much of the self-sustaining capacity, how much of reason and higher protection are embraced in such self-deception, and how much more falsity is still necessary to me that I may therewith always reassure myself regarding the luxury of my truth? Enough, I still live, and life is not considered now apart from ethic, it will have deception, it thrives on deception, but am I not beginning to do all over again what I have always done, I, the old immoralist, and bird snarer talk unmorali, ultramorally, beyond good and evil? 2. Thus, then, have I evolved for myself the free spirits to whom this discouraging encouraging work, under the general title human, all too human, is dedicated. Such free spirits do not really exist and never did exist. But I stood in need of them, as I have pointed out, in order that some good might be mixed with my evils, to serve as gay spirits and comrades, with whom one may talk and laugh when one is disposed to talk and laugh, and whom one may send to the devil when they grow wearisome. They are some compensation for the lack of friends. That such free spirits can possibly exist, that our Europe will yet number among her sons of tomorrow or of the day after tomorrow, such a brilliant and enthusiastic company, alive and palpable, and not merely, as in my case, phantasms and imaginary shades, I, myself, can by no means doubt. I see them already coming, slowly, slowly. May it not be that I am doing a little something to expedite their coming when I describe in advance the influences under which I see them evolving and the ways along which they travel? 3. It may be conjectured that a soul in which the type of free spirit can attain maturity and completeness had its decisive and deciding event in the form of a great emancipation or unbinding, and that prior to that event it seemed only the more firmly and forever chained to its place and pillar. What binds strongest? What cords seem almost unbreakable? In the case of mortals of a choice and lofty nature, they will be those of duty, that reverence, which in youth is most typical, that timidity and tenderness in the presence of the traditionally honored and the worthy, that gratitude to the soil from which we sprung, for the hand that guided us, for the relic before which we were taught to pray. Their sublimest moments will themselves bind these souls most strongly. The great liberation comes suddenly to such prisoners, like an earthquake, the young soul is all at once shaken, torn apart, cast forth. It comprehends not itself what is taking place. An involuntary onward impulse rules them with the mastery of command. A will, a wish are developed to go forward, anywhere, at any price. A strong, dangerous curiosity regarding an undiscovered world flames and flashes in all their being. Better to die than live here, so sounds the tempting voice, and this here, this at home constitutes all they have hitherto loved. A sudden dread and distrust of that which they loved, a flash of contempt for that which is called their duty, a mutinous, willful, volcanic-like longing for a far-away journey, strange scenes and people, annihilation, petrifaction, a hatred surmounting love, perhaps a sacrilegious impulse and look backwards, to where they so long prayed and loved, perhaps a flush of shame for what they did and at the same time an exultation at having done it, an inner, intoxicating, delightful tremor in which is betrayed the sense of victory. A victory? Over what? Over whom? A riddle-like victory, fruitful in questioning and well worth questioning, but the first victory, for all such things of pain and ill belong to the history of the great liberation. And it is at the same time a malady that can destroy a man, this first outbreak of strength and will for self-destination, self-valuation, this will for free will, and how much illness is forced to the surface in the frantic strivings and singularities with which the freedman, the liberated, seeks henceforth to attest his mastery over things. He roves fiercely around, with an unsatisfied longing, and whatever objects he may encounter must suffer from the perilous expectancy of his pride. He tears to pieces whatever attracts him. With a sardonic laugh he overturns whatever he finds veiled or protected by any reverential awe. He would see what these things look like when they are overturned. It is willfulness and delight in the willfulness of it. If he now, perhaps, gives his approval to that which has heretofore been in ill repute, if, in curiosity and experiment, he penetrates stealthily to the most forbidden things. In the background during all his plunging and roaming, for he is as restless and aimless in his course as if lost in a wilderness, is the interrogation mark of a curiosity growing ever more dangerous. Can we not upset every standard, and is good perhaps evil, and God only an invention and a subtlety of the devil? Is everything, in the last resort, false? And if we are dupes, are we not on that very account dupers also? Must we not be dupers also? Such reflections lead and mislead him, ever further on, ever further away. Solitude, that dread goddess and mater siva cupidinum, encircles and besets him, ever more threatening, more violent, more heart-breaking. But who today knows what solitude is? 4. From this morbid solitude, from the deserts of such trial years, the way is yet far to that great, overflowing certainty and healthiness which cannot dispense even with sickness as a means and a grappling hook of knowledge, to that matured freedom of the spirit which is, in an equal degree, self-mastery and discipline of the heart, and gives access to the path of much and various reflection, to that inner comprehensiveness and self-satisfaction of over-richness which precludes all danger that the spirit has gone astray even in its own path and is sitting intoxicated in some corner or other, to that overplus of plastic, healing, imitative and restorative power which is the very sign of vigorous health, that overplus which confers upon the free spirit the perilous prerogative of spending a life in experiment and of running adventurous risks, the past master privilege of the free spirit. In the interval there may be long years of convalescence, years filled with many-hued painfully bewitching transformations, dominated and led to the goal by a tenacious will for health that is often emboldened to assume the guise and the disguise of health. There is a middle ground to this, which a man of such destiny cannot subsequently recall without emotion. He basks in a special fine sun of his own, with a feeling of bird-like freedom, bird-like visual power, bird-like irrepressibleness, a something extraneous in which curiosity and delicate disdain have united. A free spirit, this refreshing term, is grateful in any mood, it almost sets one aglow. One lives no longer in the bonds of love and hate, without a yes or no, here or there indifferently, best pleased to evade, to avoid, to beat about, neither advancing nor retreating. One is habituated to the bad, like a person who all at once sees a fearful hurly-burly beneath him, and one was the counterpart of him who bothers himself with things that do not concern him. As a matter of fact, the free spirit is bothered with mere things, and how many things which no longer concern him. 5. A step further in recovery, and the free spirit draws near to life again, slowly indeed, almost refractorily, almost distrustfully. There is again warmth and mellowness, feeling and fellow feeling acquire depth, lambent airs stir all about him. He almost feels, it seems as if now for the first time his eyes are open to things near. He is in a maze and sits hushed, for where had he been? These near and immediate things, how changed they seem to him. He looks gratefully back, grateful for his wandering, his self-exile and severity, his lookings afar and his bird flights in the cold heights. How fortunate that he has not, like a sensitive, dull homebody, remained always in the house and at home. He had been beside himself, beyond a doubt. Now for the first time he really sees himself, and what surprises in the process. What hitherto unfelt tremors. Yet what joy in the exhaustion, the old sickness, the relapses of the convalescent. How it delights him, suffering, to sit still, to exercise patience, to lie in the sun. Who so well as he appreciates the fact that there comes balmy weather even in winter, who delights more in the sunshine athwart the wall. They are the most appreciative creatures in the world, and also the most humble, these convalescents and lizards, crawling back towards life. There are some among them who can let no day slip past them without addressing some song of praise to its retreating light. And speaking seriously, it is a fundamental cure for all pessimism, to become ill in the manner of these free spirits, to remain ill quite a while and then bit by bit grow healthy, I mean healthier. It is wisdom, worldly wisdom, to administer even health to oneself for a long time in small doses. 6. About this time it becomes at last possible, amid the flashlights of a still unstablished, still precarious health, for the free, the ever freer spirit to begin to read the riddle of that great liberation, a riddle which has hitherto lingered, obscure, well worth questioning, almost impalpable, in his memory. If once he hardly dared to ask why so apart, so alone, renouncing all I loved, renouncing respect itself, why this coldness, this suspicion, this hate for one's very virtues? Now he dares, and asks it loudly, already hearing the answer: you had to become master over yourself, master of your own good qualities. Formerly they were your masters, but they should be merely your tools along with other tools. You had to acquire power over your I and know and learn to hold and withhold them in accordance with your higher aims. You had to grasp the perspective of every representation, the dislocation, distortion, and the apparent end or teleology of the horizon, besides whatever else appertains to the perspective, also the element of demerit in its relation to opposing merit, and the whole intellectual cost of every affirmative, every negative. You had to find out the inevitable error one in every yes and in every no, error as inseparable from life, life itself as conditioned by the perspective and its inaccuracy. Point one, above all, you had to see with your own eyes where the error one is always greatest, there, namely, where life is littlest, narrowest, meanest, least developed, and yet cannot help looking upon itself as the goal and standard of things, and smugly and ignobly and incessantly tearing to tatters all that is highest and greatest and richest, and putting the shreds into the form of questions from the standpoint of its own well-being. You had to see with your own eyes the problem of classification, and how strength and sweep and reach of perspective wax upward together. You had enough. The free spirit knows henceforward which you had it has obeyed, and also what it now can do and what it now, for the first time, dare. 1. Ungerechtigkeit, literally wrongfulness, injustice, unrighteousness. 7. Accordingly, the free spirit works out for itself an answer to that riddle of its liberation, and concludes by generalizing upon its experience in the following fashion: what I went through everyone must go through in whom any problem is germinated and strives to body itself forth. The inner power and inevitability of this problem will assert themselves in due course, as in the case of any unsuspected pregnancy, long before the spirit has seen this problem in its true aspect and learned to call it by its right name. Our destiny exercises its influence over us even when, as yet, we have not learned its nature. It is our future that lays down the law to our today. Granted, that it is the problem of classification too of which we free spirits may say, this is our problem, yet it is only now, in the midday of our life, that we fully appreciate what preparations, shifts, trials, ordeals, stages, were essential to that problem before it could emerge to our view, and why we had to go through the various and contradictory longings and satisfactions of body and soul, as circumnavigators and adventurers of that inner world called man, as surveyors of that higher, and of that progression 3 that is also called man, crowding in everywhere, almost without fear, disdaining nothing, missing nothing, testing everything, sifting everything and eliminating the chance impurities until at last we could say, we free spirits, here a new problem. Here, a long ladder on the rungs of which we ourselves have rested and risen, which we have actually been at times. Here is a something higher, a something deeper, a something below us, a vastly extensive order, a comparative classification, that we perceive, here our problem. 2 Rang Ordnung, the meaning is the problem of grasping the relative importance of things. 3 Übereinander, one over another. 8. To what stage in the development just outlined the present book belongs is something that will be hidden from no augur or psychologist for an instant. But where are there psychologists today? In France, certainly; in Russia, perhaps; certainly not in Germany. Grounds are not wanting, to be sure, upon which the Germans of today may adduce this fact to their credit, unhappily for one who in this matter is fashioned and mentored in an un-German school. This German book, which has found its readers in a wide circle of lands and peoples, it has been some 10 years on its rounds, and which must make its way by means of any musical art and tune that will captivate the foreign ear as well as the native. This book has been read most indifferently in Germany itself and little heeded there. To what is that due? It requires too much, I have been told; it addresses itself to men free from the press of petty obligations, it demands fine and trained perceptions, it requires a surplus of time, of the lightness of heaven and of the heart, of odium in the most unrestricted sense, mere good things that we Germans of today have not got and therefore cannot give. After so graceful a retort, my philosophy bids me be silent and ask no more questions. At times, as the proverb says, one remains a philosopher only because one says nothing. Nice, Spring, 1886. Of the first and last things. 1. Chemistry of the notions and the feelings. Philosophical problems, in almost all their aspects, present themselves in the same interrogative formula now that they did 2000 years ago: how can a thing develop out of its antithesis? For example, the reasonable from the non-reasonable, the animate from the inanimate, the logical from the illogical, altruism from egoism, disinterestedness from greed, truth from error? The metaphysical philosophy formerly steered itself clear of this difficulty to such extent as to repudiate the evolution of one thing from another and to assign a miraculous origin to what it deemed highest and best, due to the very nature and being of the thing in itself. The historical philosophy, on the other hand, which can no longer be viewed apart from physical science, the youngest of all philosophical methods, discovered experimentally that there is no antithesis whatever, except in the usual exaggerations of popular or metaphysical comprehension, and that an error of the reason is at the bottom of such contradiction. According to its explanation, there is, strictly speaking, neither unselfish conduct, nor a wholly disinterested point of view. Both are simply sublimations in which the basic element seems almost evaporated and betrays its presence only to the keenest observation. All that we need and that could possibly be given us in the present state of development of the sciences, is a chemistry of the moral, religious, aesthetic conceptions and feeling, as well as of those emotions which we experience in the affairs, great and small, of society and civilization, and which we are sensible of even in solitude. But what if this chemistry established the fact that, even in its domain, the most magnificent results were attained with the basest and most despised ingredients. Would many feel disposed to continue such investigations? Mankind loves to put by the questions of its origin and beginning. Must one not be almost inhuman in order to follow the opposite course? 2. The traditional error of philosophers. All philosophers make the common mistake of taking contemporary man as their starting point and of trying, through an analysis of him, to reach a conclusion. Man involuntarily presents himself to them as an aeterna veritas, as a passive element in every hurly-burly, as a fixed standard of things. Yet everything uttered by the philosopher on the subject of man is, in the last resort, nothing more than a piece of testimony concerning man during a very limited period of time. Lack of the historical sense is the traditional defect in all philosophers. Many innocently take man in his most childish state as fashioned through the influence of certain religious and even of certain political developments, as the permanent form under which man must be viewed. They will not learn that man has evolved, for that the intellectual faculty itself is an evolution, whereas some philosophers make the whole cosmos out of this intellectual faculty. But everything essential in human evolution took place eons ago, long before the 4,000 years or so of which we know anything. During these man may not have changed very much. However, the philosopher ascribes instinct to contemporary man and assumes that this is one of the unalterable facts regarding man himself, and hence affords a clue to the understanding of the universe in general. The whole teleology is so planned that man during the last 4,000 years shall be spoken of as a being existing from all eternity, and with reference to whom everything in the cosmos from its very inception is naturally ordered. Yet everything evolved. There are no eternal facts as there are no absolute truths. Accordingly, historical philosophizing is henceforth indispensable, and with it honesty of judgment. Forge Warden. 3. Appreciation of simple truths. It is the characteristic of an advanced civilization to set a higher value upon little, simple truths, ascertained by scientific method, than upon the pleasing and magnificent errors originating in metaphysical and aesthetical epochs and peoples. To begin with, the former are spoken of with contempt as if there could be no question of comparison respecting them, so rigid, homely, prosaic and even discouraging is the aspect of the first, while so beautiful, decorative, intoxicating and perhaps beatific appear the last named. Nevertheless, the hard won, the certain, the lasting and, therefore, the fertile in new knowledge, is the higher. To hold fast to it is manly and evinces courage, directness, endurance. And not only individual men but all mankind will by degrees be uplifted to this manliness when they are finally habituated to the proper appreciation of tenable, enduring knowledge and have lost all faith in inspiration and in the miraculous revelation of truth. The reverers of forms, indeed, with their standards of beauty and taste, may have good reason to laugh when the appreciation of little truths and the scientific spirit begin to prevail, but that will be only because their eyes are not yet open to the charm of the utmost simplicity of form, or because men, though reared in the rightly appreciative spirit, will still not be fully permeated by it, so that they continue unwittingly imitating ancient forms. Formerly the mind was not brought into play through the medium of exact thought. Its serious business lay in the working out of forms and symbols. That has now changed. Any seriousness in symbolism is at present the indication of a deficient education. As our very acts become more intellectual, our tendencies more rational, and our judgment, for example, as to what seems reasonable, is very different from what it was 100 years ago, so the forms of our lives grow ever more intellectual and, to the old-fashioned eye, perhaps, uglier, but only because it cannot see that the richness of inner, rational beauty always spreads and deepens, and that the inner, rational aspect of all things should now be of more consequence to us than the most beautiful externality and the most exquisite limning. 4. Astrology and the like. It is presumable that the objects of the religious, moral, aesthetic, and logical notions pertain simply to the superficialities of things, although man flatters himself with the thought that here at least he is getting to the heart of the cosmos. He deceives himself because these things have power to make him so happy and so wretched, and so he evinces, in this respect, the same conceit that characterizes astrology. Astrology presupposes that the heavenly bodies are regulated in their movements in harmony with the destiny of mortals. The moral man presupposes that that which concerns himself most nearly must also be the heart and soul of things. 5. Misconception of dreams. In the dream, mankind, in epochs of crude primitive civilization, thought they were introduced to a second, substantial world. Here we have the source of all metaphysic. Without the dream, men would never have been incited to an analysis of the world. Even the distinction between soul and body is wholly due to the primitive conception of the dream, as also the hypothesis of the embodied soul, whence the development of all superstition, and also, probably, the belief in God. The dead still live, for they appear to the living in dreams. So reasoned mankind at one time, and through many thousands of years. 6. The scientific spirit prevails only partially, not wholly. The specialized, minutest departments of science are dealt with purely objectively. But the general universal sciences, considered as a great, basic unity, posit the question, truly a very living question: to what purpose? What is the use? Because of this reference to utility, they are, as a whole, less impersonal than when looked at in their specialized aspects. Now, in the case of philosophy, as forming the apex of the scientific pyramid, this question of the utility of knowledge is necessarily brought very conspicuously forward, so that every philosophy has, unconsciously, the air of ascribing the highest utility to itself. It is for this reason that all philosophies contain such a great amount of high-flying metaphysic, and such a shrinking from the seeming insignificance of the deliverances of physical science, for the significance of knowledge in relation to life must be made to appear as great as possible. This constitutes the antagonism between the specialties of science and philosophy. The latter aims, as art aims, at imparting to life and conduct the utmost depth and significance. In the former, mere knowledge is sought and nothing else, whatever else be incidentally obtained. Heretofore there has never been a philosophical system in which philosophy itself was not made the apologist of knowledge in the abstract. On this point, at least, each is optimistic and insists that to knowledge the highest utility must be ascribed. They are all under the tyranny of logic, which is, from its very nature, optimism. 7. The discordant element in science philosophy severed itself from science when it put the question: what is that knowledge of the world and of life through which mankind may be made happiest? This happened when the Socratic school arose. With the standpoint of happiness, the arteries of investigating science were compressed too tightly to permit of any circulation of the blood, and are so compressed today. 8. Pneumatic explanation of nature. 5. Metaphysic reads the message of nature as if it were written purely pneumatically, as the Church and its learned ones formerly did where the Bible was concerned. It requires a great deal of expertness to apply to nature the same strict science of interpretation that the philologists have devised for all literature, and to apply it for the purpose of a simple, direct interpretation of the message, and at the same time, not bring out a double meaning. But, as in the case of books and literature, errors of exposition are far from being completely eliminated, and vestiges of allegorical and mystical interpretations are still to be met with in the most cultivated circles, so where nature is concerned the case is actually much worse. 5. Pneumatic is here used in the sense of spiritual. Pneuma being the Greek word in the New Testament for the Holy Spirit. Ed. 9. Metaphysical world. It is true, there may be a metaphysical world, the absolute possibility of it can scarcely be disputed. We see all things through the medium of the human head, and we cannot well cut off this head, although there remains the question what part of the world would be left after it had been cut off. But that is a purely abstract scientific problem, and one not much calculated to give men uneasiness. Yet everything that has heretofore made metaphysical assumptions valuable, fearful, or delightful to men, all that gave rise to them is passion, error, and self-deception. The worst systems of knowledge, not the best, pin their tenets of belief thereto. When such methods are once brought to view as the basis of all existing religions and metaphysics, they are already discredited. There always remains, however, the possibility already conceded, but nothing at all can be made out of that, to say not a word about letting happiness, salvation, and life hang upon the threads spun from such a possibility. Accordingly, nothing could be predicated of the metaphysical world beyond the fact that it is an elsewhere another sphere, inaccessible and incomprehensible to us. It would become a thing of negative properties. Even were the existence of such a world absolutely established, it would nevertheless remain incontrovertible that of all kinds of knowledge of such a world would be of least consequence, of even less consequence than knowledge of the chemical analysis of water would be to a storm-tossed mariner. 6 Andersen. 10. The harmlessness of metaphysic in the future, as soon as religion, art, and ethics are so understood that a full comprehension of them can be gained without taking refuge in the postulates of metaphysical claptrap at any point in the line of reasoning, there will be a complete cessation of interest in the purely theoretical problem of the thing in itself and the phenomenon. For here, too, the same truth applies. In religion, art, and ethics we are not concerned with the essence of the cosmos. 7 We are in the sphere of pure conception. No presentiment or intuition can carry us any further. With perfect tranquility, the question of how our conception of the world could differ so sharply from the actual world as it is manifest to us, will be relegated to the physiological sciences and to the history of the evolution of ideas and organisms. 7 Wessender-Welt and Sich. 11. Language as a presumptive science. The importance of language in the development of civilization consists in the fact that by means of it man placed one world, his own, alongside another, a place of leverage that he thought so firm as to admit of his turning the rest of the cosmos on a pivot that he might master it. In so far as man for ages looked upon mere ideas and names of things as upon aeterni veritates, he evinced the very pride with which he raised himself above the brute. He really supposed that in language he possessed a knowledge of the cosmos. The language builder was not so modest as to believe that he was only giving names to things. On the contrary, he thought he embodied the highest wisdom concerning things in mere words, and, in truth, language is the first movement in all strivings for wisdom. Here, too, it is faith in ascertained truth 8 from which the mightiest fountains of strength have flowed. Very tardily only now it dawns upon men that they have propagated a monstrous error in their belief in language. Fortunately, it is too late now to arrest and turn back the evolutionary process of the reason, which had its inception in this belief. Logic itself rests upon assumptions to which nothing in the world of reality corresponds. For example, the correspondence of certain things to one another and the identity of those things at different periods of time are assumptions pure and simple, but the science of logic originated in the positive belief that they were not assumptions at all but established facts. It is the same with the science of mathematics, which certainly would never have come into existence if mankind had known from the beginning that in all nature there is no perfectly straight line, no true circle, no standard of measurement. 8 Glaube und die gefunden Wahrheit, as distinguished from faith in what is taken on trust as truth. 12. Dream and civilization. The function of the brain which is most encroached upon in slumber is the memory, not that it is wholly suspended, but it is reduced to a state of imperfection as, in primitive ages of mankind, was probably the case with everyone, whether waking or sleeping. Uncontrolled and entangled as it is, it perpetually confuses things as a result of the most trifling similarities, yet in the same mental confusion and lack of control the nations invented their mythologies, while nowadays travelers habitually observe how prone the savage is to forgetfulness, how his mind, after the least exertion of memory, begins to wander and lose itself until finally he utters falsehood and nonsense from sheer exhaustion. Yet, in dreams, we all resemble the savage. Inadequacy of distinction and error of comparison are the basis of the preposterous things we do and say in dreams, so that when we clearly recall a dream we are startled that so much idiocy lurks within us. The absolute distinctness of all dream images, due to implicit faith in their substantial reality, recalls the conditions in which earlier mankind were placed, for whom hallucinations had extraordinary vividness, entire communities and even entire nations laboring simultaneously under them. Therefore, in sleep and in dream we make the pilgrimage of early mankind over again. 13. Logic of the dream during sleep. The nervous system, through various inner provocatives, is in constant agitation. Almost all the organs act independently and vigorously. The blood circulates rapidly. The posture of the sleeper compresses some portions of the body. The coverlets influence the sensations in different ways. The stomach carries on the digestive process and acts upon other organs thereby. The intestines are in motion. The position of the head induces unaccustomed action. The feet, shoeless, no longer pressing the ground, are the occasion of other sensations of novelty, as is, indeed, the changed garb of the entire body. All these things, following the bustle and change of the day, result, through their novelty, in a movement throughout the entire system that extends even to the brain functions. Thus there are 100 circumstances to induce perplexity in the mind, a questioning as to the cause of this excitation. Now, the dream is a seeking and presenting of reasons for these excitations of feeling, of the supposed reasons, that is to say. Thus, for example, whoever has his feet bound with 2 threads will probably dream that a pair of serpents are coiled about his feet. This is at first a hypothesis, then a belief with an accompanying imaginative picture and the argument, these snakes must be the causa of those sensations which I, the sleeper, now have. So reasons the mind of the sleeper. The conditions precedent, as thus conjectured, become, owing to the excitation of the fancy, present realities. Everyone knows from experience how a dreamer will transform one piercing sound, for example, that of a bell, into another of quite a different nature, say, the report of cannon. In his dream he becomes aware first of the effects, which he explains by a subsequent hypothesis and becomes persuaded of the purely conjectural nature of the sound. But how comes it that the mind of the dreamer goes so far astray when the same mind, awake, is habitually cautious, careful, and so conservative in its dealings with hypotheses? Why does the first plausible hypothesis of the cause of a sensation gain credit in the dreaming state? I have no doubt that as men argue in their dreams today, mankind argued, even in their waking moments, for thousands of years, the first causa, that occurred to the mind with reference to anything that stood in need of explanation, was accepted as the true explanation and served as such. In the dream this atavistic relic of humanity manifests its existence within us, for it is the foundation upon which the higher rational faculty developed itself and still develops itself in every individual. Dreams carry us back to the earlier stages of human culture and afford us a means of understanding it more clearly. Dream thought comes so easily to us now because we are so thoroughly trained to it through the interminable stages of evolution during which this fanciful and facile form of theorizing has prevailed. To a certain extent the dream is a restorative for the brain, which, during the day, is called upon to meet the many demands for trained thought made upon it by the conditions of a higher civilization. We may, if we please, become sensible, even in our waking moments, of a condition that is as a door and vestibule to dreaming. If we close our eyes the brain immediately conjures up a medley of impressions of light and color, apparently a sort of imitation and echo of the impressions forced in upon the brain during its waking moments. And now the mind, in cooperation with the imagination, transforms this formless play of light and color into definite figures, moving groups, landscapes. What really takes place is a sort of reasoning from effect back to cause. As the brain inquires, whence these impressions of light and color? It posits as the inducing causes of such lights and colors, those shapes and figures. They serve the brain as the occasions of those lights and colors because the brain, when the eyes are open and the senses awake, is accustomed to perceiving the cause of every impression of light and color made upon it. Here again the imagination is continually interposing its images inasmuch as it participates in the production of the impressions made through the senses day by day, and the dream fancy does exactly the same thing, that is, the presumed cause is determined from the effect and after the effect, all this, too, with extraordinary rapidity, so that in this matter, as in a matter of jugglery or sleight of hand, a confusion of the mind is produced and an after effect is made to appear a simultaneous action, an inverted succession of events. Even from these considerations we can see how late strict, logical thought, the true notion of cause and effect must have been in developing, since our intellectual and rational faculties to this very day revert to these primitive processes of deduction, while practically half our lifetime is spent in the super-inducing conditions even the poet, the artist, ascribes to his sentimental and emotional states causes which are not the true ones. To that extent he is a reminder of early mankind and can aid us in its comprehension. 14. Association. 9 All strong feelings are associated with a variety of allied sentiments and emotions. They stir up the memory at the same time. When we are under their influence we are reminded of similar states and we feel a renewal of them within us. Thus are formed habitual successions of feelings and notions, which, at last, when they follow one another with lightning rapidity are no longer felt as complexities but as unities. In this sense we hear of moral feelings, of religious feelings, as if they were absolute unities. In reality they are streams with 100 sources and tributaries. Here again, the unity of the word speaks nothing for the unity of the thing. 9 Miterklingen, to sound simultaneously with. 15. No within and without in the world. 10 As Democritus transferred the notions above and below to limitless space, where they are destitute of meaning, so the philosophers do generally with the idea within and without, as regards the form and substance of the world. What they claim is that through the medium of profound feelings one can penetrate deep into the soul of things, draw close to the heart of nature. But these feelings are deep only in so far as with them are simultaneously aroused, although almost imperceptibly, certain complicated groups of thoughts which we call deep. A feeling is deep because we deem the thoughts accompanying it deep. But deep thought can nevertheless be very widely sundered from truth, as for instance every metaphysical thought. Take from deep feeling the element of thought blended with it and all that remains is strength of feeling, which is no voucher for the validity of knowledge, as intense faith is evidence only of its own intensity and not of the truth of that in which the faith is felt. 10 Keen innen und außen in der Welt. The above translation may seem too literal, but some dispute has arisen concerning the precise idea the author means to convey. 16. Phenomenon and thing in itself. The philosophers are in the habit of placing themselves in front of life and experience, that which they call the world of phenomena, as if they were standing before a picture that is unrolled before them in its final completeness. This panorama, they think, must be studied in every detail in order to reach some conclusion regarding the object represented by the picture. From effect, accordingly, is deduced cause, and from cause is deduced the unconditioned. This process is generally looked upon as affording the all-sufficient explanation of the world of phenomena. On the other hand, one must absolutely deny any connection between the unconditioned and the world known to us, so that throughout phenomena there is no manifestation of the thing in itself, and getting from one to the other is out of the question. Thus is left quite ignored the circumstance that the picture, that which we now call life and experience, is a gradual evolution, is, indeed, still in process of evolution, and for that reason should not be regarded as an enduring whole from which any conclusion as to its author could be arrived at, or even pronounced out of the question. It is because we have for thousands of years looked into the world with moral, aesthetic, religious predispositions, with blind prejudice, passion, or fear, and surfeited ourselves with indulgence in the follies of illogical thought, that the world has gradually become so wondrously motley, frightful, significant, soulful. It has taken on tints, but we have been the colorists. The human intellect, upon the foundation of human needs, of human passions, has reared all these phenomena and injected its own erroneous fundamental conceptions into things. Late, very late, the human intellect checks itself, and now the world of experience and the thing in itself seem to it so severed and so antithetical that it denies the possibility of one's hinging upon the other, or else summons us to surrender our intellect, our personal will, to the secret and the awe-inspiring, in order that thereby we may attain certainty of certainty hereafter. Again, there are those who have combined all the characteristic features of our world of phenomena, that is, the conception of the world which has been formed and inherited through a series of intellectual vagaries, and instead of holding the intellect responsible for it all, have pronounced the very nature of things accountable for the present very sinister aspect of the world, and preached annihilation of existence. Through all these views and opinions, the toilsome, steady process of science will definitely work itself out, the result being, perhaps, to the following effect: that which we now call the world is the result of a crowd of errors and fancies which gradually developed in the general evolution of organic nature, have grown together and been transmitted to us as the accumulated treasure of all the past, as the treasure, for whatever is worth anything in our humanity rests upon it. From this world of conception it is in the power of science to release us only to a slight extent, and this is all that could be wished, inasmuch as it cannot eradicate the influence of hereditary habits of feeling, but it can light up by degrees the stages of the development of that world of conception, and lift us, at least for a time, above the whole spectacle. Perhaps we may then perceive that the thing in itself is a meet subject for Homeric laughter, that it seemed so much, everything, indeed, and is really a void, that is to say, of meaning. 17. Metaphysical explanation. Man, when he is young, prizes metaphysical explanations, because they make him see matters of the highest import in things he found disagreeable or contemptible, and if he is not satisfied with himself, this feeling of dissatisfaction is soothed when he sees the most hidden world problem or world pain in that which he finds so displeasing in himself. To feel himself more unresponsible and at the same time to find things more interesting, that is to him the double benefit he owes to metaphysics. Later, indeed, he acquires distrust of the whole metaphysical method of explaining things. He then perceives, perhaps, that those effects could have been attained just as well and more scientifically by another method, that physical and historical explanations would, at least, have given that feeling of freedom from personal responsibility just as well, while interest in life and its problems would be stimulated, perhaps, even more. 18. The fundamental problems of metaphysics. If a history of the development of thought is ever written, the following proposition, advanced by a distinguished logician, will be illuminated with a new light: the universal, primordial law of the apprehending subject consists in the inner necessity of cognizing every object by itself, as in its essence a thing unto itself, therefore as self-existing and unchanging, in short, as a substance. Even this law, which is here called primordial, is an evolution. It has yet to be shown how gradually this evolution takes place in lower organizations, how the dim, mole eyes of such organizations see, at first, nothing but a blank sameness, how later, when the various excitations of desire and aversion manifest themselves, various substances are gradually distinguished, but each with an attribute, that is, a special relationship to such an organization. The first step towards the logical is judgment, the essence of which, according to the best logicians, is belief. At the foundation of all beliefs lie sensations of pleasure or pain in relation to the apprehending subject. A third feeling, as the result of two prior, single, separate feelings, is judgment in its crudest form. We organic beings are primordially interested by nothing whatever in anything except its relation to ourselves with reference to pleasure and pain. Between the moments in which we are conscious of this relation, lie the moments of rest, of not feeling. Then the world and everything have no interest for us, we observe no change in them. To plants all things are, as a rule, at rest, eternal, every object like itself. From the period of lower organisms has been handed down to man the belief that there are like things. Only the trained experience attained through the most advanced science contradicts this postulate. The primordial belief of all organisms is, perhaps, that all the rest of the world is one thing and motionless. Furthest away from this first step towards the logical is the notion of causation. Even today we think that all our feelings and doings are, at bottom, acts of the free will. When the sentient individual contemplates himself, he deems every feeling, every change, as something isolated, disconnected, that is to say, unqualified by anything. It comes suddenly to the surface, independent of anything that went before or came after. We are hungry, but originally we do not know that the organism must be nourished. On the contrary, that feeling seems to manifest itself without reason or purpose. It stands out by itself and seems quite independent. Therefore, the belief in the freedom of the will is a primordial error of everything organic as old as the very earliest inward prompting of the logical faculty. Belief in unconditioned substances and in like things is also a primordial and equally ancient error of everything organic. Inasmuch as all metaphysic has concerned itself particularly with substance and with freedom of the will, it should be designated as the science that deals with the fundamental errors of mankind as if they were fundamental truths. 19. Number. The invention of the laws of number has as its basis the primordial and prior prevailing delusion that many like things exist, or that, at least, there are things. The assumption of plurality always presupposes that something exists which manifests itself repeatedly, but just here is where the delusion prevails. In this very matter we feign realities, unities, that have no existence. Our feelings, notions, of space and time are false, for they lead, when duly tested, to logical contradictions. In all scientific demonstrations we always unavoidably base our calculation upon some false standards of duration or measurement, but as these standards are at least constant, as, for example, our notions of time and space, the results arrived at by science possess absolute accuracy and certainty in their relationship to one another. One can keep on building upon them until is reached that final limit at which the erroneous fundamental conceptions come into conflict with the results established, as, for example, in the case of the atomic theory. Here we always find ourselves obliged to give credence to a thing or material substratum that is set in motion, although, at the same time, the whole scientific program has had as its aim the resolving of everything material into motions themselves. Here again we distinguish with our feeling that which does the moving and that which is moved. 11. And we never get out of the circle, because the belief in things 12 has been from time immemorial rooted in our nature. When Kant says the intellect does not derive its laws from nature, but dictates them to her, he states the full truth as regards the idea of nature which we form, but which is merely the synthesis of a host of errors of the intellect. To a world not the outcome of our conception, the laws of number are wholly inapplicable. Such laws are valid only in the world of mankind. 11. Wir scheiden auch hier nach mit unserer Empfindung bewegendes und bewegts. 12. Glaube und Dinge. 20. Some backward steps. One very forward step in education is taken when man emerges from his superstitious and religious ideas and fears and, for instance, no longer believes in the dear little angels or in original sin, and has stopped talking about the salvation of the soul. When he has taken this step to freedom he has, nevertheless, through the utmost exertion of his mental power, to overcome metaphysics. Then a backward movement is necessary. He must appreciate the historical justification, and to an equal extent the psychological considerations, in such a movement. He must understand that the greatest advances made by mankind have resulted from such a course, and that without this very backward movement the highest achievements of man hitherto would have been impossible. With regard to philosophical metaphysics, I see ever more and more who have arrived at the negative goal, but as yet very few who go a few steps backward. One should look out over the last rungs of the ladder, but not try to stand on them, that is to say. The most advanced as yet go only far enough to free themselves from metaphysic and look back at it with an air of superiority, whereas here, no less than in the hippodrome, it is necessary to turn around in order to reach the end of the course. 21. Presumable nature of the victory of doubt. Let us assume for a moment the validity of the skeptical standpoint, granted that there is no metaphysical world, and that all the metaphysical explanations of the only world we know are useless to us. How would we then contemplate men and things? Mens genuendi Dinge. This can be thought out, and it is worthwhile doing so, even if the question whether anything metaphysical has ever been demonstrated by or through Kant and Schopenhauer, be put altogether aside. For it is, to all appearances, highly probable that men, on this point, will be, in the mass, skeptical. The question thus becomes, what sort of a notion will human society, under the influence of such a state of mind, form of itself? Perhaps the scientific demonstration of any metaphysical world is now so difficult that mankind will never be free from a distrust of it. And when there is formed a feeling of distrust of metaphysics, the results are, in the mass, the same as if metaphysics were refuted altogether and could no longer be believed. In both cases the historical question, with regard to an unmetaphysical disposition in mankind, remains the same. 22. Disbelief in the monumentum ere perennius. Point 13. A decided disadvantage, attending the termination of metaphysical modes of thought, is that the individual fixes his mind too attentively upon his own brief lifetime and feels no strong inducement to aid in the foundation of institutions capable of enduring for centuries. He wishes himself to gather the fruit from the tree that he plants, and consequently he no longer plants those trees which require centuries of constant cultivation and are destined to afford shade to generation after generation in the future. For metaphysical views inspire the belief that in them is afforded the final sure foundation upon which henceforth the whole future of mankind may rest and be built up. The individual promotes his own salvation, when, for example, he builds a church or a monastery. He is of opinion that he is doing something for the salvation of his immortal soul. Can science, as well, inspire such faith in the efficacy of her results? In actual fact, science requires doubt and distrust as her surest auxiliaries. Nevertheless, the sum of the irresistible can easily become so great as to inspire the determination to build eternal works upon it. At present the contrast between our excitated ephemeral existence and the tranquil repose of metaphysical epochs is too great, because both are as yet in too close juxtaposition. The individual man himself now goes through too many stages of inner and outer evolution for him to venture to make a plan even for his lifetime alone. A perfectly modern man, indeed, who wants to build himself a house feels as if he were walling himself up alive in a mausoleum. 13. Monument more enduring than brass. Horace, Odes 3xxx. 23. Age of comparison. The less men are bound by tradition, the greater is the inner activity of motives, the greater, correspondingly, the outer restlessness, the promiscuous flow of humanity, the polyphony of strivings. Who now feels any great impulse to establish himself and his posterity in a particular place? For whom, moreover, does there exist, at present, any strong tie? As all the methods of the arts were copied from one another, so were all the methods and advancements of moral codes, of manners, of civilization. Such an age derives its significance from the fact that in it the various ideas, codes, manners, and civilizations can be compared and experienced side by side, which was impossible at an earlier period in view of the localized nature of the rule of every civilization, corresponding to the limitation of all artistic effects by time and place. Today the growth of the aesthetic feeling is decided, owing to the great number of artistic forms which offer themselves for comparison. The majority, those that are condemned by the method of comparison, will be allowed to die out. In the same way there is today taking place a selection of the forms and customs of the higher morality which can result only in the extinction of the vulgar moralities. This is the age of comparison. That is its glory but also its pain. Let us not, however, shrink from this pain. Rather would we comprehend the nature of the task imposed upon us by our age as adequately as we can. Posterity will bless us for doing so, a posterity that knows itself to be developed through and above the narrow, early race civilizations as well as the culture civilization of comparison, but yet looks gratefully back upon both as venerable monuments of antiquity. 24. Possibility of progress. When a master of the old civilization vows to hold no more discussion with men who believe in progress, he is quite right. For the old civilization 14 has its greatness and its advantages behind it, and historic training forces one to acknowledge that it can never again acquire vigor. Only intolerable stupidity or equally intolerable fanaticism could fail to perceive this fact. But men may consciously determine to evolve to a new civilization where formerly they evolved unconsciously and accidentally. They can now devise better conditions for the advancement of mankind, for their nourishment, training, and education. They can administer the earth as an economic power, and, particularly, compare the capacities of men and select them accordingly. This new, conscious civilization is killing the other which, on the whole, has led but an unreflective animal and plant life. It is also destroying the doubt of progress itself. Progress is possible. I mean, It is hasty and almost unreflective to assume that progress must necessarily take place, but how can it be doubted that progress is possible? On the other hand, progress in the sense and along the lines of the old civilization is not even conceivable. If romantic fantasy employs the word progress in connection with certain aims and ends identical with those of the circumscribed primitive national civilizations, the picture presented of progress is always borrowed from the past. The idea and the image of progress thus formed are quite without originality. 14. Culture, civilization, etc., but there is no exact English equivalent. 25. Private ethics and world ethics. Since the extinction of the belief that a God guides the general destiny of the world and, notwithstanding all the contortions and windings of the path of mankind, leads it gloriously forward, men must shape ecumenical, world-embracing ends for themselves. The older ethics, namely Kant's, required of the individual such a course of conduct as he wishes all men to follow. This evinces much simplicity, as if any individual could determine offhand what course of conduct would conduce to the welfare of humanity, and what course of conduct is preeminently desirable. This is a theory like that of freedom of competition, which takes it for granted that the general harmony of things must prevail of itself in accordance with some inherent law of betterment or amelioration. It may be that a later contemplation of the needs of mankind will reveal that it is by no means desirable that all men should regulate their conduct according to the same principle. It may be best, from the standpoint of certain ends yet to be attained, that men, during long periods, should regulate their conduct with reference to special, and even, in certain circumstances, evil, objects. At any rate, if mankind is not to be led astray by such a universal rule of conduct, it behooves it to attain a knowledge of the condition of culture that will serve as a scientific standard of comparison in connection with cosmical ends. Herein is comprised the tremendous mission of the great spirits of the next century. 26. Reaction. As progress occasionally harsh, powerful, impetuous, yet nevertheless backward spirits, appear, who try to conjure back some past era in the history of mankind, they serve as evidence that the new tendencies which they oppose, are not yet potent enough, that there is something lacking in them, otherwise the tendencies would better withstand the effects of this conjuring back process. Thus Luther's Reformation shows that in his century all the impulses to freedom of the spirit were still uncertain, lacking in vigor, and immature. Science could not yet rear her head. Indeed, the whole Renaissance appears but as an early spring smothered in snow. But even in the present century, Schopenhauer's metaphysics shows that the scientific spirit is not yet powerful enough, for the whole medieval Christian world standpoint and conception of man. 15. Once again, notwithstanding the slowly wrought destruction of all Christian dogma, celebrated a resurrection in Schopenhauer's doctrine. There is much science in his teaching, although the science does not dominate, but, instead of it, the old, tried metaphysical necessity. It is one of the greatest and most priceless advantages of Schopenhauer's teaching that by it our feelings are temporarily forced back to those old human and cosmical standpoints to which no other path could conduct us so easily. The gain for history and justice is very great. I believe that without Schopenhauer's aid it would be no easy matter for anyone now to do justice to Christianity and its Asiatic relatives, a thing impossible as regards the Christianity that still survives. After according this great triumph to justice, after we have corrected in so essential a respect the historical point of view which the age of learning brought with it, we may begin to bear still farther onward the banner of enlightenment, a banner bearing the three names, Petrarch, Erasmus, Voltaire. We have taken a forward step out of reaction. 15. Literally man-feeling or human outlook. 27. A substitute for religion. It is supposed to be a recommendation for philosophy to say of it that it provides the people with a substitute for religion. And in fact, the training of the intellect does necessitate the convenient laying out of the track of thought, since the transition from religion by way of science entails a powerful, perilous leap, something that should be advised against. With this qualification, the recommendation referred to is a just one. At the same time, it should be further explained that the needs which religion satisfies and which science must now satisfy, are not immutable. Even they can be diminished and uprooted. Think, for instance, of the Christian soul need, the sighs over one's inner corruption, the anxiety regarding salvation, all notions that arise simply out of errors of the reason and require no satisfaction at all, but annihilation. A philosophy can either so affect these needs as to appease them or else put them aside altogether, for they are acquired, circumscribed needs, based upon hypotheses which those of science explode. Here, for the purpose of affording the means of transition, for the sake of lightening the spirit overburdened with feeling, art can be employed to far better purpose, as these hypotheses receive far less support from art than from a metaphysical philosophy. Then from art it is easier to go over to a really emancipating philosophical science. 28. Discredited words, away with the disgustingly overused words optimism and pessimism. For the occasion for using them grows daily less, only drivellers now find them indispensably necessary. What earthly reason could anyone have for being an optimist unless he had a God to defend who must have created the best of all possible worlds, since he is himself all goodness and perfection? But what thinking man has now any need for the hypothesis that there is a God? There is also no occasion whatever for a pessimistic confession of faith, unless one has a personal interest in denouncing the advocate of God, the theologian, or the theological philosopher, and maintaining the counter proposition that evil reigns, that wretchedness is more potent than joy, that the world is a piece of botch work, that phenomenon is but the manifestation of some evil spirit. But who bothers his head about the theologians any more except the theologians themselves? Apart from all theology and its antagonism, it is manifest that the world is neither good nor bad, and that these ideas of good and bad have significance only in relation to men, indeed, are without significance at all, in view of the sense in which they are usually employed. The contemptuous and the eulogistic point of view must, in every case, be repudiated. 29. Intoxicated by the perfume of flowers, the ship of humanity, it is thought, acquires an ever deeper draught the more it is laden. It is believed that the more profoundly man thinks, the more exquisitely he feels, the higher the standard he sets for himself, the greater his distance from the other animals, the more he appears as a genius among animals, the nearer he gets to the true nature of the world and to comprehension thereof. This, indeed, he really does through science, but he thinks he does it far more adequately through his religions and arts. These are, certainly, a blossoming of the world, but not, therefore, nearer the roots of the world than is the stalk. One cannot learn best from it the nature of the world, although nearly everyone thinks so. Error has made men so deep, sensitive, and imaginative in order to bring forth such flowers as religions and arts. Pure apprehension would be unable to do that. Whoever should disclose to us the essence of the world would be undeceiving us most cruelly. Not the world as thing in itself, but the world as idea. 16 is rich in portent, deep, wonderful, carrying happiness and unhappiness in its womb. This result leads to a philosophy of world negation, which, at any rate, can be as well combined with a practical world affirmation as with its opposite. 16 Vorstellung, this word sometimes corresponds to the English word idea, at others to conception or notion. 30. Evil habits in reaching conclusions. The most usual erroneous conclusions of men are these: a thing 17 exists, therefore it is right. Here from capacity to live is deduced fitness, from fitness, is deduced justification. So also, an opinion gives happiness, therefore it is the true one, its effect is good, therefore it is itself good and true. Here is predicated of the effect that it gives happiness, that it is good in the sense of utility, and there is likewise predicated of the cause that it is good, but good in the sense of logical validity. Conversely, the proposition would run: a thing 17 cannot attain success, cannot maintain itself, therefore it is evil. A belief troubles the believer, occasions pain, therefore it is false. The free spirit, who is sensible of the defect in this method of reaching conclusions and has had to suffer its consequences, often succumbs to the temptation to come to the very opposite conclusions: a thing cannot maintain itself, therefore it is good; a belief is troublesome, therefore it is true. 17 Sach, thing but not in the sense of ding. Sach is a very indefinite application. 31. The illogical is necessary. Among the things which can bring a thinker to distraction is the knowledge that the illogical is necessary to mankind and that from the illogical springs much that is good. The illogical is so embedded in the passions, in language, in art, in religion and, above all, in everything that imparts value to life that it cannot be taken away without irreparably injuring those beautiful things. Only men of the utmost simplicity can believe that the nature man knows can be changed into a purely logical nature. Yet were there steps affording approach to this goal, how utterly everything would be lost on the way. Even the most rational man needs nature again, from time to time, that is, his illogical fundamental relation to all things. 32. Being unjust is essential. All judgments of the value of life are illogically developed and therefore unjust. The vice of the judgment consists, first, in the way in which the subject matter comes under observation, that is, very incompletely, secondly in the way in which the total is summed up, and, thirdly, in the fact that each single item in the totality of the subject matter is itself the result of defective perception, and this from absolute necessity. No practical knowledge of a man, for example, stood he never so near to us, can be complete so that we could have a logical right to form a total estimate of him. All estimates are summary and must be so. Then the standard by which we measure, is not an immutable quantity. We have moods and variations, and yet we should know ourselves as an invariable standard before we undertake to establish the nature of the relation of anything to ourselves. Perhaps it will follow from all this that one should form no judgments whatever, if one could but merely live without having to form estimates, without aversion and without partiality, for everything most abhorred is closely connected with an estimate, as well as every strongest partiality. An inclination towards a thing, or from a thing, without an accompanying feeling that the beneficial is desired and the pernicious contemned, an inclination without a sort of experiential estimation of the desirability of an end, does not exist in man. We are primordially illogical and hence unjust beings and can recognize this fact. This is one of the greatest and most baffling discords of existence. 33. Error respecting living for the sake of living essential. Every belief in the value and worthiness of life rests upon defective thinking. It is for this reason alone possible that sympathy with the general life and suffering of mankind is so imperfectly developed in the individual. Even exceptional men, who can think beyond their own personalities, do not have this general life in view, but isolated portions of it. If one is capable of fixing his observation upon exceptional cases, I mean upon highly endowed individuals and pure-souled beings, if their development is taken as the true end of world evolution and if joy be felt in their existence, then it is possible to believe in the value of life, because in that case the rest of humanity is overlooked. Hence we have here defective thinking. So, too, it is even if all mankind be taken into consideration, and one species only of impulses brought under review and those, in consideration of the other impulses, exalted, then something could still be hoped of mankind in the mass, and to that extent there could exist belief in the value of life, here, again, as a result of defective thinking. Whatever attitude, thus, one may assume, one is, as a result of this attitude, an exception among mankind. Now, the great majority of mankind endure life without any great protest, and believe, to this extent, in the value of existence, but that is because each individual decides and determines alone, and never comes out of his own personality like these exceptions. Everything outside of the personal has no existence for them, or at the utmost is observed as but a faint shadow. Consequently, the value of life for the generality of mankind consists simply in the fact that the individual attaches more importance to himself than he does to the world. The great lack of imagination from which he suffers is responsible for his inability to enter into the feelings of beings other than himself, and hence his sympathy with their fate and suffering is of the slightest possible description. On the other hand, whosoever really could sympathize, necessarily doubts the value of life. Were it possible for him to sum up and to feel in himself the total consciousness of mankind, he would collapse with a malediction against existence, for mankind is, in the mass, without a goal, and hence man cannot find, in the contemplation of his whole course, anything to serve him as a mainstay and a comfort, but rather a reason to despair. If he looks beyond the things that immediately engage him to the final aimlessness of humanity, his own conduct assumes in his eyes the character of a frittering away. To feel oneself, however, as humanity frittered away exactly as we see the stray leaves frittered away by nature, is a feeling transcending all feeling. But who is capable of it? Only a poet, certainly, and poets always know how to console themselves. 34. For tranquility, but will not our philosophy become thus a tragedy? Will not truth prove the enemy of life, of betterment? A question seems to weigh upon our tongue and yet will not put itself into words, whether one can knowingly remain in the domain of the untruthful. Or, if one must, whether, then, death would not be preferable? For there is no longer any ought, morality, so far as it is involved. Ought is, through our point of view, as utterly annihilated as religion. Our knowledge can permit only pleasure and pain, benefit and injury, to subsist as motives. But how can these motives be distinguished from the desire for truth? Even they rest upon error. The whole of human life is deeply involved in untruth. The individual cannot extricate it from this pit without thereby fundamentally clashing with his whole past, without finding his present motives of conduct illegitimate, and without opposing scorn and contempt to the ambitions which prompt one to have regard for the future and for one's happiness in the future. Is it true, does there, then, remain but one way of thinking, which, as a personal consequence brings in its train despair, and as a theoretical consequence brings in its train a philosophy of decay, disintegration, self-annihilation? I believe the deciding influence, as regards the after-effect of knowledge, will be the temperament of a man. I can, in addition to this after-effect just mentioned, suppose another, by means of which a much simpler life, and one freer from disturbances than the present, could be lived, so that at first the old motives of vehement passion might still have strength, owing to hereditary habit, but they would gradually grow weaker under the influence of purifying knowledge. A man would live, at last, both among men and unto himself, as in the natural state, without praise, reproach, competition, feasting one's eyes, as if it were a play, upon much that formerly inspired dread. One would be rid of the strenuous element, and would no longer feel the goad of the reflection that man is not even as much as nature, nor more than nature. To be sure, this requires, as already stated, a good temperament, a fortified, gentle and naturally cheerful soul, a disposition that has no need to be on its guard against its own eccentricities and sudden outbreaks, and that in its utterances manifests neither sullenness nor a snarling tone, those familiar, disagreeable characteristics of old dogs and old men that have been a long time chained up. Rather must a man, from whom the ordinary bondages of life have fallen away to so great an extent, so do that he only lives on in order to grow continually in knowledge, and to learn to resign, without envy and without disappointment, much, yes nearly everything, that has value in the eyes of men. He must be content with such a free, fearless soaring above men, manners, laws, and traditional estimates of things, as the most desirable of all situations. He will freely share the joy of being in such a situation, and he has, perhaps, nothing else to share in which renunciation and self-denial really most consist. But if more is asked of him, he will, with a benevolent shake of the head, refer to his brother, the free man of fact, and will, perhaps, not dissemble a little contempt, for, as regards his freedom, thereby hangs a tale. 18. 18 Den mit dessen Freiheit hat es in eigen Bewandtnis. History of the moral feelings. 35. Advantages of psychological observation. That reflection regarding the human, all too human, or as the learned jargon is, psychological observation is among the means whereby the burden of life can be made lighter. That practice in this art affords presence of mind in difficult situations and entertainment amid a wearisome environment, that maxims may be culled in the thorniest and least pleasing paths of life and invigoration thereby obtained, this much was believed, was known in former centuries. Why was this forgotten in our own century, during which, at least in Germany, yes in Europe, poverty as regards psychological observation would have been manifest in many ways had there been anyone to whom this poverty could have manifested itself? Not only in the novel, in the romance, in philosophical standpoints these are the works of exceptional men, still more in the state of opinion regarding public events and personages, above all in general society, which says much about men but nothing whatever about man, there is totally lacking the art of psychological analysis and synthesis. But why is the richest and most harmless source of entertainment thus allowed to run to waste? Why is the greatest master of the psychological maxim no longer read? For, with no exaggeration whatever be it said, the educated person in Europe who has read La Rochefoucauld and his intellectual and artistic affinities is very hard to find, still harder, the person who knows them and does not disparage them. Apparently, too, this unusual reader takes far less pleasure in them than the form adopted by these artists should afford him, for the subtlest mind cannot adequately appreciate the art of maxim making unless it has had training in it, unless it has competed in it. Without such practical acquaintance, one is apt to look upon this making and forming as a much easier thing than it really is. One is not keenly enough alive to the felicity and the charm of success. Hence present-day readers of maxims have but a moderate, tempered pleasure in them, scarcely, indeed, a true perception of their merit, so that their experiences are about the same as those of the average beholder of cameos, people who praise because they cannot appreciate, and are very ready to admire and still readier to turn away. 36. Objection. Or is there a counter-proposition to the dictum that psychological observation is one of the means of consoling, lightening, charming existence? Have enough of the unpleasant effects of this art been experienced to justify the person striving for culture in turning his regard away from it? In all truth, a certain blind faith in the goodness of human nature, an implanted distaste for any disparagement of human concerns, a sort of shamefacedness at the nakedness of the soul, may be far more desirable things in the general happiness of a man, than this only occasionally advantageous quality of psychological sharp-sightedness, and perhaps belief in the good, in virtuous men and actions, in a plenitude of disinterested benevolence has been more productive of good in the world of men in so far as it has made men less distrustful. If Plutarch's heroes are enthusiastically imitated and a reluctance is experienced to looking too critically into the motives of their actions, not the knowledge but the welfare of human society is promoted thereby, psychological error and above all obtuseness in regard to it, help human nature forward, whereas knowledge of the truth is more promoted by means of the stimulating strength of a hypothesis, as La Rochefoucauld in the first edition of his Sentences and Moral Maxims has expressed. What the world calls virtue is ordinarily but a phantom created by the passions, and to which we give a good name in order to do whatever we please with impunity. La Rochefoucauld and those other French masters of soul-searching are like expert marksmen who again and again hit the black spot, but it is the black spot in human nature. Their art inspires amazement, but finally some spectator, inspired, not by the scientific spirit but by a humanitarian feeling, execrates an art that seems to implant in the soul a taste for belittling and impeaching mankind. 37. Nevertheless, the matter therefore, as regards pro and con, stands thus: in the present state of philosophy an awakening of the moral observation is essential. The repulsive aspect of psychological dissection, with the knife and tweezers entailed by the process, can no longer be spared humanity. Such is the imperative duty of any science that investigates the origin and history of the so-called moral feelings and which, in its progress, is called upon to posit and to solve advanced social problems. The older philosophy does not recognize the newer at all and, through paltry evasions, has always gone astray in the investigation of the origin and history of human estimates. With what results may now be very clearly perceived, since it has been shown by many examples, how the errors of the greatest philosophers have their origin in a false explanation of certain human actions and feelings, how upon the foundation of an erroneous analysis, a false ethic is reared, to support which religion and like mythological monstrosities are called in, until finally the shades of these troubled spirits collapse in physics and in the comprehensive world point of view. But if it be established that superficiality of psychological observation has heretofore set the most dangerous snares for human judgment and deduction, and will continue to do so, all the greater need is there of that steady continuance of labor that never wearies, putting stone upon stone, little stone upon little stone. All the greater need is there of a courage that is not ashamed of such humble labor and that will oppose persistence to all contempt. It is, finally, also true that countless single observations concerning the human, all too human, have been first made and uttered in circles accustomed, not to furnish matter for scientific knowledge, but for intellectual pleasure-seeking, and the original home atmosphere, a very seductive atmosphere of the moral maxim, has almost inextricably interpenetrated the entire species, so that the scientific man involuntarily manifests a sort of mistrust of this species and of its seriousness. But it is sufficient to point to the consequences, for already it is becoming evident that events of the most portentous nature are developing in the domain of psychological observation. What is the leading conclusion arrived at by one of the subtlest and calmest of thinkers, the author of the work concerning the origin of the moral feelings, as a result of his thorough and incisive analysis of human conduct? The moral man, he says, stands no nearer the knowable world than the physical man. 19. This dictum, grown hard and cutting beneath the hammer blow of historical knowledge, can some day, perhaps, in some future or other, serve as the axe that will be laid to the root of the metaphysical necessities of men, whether more to the blessing than to the banning of universal well-being, who can say? But in any event, a dictum fraught with the most momentous consequences, fruitful and fearful at once, and confronting the world in the two-faced way characteristic of all great facts. 19. Der moralisk Mensch, sagt steht der intelligiblen Welt nicht nahe, als der physische Mensch. 38. To what extent useful, therefore, whether psychological observation is more an advantage than a disadvantage to mankind, may always remain undetermined, but there is no doubt that it is necessary, because science can no longer dispense with it. Science, however, recognizes no considerations of ultimate goals or ends any more than nature does, but as the latter duly matures things of the highest fitness for certain ends without any intention of doing it, so will true science, doing with ideas what nature does with matter, 20, promote the purposes and the welfare of humanity, and attain fitness to ends, but likewise without having intended it. 20. Als die Nachahmung der Natur in Begriffen, literally, as the counterfeit of nature in ideas. He to whom the atmospheric conditions of such a prospect are too wintry, has too little fire in him, let him look about him, and he will become sensible of maladies requiring an icy air, and of people who are so kneaded together out of ardor and intellect that they can scarcely find anywhere an atmosphere too cold and cutting for them. Moreover, as two serious individuals and nations stand in need of trivial relaxations, as others, too volatile and excitable, require onerous, weighty ordeals to render them entirely healthy, should not we, the more intellectual men of this age, which is swept more and more by conflagrations, catch up every cooling and extinguishing appliance we can find, that we may always remain as self-contained, steady and calm as we are now, and thereby perhaps serve this age as its mirror and self-reflector, when the occasion arises. 39. The fable of discretionary freedom, the history of the feelings, on the basis of which we make everyone responsible, hence, the so-called moral feelings, is traceable in the following leading phases. At first, single actions are termed good or bad without any reference to their motive, but solely because of the utilitarian or prejudicial consequences they have for the community. In time, however, the origin of these designations is forgotten, but it is imagined that action in itself, without reference to its consequences, contains the property good or bad, with the same error according to which language designates the stone itself as hardness, the tree itself as greenness, for the reason, therefore, that what is a consequence is comprehended as a cause. Accordingly, the goodness or badness is incorporated into the motive, and any deed by itself is regarded as morally ambiguous. A step further is taken, and the predication good or bad is no longer made of the particular motives but of the entire nature of a man, out of which motive grows as grow the plants out of the soil. Thus man is successively made responsible for his particular acts, then for his course of conduct, then for his motives and finally for his nature. Now, at last, is it discovered that this nature, even, cannot be responsible, inasmuch as it is only and wholly a necessary consequence and is synthesized out of the elements and influence of past and present things, therefore, that man is to be made responsible for nothing, neither for his nature, nor his motives, nor his course of conduct nor his particular acts. By this process is gained the knowledge that the history of moral estimates is the history of the error of responsibility, as is whatever rests upon the error of the freedom of the will. Schopenhauer concluded just the other way, thus, since certain actions bring depression in their train, there must, then, exist responsibility, for there would be no basis for this depression at hand if all man's affairs did not follow their course of necessity as they do, indeed, according to the opinion of this philosopher, follow their course, but man himself, subject to the same necessity, would be just the man that he is, which Schopenhauer denies. From the fact of such depression Schopenhauer believes himself able to prove a freedom which man in some way must have had, not indeed in regard to his actions but in regard to his nature, freedom, therefore, to be thus and so, not to act thus and so. Out of the esse, the sphere of freedom and responsibility, follows, according to his opinion, the operari, the spheres of invariable causation, necessity and irresponsibility. This depression, indeed, is due apparently to the operari in so far as it be delusive, but in truth to whatever esse be the deed of a free will, the basic cause of the existence of an individual. In order to let man become whatever he wills to become, his to will must precede his existence. Here, apart from the absurdity of the statement just made, there is drawn the wrong inference that the fact of the depression explains its character, the rational admissibility of it. From such a wrong inference does Schopenhauer first come to his fantastic consequent of the so-called discretionary freedom. But depression after the act does not need to be rational, indeed, it is certainly not so at all, for it rests upon the erroneous assumption that the act need not necessarily have come to pass. Therefore, only because man deems himself free, but not because he is free, does he experience remorse and the stings of conscience. Moreover, this depression is something that can be grown out of. In many men it is not present at all as a consequence of acts which inspire it in many other men. It is a very varying thing and one closely connected with the development of custom and civilization, and perhaps manifest only during a relatively brief period of the world's history. No one is responsible for his acts, no one for his nature. To judge is tantamount to being unjust. This applies as well when the individual judges himself. The proposition is as clear as sunlight, and yet here everyone prefers to go back to darkness and untruth, for fear of the consequences. 40. Above animal the beast in us must be wheedled. Ethic is necessary, that we may not be torn to pieces. Without the errors involved in the assumptions of ethics, man would have remained an animal. Thus has he taken himself as something higher and imposed rigid laws upon himself. He feels hatred, consequently, for states approximating the animal, whence the former contempt for the slave as a not yet man, as a thing, is to be explained. 41. Unalterable character. That character is unalterable is not, in the strict sense, true. Rather is this favorite proposition valid only to the extent that during the brief life period of a man the potent new motives cannot, usually, press down hard enough to obliterate the lines imprinted by ages. Could we conceive of a man 80,000 years old, we should have in him an absolutely alterable character, so that the maturities of successive, varying individuals would develop in him. The shortness of human life leads to many erroneous assertions concerning the qualities of man. 42. Classification of enjoyments and ethic. The once accepted comparative classification of enjoyments, according to which an inferior, highest egoism may crave one or another enjoyment, now decides as to ethical status or unethical status. A lower enjoyment preferred to a more highly esteemed one rates as unethical, as does welfare preferred to freedom. The comparative classification of enjoyments is not, however, alike or the same at all periods. When anyone demands satisfaction of the law, he is, from the point of view of an earlier civilization, moral; from that of the present, non-moral. Unethical indicates, therefore, that a man is not sufficiently sensible to the higher, finer impulses which the present civilization has brought with it, or is not sensible to them at all. It indicates backwardness, but only from the point of view of the contemporary degree of distinction. The comparative classification of enjoyments itself is not determined according to absolute ethics, but after each new ethical adjustment, it is then decided whether conduct be ethical or the reverse. 43. Inhuman men as survivals. Men who are now inhuman must serve us as surviving specimens of earlier civilizations. The mountain height of humanity here reveals its lower formations, which might otherwise remain hidden from view. There are surviving specimens of humanity whose brains, through the vicissitudes of heredity, have escaped proper development. They show us what we all were and thus enable us, but they are as little responsible on this account as is a piece of granite for being granite. In our own brains there must be courses and windings corresponding to such characters, just as in the forms of some human organs there survive traces of fishhood. But these courses and windings are no longer the bed in which flows the stream of our feeling. 44. Gratitude and revenge. The reason the powerful man is grateful is this: his benefactor has, through his benefaction, invaded the domain of the powerful man and established himself on an equal footing. The powerful man in turn invades the domain of the benefactor and gets satisfaction through the act of gratitude. It is a mild form of revenge. By not obtaining the satisfaction of gratitude, the powerful would have shown himself powerless and have ranked as such thenceforward. Hence every society of the good, that is to say, of the powerful originally, places gratitude among the first of duties. Swift has added the dictum that man is grateful in the same degree that he is revengeful. 45. Twofold historical origin of good and evil. The notion of good and bad has a twofold historical origin, namely, first, in the spirit of ruling races and castes. Whoever has power to requite good with good and evil with evil and actually brings requital, acquires the name of being good. Whoever is powerless and cannot requite is called bad. A man belongs, as a good individual, to the good of a community, who have a feeling in common, because all the individuals are allied with one another through the requiting sentiment. A man belongs, as a bad individual, to the bad, to a mass of subjugated, powerless men who have no feeling in common. The good are a caste, the bad are a quantity, like dust. Good and bad is, for a considerable period, tantamount to noble and servile, master and slave. On the other hand, an enemy is not looked upon as bad, he can requite. The Trojan and the Greek are in Homer both good. Not he, who does no harm, but he who is despised, is deemed bad. In the community of the good individuals the quality of goodness is inherited. It is impossible for a bad individual to grow from such a rich soil. If, notwithstanding, one of the good individuals does something unworthy of his goodness, recourse is had to exorcism. Thus the guilt is ascribed to a deity, the while it is declared that this deity bewitched the good man into madness and blindness. Second, in the spirit of the subjugated, the powerless. Here every other man is, to the individual, hostile, inconsiderate, greedy, inhuman, avaricious, be he noble or servile. Bad is the characteristic term for man, for every living being, indeed, that is recognized at all, even for a god, human, divine. These notions are tantamount to devilish, bad. Manifestations of goodness, sympathy, helpfulness, are regarded with anxiety as trickiness, preludes to an evil end, deception, subtlety, in short, as refined badness. With such a predisposition in individuals, a feeling in common can scarcely arise at all, at most only the rudest form of it, so that everywhere that this conception of good and evil prevails, the destruction of the individuals, their race and nation, is imminent. Our existing morality has developed upon the foundation laid by ruling races and castes. 46. Sympathy greater than suffering. There are circumstances in which sympathy is stronger than the suffering itself. We feel more pain, for instance, when one of our friends becomes guilty of a reprehensible action than if we had done the deed ourselves. We once, that is, had more faith in the purity of his character than he had himself. Hence our love for him is stronger than is his own love for himself. If, indeed, his egoism really suffers more, as a result, than our egoism, inasmuch as he must take the consequences of his fault to a greater extent than ourselves, nevertheless, the unegoistic, this word is not to be taken too strictly, but simply as a modified form of expression in us, is more affected by his guilt than the unegoistic in him. 47. Hypochondria. There are people who, from sympathy and anxiety for others, become hypochondriacal. The resulting form of compassion is nothing else than sickness. So, also, is there a Christian hypochondria, from which those singular, religiously agitated people suffer who place always before their eyes the suffering and death of Christ. 48. Economy of blessings. The advantageous and the pleasing, as the healthiest growths and powers in the intercourse of men, are such precious treasures that it is much to be wished the use made of these balsamic means were as economical as possible, but this is impossible. Economy in the use of blessings is the dream of the craziest of utopians. 49. Well-wishing among the small, but infinitely plentiful and therefore very potent things, to which science must pay more attention than to the great, uncommon things, well-wishing. 21 must be reckoned, I mean those manifestations of friendly disposition in intercourse, that laughter of the eye, every hand pressure, every courtesy, from which, in general, every human act gets its quality. Every teacher, every functionary adds this element as a gratuity to whatever he does as a duty. It is the perpetual wellspring of humanity, like the waves of light in which everything grows. Thus, in the narrowest circles, within the family, life blooms and flowers only through this kind feeling. The cheerfulness, friendliness, and kindness of a heart are unfailing sources of unegoistic impulse, and have made far more for civilization than those other more noised manifestations of it that are styled sympathy, benevolence, and sacrifice. But it is customary to depreciate these little tokens of kindly feeling, and, indeed, there is not much of the unegoistic in them. The sum of these little doses is very great, nevertheless, their combined strength is of the greatest of strengths. Thus, too, much more happiness is to be found in the world than gloomy eyes discover, that is, if the calculation be just, and all these pleasing moments in which every day, even the meanest human life, is rich, be not forgotten. 21. Walwalen, kind feeling. It stands here for benevolence, but not benevolence in the restricted sense of the word now prevailing. 50. The desire to inspire compassion. La Rochefoucauld, in the most notable part of his self-portraiture, reaches the vital spot of truth when he warns all those endowed with reason to be on their guard against compassion, when he advises that this sentiment be left to men of the masses who stand in need of the promptings of the emotions to induce them to give aid to the suffering and to be of service in misfortune, whereas compassion, in his view, deprives the heart of strength. To be sure, sympathy should be manifested, but men should take care not to feel it, for the unfortunate are rendered so dull that the manifestation of sympathy affords them the greatest happiness in the world. Perhaps a more effectual warning against this compassion can be given if this need of the unfortunate be considered not simply as stupidity and intellectual weakness, not as a sort of distraction of the spirit entailed by misfortune itself, but as something quite different and more momentous. Let note be taken of children who cry and scream in order to be compassionate, and who, therefore, await the moment when their condition will be observed, come into contact with the sick and the oppressed in spirit, and try to ascertain if the wailing and sighing, the posturing and posing of misfortune do not have as end and aim the causing of pain to the beholder. The sympathy which each beholder manifests is a consolation to the weak and suffering only in as much as they are made to perceive that at least they have the power, notwithstanding all their weakness, to inflict pain. The unfortunate experiences a species of joy in the sense of superiority which the manifestation of sympathy entails. His imagination is exalted, he is always strong enough, then, to cause the world pain. Thus is the thirst for sympathy a thirst for self-enjoyment and at the expense of one's fellow creatures. It shows man in the whole ruthlessness of his own dear self, not in his mere dullness as La Rochefoucauld thinks. In social conversation 3/4 of all the questions are asked, and 3/4 of all the replies are made in order to inflict some little pain. That is why so many people crave social intercourse, it gives them a sense of their power. In these countless but very small doses in which the quality of badness is administered, it proves a potent stimulant of life, to the same extent that well-wishing distributed through the world in like manner, is one of the ever-ready restoratives. But will many honorable people be found to admit that there is any pleasure in administering pain? That entertainment, and rare entertainment, is not seldom found in causing others, at least in thought, some pain, and in raking them with the small shot of wickedness. The majority are too ignoble and a few are too good to know anything of this pudendum. The latter may, consequently, be prompt to deny that Prosper Mérimée is right when he says, no, also, that nothing is more common than to do wrong for the pleasure of doing it. 51. How appearance becomes reality. The actor cannot, at last, refrain, even in moments of the deepest pain, from thinking of the effect produced by his deportment and by his surroundings. For example, even at the funeral of his own child, he will weep at his own sorrow and its manifestations as though he were his own audience. The hypocrite who always plays one and the same part, finally ceases to be a hypocrite, as in the case of priests who, when young men, are always, either consciously or unconsciously, hypocrites, and finally become naturally and then really, without affectation, mere priests, or if the father does not carry it to this extent, the son, who inherits his father's calling and gets the advantage of the paternal progress, does. When anyone, during a long period, and persistently, wishes to appear something, it will at last prove difficult for him to be anything else. The calling of almost every man, even of the artist, begins with hypocrisy, with an imitation of deportment, with a copying of the effective in manner. He who always wears the mask of a friendly man must at last gain a power over friendliness of disposition, without which the expression itself of friendliness is not to be gained, and finally friendliness of disposition gains the ascendancy over him. He is benevolent. 52. The point of honor in deception. In all great deceivers one characteristic is prominent, to which they owe their power. In the very act of deception, amid all the accompaniments, the agitation in the voice, the expression, the bearing, in the crisis of the scene, there comes over them a belief in themselves. This it is that acts so effectively and irresistibly upon the beholders. Founders of religions differ from such great deceivers in that they never come out of the state of self-deception, or else they have, very rarely, a few moments of enlightenment in which they are overcome by doubt. Generally, however, they soothe themselves by ascribing such moments of enlightenment to the evil adversary. Self-deception must exist that both classes of deceivers may attain far-reaching results. For men believe in the truth of all that is manifestly believed with due implicitness by others. 53. Presumed degrees of truth. One of the most usual errors of deduction is, because someone truly and openly is against us, therefore he speaks the truth. Hence the child has faith in the judgments of its elders, the Christian in the assertions of the founder of the Church. So, too, it will not be admitted that all for which men sacrificed life and happiness in former centuries was nothing but delusion. Perhaps it is alleged these things were degrees of truth. But what is really meant is that, if a person sincerely believes a thing and has fought and died for his faith, it would be too unjust if only delusion had inspired him. Such a state of affairs seems to contradict eternal justice. For that reason the heart of a sensitive man pronounces against his head the judgment. Between moral conduct and intellectual insight there must always exist an inherent connection. It is, unfortunately, otherwise, for there is no eternal justice. 54. Falsehood. Why do men, as a rule, speak the truth in the ordinary affairs of life? Certainly not for the reason that a God has forbidden lying. But because first, it is more convenient, as falsehood entails invention, make-believe, and recollection. Therefore, because in plain ordinary relations of life it is expedient to say without circumlocution, I want this, I have done this, and the like, therefore, because the way of freedom and certainty is surer than that of ruse. But if it happens that a child is brought up in sinister domestic circumstances, it will then indulge in falsehood as matter of course, and involuntarily say anything its own interests may prompt. An inclination for truth, an aversion to falsehood, is quite foreign and ungenial to it, and hence it lies in all innocence. 55. Ethic discredited for faith's sake. No power can sustain itself when it is represented by mere humbugs. The Catholic Church may possess ever so many worldly sources of strength, but its true might is comprised in those still numberless priestly natures who make their lives stern and strenuous, and whose looks and emaciated bodies are eloquent of night vigils, fasts, ardent prayer, perhaps even of whiplashes. These things make men tremble and cause them anxiety. What, if it be really imperative to live thus? This is the dreadful question which their aspect occasions. As they spread this doubt, they lay anew the prop of their power. Even the freethinkers dare not oppose such disinterestedness with severe truth, and cry, Thou deceived one, deceive not. Only the difference of standpoint separates them from him, no difference in goodness or badness. But things we cannot accomplish ourselves, we are apt to criticize unfairly. Thus we are told of the cunning and perverted acts of the Jesuits, but we overlook the self-mastery that each Jesuit imposes upon himself, and also the fact that the easy life which the Jesuit manuals advocate is for the benefit, not of the Jesuits but the laity. Indeed, it may be questioned whether we enlightened ones would become equally competent workers as the result of similar tactics and organization, and equally worthy of admiration as the result of self-mastery, indefatigable industry, and devotion. 56. Victory of knowledge over radical evil. It proves a material gain to him who would attain knowledge to have had during a considerable period the idea that mankind is a radically bad and perverted thing. It is a false idea, as is its opposite, but it long held sway, and its roots have reached down even to ourselves and our present world. In order to understand ourselves we must understand it, but in order to attain a loftier height we must step above it. We then perceive that there is no such thing as sin in the metaphysical sense, but also, in the same sense, no such thing as virtue, that this whole domain of ethical notions is one of constant variation, that there are higher and deeper conceptions of good and evil, moral and immoral. Whoever desires no more of things than knowledge of them attains speedily to peace of mind, and will at most err through lack of knowledge, but scarcely through eagerness for knowledge. He will not ask that eagerness for knowledge be interdicted and rooted out, but his single, all-powerful ambition to know as thoroughly and as fully as possible, will soothe him and moderate all that is strenuous in his circumstances. Moreover, he is now rid of a number of disturbing notions. He is no longer beguiled by such words as hell, pain, sinfulness, unworthiness. He sees in them merely the flitting shadow pictures of false views of life and of the world. 57. Ethic as man's self-analysis. A good author, whose heart is really in his work, wishes that someone would arise and wholly refute him, if only thereby his subject be wholly clarified and made plain. The maid in love wishes that she could attest the fidelity of her own passion through the faithlessness of her beloved. The soldier wishes to sacrifice his life on the field of his fatherland's victory, for in the victory of his fatherland his highest end is attained. The mother gives her child what she deprives herself of: sleep, the best nourishment, and, in certain circumstances, her health, herself. But are all these acts unegoistic? Are these moral deeds miracles because they are, in Schopenhauer's phrase, impossible and yet accomplished? Is it not evident that in all four cases man loves one part of himself, more than he loves another part of himself? That he thus analyzes his being and sacrifices one part of it to another part? Is this essentially different from the behavior of the obstinate man who says, I would rather be shot than go a step out of my way for this fellow? Preference for something is present in all four instances. To yield to it, with all its consequences, is not unegoistic. In the domain of the ethical, man conducts himself not as individuum but as dividuum. 58. What can be promised? Actions can be promised, but not feelings, for these are involuntary. Whoever promises somebody to love him always, or to hate him always, or to be ever true to him, promises something that it is out of his power to bestow. But he really can promise such courses of conduct as are the ordinary accompaniments of love, of hate, of fidelity, but which may also have their source in motives quite different, for various ways and motives lead to the same conduct. The promise to love someone always, means, consequently, as long as I love you, I will manifest the deportment of love, but if I cease to love you, my deportment, although from some other motive, will be just the same, so that to the people about us it will seem as if my love remained unchanged. Hence it is the continuance of the deportment of love that is promised in every instance in which eternal love is sworn. 59. Intellect and ethic. One must have a good memory to be able to keep the promises one makes. One must have a strong imagination in order to feel sympathy. So closely is ethics connected with intellectual capacity. 60. Desire for vengeance and vengeance itself. To meditate revenge and attain it is tantamount to an attack of fever, that passes away, but to meditate revenge without possessing the strength or courage to attain it is tantamount to suffering from a chronic malady, or poisoning of body and soul. Ethics, which takes only the motive into account, rates both cases alike. People generally estimate the first case as the worst. Both views are short-sighted. 61. Ability to wait. Ability to wait is so hard to acquire that great poets have not disdained to make inability to wait the central motive of their poems. So Shakespeare in Othello, Sophocles in Ajax, whose suicide would not have seemed to him so imperative had he only been able to cool his ardor for a day, as the oracle foreboded. Apparently he would then have repulsed somewhat the fearful whispers of distracted thought and have said to himself, who has not already, in my situation, mistaken a sheep for a hero? Is it so extraordinary a thing? On the contrary, it is something universally human. Ajax should thus have soothed himself. Passion will not wait. The tragic element in the lives of great men does not generally consist in their conflict with time and the inferiority of their fellow men, but in their inability to put off their work a year or two. They cannot wait in all duels. The friends who advise have but to ascertain if the principals can wait. If this be not possible, a duel is rational, inasmuch as each of the combatants may say, either I continue to live and the other dies instantly, or vice versa. To wait in such circumstances would be equivalent to the frightful martyrdom of enduring dishonor in the presence of him responsible for the dishonor, and this can easily cost more anguish than life is worth. 62. Glutting revenge. Coarse men, who feel a sense of injury, are in the habit of rating the extent of their injury as high as possible and of stating the occasion of it in greatly exaggerated language, in order to be able to feast themselves on the sentiments of hatred and revenge thus aroused. 63. Value of disparagement. Not a few, perhaps the majority of men, find it necessary, in order to retain their self-esteem and a certain uprightness in conduct, to mentally disparage and belittle all the people they know. But as the inferior natures are in the majority, and as a great deal depends upon whether they retain or lose this uprightness, so. 64. The man in a rage. We should be on our guard against the man who is enraged against us, as against one who has attempted our life, for the fact that we still live consists solely in the inability to kill. Were looks sufficient, it would have been all up with us long since. To reduce anyone to silence by physical manifestations of savagery or by a terrorizing process is a relic of under-civilization. So, too, that cold look which great personages cast upon their servitors is a remnant of the caste distinction between man and man, a specimen of rude antiquity. Women, the conservers of the old, have maintained this survival, too, more perfectly than men. 65. Whither honesty may lead. Someone once had the bad habit of expressing himself upon occasion, and with perfect honesty, on the subject of the motives of his conduct, which were as good or as bad as the motives of all men. He aroused first disfavor, then suspicion, became gradually of ill repute, and was pronounced a person of whom society should beware, until at last the law took note of such a perverted being for reasons which usually have no weight with it or to which it closes its eyes. lack of taciturnity concerning what is universally held secret, and an irresponsible predisposition to see what no one wants to see oneself brought him to prison and to early death. 66. Punishable, not punished. Our crime against criminals consists in the fact that we treat them as rascals. 67. Sancta simplicitas of virtue. Every virtue has its privilege, for example, that of contributing its own little bundle of wood to the funeral pyre of one condemned. 68. Morality and consequence. Not alone the beholders of an act generally estimate the ethical or unethical element in it by the result, no, the one who performed the act does the same. For the motives and the intentions are seldom sufficiently apparent, and amid them the memory itself seems to become clouded by the results of the act, so that a man often ascribes the wrong motives to his acts or regards the remote motives as the direct ones. Success often imparts to an action all the brilliance and honor of good intention, while failure throws the shadow of conscience over the most estimable deeds. Hence arises the familiar maxim of the politician, "Give me only success, with it I can win all the noble souls over to my side and make myself noble even in my own eyes." In like manner will success prove an excellent substitute for a better argument. To this very day many well-educated men think the triumph of Christianity over Greek philosophy is a proof of the superior truth of the former, although in this case it was simply the coarser and more powerful that triumphed over the more delicate and intellectual. As regards superiority of truth, it is evident that because of it the reviving sciences have connected themselves, point for point, with the philosophy of Epicurus, while Christianity has, point for point, recoiled from it. 69. Love and justice. Why is love so highly prized at the expense of justice, and why are such beautiful things spoken of the former as if it were a far higher entity than the latter? Is the former not palpably a far more stupid thing than the latter? Certainly, and on that very account so much the more agreeable to everybody. It is blind and has a rich horn of plenty out of which it distributes its gifts to everyone, even when they are unmerited, even when no thanks are returned. It is impartial like the rain, which according to the Bible and experience, wets not alone the unjust but, in certain circumstances, the just as well, and to their skins at that. 70. Execution. How comes it that every execution causes us more pain than a murder? It is the coolness of the executioner, the painful preparation, the perception that here a man is being used as an instrument for the intimidation of others. For the guilt is not punished even if there be any. This is ascribable to the teachers, the parents, the environment, in ourselves, not in the murderer. I mean the predisposing circumstances. 71. Hope. Pandora brought the box containing evils and opened it. It was the gift of the gods to men, a gift of most enticing appearance externally, and called the box of happiness. Thereupon all the evils flew out. From that time to the present they fly about and do ill to men by day and night. One evil only did not fly out of the box. Pandora shut the lid at the behest of Zeus and it remained inside. Now man has this box of happiness perpetually in the house and congratulates himself upon the treasure inside of it. It is at his service, he grasps it whenever he is so disposed, for he knows not that the box which Pandora brought was a box of evils. Hence he looks upon the one evil still remaining as the greatest source of happiness. It is hope. Zeus intended that man, notwithstanding the evils oppressing him, should continue to live and not rid himself of life, but keep on making himself miserable. For this purpose he bestowed hope upon man. It is, in truth, the greatest of evils, for it lengthens the ordeal of man. 72. Degree of moral susceptibility unknown. The fact that one has or has not had certain profoundly moving impressions and insights into things, for example, an unjustly executed, slain, or martyred father, a faithless wife, a shattering, serious accident, is the factor upon which the excitation of our passions to white heat principally depends, as well as the course of our whole lives. No one knows to what length circumstances may lead him. He does not know the full extent of his own susceptibility. Wretched environment makes him wretched. It is as a rule not the quality of our experience but its quantity upon which depends the development of our superiority or inferiority, from the point of view of good and evil. 73. The martyr against his will. In a certain movement there was a man who was too cowardly and vacillating ever to